9 Sun God King Chapter 1848 to Chapter 1900. The instruments of torture were not lost. Xianxia threw the two men who were tortured to the point of suffering into the heavenly lion-dragon suppression cauldron. Then, he took out the soul-chasing talisman and confirmed the location of the divine mountain. The divine inscription mountain should not have been touched. "We can just go back the way we came," Xianxia said. "On the way, as long as we pay more attention, we won't be discovered by the evil spirits and heavenly monsters." The evil spirits and heavenly monsters were very strong. The group of hunters they had encountered earlier was a group of very strong evil spirits and heavenly monsters. They were much stronger than the two middle-aged men in the dragon suppression cauldron. Xianxia and Princess Dark Knight rushed to the divine inscription mountain. On the road, they were also very vigilant. Yi Shaosong had told them that some evil spirits and heavenly monsters could hide very well and attack very quickly. If one did not defend in time, they would be severely injured in an instant. In just one day, Xianxia and Princess Anya safely returned to the divine inscription mountain. On the way, he encountered two groups of evil spirits and heavenly monsters. They were exactly the same as humans. They didn't get discovered, so they hid and took a detour. When Shiman Dazhuang saw Xianxia return, he immediately ran over and asked, "Boss, did you encounter those evil spirits and heavenly monsters?" "Yes, he is indeed very strong." Xianxia nodded. "How are they?" Xiaohua walked over and asked. Shiman Qinglian and the mountain god were also listening attentively. "They look exactly like humans." Xianxia told them about their encounter with the evil spirits and monsters. After Shiman Dazhuang heard this, he said in horror, "Looks like I better not go out. It's really too dangerous. Those evil spirits and heavenly monsters look exactly like humans, and they're so powerful. It's really incredible. It's useless for you to go out, it's better if you stay in the divine inscription mountain." Shiman Qinglian is not afraid, she said with smile. "Dazhuang, I think you are even worse than Pippi Pig." "Humph, don't look down on me. Although I'm not as powerful as Boss, I can always play a very big role at a very crucial moment," Shiman Dazhuang said very unhappily. Xianxia said to Mountain God, "Old Mountain, become the smallest, we will go to Dragon Forest area. It will be safer there." "All right." The Mountain God said, "Just lead the way." Xianxia gave the approximate location to the Mountain God and told him to start moving the divine inscription mountain. The divine inscription mountain could turn into a small hill and it could even float in the air. In order to get to the Dragon Forest area faster, the divine mountain would fly in the sky from time to time. The reason why he didn't continue flying was that he would be surrounded and attacked by flying evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Those wraiths and heavenly monsters are very savage. When Xianxia was flying in the sky, he was attacked by them. Because it was impossible to travel through space, the divine mountain's movement speed was relatively slow. In the space within the divine inscription mountain, Xianxia also talked about the heaven-defying sect and Shui Hui. He also released the two evil spirits and heavenly monsters he had captured. When Xiaohua and the others heard about what had happened to Shui Hui and Triple Radiance, they were all furious. Even Shiman Dazhuang, who was very afraid of evil spirits and heavenly monsters, said that he must seek revenge from the Heaven Ni sect. The life-sealing soul-devouring lock is really vicious. It's most suitable for those guys from the Heaven Ni sect. The mountain god looked at the two burly men. They were transformed from two evil spirits and heavenly monsters. They were also disciples of the heaven-defying sect. Those two evil spirits and heavenly monsters knew that they had encountered people from the immortal. Desolate. These two fellows should be relatively weak, Shiman Dazhuang said. Xianxia placed the two evil spirits and heavenly monsters into the heavenly lion-dragon suppressing cauldron because he was afraid that they would be sensed by their kind. "I don't know. In short, our understanding of the Heaven Ni sect is still not enough." Xianxia shook his head. "The situation in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range is very complicated." He only wanted to quickly meet up with Xie Qiru and the Netherworld Great Emperor. His father, Qin Long, also came to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. He must know something. Princess Anyi said, "Those sun altars and the 9 Yang Palace's flying islands are all in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. It should be relatively easy to find." Back then, Qinyan was sealed inside the heavenly law altar by the Nine-Yang Palace. Those sun altars were jointly controlled by the Nine-Yang Palace. The sun altar participated in sealing Qinyan, so Qinyan absolutely could not let go of those altars. Yes, I must find those guys and let them know the consequences of becoming enemies with me, Qinyan. Qinyan snorted. He has no enmity with the Nine-Yang Palace and the owners of the sun altar, but he was jointly sealed by them. Therefore, he wants to settle this debt. The mountain god controlled the inscription Divine Mountain and rushed towards the Dragon Forest area. Although the inscription Divine Mountain can become small, it is still the size of a small hill. When moving, it is very careful, but it still alarmed some evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Fortunately, those evil spirits and heavenly monsters are unable to break through the defense of the inscription Divine Mountain. They only feel that it is a strange mountain. After seeing that they can't break it, they didn't continue attacking and dispersed. It took 2 to 3 days for the inscription Divine Mountain to arrive at the Dragon Forest area. On the way, they encountered 2 waves of evil spirits and heavenly monsters. They also saw those evil spirits and heavenly monsters inside the inscription Divine Mountain. Those 2 groups of evil spirits and heavenly monsters look exactly the same as humans. Moreover, they brought along some evil spirits and heavenly monsters that have not transformed into humans. Those evil spirits and heavenly monsters are all grotesque. We finally arrived at the Dragon Forest area. This place is very safe, Qinyan said. Although there are many huge trees in the Dragon Forest area, the distance between them is very far. The inscription Divine Mountain can easily move through the forest. After arriving at the Dragon Forest area, Qinyan and Princess Anya left the inscription Divine Mountain and rushed to the Dragon Forest town. As they walked through the Dragon Forest town, they heard many people discussing. In the past 2 days, many people from the heaven-defying sect have come to the Dragon Forest town. There are a total of 200,000 to 300,000 people in the Dragon Forest town. Although they are widely distributed, everyone can still discover a large number of people from the heaven-defying sect. The people of the heaven-defying sect are relatively easy to recognize and can be easily recognized. Did you hear? The life-sealing soul-devouring lock on that old man Shui and triple radiance are gone. What? Gone? Who opened it? It was Yi Xiaosong who found someone to open it. This Yi Xiaosong is truly capable. He actually found someone who can open the life-devouring lock. No wonder the heaven-defying sect sent over 100 people. I heard that those people are all evil spirits and heavenly monsters. As Qinyan and Princess Anya walked on the road, they heard some peddlers discussing under a big tree. More than 100 evil spirits and heavenly monsters, this is a very strong force. In those dangerous forests, evil spirits and heavenly monsters are mostly in groups. If humans were to encounter evil spirits and heavenly monsters outside, they would most likely be caught and eaten. Even if it was a lone evil spirit or heavenly monster, they would still be caught and eaten. The heaven-defying sect sent 2 fellows to find old man Shui and the others. In the end, those 2 fellows disappeared. Someone chuckled and said, "There's going to be a good show to watch." Missing? Did they disappear in the Dragon Forest town? It should be. After those 2 guys entered the old man Shui's cave, they never came out. The people that Yi Xiaosong found are really powerful. One is wearing a mask and the other is a young man. They can actually make people disappear without a trace in the Dragon Forest town. Princess Anya was wearing a mask. At this moment, many people noticed them. Qinyan is very calm. He only quickened his pace and rushed to the cave where Shui Yihui and the others are. When they saw the unfamiliar young man and the masked person, they immediately attracted the attention of many people. Some busybodies followed behind Qinyan and Princess Anya. After a while, Qinyan and Princess Anya finally arrived at the cave. Around the cave, there are dozens of black-armored men surrounding it, preventing people from entering the cave. Xiaosong, what's going on? Qinyan stood at the entrance of the cave formed by the tree roots, glanced at the big men and asked loudly. Fighting is not allowed in the Dragon Forest area, but those people are blocking the entrance of the cave and not letting them in. Qinyan doesn't know if pushing them away can be considered as making the first move. Big brother, we are fine. They don't dare to attack us. Yi Xiaosong's voice came from inside. He called Qin Big Brother and not Sect Master because he didn't want those people to know that Qin is the Sect Master of the Inscription Gate. Qin asked, "They are blocking here. We can't go in and you can't come out, right?" "Yes, it's best not to have a physical collision," Yi Xiaosong quickly said. He was worried that Qin would attack. Those armored men are all evil spirits and heavenly monsters. They are all from the heaven-defying sect. At this moment, a middle-aged man came out of the cave. He looked at Qin and said coldly, "Who are you people? Are you from the Immortal Desolate?" "That's right." Qin replied, "Why are you blocking our way? The people inside are all prisoners of my heaven-defying sect. We have the right to prevent anyone from seeing them and also to restrict their movements." The middle-aged man sneered and then glared at Qin. "You guys opened the life-sealing soul-devouring lock, right? The people of Dragon Forest Town are all surrounding them. They are just watching the show. Because they can't fight here, they are very relaxed." When they saw people from the Immortal Desolate, they all felt very curious. The people of the Immortal Desolate have a certain level of strength, so they are not afraid of the heaven-defying sect. Qin said with a sneer, "Heaven-defying sect, you brought so many people just to restrict the actions of Elder Shui and the others? I said it before, they are all prisoners of our heaven-defying sect. They have important torture tools of our heaven-defying sect on them. And those torture tools are all gone, are they in your hands?" The middle-aged man said angrily. The group of people from the heaven-defying sect are very sure that the life-sealing soul-devouring lock is in Qin's hands. Qin smiled and said, "That's right, it's in my hands. I'll take it out for you to see now." He took out the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron and threw the two men inside to the ground. The two men were burnt black and their hands and feet were chopped off. As soon as they came out and saw their own people, they started howling. Seeing this scene, the onlookers from Dragon Forest Town were all stunned. Even the people from the heaven-defying sect looked at the two men in shock. There was actually someone who dared to provoke the strongest sect in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. Seeing that the other heaven-defying sect people are about to surround him, Qin immediately released the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet and covered the two men. He said with smile, "These are the prisoners of my inscription gate, don't touch them." The defense of the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet is very strong, it is not easy to break it. You are from Immortal Desolate? Our heaven-defying sect has a good relationship with several big powers in Immortal Desolate. Which power are you from? The middle-aged man calmed down. He knew that the person in front of him is not simple. "I am from Immortal Desolate Inscription Gate. This Cloud Dragon Mountain Range's Inscription Gate is my sect." Qin's face sank. "My Inscription Gate was exterminated by Heaven-defying sect, so everyone in Heaven-defying sect is my Inscription Gate's prisoner." Inscription Gate from Immortal Desolate. This caused the surrounding people to be secretly shocked. The people of Cloud Dragon Mountain Range don't know how strong the Immortal Desolate Inscription Gate is. They only know that the sect master of Inscription Gate is a bit powerful. Does your Inscription Gate know the Nine Yang Palace? And the Dark Royal Race? And the Alliance Army, the Strange Dragon Race, they are all guests of our heaven-defying sect. The middle-aged man said again. Nine Yang Palace? Their flying island was once blasted by our Inscription Gate, their Nine Yang Palace was burned to ruins and now it has been rebuilt. As for the Dark Royal Race, their two Xianxias were shot down by me. Qin said, Alliance Army's battleships were destroyed by me. Two Xianxias were shot down. This caused the people of Dragon Forest Town to cry out in alarm. One Xianxiang came to Cloud Dragon Mountain Range very early. They all know that Xianxiang is very powerful. But two of them were actually shot down by the Immortal Desolate Inscription Gate. The man from Heaven-defying sect is not stupid, he knows that they have met a very strong opponent. Heaven-defying sect also doesn't know how strong the Immortal Desolate Inscription Gate is. They only know that the Immortal Desolate Inscription Gate is not weak, otherwise they wouldn't be able to remove their life-sealing soul-devouring lock and capture two of them. Let's exchange, you release our people and I will release your people. That large man looked at the two screaming middle-aged men inside the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet and said. Qin transferred the two people back to the Heavenly Lion Dragon Cauldron and said, No need. In Dragon Forest Town, none of us can make a move. Elder Shui and the others don't have to suffer, but your men will. In any case, as long as we endure, we won't lose out. Besides, can you really stop me? Humph, although I can't make a move in Dragon Forest Town, I guarantee that you will never be able to see the person in front of you. With us here, don't even think about barging in. You barged in, that means you made the first move. You should be clear about the consequences. The big man said angrily. Xianxia smiled faintly as he cast his penetration divine power and suddenly burrowed into the ground. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Xianxia used the mysterious penetration divine art to drill into the ground. He bypassed the human wall formed by the heaven-defying sect's armored men and entered the stone room in the cave. Before the people of heaven-defying sect could regain their senses, Xianxia had already entered the stone room and brought Yi Xiaosong, Shui Yihui, and Triple Radiance out. Triple Radiance had already woken up. They had also put on the puppet armor and regained their arms and legs. Although they did not have eyes, they had very strong spiritual force. When they saw Xianxia bring them out, everyone let out a low cry. The big man from the heaven-defying sect had an extremely ugly expression on his face. He had just sworn that Xianxia would never be able to see Shui Yihui and company. The people from the immortal desolate land were indeed very capable. Inscription Gate. Just you wait. The big man turned around and left, leaving with a group of people. In Dragon Forest Town, there was nothing they could do. Xianxia coldly watched the group of people leave. That burly man was very strong and he was transformed from an evil spirit. If they were to fight, it would be very difficult to kill him. Let's go back to the Divine Inscription Mountain. Xianxia smiled at Shui Yihui and said, with me here, whoever dares to bully the disciples of the Inscription Gate will become enemies with the Inscription Gate. I, Xianxia, will definitely not let them off. When Triple Radiance heard Xianxia's voice, they were very excited because it was the Xianxia they were familiar with. Finally, Xianxia brought Shui Yihui and company back to the Divine Inscription Mountain. After knowing that this was the location of the Inscription Gate, Yi Xiaosong, Shui Yihui, and company were very excited. They could tell that this place was very strong. Xiaohua, the mountain god and the others also welcomed Yi Xiaosong and company. They also told them many things about this Divine Inscription Mountain. The injuries on your bodies can be healed. Xiaohua said, I just need a bit of time to let your severed limbs grow back and your eyes recover. In the next few days, Xiaohua helped Shui Yihui and company heal their injuries. This would take a very long time. In the Dragon Forest Town, news about the sect leader of the Inscription Gate quickly spread. All along, the Inscription Gate had some fame in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range, but no one knew who the sect leader of the Inscription Gate was. All they knew was that the sect leader of the Inscription Gate was in another great desolate land. Now, the sect leader of the Inscription Gate had finally appeared. He came from the immortal desolate land and was very strong. Not only did he remove the life-sealing soul-devouring lock, he even captured 2 people from the heaven-defying sect and placed the life-sealing soul-devouring lock on them. This matter immediately caused a sensation in the Dragon Forest Town. After all, in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range, there was no force that could openly provoke the heaven-defying sect. But now, there was an Inscription Gate that dared to do so. The heaven-defying sect was located next to the Cloud Dragon River in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. The Cloud Dragon River had already dried up. The river had turned into a huge ravine, forming a huge crevice that cut across the entire Cloud Dragon Mountain range. Near the Heaven and Ice sect, there was a Xiaoyang. There was a flying island near Xiaoyang and not far away, there were 6 golden sun altars. A large group of people were gathered in the Nine-Yang Palace on the flying island. The Alliance army of the Outer Heaven Domain and the mutated dragon race were also there. Other than them, there were powerhouses from the major sects and families of the Immortal Desolate. They were in a large hall of the Nine-Yang Palace. The people from the Nine-Yang Divine Palace of the Outer Heaven Domain all had gloomy faces. The powerful immortal emperors of the Alliance army were all filled with killing intent. Lang Chong smiled faintly. Isn't it just one Xianxia? What are you afraid of? This guy is alone. What kind of storm can he stir up? Lang Chong doesn't know that Xianxia is the masked old man who defeated their Inscription Dome Master. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor, Netherworld Great Emperor, Xian Rujing, Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor and other friends of Xianxia are all in this hall. They all felt a lot more relieved because Qin Yun has finally arrived. The old man from the Alliance army said in cold voice, Qin Yun has something like divine universe golden stone in his hands, and he also has 2 sun souls. Most importantly, he did not pass through the heavenly gate. How did he come here? The old man from the Nine Yang Palace cursed in low voice. He was sealed inside the heavenly law altar. It is already inconceivable that he could leave the heavenly law altar. He actually came to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. The devil immortal great emperor said in cold voice, your sun altar and Nine Yang Palace should be careful. The immortal desolate great emperor said, also, the heaven-defying sect must be careful. The inscription gate in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range was destroyed by the heaven-defying sect. With Qin Yun's style of doing things, the heaven-defying sect will definitely be targeted. This damned Qin Yun, now that he is here, how are we going to find the treasure left behind by the Nine Yang royal family? Someone cursed in low voice. Who told you to seal him in the heavenly law altar? The immortal desolate dragon emperor sneered, Nine Yang divine palace fellows, I really doubt if you are really from the Nine Yang divine palace. Fellows like you who can't distinguish between good and evil don't seem like people from the Nine Yang divine palace at all. Immortal desolate dragon emperor, what do you mean by this? The old man from the Nine Yang divine palace said angrily. What do I mean? Qin Yun has done a favor for the imperial clan, protected the interests of the immortal desolate and bravely fought against the enemies from the outer heaven realm. Yet you guys and the Nine Sun sects established the Nine Yang palace and joined hands to seal Qin Yun. The immortal desolate dragon emperor snorted. At this time, immortal venerable heartless said, I heard that the Nine Yang divine palace will regularly clean up a group of people who cannot pass the divine palace's assessment. Most of these people are people with bad character. The immortal desolate dragon emperor laughed, so that's how it is. Some fellows have clearly been chased out of the Nine Yang divine palace, but they are still using the Nine Yang divine palace's name to do bad things. They are truly disgracing the Nine Yang divine palace. Red Sun Dragon Mother sneered, these guys, they actually claimed to represent the immortal desolate before. Their inscription dome masters fought and lost very badly. The Nine Yang palace is extremely furious, but they can't do anything. The immortal desolate dragon race is very strong. If the immortal desolate dragon race was bullied, the imperial dragon race would not sit idly by. Furthermore, immortal venerable heartless and the immortal desolate holy palace are also together with the immortal desolate dragon race. If they were to fight, the Nether sect and the Guanghan palace would definitely help the immortal desolate dragon race. The devil immortal great emperor said coldly, we are discussing how to deal with Qin Yun. Those who do not wish to deal with Qin Yun, please leave this hall. Without saying a word, the immortal desolate dragon emperor got up and left. Many powerful immortal emperors also left. In just a short while, only the immortal desolate evil forces led by the dark royal race, as well as the alien dragon race, alliance army, Nine Yang palace and heaven-defying sects immortal emperors remained. These bastards from the imperial clan, after coming to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range, they actually turned hostile and refused to recognize us, someone from the Nine Yang palace scolded. Don't worry about them. What we need to do now is to capture Qin Yun. The devil immortal great emperor said, friends from the heaven-defying sect, you understand the situation of the Cloud Dragon Mountain range the best. Do you have any plans? The old man from the heaven-defying sect shook his head and said, if he hides in the Dragon Forest area, we won't be able to do anything. Furthermore, that bastard actually captured 2 of us in the Dragon Forest area. Logically speaking, he should be punished by the heavens. The old man from the Nine Yang palace said, ignore that Qin Yun. We just need to guard against him, don't forget our main goal. We found a tomb, it's very, very big and it's deep underground, like a city. The old man from the heaven-defying sect chuckled and said, when the time comes, only we can enter. The guy who just walked out of the hall, don't even think about entering. The devil immortal great emperor hurriedly said, then let's hurry up and dig out the things inside the tomb. A huge underground city, it must be the great tomb we are looking for. We don't have enough ability to dig it out, but with the help of our friends, there will definitely be no problem. The old man from the heaven-defying sect said with a smile. When are we leaving? Lang Chong is also impatient. We'll leave tonight. It's best if we hide a bit and don't let those guys know. The heaven-defying sect said, if they want to snatch it from us, if we clash with them, both sides will suffer. Xianxia evil dragon. The divine inscription mountain was located in a very quiet place in the dragon forest area. The dragon forest had always been very safe. Even if a large number of evil spirits and heavenly monsters entered, they would not be able to fight. Inside the divine inscription mountain, Xianxia released the floating cloud pagoda and entered it to cultivate. He used the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation and the divine universe goldstone, absorbing the power of the divine universe to cultivate with Xianxia and the others. Even the Dark Knight Princess joined in. What puzzled Xianxia was that Princess Xianxia also mastered the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. He had thought that Xianxia and the others would teach the Heart Sutra of Sun and Moon to Princess Xianxia, but she said that she knew it. While cultivating, Xianxia could not help but ask, Princess, how did you master the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra? I didn't understand it before, but after awakening the 9 Sun bloodline, I understood. In short, it suddenly appeared in my memory. Since Princess Xianxia said so, Xianxia did not pursue the matter. That was because it was related to her previous life and it was very complicated. The effects of fusion cultivation were excellent. After absorbing large amounts of divine cosmos power, Xianxia felt his body improve significantly. Under the guidance of Princess Xianxia, Xianxia and the others also went to cultivate a stronger body. 3 days passed. Xianxia absorbed the power of the divine cosmos and broke through to the second firmament immortal emperor realm. This divine universe golden stone is truly useful. Xianxia said with smile. Just use it here. If you go out, don't use it. Princess Xianxia said, in short, I feel that there is something here that will definitely snatch the divine universe golden stone. Princess Xianxia also seemed to have broken through. Her cultivation situation was rather complicated and difficult to understand. Xianxia could only see that she had become much stronger. Following that, Xianxia began familiarizing himself with the absolute yang power of the second firmament immortal emperor realm. He controlled the absolute yang power to flow throughout his body, allowing his body to familiarize itself with it. After familiarizing himself with it, he would be able to quickly unleash his strongest power in battle. Princess Xianxia didn't need to familiarize herself with it. She just watched Xianxia from the side and sometimes tested the intensity of Xianxia's power. At night, Xianxia, who was in the floating cloud pagoda, suddenly heard Xiaohua calling him from outside. Boss, someone is looking for you outside. That person is wearing half a mask, he seems to be Nether Sex Qin Long. Xiaohua said. After Xianxia heard this, he immediately left the floating cloud pagoda with Princess Xianxia. He teleported Qin Long to the divine inscription mountain. Qin Long had come on his own. He wore a set of black armor and a mask. His hair was a little messy, and he held a bloody spear in his hand. There was even some black flesh stuck to the tip of the spear. After he insisted on Xianxia, his stern eyes softened. Dad, what's going on? Xianxia was surprised to see his father like this. When Princess Xianxia saw Qin Long, she seemed to feel that Qin Long had the deity seat of the fire dragon god, while Princess Xianxia had the deity seat of the moon dragon god. At such a close distance, they could see each other. Qin Long glanced at Princess Xianxia, patted Xianxia's shoulder and said with a smile, Xiaoyun, it's good that you are fine. I thought you wouldn't be able to come to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. How can I not come? You are looking down on me too much. Xianxia is very happy to see Qin Long. He asked, Dad, why did you come alone? Didn't Godfather and the others come? They had other things to do, and I had my own things to do, so I didn't stay with them. Qin Long said, this Cloud Dragon Mountain range has changed a lot. When you go out, you must be extremely careful. Dad, aren't you coming with us? Xianxia asked somewhat dejectedly. I have my own things to do. In short, don't worry about me. I will definitely save your mother's soul. Qin Long's face was filled with determination as he said heavily. Dad, what happened to this Cloud Dragon Mountain range? Why is there such a huge change? Xianxia is very puzzled. Qin Long took a deep breath, his eyes flickered, as if he was hesitating whether or not to tell Xianxia. He walked back and forth a few steps and said, Xiaoyun, my true body is in the immortal graveyard. Your father, I, was once a dragon. Qin Yan was startled as he looked at Xiaohua and Princess Anya in shock. "Dad, what's going on?" Qin Yan asked. "A dragon that can be sealed in the immortal graveyard is definitely not an ordinary dragon," Princess Anya said in a deep voice. "You have the deity seat of the fire dragon god. Could it be that you were once the fire dragon god?" Qin Long smiled. "You have the deity seat of the moon dragon god. Were you once the moon dragon god?" "Of course not, but I have some relationship with the former moon dragon god," Princess Anya said. "I also have some relationship with the former fire dragon god," Qin Long said. "It doesn't matter what kind of dragon I am. In short, my true body is in that damned place." "Dad, we are also going to the immortal graveyard. Why aren't you with us?" Qin Yan asked. "It's not that easy to enter the immortal graveyard. And in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range, there is a place I must go. Because there is a very strong fellow sealed inside. I want to make sure that the seal there is strong enough," Qin Long said. "We'll go with you," Qin Yan said hurriedly. "No need, that place is more dangerous. Think of a way to find the immortal graveyard." Qin Long's voice was somewhat stern as he warned, "Xiaoyun, once you find what you're looking for, quickly leave the Cloud Dragon Mountain range, do you understand?" Qin Yan could only nod. "Send me out," Qin Long said. Qin Yan accompanied his father and left the Divine Inscription Mountain. After arriving outside, Qin Long said in a low voice, "Xiaoyun, that woman is very special. You have to be careful." "Why do you say that?" Qin Yan was somewhat alarmed. "I don't know, it's just my intuition." Qin Long patted Qin Yan's shoulder and said, "All right, I'm going." At this moment, the earth suddenly began to tremble. "What's going on?" Qin Yan said in alarm. Qin Long's eyes were immediately filled with shock as he cursed in a low voice, "Not good, the seal on that place has been broken by someone." "What?" Qin Yan said in alarm. "Dad, is the place you want to go very close to here?" "It's deep under the Dragon Forest area. It's a very big city." Qin Long scolded, "Those bastards from the heaven-defying sect must have found it and unsealed it." Just as Qin Long finished speaking, the earth rose and fell like waves. One gigantic coiling dragon tree after another immediately fell to the ground. What was terrifying was that the green leaves on the giant trees suddenly withered and turned yellow. The land of the Dragon Forest area was like an angry sea. The coiling dragon ancient tree on the ground quickly withered and died along with the fluctuation of the earth's soil. "Return to the Divine Inscription Mountain," Qin Yan said anxiously and rushed towards the Divine Inscription Mountain. However, the Divine Inscription Mountain was suddenly covered by a large amount of soil, as if it was swallowed by the earth. Qin Yan took out the soul-chasing talisman and discovered that the Divine Inscription Mountain is no longer nearby. Bang bang bang, it is unknown why all kinds of strange shaking sounds appeared all around. Those withered coiling dragon ancient trees seemed to have become fertilizer. After being submerged by the soil, they were immediately absorbed and became rotten. Qin Yan turned pale with fright, his face is filled with fear as he shouted, "Divine Inscription Mountain. Old mountain, the earth released a strange suction force, it is devouring everything on the ground, Dragon Forest area can't fly to begin with. After the earth produced suction force, it is difficult to escape." Qin Yan and Qin Long's legs sank into the soil that is currently fluctuating. "The soil is like mud, it is very strange." Qin Long grabbed Qin Yan and with a loud roar, dragon scales burst out from his body and he turned into a mighty half-dragon man. He took a ferocious step, with every step he took, flames burst out from under his feet. With every step he took, a ball of flame condensed under his feet. It is as if he is walking down a flight of stairs, he is stepping on a fire stairway to get away from the earth filled with suction force. "Dad, what is going on? Where is the Divine Inscription Mountain?" Qin Yan shouted in alarm. "Don't worry about that mountain, it is just that the space is in disorder, we moved it away." Qin Long's voice is filled with fear, he said with trembling voice, "Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon is coming out." "Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon? What the hell is that?" Qin Yan has only heard of Divine Cosmos Heavenly Dragon. You should know that Divine Cosmos Goldstone can transform into evil, right? Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon is the fusion of a formidable dragon and a evil Divine Cosmos Goldstone. This kind of thing is called Evil Ghost and Heavenly Monster. Qin Long said, Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon is sealed in the depths of Dragon Forest area. Qin Yan suddenly thought of something and shouted, there are so many evil ghost and heavenly monster here. Could it be related to Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon? Qin Long's footsteps are heavy, he is resisting the earth's suction with great difficulty and walking on the void with Qin Yun. He nodded and said, indeed. The earth that was originally filled with all kinds of huge coiling dragon ancient trees turned into a flat land in the blink of an eye. Dragon Forest Town also disappeared without a trace. This flat land looks very calm, it is like an earth-colored sea that can swallow and submerge everything. Even if it looks calm now, it is still producing a very strong suction force. The earth suddenly trembled and fluctuated. Qin Long and Qin Yun can see that the ground in the distance suddenly bulged up, something huge is about to come out. Hua, a black dragon head as big as a huge mountain slowly came out of the ground. This dragon head is very dreadful, it looks a bit like a human skull. Blood is bubbling out of the black skull, it looks like a huge rotten dragon body. After the dragon head came out of the ground, it let out a sharp roar and released an incomparably bitter evil energy. An incomparably fierce evil aura swept out, and the starry night sky was instantly covered by a dense evil aura. This is Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon. After Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon rushed out of the ground, not long after its rotten body appeared, it submerged into the thick black evil mist. Qin Yun is secretly alarmed. This Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon is very dreadful, even if its body is rotten, its might and evil power can cause people to feel incomparable fear. Soon after, a huge black city floated up. A group of very excited people stood on the city walls of that city. It's them. Qin Yun saw Devil Immortal Great Emperor and others. It is indeed those damned bastards. Qin Long cursed in low voice, his expression is very grave because their current situation is very dangerous. Fire Dragon Battle Evil Dragon Devil Immortal Great Emperor's group saw that Qin Yun is here and immediately shouted loudly. They did not attack because the situation here has not stabilized. Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon is flying in the sky, it is crazily absorbing heaven and earth energy, apparently it is repairing its damaged and rotten body. Dad, let's quickly leave. Qin Yun yelled. Qin Long pulled Qin Yun and quickly ran in the sky. Qin Yun wants to fly but no matter what, he cannot fly. Even if he used floating inscription ability, he cannot fly even a bit. It can be seen that there is a power suppressing flying here. What Qin Yun finds incomprehensible is that it is clearly suppressing flying creatures. Why can Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon fly? Such a huge Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon is flying in the sky, it looks very agile. While Qin Long and Qin Yun are running in the sky, many skeletons suddenly appeared from the ground below. Those black skeletons seem to be invisible within the evil energy pervading the earth, it is very difficult to see them. Fortunately, they have a pair of red light flickering eyes that can determine their location. What is this thing? Qin Yun said in shock, these skeletons are very strong. Initial form of evil ghosts and heavenly monsters. Qin Long said anxiously, these evil ghosts and heavenly monsters all have dragon blood. Qin Yun can also see that these skeletons have dragon claws on their hands and legs. Moreover, their backbone is very thick and solid, there is also a very long tail behind their waist bone. The original form of these skeletons was definitely that of a demi-dragon. Qin Long is running in the sky, his speed is very fast and his energy consumption is great. The ground below has not stabilized, he also doesn't dare to land because if he lands, he will most likely sink into the mud. What they need to do now is to leave the Dragon Forest area. Qin Yun is very worried about the Divine Inscription Mountain but the current situation is very urgent. Only by escaping from danger can he go look for the Divine Inscription Mountain. Those guys are chasing us. Qin Yun yelled, he took out 9 Heaven's Dragon Lion Cannon. Devil Immortal Great Emperor's group has 20 to 30 people chasing after them. They are all riding small and exquisite lizard dragons, they are very nimble as they fly over. This area is Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon's domain, so only he and those evil creatures can fly. Qin Long cursed in a low voice, heaven-defying sect and 9 Yang Palace bastards, they actually joined hands to release the Divine Universe Evil Dragon. Qin Yun now knows how terrifying the Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon is. In the Cloud Dragon Mountain range, he was an invincible existence. It was very difficult to reseal the Divine Universe Evil Dragon. Xianxia couldn't understand why such a terrifying Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon would be sealed in the Dragon Forest region where fighting and flying were prohibited. Furthermore, there seemed to be a mysterious power in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range that could release the power of heavenly punishment. However, the Divine Cosmic Evil Dragon had appeared, but the heavenly punishment had yet to appear. Xiaoyun, the situation in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range is indeed complicated, Ling Yin'er said. Xianxia nodded. Qinlong suddenly shouted, Xiaoyun, those guys are catching up. I'll give them a shot. Xianxia used the Nine Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon to blast behind him. He only shot out the energy of a sacred Xian silver crystal. The energy condensed by the sacred profound silver crystal was very strong. It turned into a ball of golden light and shot out. In this dark evil area, it was very dazzling. Boom, after that ball of energy blasted out, it exploded with a strong golden light behind it. The group of small salamanders that were chasing closely behind it were also blocked for a while. And on the ground, there are still many black skeleton dragon men chasing after it. Xianxia continued using the Nine Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon to blast below. As long as he doesn't use Star Cannonball, the cannon barrel won't be so hot that it can't be used. In this dangerous situation, Xianxia won't easily use Star Cannonball, it is used to deal with the most dangerous situation. Xianxia kept shooting energy balls, they are not very strong but their speed is very fast. If one is hit head-on, it will be like being enveloped by a frantic golden hot wind, causing one's speed to become very slow. Within the Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon's domain, only Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon and his evil dragon slaves can fly. Even those evil people from Immortal Desolate can't fly. Alliance Army and Variant Dragon Race are here, what's going on with these guys? Don't tell me they want to vow loyalty to Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon? Xianxia looked at Lang Chong and those strange-looking Outer Heaven Domain people behind him. Maybe they just want to cooperate with Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon. Although Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon is very strong, it is just broken free from the seal, it is still very weak. Qinlong said with frown, we must eliminate Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon, otherwise there will be endless troubles in the future. The group of people chasing after them saw Qinlong and Xianxia running very fast and gradually pulling away from them, they all became very anxious. Devil Immortal Great Emperor suddenly yelled, Lord Dragon Lord, quickly stop those two guys. That young brat has Divine Cosmos Golden Stone and Sun Soul on him, we must capture him and make his soul fly and scatter. Devil Immortal Great Emperor and Immortal Desolate Great Emperor both know that Xianxia's past life was Immortal King Fu Yun. Back then, they did not make Xianxia's past life's soul fly and scatter, that is why Xianxia was able to reincarnate. Now, after his rebirth, Xianxia has developed very well, he is a great threat to Devil Immortal Great Emperor and Immortal Desolate Great Emperor. They are very sure that as long as Xianxia continues to grow, it won't be long before he can exterminate them. Divine Cosmos Golden Stone? How big is it? Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon's thunderous voice arrived from the sky. Very big. Immortal Desolate Great Emperor yelled. Actually, no one knows how big Xianxia's Divine Cosmos Golden Stone is, they only know that it is very big. Roar, suddenly, a ferocious dragon roar shook the sky. A black energy aura rushed down from the sky, like a furious black waterfall pouring down in torrents. It brought along a kind of blood-colored thunder and lightning, its power is surging violently, its energy is swallowing the sky and swallowing the clouds. Qinlong also let out a dragon roar, flame shot out from his body, the throbbing flame formed a very strong barrier. This is body. Protecting dragon handle, Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon roared, the energy aura released is extremely dreadful. After it enveloped Xianxia and Qinlong, it bombarded the ground. Most of the skeletal dragon men on the ground had their bones shattered, while the group of small salamanders chasing behind them were also blown into the air. Those formidable immortal emperors can only tightly hug the small lizard dragons. They are extremely excited because Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon is finally attacking Xianxia and company. Xianxia is about to be killed, of course they are very excited, Xianxia is shocked in his heart, this Cloud Dragon Mountain range can actually contain such formidable existence. Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon's strength has already surpassed Immortal Realm. Even though he is very weak now, the power he erupted with is still very strong Saint Realm power. Qin Long's body protecting dragon handle is not weak, the mask on his face is gone, half of his face is flickering with Fire Dragon God Totem. After obtaining Fire Dragon God Totem, he can cultivate very weak divine power. Grasping weak divine power is very advantageous in Immortal Desolate and Sacred Desolate. If not for that weak divine power, Qin Long's body protecting dragon handle would not have been able to block Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon's attack. God Totem? Moreover, it is Fire Dragon God. A thunderous voice came from the sky, the voice is filled with astonishment. Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon laughed heartily and said, not bad, to me, this is a great tonic. Devil Immortal Great Emperor and others are very astonished to find out that it is someone with God Totem. Possessing God Totem means that he is a god with God position, he will be able to go to Divine Desolate in the future. Qin Yun is actually together with this kind of person. Qin Long continued madly rushing in the sky, he used his formidable power to break away from Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon's domain power. Those small lizard dragons did not continue chasing because with Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon taking action, others can just watch. Xiao Yun, we are about to leave the domain, Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon is about to attack. If we don't leave his domain before that, I will think of a way to protect you. Don't worry about me, I will be fine. Qin Long very solemnly said, even if I die, I can be reborn through my clone. Dad, you really have a clone? Qin Yin doesn't believe it, he feels that Qin Long is purposely saying this so that he can safely escape. It's true. Qin Long said. Suddenly a dragon roar resounded in the sky. Blood-colored lightning violently rushed down. The attack this time was much stronger than the previous one. Qin Long loudly roared, he unceasingly released his formidable power and condensed it into even stronger body protecting dragon handle to protect him and Qin Yun. But this blood-colored lightning is truly too strong. Qin Yun clenched his teeth, waved his hand and released 9 dragon rune heavenly sabers. After the dragon rune heavenly sabers surrounded Qin Yun and Qin Long, they formed a 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. That is 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. Lang Chong shouted in alarm, it can't be wrong, that is the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. Could it be that Qin Yun is the masked old man? The group of people from the 9 Yang Divine Palace suddenly reacted. Earlier it was the stone tablet that formed the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation, now it is the large saber, although it is different, the fluctuation is the same, an old man from the Alliance army said in shock, the masked old man is that bastard Qin Yun. This guy has the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation, that means he can use the power of Divine Universe Golden Stone. Alliance army, variant dragon race, 9 Yang Palace, dark royal race and other evil factions people are all filled with envy and jealousy. Qin Yun and Princess Yi are very close, apparently he also knows that brat from Ping family, the masked old man must be Qin Yun, no wonder Princess Yi could awaken her 9 sun bloodline, she must have awakened it through his 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. Dark royal race old man gritted his teeth and said, this damn Qin Yun, quickly kill him. Qin Yun released the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation to block Divine Universe Evil Dragon's formidable attack. Divine Universe Evil Dragon furiously roared, 9 dragon heavenly origin formation? There is actually such a great formation in this world. Back then, 9 Yang royal race used the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation to seal me, whoever possesses this formation must die. Xiao Yun, I will fight it out with him. Qin Long suddenly shouted, release the Divine Universe Golden Stone, release its power and inject it into my body. Will this work? Qin Yun is somewhat worried. Qin Yun moved the box containing the Divine Universe Gold Stone into the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon. After the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon's box was opened, the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin Formation sensed the divine space power within and immediately extracted it. The 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin Formation quickly absorbed the power of the Divine Universe and released a 9-colored radiance. Qin Yun controlled the array and released the energy to quickly infuse it into Qin Long's body. At this moment, a huge black dragon tail swept down. The dragon tail had no scales, only rotten flesh and black bones, but its power was incomparably terrifying. The dragon's tail chopped down like a mountain-splitting axe, causing the surrounding space to shatter and tear. Qin Long roared. After his body absorbed a large amount of God Cosmos power, he actually turned into a fiery red dragon. Dad. Xianxia is very alarmed, he never expected Qianlong to transform into a dragon. The fire dragon rushed over and bit onto the divine cosmic evil dragon's massive tail before spewing out a 9-colored flame. At that moment, the 9 Dragons Heaven Origin formation was still pouring out 9-colored energy into Qianlong's body. Ling Yun'er was also very anxious as she said, "Xiaoyun, father's strength is still not as strong as that guy. This can't go on. Do you want me to take out the floating cloud pagoda and hide inside?" Qianyan asked. No. If he hid inside, he would definitely be sealed by them. The 9 Yan Palace, the Alliance Army, the mutated dragon race, the Dark Royal race, and the heaven-defying sect, if they join forces, it won't be difficult for them to seal you. Ling Yun'er hurriedly said. In his fire dragon form, Qianlong was only just barely able to hold off the divine cosmic evil dragon, but this was not a long-term solution. The reason why Qianyan is able to float in the air is because of the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Array's power. 2 huge dragons were fighting fiercely in the sky. Fire clouds and black evil mist intertwined. Sometimes it was dusky, and sometimes it was blazing. Those guys are coming over. Qianyan cursed in his heart when he saw Devil Immortal Great Emperor and others riding small lizard dragons. He quickly stored the dragon stripe heavenly blade into the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon. The 9 Dragons Heaven Origin Array was still operating within the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon, and it could still release the power of the 9-colored divine universe for Qianlong to absorb. Qianyan stuffed in a star cannon shell and shot it at the group of people rushing over. Boom! An incomparably terrifying explosion engulfed the group of small salamanders. Qianyan doesn't know what happened to the people inside. He can only tightly hold on to the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon. The 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon was very hot, but because of the power of the divine universe metallic rock within it, it was able to activate the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin Array. He could only rely on the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon to hover. Qianlong fought in the air, biting onto the divine universe evil dragon's neck as it roared and spat out flames. "Xiaoyun, you go." Qianlong roared, "I can stall this guy." Qianyan has already stuffed in the second star cannonball and shouted, "Dad, get out of the way, I will shoot him." The 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon is very hot. Qianyan endured the heat and inserted a star cannon shell. Boom! The star cannonball shot out and slammed into the center of the divine cosmic evil dragon's massive body, causing the black dragon bones to shatter. Large amounts of black bone fragments floated down like black rocks raining down from the sky. "All of you must die," the divine universe evil dragon roared, his furious roar like thunder. Qianyan furiously roared, "The one who will die is you." Qianyan finished speaking and stuffed in another star cannonball, but he can't fire it. After firing 2 powerful star cannonballs, the cannon barrel is unbearably hot. Although the runes inside are not damaged, the energy inside has been blocked. Qianyan endured the incomparable heat and grabbed the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon with both hands. His hands looked like they were melting and stuck together with the cannon barrel. In this dangerous situation, Qianyan doesn't care about anything else. He wanted to use mental power to control the cannon but discovered that it is too hot, he can't use mental power at all. "Quickly leave." Qianlong, who has turned into a fire dragon, loudly roared. He swept his tail and shot out a flame ball that wrapped around Qianyan and sent him flying. Qianlong can see that Qianyan has reached his limit. If this continues, he and Qianyan won't be able to leave. Qianyan is completely helpless after being wrapped up by the flame ball. He can only shout loudly and fly away with the flame ball. Qianlong's timing is very good. Devil Immortal Great Emperor's group of evil people have been scattered by Qianyan's cannon, and Divine Universe Evil Dragon's body has also been hit. Therefore, now is the best time to make Qianyan leave. The flame ball is very fast and flew out of Divine Universe Evil Dragon's domain in a short while. After Qianyan struggled free from the weakened flame ball, he looked towards the battlefield. He is floating in the sky and tightly clenching his burnt hands. "Dad." Qianyan wants to fly over, but he suddenly sensed that Qianlong's aura is becoming weaker and weaker. "Xiaoyun, quickly leave. Divine Universe Evil Dragon is coming." Ling Yun'er anxiously yelled. After leaving Divine Universe Evil Dragon's domain, the Heaven Leaping Shuttle can now fly. He entered the heaven-leaping shuttle and controlled it to fly very fast. His eyes are filled with tears because he doesn't know what is happening to Qianlong, and Divine Universe Evil Dragon is chasing after him. Heaven-defying sect, you bunch of bastards, release Divine Universe Evil Dragon, I will not let you off. Qin Yan is controlling the heaven-leaping shuttle to fly at top speed. He doesn't know where he is going, he is only crazily flying towards a certain direction. Daybreak arrived. The heaven-leaping shuttle has not stopped. Divine Universe Evil Dragon is also not chasing after him. Qin Yan, who is filled with anxiety and hatred, took out a soul-chasing talisman. The soul-chasing talisman is emitting light on his hand that has been scalded to the point bones can be seen. This is Qianlong's soul-chasing talisman, it is still emitting light, it means his soul fluctuation is still there. Qin Yan let out a long sigh and leaned back on the chair. He feels very tired. Now his hands are in great pain. Although it was painful before, because he was worried about his father and was running for his life, his attention was diverted. Now that he has relaxed, he feels that his hands are in great pain. He looked at Xiaohua's soul-chasing talisman and discovered that it is still reacting, so he began treating his hands. Xiao Yun, Dad will be fine. During the great battle, the situation was too urgent, so you didn't notice that Dad absorbed a great amount of Divine Universe Golden Stone's energy. Ling Yin'er said. Is that so? Qin Yan indeed didn't notice. 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation and Divine Universe Golden Stone had great activity at that time. I noticed it, especially 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation, it transformed a very strong flame power and poured it into Dad's body. Ling Yin'er said. I wonder how Dad is now, should I go find him? Qin Yan asked. Don't go for now. Pay attention to his soul-chasing talisman, if it moves, it means he has already escaped. That Divine Universe Evil Dragon needs Divine Universe Golden Stone and also wants to destroy 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation, so he immediately chased after you. Dad must have escaped at that time. Ling Yin'er said. That Divine Universe Evil Dragon is truly dreadful. Qin Yan recalled how Divine Universe Evil Dragon's rotten body was still able to erupt with such formidable power, his heart is filled with fear. You shot him with a cannon but you still couldn't do anything to him. That cannon was shot with Divine Universe power. Divine Universe Evil Dragon belongs to the evil ghosts and heavenly monsters, they are not afraid of Divine Universe power but they are a bit afraid of 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation. Ling Yin'er said. The heaven-leaping shuttle continued flying at high speed. Qin Yan is inside the control room, checking all kinds of soul-chasing talismans from time to time. He looked at Qianlong's soul-chasing talisman and said with frown, it's been so long, Dad's direction hasn't changed, could it be that he hasn't moved? If that's the case, then he might have been captured. Xiao Yun, quickly become stronger. Ling Yin'er is also worried that Qin Yan will suddenly run over to find Qianlong. She is very clear that with Qin Yan's current strength, facing Divine Universe Evil Dragon can only lead to death. Not to mention Qin Yan, even if Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor, Immortal Desolate Sacred Master and other Righteous Alliance experts were called over, they might not be able to capture Divine Universe Evil Dragon. Furthermore, inside the huge city where Divine Universe Evil Dragon is, there must be many powerful Evil Dragon subordinates. Xiao Yun, you have the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation and Divine Universe Golden Stone, they are your greatest trump cards. You can become even stronger here, you must believe in yourself. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yan stored away Qianlong's soul-chasing talisman and said, I hope Dad can hold on, even if he is captured, nothing will happen to him. As long as Divine Universe Evil Dragon is not stupid, he will not kill Dad to obtain the Divine Universe Golden Stone in your hands. Ling Yin'er is now certain that Qianlong has been captured. Qin Yan doesn't dare to take out the Divine Universe Golden Stone, he is worried that his position will be exposed. He took out Xiaohua's soul-chasing talisman, the direction has changed, it means that the Divine Inscription Mountain can still move. Quickly return to the Divine Inscription Mountain. Ling Yin'er said, find Princess Anya, maybe she knows about Divine Universe Evil Dragon. It happened very suddenly. Qin Yan and Qianlong were outside when the Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon suddenly appeared. It produced a tyrannical energy and instantly created a chaotic space. The divine inscription mountain has very strong spatial power, so when the space became chaotic, it was shaken away by the spatial fluctuation. Xianxia controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle and flew towards the divine inscription mountain. While flying, he discovered that the divine inscription mountain is also coming over. 2 days later, Xianxia finally saw the divine inscription mountain. The divine inscription mountain is still maintaining its defensive state. Little Black Donkey has activated the formidable Black Tortoise Great Formation. Even so, the divine inscription mountain is still heavily damaged. After Xianxia entered the divine inscription mountain, Xiaohua and the others' expression became grave. How did the divine inscription mountain suffer such great damage? After Xianxia came in, he saw that everyone is fine and relaxed a lot. We were caught by a dragon. Luckily we were able to escape in time. Mountain God said. Princess Anya looked at Xianxia and said, "Where is your father?" I don't know, he might have been caught. Xianxia said while clenching his fists. That is Divine Universe Evil Dragon. I really didn't expect that it would be sealed under the Dragon Forest area. Princess Anya lightly sighed and patted Xianxia's shoulder to comfort him. Tianqing, since Princess Anya could recognize that it was a divine cosmic evil dragon, she definitely knew about the divine cosmic evil dragon. Xianxia. Divine Universe Evil Dragon is very powerful. Back then, the Nine-Yang royal family could only seal the Divine Universe Evil Dragon, but they could not kill it. Princess Anya shook her head and said, Divine Universe Evil Dragon has broken through the seal and has not recovered to his peak yet. There is still hope to seal him again. Xianxia frowned and said, Seal? I want to destroy him. Princess Anya sighed. The Divine Universe Evil Dragon was a very powerful existence back in the Divine Desolate. The Nine-Yang royal family in the Divine Wilderness had a hard time sealing this thing. It's already not bad that we were able to seal the Divine Universe Evil Dragon again. Things that couldn't be killed could only be sealed. Previously, the heavenly monster that immortal Venerable Heartless fought against was sealed in that tomb city because he was unable to kill it. Even the Nine Sons royal family was unable to kill the Divine Universe Evil Dragon back then, much less the current us. Princess Anya continued, back then, the Nine Sons royal family had the Divine Universe Golden Stone and the Nine Dragons Heavenly Origin Formation, but they couldn't completely destroy those powerful evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Xianxia is very unwilling. He sat on the grass and punched the ground. He cursed, heaven-defying sect, Nine-Yang Palace, these guys are helping Divine Universe Evil Dragon break the seal. What's the benefit? Aren't they afraid of being killed by the Divine Universe Evil Dragon? Xiaohua said, Boss, this place is the Sun Sacred Land. Although Shen Cosmos Evil Dragon broke through the seal of that city, he shouldn't be able to leave the Sun Sacred Land. The Sun Holy Land is like a cage. Princess Anya nodded. Even if the Divine Universe Evil Dragon goes out, it will not be able to survive in the Nine Desolate, because the last 3 sons of the Nine Desolate will fall sooner or later. Xianxia said, those evil forces released the Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon, they must have some goal. Maybe the Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon agreed to their conditions. Princess Anya paced back and forth a few steps and said, if that's the case, then Divine Universe Evil Dragon will most likely agree to help them obtain the item from the Immortal Graveyard. The Immortal Graveyard was extremely mysterious. It was a place that everyone in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range was searching for. Xianxia could not contact Xiaoqiru. He only knew that Xiaoqiru and the others were in a certain direction. I can't let those bastards succeed. Xianxia was very anxious when he thought that his father might fall into the hands of the heaven-defying sect. He took out the soul-chasing talisman to take a look and found that there was no reaction from it. Xianxia looked at the soul-chasing talisman in his hand and was completely stunned. His mind went blank. There was no reaction from the Qin-Long soul-chasing talisman. This meant that Qin-Long was dead. Princess Anya and Xiaohua shouted a few times from the side, but Xianxia did not hear them. Xianxia's eyes widened as he looked at the soul-chasing talisman in his palm. He could not believe that it was real. Xianxia, your father will be fine. Princess Anya suddenly felt an extremely evil aura surging out of Xianxia's body. She quickly pressed his shoulders with both hands. No, my father is dead. Xianxia's voice trembled as he shook his head and shouted, he is dead. The sinister aura that surged out of Xianxia's body grew stronger and stronger. After Xiaohua, Shimandazhuang, and the mountain god felt it, they were all terrified. Princess Anya pressed Qin Yan's shoulders with both hands, shook his body and shouted, "No, he has the fire dragon god's divine position, he has the divine position totem, his soul will not be destroyed so easily. Even if he is killed now, after a period of time, he can use the divine position totem to regenerate his soul. In short, it is very difficult for people with divine position totem to die." "You must be lying to me." Qin Yan shouted, he did not believe it. "Believe me," Princess Anya said very seriously, "if you don't believe me, then you can kill me. My soul can be reborn with the help of the divine position totem. I will let you see the process." "Boss, calm down. Believe in Princess Anya," Xiaohua also quickly said. Qin Yan looked at Princess Anya. His eyes were already dark. Ling Yan'er kept calling him but he could not hear her. Princess Anya stamped her feet anxiously, took off the mask on her face and said, "Qin Yan, quickly kill me. Do you see the moon dragon god totem on my face? After I die, my soul will be attached to the totem. After my soul sleeps, when it is safe, my soul can be reborn." On Princess Anya's jade-like face, a faint purple rune appeared. The rune is very complex and flowing on half of her face. It is the combination of moon totem and dragon totem. Princess Anya only has half of her face without the divine position totem. That half of her face is very beautiful. Just half of her face is incomparably cold and elegant. Her beautiful eyes are full of coldness and sternness. This face is very familiar to Qin Yan. When Qin Yan saw Princess Anya's face, he calmed down in an instant. The evil power in his body was suddenly suppressed into the nether sun. Qin Yan's mood is extremely complicated. "Humph." Princess Anya snorted, "Qin Yan, I overestimated you. I thought you were a person who could face anything calmly." She put on the mask and her tone was full of disappointment. Qin Yan was speechless. He can only choose to believe Princess Anya's words. "If you don't believe my words, how can we cooperate?" Princess Anya said coldly, "You are a person with a heavy responsibility. No matter what death you encounter, you must calm down." "But, my father." Qin Yan sighed and closed his eyes. "If you couldn't control yourself just now, not only would you be finished, we would also be finished." Princess Anya sternly reprimanded, "You and we are finished. Who will avenge your father? Besides, as long as his soul is still there, nothing will happen to him." Although Princess Anya's voice is cold, it is slightly hoarse. Just now, she felt the terrible power in Qin Yan's body. It is something that Qin Yan was born with. Once he loses control, he will fall into the evil path. Qin Yan took a few deep breaths and said, "So, what are we going to do next? What else can you do besides becoming stronger?" Princess Anya's tone is very cold and she continued to reprimand, "You are like a child who easily loses control. Obviously, you have such a powerful power but you can't suppress it. It is really dangerous to be with you." Qin Yan lowered his head. He also knows that this is indeed a big problem for him. When he was young, he was like this. That time, Xianxia suppressed it and then Qi Malian helped him erase that memory to prevent it from relapsing. "Qin Yan, when you saw me just now, why did you suddenly calm down?" Princess Anya asked, "Did you remember something? How could you be her?" Qin Yan is very familiar with that face. He never expected that Princess Anya's appearance would be the same as Bing Xing's. Of course, Princess Anya's voice and figure are different from Bing Xing's, so Qin Yan did not find her familiar before. Bing Xing was formed from the star spirit and landed on the moon. Later, she joined the Guanghan Palace and became acquainted with Qin Yan's previous life immortal King Fu Yun. Later, Bing Xing was sealed in the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range and was saved by Qin Yan after reincarnation. The two of them also had many entanglements. Qin Yan is certain that this Princess Anya is older than Bing Xing. Because not long after Princess Anya was born, she was sealed. When the Dark Royal race and Imperial race returned to the Immortal Desolate to fight, Princess Anya came out from the seal. "Who? You've seen me before?" Princess Anya is also very puzzled. "Do you have an avatar?" Qin Yan asked. "I can answer you with certainty, I don't have an avatar," Princess Anya said. "Strange, why do you look exactly the same as a woman I know?" It's just that your voice and figure are different. Qin shook his head. Whatever, it might be a coincidence. Princess Anya is also somewhat astonished and asked, where is that woman? Did she also come to the Cloud Dragon mountain range? In the Guanghan Palace. Qin said, are you sure you don't have an avatar? Absolutely not. Princess Anya said. Why are you so sure? Qin is still somewhat suspicious that Bing Xing is Princess Anya's avatar because they have the same face. My 8 soul and 8 spirit have been sealed, I still have 1 soul and 1 spirit. How can I have an avatar? Princess Anya said. That's true. Qin nodded. To create an avatar that can be reborn, he would need 1 soul and 1 spirit. At the very least, he would need 1 soul. Qin waved his hand and said, I'm going to rest. He released the floating cloud pagoda, went inside and took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master. Qin wanted to contact the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master and ask him about the situation. Uncle, I know about you coming to the Cloud Dragon mountain range. You are truly worthy of being my uncle. As soon as you arrived, you provoked the strongest heaven-defying sect here. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master laughed. Where are you? Are the people from the Guanghan Palace with you? Qin asked. Guanghan Palace, only those girls didn't come with me. They said they had their own things to do and then left. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said, I don't know where they went. After they left, we met people from Heaven Creation City and then we went to Heaven Creation City. Heaven Creation City? Qin asked in shock, what is this? It's a city that suddenly appeared. Hee, this Heaven Creation City is very powerful. Not to mention that it's very big, there's even the Divine Inscription Palace and the Nine-Yang Divine Palace inside. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master laughed, they even helped me transform my body. That's right, those guys who went to the Imperial Race Divine Palace were not really from the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. They were chased out by the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Qin is extremely alarmed. The Cloud Dragon mountain range actually has a Heaven Creation City. He suspects that the Heaven Creation City is most likely the one that sealed the Evil Dragon City back then. The Cloud Dragon mountain range still has the power of the past. How is the situation in Heaven Creation City? Can I go over? Qin asked. Of course you can, but when the time comes, you should keep a low profile. I will quietly bring you into the city. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said, I am worried that the good things on your body will be coveted. But don't worry, Immortal Desolate Dragon Race, Nether Sect, my Immortal Desolate Sacred Palace and Heartless Immortal Venerable can guarantee that you won't be bullied. Haha, you are so awesome, no one should be able to bully you, right? Heaven Creation God Palace. Although the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master is sometimes rather stupid, he can still see that Qin's mood is rather low. Sir Divine King, what's wrong? I have never seen you like this before. From your voice, you don't seem to be in a very good mood. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master asked seriously, did you encounter some difficulties? Immortal Desolate Sacred Master, let me ask you something. You must answer me truthfully. Qin suddenly said very solemnly. Speak. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said, if I know, I will definitely answer you truthfully. If a person with a divine position totem dies, does that mean that they will die forever? I heard that souls can be reborn through divine position totem. It's very difficult for this kind of person to die, right? Qin said. That's right. In the Divine Desolate, many people with divine position totem have been killed more than once or twice. If it is done well, it can be reborn. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said, but there are exceptions, not everyone can be reborn and resurrected. Qin more or less has some confidence in his heart. He thought that Princess Yu was lying to him. What Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said, there is a glimmer of hope in his heart. It is possible for his father to be reborn. How is the situation in Heaven Creation City? Qin asked. What he needed to do now was to quickly become stronger and then meet up with Xiaoqiru and the others to discuss the matter of going to the Immortal Graveyard. Because in the Immortal Graveyard, there is his father's true body. Qin Long had said before that he had a very powerful body and was sealed in the Immortal Graveyard. If Qin Long's soul was still there, then as long as he entered the immortal graveyard and found Qin Long's true body, he would be able to revive very quickly. Now, if Qin Yin wanted to revive his parents, he could only enter the immortal graveyard. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said, the situation in Heaven Creation City, in short, this place is safe. At least the few great powers in Heaven Creation City are all good to us. Oh? There are several great powers inside? Qin Yun is somewhat surprised. He thought that Heaven Creation City was a collective. Divine Inscription Palace, Nine Yang Divine Palace, Heaven Creation God Palace. The Heaven Creating Divine Palace is the core that is responsible for the operation of the entire Heaven Creation City. The City Lord of Heaven Creation City is also from the Heaven Creating Divine Palace. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said, there are only 3 great powers in total. They are not united. They have different opinions on many matters. If Heaven Creation City had really sealed the Evil Dragon City before, then it would be possible to seal the Divine Universe Evil Dragon again. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master, have you heard of Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon? Qin Yan asked. I have heard of Xinyu Tianlong. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said, Sir Divine King, what happened to you before? Tell me, maybe I can help? Qin Yan sighed and told the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master about the Divine Universe Evil Dragon. After the Sacred Master of Immortal Desolate heard this, he cursed loudly, those bastards are really causing trouble. No wonder Heaven Creation City suddenly appeared. This city is most likely here to fight against the Evil Dragon City. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master, go inquire about this matter. I want to know more about Divine Universe Evil Dragon. Qin Yan said. All right. There is an ancient Nine Yang Divine Palace here, they are very good to me. I will go find their elders and ask. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said, I have news, I will immediately contact you. You have my soul-chasing talisman, right? Directly come to the vicinity of Heaven Creation City and inform me when you arrive. Qin Yan and Immortal Desolate Sacred Master cut off contact, his current mood also relaxed a lot. He walked out of the floating cloud pagoda and saw Princess Anya sitting outside the door, waiting. Seeing Qin Yan come out, she immediately got up and asked, Qin Yan, where are you going? I'm fine, don't worry. Qin Yan pulled Princess Anya and entered the floating cloud pagoda. He is very curious about the relationship between Princess Anya and Bing Xing. He suspects that Xiaqiru definitely knows about it. Because Xiaqiru knows Princess Anya. When Bing Xing landed on the moon, Xiaqiru also knew Bing Xing. What's the matter? Princess Anya asked. Princess, you said that you have been looking for someone. You even asked me to help you find that person and it turns out that I am the person you are looking for. Qin Yan said, why are you looking for me? As I said, I am looking for you to get back 3 things. 9 Yang Divine Spirit, 9 Yin Divine Spirit, 9 Desolate Divine Saber. Are you out of your mind? It hasn't been a long time and you don't remember? Princess Anya said. Qin Yan doesn't think so. He shook his head, I don't think it's that simple. You are looking for me, there must be something else. Princess Anya sighed, to be honest, in addition to those 3 things, I am looking for you for other important things. I don't know what it is. It's just a strong consciousness in the depths of my soul. I have to find the 8 souls and 8 spirits to know. Qin Yan knew that Princess Anya must have something else to talk to him about. Let's not talk about this, have you heard of Heaven Creation City? Qin Yan asked. How do you know about Heaven Creation City? What did you suddenly remember? Princess Anya said in surprise. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master told me. Qin Yan told Princess Anya about Heaven Creation City. After Princess Anya heard this, she was very surprised, I didn't expect that this city is still here. Qin Yan asked doubtfully, what do you mean? What do you mean it's still here? Why are the 9 Yang Divine Palace and the Divine Inscription Palace in Heaven Creation City? It's very difficult for me to explain to you. You only need to know that Heaven Creation City is the last foundation of the 9 Sun Royal family. I always thought it was destroyed. I didn't expect it to be hidden in the Sun Holy Land. Princess Anya appeared somewhat excited and said, let's hurry to Heaven Creation City. Those guys who went to the Imperial Race Divine Palace claimed to be from the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. They were all driven out. Qin Yin said again, they are not people of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. They all joined the Nine-Yang Palace. They have a share in releasing the Divine Universe Evil Dragon. These guys are really not people of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. It's normal for them to be driven out. As soon as they came to the Imperial Race Divine Palace, they asked for the Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin formation. Princess Anya snorted. She was besieged by that group of people. Qin Yin and Princess Anya walked out of the floating cloud pagoda and let the mountain god start moving the divine inscription mountain towards the vicinity of Heaven Creation City. On the way to Heaven Creation City, Qin Yin took out a few soul-chasing talismans. They belonged to Xiaoyuan, Xieqiru, and Yang Shuriwei. They are all in the same direction, that means they are all together. Xiaoyuemei and Lan Yuqing are in another direction. Black Rat Baizhe and other powerful inscription beasts are also in another direction. I wonder where Sister Kiru and others are going. Qin Yin sighed inwardly. He wants to chase after them, but he feels that his strength is not enough. If Xieqiru really wanted to find him to complete the immortal graveyard diagram, she would have definitely come to find him. Now that she has not come to find him, it means that she has other important things to do. Ling Yin'er said, Xiaoyun, the Divine Universe Evil Dragon and those evil forces are a great threat. If we complete the immortal graveyard diagram and find the immortal graveyard, we will create a great commotion and be discovered by those guys. It will be very troublesome. The immortal graveyard diagram is very important. If the immortal graveyard appears and causes fluctuation, it will be sensed by the Divine Universe Evil Dragon. It will be very dangerous. Also, he doesn't know what the purpose of Heaven Creation City is. The things hidden in the immortal graveyard are too important. They are the key to resurrecting Qin Yin's parents. There are also Xieqiru's moon god divine seat, Qin Yin's 8 spiritual and 9 physical souls, as well as Princess Anya's 8 spiritual and 8 physical souls. In addition, Xieqiru's powerful body is also sealed in the immortal graveyard. Yun'er, back then, the Devil Immortal Great Emperor and the Immortal Desolate Great Emperor seem to have been instructed by the Nine-Yang Divine Palace to build the immortal graveyard. Why would the Nine-Yang Divine Palace instruct them to do this? Qin Yin is very puzzled. Don't think too much, just be wary of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. The Nine-Yang Divine Palace in Heaven Creation City should not be the one instructing the 2 great emperors. Ling Yin'er said. The Nine-Yang Divine Palace is the same as the Divine Inscription Palace. They are distributed in several great desolate and operate independently. 3 days later, the Divine Inscription Mountain arrived near Heaven Creation City. The trees in the mountain forest near Heaven Creation City are relatively normal, they are not grotesque. The Divine Inscription Mountain is hidden in those mountain forest. Qin Yin contacted the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said that he would come personally. Not long after, the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master arrived. He has a fat head and big ears, he has a very long beard that hangs down to his stomach. He is wearing battle armor and looks very majestic. Qin Yin teleported the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master in. Amazing, admirable, awesome, you actually brought this mountain here. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master stood on the grass in the space inside the Divine Inscription Mountain and said with a smile. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master looked at Princess Anyi and said, Princess Anyi, you really mixed with Qin Yin. I heard that you are the only bloodline of the 9-son royal family. The Imperial race people are with you? Are they also in Heaven Creation City? Princess Anyi asked. Our strength is not bad and Heaven Creation City needs helpers, they are quite good to us. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said with a smile. How much does Heaven Creation City know about the Evil Dragon City? Qin Yin asked. I asked, they only said that the Evil Dragon City's seal will be broken during this period of time, this is all predetermined. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said with frown, they also know how powerful the Divine Universe Evil Dragon is. They said that they will do their best to seal the Divine Universe Evil Dragon. If they can't succeed, they can only leave the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. Predetermined? Why did they say that? Princess Anyi said. I don't know, that's what they said. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master looked at Xiao Hua and others and said with smile, There are too many of you, I can't bring so many people into the city. I won't go, I'll just stay here. Shiman Dazhuang said. In his opinion, the interior of the Divine Inscription Mountain is the safest. I also won't go. Shiman Qinglian said with smile, staying here is pretty good. Xiao Hua and others also don't plan to go out. The Divine Inscription Mountain needs someone to operate it. Can Princess Yi go in? Qin Yan asked. She is wearing a mask, I'm afraid it's not very convenient, the immortal desolate sacred master said with frown. Also, the imperial race is rejecting her. The sacred leader of the immortal desolate region could only agree. The reason why Qin Yan wants to enter Heaven Creation City is mainly because Immortal Desolate's sacred master and Princess Anya said that Heaven Creation City is very strong and there might be a way to deal with Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon. Qin Yan knows that the Divine Cosmos Goldstone can't defeat the Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon, so he plans to enter Heaven Creation City and cultivate while searching for a way to fight against the Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon. Just like that, the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master left the Divine Inscription Mountain with Qin Yan and Princess Anya. On the other hand, the Divine Inscription Mountain stayed away from Heaven City and wandered around. If Xiao Yuemei, He Shu, and Bai Zhe return, they will also return to Divine Inscription Mountain. They flew in the air, and not long after, they saw the Heaven City. Heaven City is completely different from what Qin Yan imagined. In Qin Yan's imagination, Heaven Creation City should be a very ancient city. It will give people a very ancient feeling, just like Evil Dragon City. The Heaven City in front of him seemed to be built on a huge golden square stone. From high up in the sky, they could see that the city had a golden base that was tens of thousands of meters long and wide. The huge square stone pieces were shrouded in immortal mist. There were many magnificent buildings and palaces in the city, and the gardens were filled with dense mist. There were also several rivers in the city. This was an extremely prosperous city. That base is the foundation of the city. It's a super huge array disk. Qin Yan is very certain as he praised, the materials used should be divine level materials. Princess Anya said, this Heaven City is very powerful. There should be divine universe goldstones inside. Whether or not they have the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation, I'm not sure. In the sky near Heaven City, from time to time, there would be pairs of armored experts flying on the back of giant dragons. They were patrolling the surroundings of Heaven City. The entire city gave off an indestructible feeling. Although all sorts of powerful barriers were very quiet and no aura surged out, they were very stable. After Qin Yan approached, he said with certainty, the barrier here was set up using Daoyan runes. The inscriptions were changing. Moreover, the inscriptions had the power of regeneration. Even if they were destroyed, they could quickly repair themselves. Moreover, the key inscriptions are all changing. It is difficult to damage the key inscriptions to break the formation. Also, these defensive boundaries and great formations don't need maintenance. They have their own spiritual bodies and are responsible for protecting themselves. Qin Yan sighed with emotion. This is the first time he has seen such a powerful barrier formation. This Heaven Creation City was so powerful that he suddenly felt that the Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon was not so invincible. To be able to set up a protective formation like the Heaven Creation City, it was still possible to seal the Divine Universe Evil Dragon again. Of course, if the Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon is only sealed, Qin Yan will be very unwilling. Because in his opinion, the Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon must be completely exterminated. Heaven Creation City is so awesome. They might have researched a way to exterminate Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon. Qin Yan secretly thought. If Heaven Creation City had a way and he learned that method, not only would he be able to deal with the Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon, but he would also be able to deal with other powerful evil spirits and heavenly monsters. The gate of Heaven City released a bright golden light. The 3 words, Creation Heaven Gate, were also formed using Daoyan runes. They possessed a very strong aura. Standing outside the city gates, Qin Yan felt somewhat nervous. This was because the city gates had all sorts of barriers that seemed to be able to see through him. On the way here, the immortal desolate sacred master said that as long as they could enter the city gates, there would be no problem. The city gates have a barrier that detects evil spirits and heavenly monsters. If evil spirits and heavenly monsters wanted to pass, they would be discovered. Because the immortal desolate sacred master is a saint-level expert, he has quite a high position here. After all, he was once created by the 9 Yang divine palace. It is not a problem for him to bring 2 people into the city. Through the city gates, Qin Yan and Princess Anya entered very smoothly. However, just as they entered the city gates, a very powerful aura enveloped them. A white-haired old man wearing a golden brocade robe fell from the sky like a light and appeared on the ground, blocking the path of the immortal desolate sacred master and company. You are. The immortal desolate sacred master is somewhat alarmed and also very vigilant. Immortal desolate sacred master, right? Who is this person? The old man looked at Princess Anya and asked. The immortal desolate sacred master doesn't recognize the old man in front of him, he only knows that he is very strong. Princess Anya took out a token and said coldly, "It's me." The old man's pupils shrank, he is filled with shock and said in a low voice, "Heaven creation divine token? Come with me, I want to further confirm your identity." All right. Princess Anya walked over and said to Qin Yan, "I'll be fine, I'll come find you." The old man flew in the air with Princess Anya and disappeared in an instant. The immortal desolate sacred master said in a low voice, "You can't fly inside the heaven creation city." Since he can fly randomly, he must be a big shot of one of the 3 great powers inside the heaven creation city. There are many guards at the city gate. The immortal desolate sacred master walked towards a guard and asked, "Brother, who is that old man just now? Do you know him?" "How could I know that kind of person?" "He is from the Heaven Creation Divine Palace." "As for what position he has in the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, I don't know." The guard shook his head. Another guard said, "There are many big shots in the Heaven Creation City, we don't know them and we have never seen them before. In short, those who dare to fly randomly in the city are all very awesome, we can't afford to offend them." The immortal desolate sacred master nodded and said, "It seems like the few people I know are not awesome enough, none of them can fly randomly." Qin Yan is somewhat worried about Princess Anya because she is the only bloodline of the 9-son royal family and she has many good things on her body. Her heavenly fire god Fan is a sun spirit and a very powerful one at that. "Let's go, don't worry about her. If she says nothing will happen, then nothing will happen." The immortal desolate sacred master patted Qin Yan's shoulder and said with a smile, "Take me to see the immortal desolate dragon emperor." Qin Yan said, "It's very important." The immortal desolate sacred master nodded and immediately walked on the street. He called a car and entered the carriage with Qin Yan. After a short while, the car entered a manor. Qin Yan did not dare to use the Divine Universe Golden Stone in this Heaven Creation City because he was worried that he would be sensed. This is the place where the immortal desolate dragon race live. They are all very powerful dragons and the treatment they receive is also very good, the immortal desolate sacred master said with a smile. "The one in charge of receiving you, is it the Divine Inscription Palace or the 9-Yang Divine Palace? Or the Heaven Creation Divine Palace?" Qin Yan asked. "There is the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. There is also the Divine Inscription Palace and the 9-Yang Divine Palace." The immortal desolate sacred master said, "For example, the group of people from the Divine Inscription world and the Divine Inscription aristocratic family were taken away by the Divine Inscription Palace. And the group of people from the Imperial Race Divine Palace were taken away by the 9-Yang Divine Palace," the immortal desolate sacred master said. "Nether sect, immortal desolate holy palace and immortal desolate dragon race are taken care of by the Heaven Creation Divine Palace?" Qin Yan asked. The immortal desolate sacred master nodded and brought Qin Yan to a large hall. Not long after, the immortal desolate dragon emperor and Scarlet Sun dragon mother arrived. Qin Yan saw the 2 elders and immediately got up to greet them. "Where is that girl Yuqing?" Seeing Qin Yan, Scarlet Sun dragon mother knew that Long Yuqing will definitely come. She and Yuime are roaming everywhere." Qin Yan shook his head and sighed, "It's all my fault. I underestimated the danger of the Cloud Dragon mountain range, otherwise I would not have let them run around." "Don't worry about these 2 little girls, nothing will happen to them," the immortal desolate dragon emperor said with smile. "When they are together, it would be good if they don't cause a ruckus." Qin Yan said, "Senior, you don't know how powerful that Divine Universe Evil Dragon is." Soon after, he sat down and narrated what happened to Divine Universe Evil Dragon and his father Qin Long. The immortal desolate dragon emperor knows Qin Long. He also knows that Qin Long is the fire dragon god and also Qin Yan's father. After hearing Qin Yan's story, his expression became very grave. Xiao Fuyun, don't worry. He has the fire dragon god's divine throne inheritance, his face has a divine throne totem, his soul should be able to survive. He will definitely be able to leave and recover in a safe place. The Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother comforted. I hope so. The situation in the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range is too complicated. Qin Yan said, after the evil dragon city appeared, the heaven creation city appeared. The immortal desolate sacred master suddenly had something to do and wanted to leave. He said that he was going to meet his friends in the heaven creation city. The immortal desolate dragon emperor sent the immortal desolate sacred master out. After returning to the hall, Qin Yan said, do you still need the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation? Of course. The immortal desolate dragon emperor immediately replied, you can take your time. After all, it is the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, you can't rush it. The Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother said, Xiao Fuyun, the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation you released at the entrance of the Emperor Race Divine Palace is very powerful. Qin Yan said in low voice, I can give you the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation now. Let's talk somewhere else, the immortal desolate dragon emperor promptly said. He is also somewhat excited. The Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother is also the same. Because they have lost the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation for too long, it has always been a pain in their hearts. Qin Yan followed the two seniors and arrived at a very spacious secret room. After arriving, Qin Yan took out the 9-dragon rune heavenly steel. The energy source inside can store sacred Xian silver crystals and also stars. If there are divine universe golden stones or large amount of sun god crystals, that would be the best. If not, sacred Xian silver crystals can also be used. Qin Yan said. Very good, the immortal desolate dragon emperor looked at the 9-dragon rune heavenly steel and nodded his head in satisfaction and said with smile. Although I had some conflicts with your dragon race in my previous life, it was not a deep hatred. Now it can be considered to be written off. Qin Yan also felt a lot more comfortable. It's all that girl Yu Qing's fault. Actually, it has nothing to do with anyone. Our dragon race's 9-dragon heavenly origin formation is too ancient. No one can be blamed for it, the Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother said. It's not written off. I still owe you something, the immortal desolate dragon emperor said with smile. Xiao Fuyun, I said that I would give my dragon race's supreme treasure to you. Senior, do you have the dragon race's supreme treasure with you? Qin Yan is somewhat surprised. That is the dragon race's supreme treasure, of course I have to bring it with me, the immortal desolate dragon emperor said with mischievous smile. He took out a relatively large box and placed it on the ground. The box is very hot, it is square and half a person tall. The black box is actually flickering with white light, it is very strange. 9 Sun royal family left it behind? It should have been many years. Qin Yan said with frown, has it always been like this? Qin Yan observed for a moment and discovered that the runes on the surface are the kind of seal. They are also relatively strong and cannot be broken by brute force. Otherwise, it would cause the things inside to be damaged. You can put it away first. When you have time in the future, you can slowly play with it. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said. You should know how to use this 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, right? Qin Yan kept the treasure and looked at the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor and Red Sun Dragon Mother. The two old seniors were extremely excited. Although the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation wasn't very powerful, they were still very satisfied. It's not difficult at all. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said with smile, Xiao Fuyun, you are really amazing, you can really make a complete 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Qin Yan smiled and asked, is there a 9 dragons heavenly origin formation in this heaven creation city? Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor frowned, I'm not sure, I asked the people of the heaven creating god palace before, they did not answer directly. In short, if there really is a 9 dragons heavenly origin formation in Chuantian City, then that 9 dragons heavenly origin formation is probably very ancient. Red Sun Dragon Mother said, most of the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation was passed down from the 9 Suns royal family. Many years have passed, And it has not been easy for the ancient Nine Dragons' heavenly origin formation to be maintained until now. The Divine Wasteland's Nine Dragons' heavenly origin array can be maintained. This heaven creation city looks very powerful, it should be able to maintain it, right? Xianxia said, if Heaven City really has the Nine Dragon heavenly origin formation, then its overall strength is definitely not weak. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said, I can't be sure if they have the Nine Dragons heavenly origin formation, but they definitely have the Divine Universe Golden Stone. Little Floating Cloud, we haven't figured out the background of Heaven City yet, so you'd better not expose your Divine Universe Golden Rock. Red Sun Dragon Mother said, don't worry, we will definitely not leak the news of you entering Heaven City. The great powers that came from the Immortal Desolate have no enmity with Xianxia in the Heaven Creation City. They all have a tacit understanding and will not say too much about Xianxia. You can stay in this manner for the time being. The Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor smiled and said, if we encounter any problems, we can find you to solve them. All right. Xianxia nodded. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor brought him to a huge courtyard, where Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor and Red Sun Dragon Mother lived. Xianxia requested for a very large hall. He took out the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and placed it in the hall before entering the Heaven Leaping Shuttle's warehouse. After entering the warehouse, he took out the Dragon Clan's treasure, which was the black square box. The runes on the surface of the black square box were flowing. For the sake of safety, he even took out the 9 Dragon Mark Heavenly Blades. The dragon marking Heavenly Blade was inserted into the blade holder made from the Divine Universe Sky Dragon's dragon eggshell. It was extremely powerful, flickering with golden light. 9 Dragons Heaven Origin Formation Star. Following that, Xianxia let Momo come out. Little Momo, look at these runes. Can you make these runes lose effect and break the seal? Be careful, don't trigger the box to self-destruct. Xianxia said. This is a very strong seal, the runes are all Dao evolution runes. Momo flew around the box a few times and said in a tender voice, Big brother, I can make the inscription lose effect but I need some time. Momo is also constantly improving her abilities. She has her own understanding of Dao Yen runes. Alright, I am not in a rush. Xianxia said with smile. Momo flapped her wings and slowly flew around the box, as if she is looking for something. A seal formed by Dao Yen runes is indeed very difficult to break. Xianxia said. The runes are constantly changing, it is very difficult to find the weakest point. Momo said softly. Because the things inside the box are very important, Momo has to consider even more to break the barrier. She can't trigger the self-destruction runes. It was very difficult for Xianxia to break the seal but it was relatively easy for Momo. In just half an hour, Momo began to take action. Her eyes shot out 2 white lights that landed on a corner of the square box. After a while, the box suddenly became very black and no longer released white light. Success? Xianxia is pleasantly surprised. Momo, you are too awesome. Momo smiled tenderly and said, Big brother, you can open the lid now. Xianxia walked over and touched the box. He no longer released that burning hot energy. He previously thought that there was something very hot sealed inside but now it seems that it is just a very strange self-destruction seal. Back then, the 9 Sun Royal family's 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin formation was passed down until now but it is still so old that it cannot be used. This box's seal is still so powerful even now. Xianxia exclaimed. He let Momo enter the 9 Sun Divine Spirit before opening the lid. He is also worried that there would be something powerful inside. After the lid was opened, an incomparably dazzling light suddenly burst out. A kind of burning hot energy suddenly enveloped Xianxia. Xianxia felt as if his skin was about to be roasted. Fortunately, the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin formation suppressed the energy inside the box in time. Xianxia promptly closed the lid, his face is filled with shock. Inside the box, there are actually many small pieces of Divine Universe golden stones. They are all the size of rice grains. Because the light is too strong, he is unable to determine how many there are. He only knows that there are a lot of them. It might be even more than the great Divine Universe golden stones in his hands. Princess Xianxia said that this was left behind by the 9 Sun Royal family at its peak. She said that if the 9 Sun Royal family declines, they can use the things inside the box to rise again. Ling Yin'er said with smile, so it is a large amount of divine universe golden stones. When the Nine Sun royal family was at its peak, they could move unhindered across the 3,000 heavenly domains. One must know that every heavenly domain has countless stars. As for the divine universe metal stones, they were all born from those powerful stars. When the Nine Sun royal family was at its peak, it is very likely that they collected a large amount of divine universe golden stones. And then hid it in that box. Xianxia now understands why the runes on the box could be preserved for so long. So it is because of the energy of the divine universe golden stones. The most precious inheritance of the Nine Sun royal family has actually been obtained by me. Xianxia is very excited. The Nine Yang Divine Palace also seems to have a lot of divine universe golden stones. They previously gave one to the heartless immortal venerable and then caused him to suffer miserably. Ling Yin'er said, maybe the box that the Nine Yang Divine Palace obtained is relatively small, maybe it's just a small box of divine universe golden stones. Xianxia looked at the box and still finds it hard to believe. He said, this Nine Sun royal family is too awesome. Even if they moved unhindered across the 3,000 heavenly domains, they would not be able to obtain so many divine universe golden stones. Did they really plunder them from the 3,000 heavenly domains? The golden age of the Nine Sun royal family was several million years ago. At that time, the other heavenly domains must have had many celestial bodies similar to the sun. Ling Yin'er said. Let me take a look again, this time I am prepared, I won't be roasted again. Xianxia is very excited now. He has so many divine universe golden stones in his hands, he can overturn the heavens. Ling Yin'er said with smile, luckily you released the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation ahead of time. Those saber holders are made from dragon eggs, they can block the spatial fluctuations of such a large amount of divine universe golden stones. It's better to be prepared. Xianxia placed his hand on the lid of the box and said, this box is also a very awesome thing. It can actually seal so many divine universe golden stones. He controlled the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation to operate and then opened the lid. Intense light burst out again, but it was suppressed by the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation in an instant. Xianxia finally saw the divine universe golden stones inside. There are a lot of them, it is like half a box of golden rice grains. This caused him to be shocked speechless. It is even more than he imagined. Xiaoyun, did you notice that this box is very light? Ling Yin'er suddenly said, the divine universe golden stones are so heavy, but after entering this box, the box became very light. Right. I was just saying that it is strange. Xianxia now also realized that this box is abnormally light. Clearly, the material used to refine it is very special. This box is refined from a type of gravity divine stone. This box can become very heavy and also very light. Ling Yin'er said with smile, Xiaoyun, what did you think of now? It is the same as Nether Sun's gravity ability. It can make things heavy and also make them float. Xianxia said in shock, gravity divine stone, what kind of toy is this? Is it related to Nether Sun? Gravity divine stone comes from the core of Nether Sun. During the golden age of Nine Sun royal family, they actually found the core of Nether Sun. Ling Yin'er sighed and said. Xianxia grabbed the black box and said with sigh, so light, his divine universe golden stones are still very heavy inside the box. He used extinction spirit eye to look at the box to see if there is anything special about it. He suddenly discovered that there is something else inside the box. He hastily took out the floating cloud rod and stirred the surface of the box. Very soon, he saw a square palm-sized golden box. There is actually something inside. Xianxia is very pleasantly surprised. Half a box of divine universe golden stones already made him extremely happy. But inside the divine universe golden stones, there is a golden box. Xianxia promptly took out the golden box. What kind of thing is inside? The divine universe golden stones inside the box are the entire wealth of Nine Sun royal family. This box is also here, the thing inside must be extraordinary. Xianxia carefully looked at the box. He used extinction spirit eye to observe and discovered that the runes inside the box look like blood vessels. It looks like there is blood flowing inside. Big and small, very complicated Tao evolution runes are actually formed from blood vessels. There is blood flowing inside. This box looks like it is a life form evolved from Tao evolution runes. Xianxia's horizons have been greatly broadened. He once again saw another form of runes. The seal on this box must be very strong. I wonder if Momo can handle it. Xianxia said. After he put away the box of Divine Universe golden stones, he let Momo come out. When Momo saw the box, she cried out in alarm, "Big brother! This box is formed from heavenly runes. It is actually a box formed from heavenly runes and it even has flesh and blood. Can you open it?" Xianxia only wants to know what is inside. Dragon Emperor's Fury same bloodline? The descendant of the guy who made this box? Where should I go to find it? Xianxia looked at the box and held it in his hand. He can feel that there is blood flowing inside the box. Same bloodline, this is indeed very difficult to find. Momo frowned her charming eyebrows and shook her head, "Big brother, I can't open this box." Xianxia touched Momo's cute little face with his finger and said with smile, "I will think of a way, you should go rest first." He sent Momo back to the Nine Sun Divine Soul. The blood flowing inside the box seems to contain very powerful energy, otherwise it would be impossible to maintain the operation of the box. Xiaoyun, if this box needs to be opened by someone with the same bloodline, then maybe Princess Anya can. Ling Yin'er said, she is from the Nine Sun royal family. Xianxia also thought of Princess Anya before, but he felt that the Nine Sun bloodline inside her body was formed later on. It must be known that although Princess Anya is the only member of the Nine Sun royal family, her parents originally did not have the bloodline of the Nine Sun royal family. It is only after her parents married that they formed a new bloodline. Momo's meaning should be that we need the descendant of the person who made this box. Xianxia said, where can we find that person's descendant? What's more, the Nine Sun royal family should only have Princess Anya left, but she has a new Nine Sun bloodline. Ling Yin'er said, we will know once we find Princess Anya. The Divine Universe golden stone inside this box was left behind by the Nine Sun royal family to prevent them from rising again after their decline. They must have placed this bloodline heavenly rune box here to prepare for the descendant of the Nine Sun royal family. This box has been lying in this box for many years. It must have absorbed a lot of Divine Universe golden stone's energy to maintain it. Xianxia said. The thing inside must be very important to the Nine Sun royal family. Ling Yin'er said. Xianxia wants to find Princess Anya, but he doesn't know how to find her. When Princess Anya entered the city, she took a Heaven Creation token and left with an old man from the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Xianxia doesn't know where she went. She should be fine. That Heaven Creation Divine Palace should have a very close relationship with the Nine Sun royal family back then. Ling Yin'er said, the Heaven Creation token in her hands is not simple. Xianxia placed the box back into the box and let the blood in the box continue absorbing the Divine Universe Goldstone's energy. He looked at the half-filled chest of Divine Universe Goldstones in a daze. So many Divine Universe Goldstones could make him very strong. Other than that, it had many other uses. He had only used the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin Array to exchange for so many Divine Universe Goldstones. This was a huge profit. Because it was given to him by the immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor, he felt a little guilty. Yun'er, do you think I should tell them about this? Xianxia feels somewhat guilty in his heart because this is something that belongs to an acquaintance. Xiaoyun, this is a calamity stone. With so many calamity stones, do you think the immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor and the others would dare to take them? Ling Yin'er said, even the space god is afraid of this kind of calamity stone. Xianxia sighed and said, but I feel somewhat apologetic. Ling Yin'er said with a smile, little Yun, since you can obtain it, it means that this is your opportunity and you deserve it. If you feel bad, just give some to the immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor and put it into his 9 dragons heavenly origin formation. Alright. Xianxia thought for a moment and took out 9 Divine Universe Goldstones. Although they are only the size of rice grains, they are very heavy. He placed these 9 Divine Universe Goldstones in a box made of dragon eggshell. He walked out of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and came to the hall outside. This is the residence of the immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor and the Red Sun Dragon Mother. Xianxia quickly found the Red Sun Dragon Mother. The immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor is in a spacious underground stone room, fiddling with the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation. He is very serious about studying it. He did not even notice Qin Yun and the Red Sun Dragon Mother coming in. Xiao Fuyun, what is the use of the base of these stone tablets? There are no runes on them, the immortal desolate Dragon Emperor said with a frown. Could it be that I didn't discover the use of the base? Qin Yun said with a smile, Senior, these bases are made of some special materials. They can effectively prevent the fluctuations of the Divine Universe goldstones from leaking out. Ah? Really? No wonder the Alliance Army and those guys from the Outer Heaven Domain said that they couldn't sense your Divine Universe goldstones. They said that you hid them in a special space or something. The immortal desolate Dragon Emperor said with smile, I knew that you must have brought such an important treasure with you. Previously, the immortal desolate Dragon Emperor and the others were together with the Alliance Army and the variant Dragon Race. Qin Yun said, Senior, in order to fight against the Divine Universe Evil Dragon, I used the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation. If anyone mentions it in the future, tell them that I gave it to you. Alright, the immortal desolate Dragon Emperor nodded and said with smile, we can still protect this 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation. Red Sun Dragon Mother said with smile, with this 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation, we don't need to look at the faces of the Imperial Dragon Race and the Outer Heaven Domain's Dragon Race. The 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation can raise the status of the Dragon Race. Qin Yun stood among the 9 Dragon Rune Heavenly Steel, took out a box and handed it over to the immortal desolate Dragon Emperor. What is this? After receiving it, the immortal desolate Dragon Emperor said in shock, it's so heavy. Could it be Divine Universe Golden Stone? The Red Sun Dragon Mother said in low voice. Quickly control the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation, suppress the Divine Universe Golden Stone's energy and then open it. Qin Yun said with smile. The immortal desolate Dragon Emperor opened the box and saw a dazzling light shoot out. He immediately exclaimed in surprise. 9 Divine Universe Golden Stone, the immortal desolate Dragon Emperor exclaimed in surprise, his face is filled with shock. He looked at the Red Sun Dragon Mother. The Red Sun Dragon Mother said, Xiao Fuyun, your great Divine Universe Golden Stone is broken? Put these 9 Divine Universe Golden Stones into the 9 Heavenly Steel, it can make the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation even stronger. Qin Yun said. No, this is a calamity stone, I am worried that my dragon race won't be able to handle it. The immortal desolate Dragon Emperor shook his head and sighed. Looking at his appearance, he also wants it very much but he doesn't dare to. Xiao Fuyun, you can restrain this kind of calamity stone, you should keep it. The Red Sun Dragon Mother closed the lid and said with smile, we don't need it. Don't worry, the base of these steels can completely suppress the fluctuations of the Divine Universe Golden Stone. As long as they don't sense it, they won't be targeted by those fellows from the Outer Heaven Domain. Qin Yun said, besides, with the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation, why would we be afraid of the Alliance Army attacking? That's true, the immortal desolate Dragon Emperor nodded and then looked at the Red Sun Dragon Mother. The Red Sun Dragon Mother is hesitating. Of course she wants these Divine Universe Golden Stones but she is also somewhat worried. In the end, they decided to accept the 9 Divine Universe Golden Stones. But they don't plan to use them for the time being and keep them in the box. In order to reassure them, Qin Yun took out a slightly larger box made of dragon eggshell and said, this way, it will be even safer. As long as you don't tell anyone, absolutely no one will know that you have so many Divine Universe Golden Stones. Just as Ling Yun'er guessed before, even the powerful immortal desolate Dragon Emperor and the Red Sun Dragon Mother have great misgivings about the Divine Universe Golden Stones. The immortal desolate Dragon Emperor and the Red Sun Dragon Mother are now much more at ease. With the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation, we are indeed no longer afraid of the Alliance Army and the variant Dragon Race, the immortal desolate Dragon Emperor said, even if they attack together, we can still defeat them. The 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation can display even more power in the hands of the Dragon Race. The immortal desolate Dragon Emperor put away the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation and handed it over to the Red Sun Dragon Mother for safekeeping. Back then, the immortal desolate Dragon Emperor and the Red Sun Dragon Mother were separated because of the damage of the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation. Now that they have reconciled, the immortal desolate Dragon Race can become even more powerful. Qin Yun and the 2 elders walked out of the underground stone room. When they arrived at the hall, they saw more than 10 elders sitting in the hall. When the dozen or so elders saw Qin Yun immediately took his leave and hurriedly left. Damn it, I've been discovered. Qin Yun hurriedly left the hall. The people he saw just now are all seniors from the inscription family and the inscription world. This group of people were previously received by the Heaven Creation City's inscription palace, but they actually appeared here. After Qin Yun left, an old man said in surprise, "Great Dragon Emperor, that young man just now, was he Qin Yun?" The immortal desolate Dragon Emperor said in a deep voice, "It's Qin Yun. Don't tell anyone about him being here." At this time, an old man said in a strange tone, "Qin Yun has a very large divine universe golden stone in his hands. I talked to the palace master about this before. He said that the divine universe golden stone is very useful to the entire heaven city." "Who are you?" The immortal desolate Dragon Emperor's expression was ice cold as he said loudly, "Why are you so talkative and want to tell others about Qin Yun?" "I am from the Gao family of the immortal desolate inscription world." Qin Yun appeared in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range and became enemies with the heaven-defying sect. "You and I both know very well how powerful the heaven-defying sect is. I told the upper echelons of the Divine Inscription Palace to let them pay attention to this matter, so that Qin Yun and the Divine Universe Golden Stone don't fall into the hands of the heaven-defying sect," the old man said. The immortal desolate Dragon Emperor said coldly, "Then are you going to tell others about Qin Yun in the Heaven City?" The old man sneered, "Of course. You should know better than me how powerful the Heaven City is. The Heaven City has been good to us and can let us profit from the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. We should be loyal to the Heaven City. Great Emperor Dragon, don't tell me you want to silence me? Then come, I'm not afraid of you." The immortal desolate Dragon Emperor clenched his fist and smashed the table beside him. He suddenly appeared in front of the old man in a flash. Although the immortal desolate Dragon Emperor was an old man, he was tall and sturdy. Coupled with his dragon might, his aura was very frightening. He grabbed the old man's throat, his face filled with killing intent. "Senior, stop." Qin Yun suddenly returned. He also sensed the killing intent of the immortal desolate Dragon Emperor and immediately returned. He felt that the immortal desolate Dragon Emperor might kill for him. If the immortal desolate Dragon Emperor really made a move, the consequences would be severe. Qin Yun did not want the immortal desolate Dragon Emperor to be targeted by the Heaven City because of him. The immortal desolate Dragon Emperor also stopped. After Qin Yun entered, he said to the old man, "I am Qin Yun, the divine universe golden stone is with me. Surrender the calamity stone." Immortal desolate Dragon Emperor was a little angry. He shouted at the old man, "Where his divine universe golden stone is, what does it have to do with you?" The others did not dare to speak because they did not want to be enemies with the immortal desolate Dragon Emperor, nor did they want to be enemies with Qin Yun. Qin Yun had obtained the approval of most of the seniors in the inscription world, and his style of doing things was also very impressive. "Heaven Creation City wants my divine universe metal stone?" Qin Yun was very calm. He walked over to support the angry immortal desolate Dragon Emperor and let them sit down. "That's right, that's what the Hall Master of the Divine Inscription Palace told me. Heaven City needed divine universe golden stone. Very much. Especially that very large divine universe metal rock in your hands." The old man said, "Qin Yun, if you hand over that divine universe golden stone, it will also be beneficial to you." After Qin Yun sat down, he said with a faint smile, "You are mistaken, the divine universe golden stone in my hand is not big, it is not as big as you think. It doesn't matter if it's big or not, as long as it's a divine universe golden stone, it's useful to Heaven City. If you hand it over, Heaven City will also give you a good reward." The old man really wanted to facilitate this transaction because it would allow him to obtain the appreciation of the Divine Inscription Palace's palace master. "What reward?" asked Qin Yun. "It's not easy for you to come to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range and you are enemies with the Heaven-defying sect. The Heaven-defying sect is currently with the Alliance Army, the Devil Immortal Great Emperor and the Immortal Desolate Great Emperor," the old man said. "Do you want me to trade with the Heaven Creation City's Divine Inscription Palace, or with the Heaven Creation Divine Palace or the Nanyang Divine Palace?" Qin Yun looked at the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor and said, "Can the Divine Inscription Palace represent the entire Heaven Creation City?" "Of course not, the biggest one in Heaven Creation City is the Heaven Creating Deity Palace. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor replied, if you really want to make a deal, exchange with the heaven-creating divine palace, I will take the lead. The Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor was not stupid, he already knew Qin Yan's intentions. Qin Yan can take out 9 Divine Universe Golden Stones for his dragon race, it means that he has other Divine Universe Golden Stones in his hands. As long as he takes out one more and gives it to the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, he can stay in Heaven Creation City and send away the few powers in Heaven Creation City. This was Qin Yan's plan. This was also the plan he suddenly thought of to escape after being seen by those elders. In that box, he had seen relatively large Divine Universe Goldstones that were much larger than normal grains of rice. No matter who it was a very large piece of Divine Universe metal. In any case, he had a lot of Divine Universe Goldstones now, so it didn't matter if he gave one away. Moreover, he did not give it for free. He wanted to discuss conditions with the heaven-creating deity palace in exchange for some useful things. The old man from the Gao clan had an ugly expression on his face as he snorted and left the hall. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor chuckled, looked at the other elders and asked, fellow inscription master friends, why have you come to find me? It's like this, we want to ask your dragon race if there are any relatively complete dragon totems. We need 9 complete dragon totems. An old man said. Sigh, there are only 4 types of dragon totem beasts in our dragon tribe, fire dragon, water dragon, wood dragon, and yellow dragon. Red Sun Dragon Queen sighed. The wood dragon and the yellow dragon aren't part of the 9 dragons. I didn't expect that your immortal desolate dragon race would also lack dragon totems. The old man sighed. These old inscription masters quickly got up, cupped their hands and bid farewell. Since everyone has come, you can't possibly leave empty-handed, right? Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor smiled and said, we are all in the same camp. Although the dragon totems in my hands are not complete, they are still dragon totems. After speaking, he took out 4 beast skins and handed them over to the inscription masters. Many thanks, Great Dragon Emperor. We have all these dragon totems. An old man quickly said gratefully. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor and Red Sun Dragon Queen could only express their regret and send them out. After they left, Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor kept the beast skins. Senior, you should have a complete set of 9 dragon totems, right? Qin Yan said. Of course we do. But these guys are not honest, none of them said what they want dragon totems for. Moreover, they came together, it must be the Divine Inscription Palace who sent them. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor snorted. After Qin Yan sat down, he said with smile, the dragon totems you want to give them are all common, right? Red Sun Dragon Queen shook her head and said with smile, Xiao Fuyun, Fire Dragon and Water Dragon totems are not common, don't look down on dragon totems. Xiao Fuyun can even make dragon heavenly runes, naturally he won't look down on dragon totems. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor laughed and said. Red Sun Dragon Queen suddenly said with stern expression, Xiao Fuyun, do you really plan to give the Divine Universe Golden Stone to the Heaven Creation God Palace? Yes. Princess Anya was taken away by an old man from the Heaven Creation God Palace. I want to see her. Qin Yan said, I am in Heaven Creation City, sooner or later I will be recognized. It is better to settle this matter as soon as possible. Heaven Creation God Palace people are easy to talk to. If you give them the Divine Universe Golden Stone, they will not treat you unfairly. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said. I am worried that they will covet my son's soul. Qin Yan said with a bitter smile, I have too many good things in my hands, there must be something that they will covet, right? Don't worry about this, sun soul is not necessary. What's more, the sun souls in your hands are all dead sun souls, what's the use of them coming? Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said, let's go, I will bring you to find the Heaven Creation God Palace people. Maybe I have a way to make them come over. Qin Yan smiled and said, I will directly take out the Divine Universe Golden Stone, how about it? Sure. This way we don't need to run over. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor smiled and said, we are in the territory of the Heaven Creation God Palace, they will definitely be the fastest. Qin Yan took out the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and entered it. He released the 9-dragon Heavenly Origin formation and opened the box. He took out a Divine Universe Golden Stone that is 5 times the size of a rice grain. Then he entered a 3-layer space and released the Divine Universe Golden Stone. Within the 3-layer space, the fluctuation released by the Divine Universe Golden Stone is very strong. Not only can Heaven Creation City sense it, the entire Cloud Dragon Mountain range, even Immortal Desolate, Sacred Desolate and Divine Desolate can sense it. Xianxia placed the Divine Universe Golden Stone in a box with a spatial barrier and then came out of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. He put away the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and came to the hall. He saw an old man wearing luxurious blue brocade clothes sitting in the hall drinking tea, talking and laughing with the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor. The people of the Heaven Creation God Palace arrived faster than Xianxia expected. This must be the sect master Qin of the Inscription Gate, right? After the old man saw Xianxia, he put down his teacup, stood up with a gentle smile and said to Xianxia, "I am indeed." Xianxia cupped his hands and laughed at himself. "I am no longer the sect master of the Inscription Gate. My Inscription Gate is finished." "What? I heard that your Inscription Gate's Divine Mountain is very powerful," the old man said in shock. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said, "Xiao Fuyun, this is Elder Situ of the Heaven Creation God Palace." Elder Situ asked, "Little brother Qin, could it be that your Inscription Gate was destroyed by the heaven-defying sect?" Elder Situ already learned from the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor that Xianxia wants to hand over his Divine Universe Golden Stone. "A trifling heaven-defying sect is still unable to destroy my Inscription Gate. It's Divine Universe Evil Dragon." Xianxia's brows creased and sighed. "My Inscription Gate was destroyed by that guy whose body is covered in rotten flesh." Elder Situ's face was originally full of smile, but when he heard Xianxia mention Divine Universe Evil Dragon, his expression suddenly changed. He said in deep voice, "Little brother Qin, did you see Divine Universe Evil Dragon up close?" Xianxia nodded and said, "I hate that bastard to death. It's not easy for you to escape, you are indeed very capable." Elder Situ's expression became grave. He sat down and said, "Divine Universe Evil Dragon is stronger than we expected. We thought that he only has bones left, but he actually has a lot of rotten flesh." Xianxia said, "Elder Situ, Divine Universe Evil Dragon knows that I have Divine Universe Golden Stone. He won't let me off. Moreover, I have a group of enemies, they are also in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range." Elder Situ waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, those guys can't enter Heaven Creation City. Divine Universe Evil Dragon also won't dare to approach. Divine Universe Golden Stone is very precious. If I only use it to exchange for a place to stay, it will be too much of a loss for me." Xianxia said, "I want to see how big your Divine Universe Golden Stone is. It won't be too late to negotiate after seeing the goods." Elder Situ faintly smiled and said, "Little brother Qin, don't worry, our Heaven Creation Divine Palace will not let you suffer a loss." Xianxia took out a small box and handed it over to Elder Situ. He said, "It's not as big as the rumors say, Elder Situ, don't be disappointed." "Oh, that's right, you can't directly open it, it will run away." Elder Situ said, "We also have a good understanding of Divine Universe Golden Stone, it won't run away." He took out a talisman, controlled it to float in the air and released a white light beam on the box. Then he slowly opened the box. After the box was opened, it didn't burst out with strong light, it is clearly suppressed by the talisman. Xianxia also clicked his tongue in wonder. This Heaven Creation Divine Palace is indeed very skillful. Elder Situ opened the small box and saw the Divine Universe Golden Stone. The smile on his face is also very bright. He said with a smile, not bad, big enough, big enough. Rumor has it that my Divine Universe Golden Stone is as big as a human head." Xianxia shook his head and smiled. Those who understand Divine Universe Golden Stone know that it is absolutely impossible. A Divine Universe Golden Stone as big as this one is already considered to be rarely seen in a million years. Elder Situ said, "To be that big, I am very surprised." Xianxia laughed. His real Divine Universe Golden Stone would definitely be so big that it would make Elder Situ doubt his life. After Elder Situ closed the lid, he returned it to Xianxia, indicating that he will not forcibly take it for himself. "Little brother Qin, what do you want? This Divine Universe Golden Stone is very precious, we must properly discuss how to exchange it." Elder Situ said very seriously. "I want to quickly become stronger, then I want to know the secrets of the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. Also, I want to learn some Daoyan runes." Xianxia said, "This city's Daoyan runes are very good. And? Elder Situ asked. Nine Desolate Divine Saber. Elder Situ laughed heartily a few times, shook his head and said, Little brother Qin, you are truly a strange person. You actually want me to teach you how to open your lion's mouth? Qin Yan chuckled and said, Elder Situ, didn't you just say that you wouldn't let me suffer a loss? Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor, who is at the side, also said with smile, Elder Situ, this brat is an honest person, don't cheat him. He is indeed quite honest. Elder Situ said with smile, I can satisfy all the conditions you mentioned before. If it's just those conditions, then our Heaven Creation Divine Palace has taken a great advantage of you. Elder Situ drank his tea, thought for a moment and said, Little brother Qin, you should not lack anything but strength. If you want to break through quickly, my Heaven Creation Divine Palace can help you, but the exact situation will depend on you. That's no problem. Qin Yan said, my talent is not bad. Our Heaven Creation Divine Palace has a very powerful saber. Do you want it? Elder Situ said, are you a saber user? I will often use sabers. Hammer, saber, stick, I will often use them all. Qin Yan nodded and said, how powerful is your saber? Elder Situ put down his teacup, slightly frowned and said, Little brother Qin, although that saber is powerful, there is a bit of a problem. As for what the problem is, we don't know. A saber with a problem? Qin Yan and Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor looked at each other. I heard that little brother Qin is a very amazing inscription master. Maybe you can find the problem. Elder Situ said. Elder Situ, what you mean is that because there is a problem with that saber, your Heaven Creation Divine Palace doesn't want it, right? Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor promptly said, if your Heaven Creation Divine Palace can't find the problem, then Xiao Fuyun definitely won't be able to find it either. Aren't you just swindling him? Elder Situ waved his hand and said, that saber is a divine saber used by the Nine Sons royal families, the arch to conquer the 3,000 heavens. It looks tattered now, but we all know that that saber is only temporary. It will be restored in the future. The Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor smiled. No matter how glorious his achievements are, a broken sword is a broken sword. Little Floating Cloud is not a trash boss, he doesn't have a hobby of picking up trash. Forget it. Great Emperor Dragon, that saber was refined from the materials inside the Nether Sun. Just the materials are very scarce. Otherwise, where would you go to get the materials for the Nether Sun core? Elder Situ said very seriously, apart from fighting in the 3,000 heavens, that saber also has many glorious achievements. When Qin Yan heard about the material of Nether Sun core, he immediately recalled the box containing half a box of Divine Universe golden stones. That box was refined from Nether Sun core. Is that saber very broken? Asked Qin Yan with a frown. It's not broken, it's just that there are some cracks on the blade and the edge is not sharp enough. Furthermore, the saber is very light. When I hold it in my hand, I don't feel any weight. Elder Situ said. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor looked at Qin Yan and said in low voice, Little Floating Cloud, don't be fooled by him. He knows you are an inscription master, that's why he deliberately tricked you. Elder Situ shook his head and sighed, Little brother Qin, I will think about what else I can give you. Does that saber have a name? Qin Yan asked again. It's called Nine Desolate Divine Saber. Elder Situ said with bitter smile, in short, our Heaven Creation Divine Palace is unable to repair this saber. If we can exchange it for your Divine Universe Golden Stone, we will definitely be willing. Qin Yan's heart jumped. Isn't Nine Desolate Divine Saber one of the three things that Dark Knight Princess is looking for? The Nine Sun Divine Spirit is in his hands and the Nine Yin Divine Spirit is in Xianxia's hands. This Nine Desolate Divine Saber is actually in the hands of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Can you let me see the saber? We will talk after I see the goods. Qin Yan said. Alright, wait for me, I will be back immediately. Elder Situ immediately stood up and left. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor fiercely jumped up and said anxiously, Little Floating Cloud, you are very astute, how could you be fooled by that old guy? Qin Yan said with smile, Senior, Nine Desolate Divine Saber is very important to me. I must obtain it. Don't worry, if it is truly Nine Desolate Divine Saber, it will definitely be worth it. Really? Nine Desolate Divine Saber sounds very powerful, but I have never heard of it. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said with frown, He said that he conquered 3,000 heavenly domains. I always feel that he is just bragging. Xianxia said with smile, wait until I see the saber. Don't worry, I won't be tricked. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor sighed, sat down and said with smile, that's right, for an old fox like you, it would be good if you don't trick others. My worry is really unnecessary. After waiting for half an hour, Elder Situ arrived. Elder Situ, didn't you say you would be back soon? Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said with smile. A3, something happened. There is a woman with complete 9-son royal family bloodline. She wanted to take the saber away but we didn't give it to her. But her identity is special, we can't do anything to her. We were in a deadlock with her for a long time. Elder Situ said. Xianxia and Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor immediately thought of Princess Anya. Why didn't you give it to her? Xianxia asked. This saber cannot be given to someone with 9-son bloodline. Elder Situ said. Are you all sick? Didn't you just say that the 9 Desolate Divine Saber belongs to the 9-son royal family emperor? Why can't it be given to someone with 9-son bloodline? Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor feels that it is somewhat funny and said. After Elder Situ sat down, he took out a rectangular box and sighed. Great Dragon the Arch, you don't know this, the 9 sons royal families the Arch used this saber to start a massacre, and more than half of the kings in the 9 sons royal family were killed. Was it for a woman? Xianxia recalled that story and said, I heard it was for 9-son divine maiden? Little brother Qin, you know a lot about the history of the 9-son royal family. Ordinary people don't know about this kind of thing. Elder Situ is somewhat shocked. Xianxia said with smile, so it's true? Elder Situ shook his head and smiled, yes, because of a woman, the 9-son royal family fell into internal chaos and declined. Of course, there were also many external factors at that time. However, in summary, it was because of that woman that the 9-son royal family fell into discord and were unable to unite to face foreign enemies. After saying that, he opened the box. Xianxia saw the 9 Desolate Divine Saber. After Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor saw it, he curled his lips in disgust. The 9 Desolate Divine Saber is black-gray, it is a long saber. It is not very big, it can be considered a relatively slender saber. It looks no different from some large swords. There are cracks on the saber's body, the blade is not sharp at all. What is inconceivable is that the saber's blade is curved. If you use your hand to forcefully slide the blade, you can feel that it is very smooth, there is no blade edge at all. It's not that I look down on this saber. To be honest, any saber I make out of iron is sharper than this. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said with smile. Xianxia is holding the saber, it doesn't have any weight at all. It is a very strange feeling. Although the saber doesn't look very big, it should have some weight. But after holding it in his hand, it feels like he is holding an illusory thing. Let me see. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said. Xianxia handed it over. After receiving it, Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor shouted, why is it so light? It is even lighter than paper. While speaking, he formed a palm blade with one hand and chopped at the 9 Desolate Divine Saber. Don't act recklessly. Elder Situ shouted in alarm. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor's palm blade has already landed and the 9 Desolate Divine Saber has actually been cut into 2 by his palm. Aya. Is this the 9 Desolate Divine Saber? Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor is somewhat doubting life and said, this saber, is it really used by the 9-son royal family's clan emperor to conquer the 3,000 heavenly domains? The strange thing was that the broken saber was actually floating in the air because it was too light. Xianxia said, I'll exchange it. He handed over the box containing the Divine Universe Golden Stone to Elder Situ. This? Really? Elder Situ does not dare to believe it and said, this saber is broken. It's fine, it was already very broken anyway. Xianxia said with smile, I have a very strong interest in this saber. It's worth studying it in depth. Alright, from now on this saber is yours, do as you please. After Elder Situ finished speaking, he immediately said, remember, you must not give it to the 9-son royal family. Xianxia nodded and said, I understand. If I really give it to the 9-son royal family, what will the consequences be? Consequences. I also don't know, in short, this is the ancestral teaching. Elder Situ said. After Qin Yan put away the 9 desolate divine saber, he said, Elder Situ, you won't be thinking about my son's soul, right? Elder Situ waved his hand and said, No, no, your son's soul is dead son's soul, we won't take it. In our heaven creation God palace, there are 3 elders who possess ancient sun soul, and they are all alive. Qin Yan also felt a lot more at ease. Elder Situ, can you tell me the secret of the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range? Qin Yan said, What exactly is sealed in the immortal graveyard? I heard that there are things left behind by the 9 Yang Divine Palace and the 9 Sun Royal Family. Elder Situ said, Let's put it this way, every era will seal something inside. As for what is sealed, my heaven creation divine palace is not clear. That is the responsibility of the 9 Yang Divine Palace. Heaven Creation City's 9 Yang Divine Palace? Qin Yan said in shock. Yes. However, the 9 Yang Divine Palace of Heaven Creation City also do not know what they are sealing. They only received instructions and then obtained a few large and small boxes. When the immortal graveyard appears, they will go in and put the things inside. Elder Situ said, They also do not know where the immortal graveyard is exactly. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said, Then who gave the instructions? Elder Situ pointed up and said, Heaven. Who is the heaven? Qin Yan asked. I don't know. In short, the 9 Yang Divine Palace does not dare to defy the will of the heavens. Elder Situ sighed. Then why are you still called Heaven Creation City? Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor laughed, the 2 words Heaven Creation, aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens? Elder Situ said with a smile, Great Emperor Dragon, you might not know this but this Heaven Creation City has existed for a long time. It existed before the 9 suns and 9 desolates. I only know that Heaven Creation City has truly succeeded in creating the heavens. Of course, we don't know anything about the history of the Heaven Creation era. That history has been erased. There are only so many secrets in the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. Elder Situ looked at Qin Yan and said, Little brother Qin, are you satisfied? Qin Yan nodded and said, If I think of something, I'll ask you again. That should be fine, right? Sure. Next, we will teach you some Tao evolution runes and open up a path for you to become stronger quickly. You have to walk the path of cultivation on your own. We can't guarantee whether or not you can walk it. Elder Situ said. Heavenly Creation. Palace Elder Situ learned that Qin Yan and Princess Xianxia are friends and is startled. He is unable to answer Qin Yan for a moment because this matter is of great importance. Elder Situ, I will never give her the 9 desolate divine saber. Qin Yan saw Elder Situ's shocked expression and solemnly promised. Qin Yan and Princess Xianxia are friends. This matter will be known sooner or later because he entered the city with Princess Xianxia. Moreover, the people of 9 Sun Palace know that he and Princess Xianxia know each other. They also know that he used the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin formation to awaken Princess Xianxia's true 9 Sun bloodline. These matters will definitely not be concealed for long. Little brother Qin, this matter is of great importance. I need to discuss it with the other elders. Elder Situ frowned and shook his head, I can't decide this matter by myself. If you can decide to give me the 9 desolate divine saber, why can't you decide to let me see my friend? Qin Yan said, How about this, I will leave the 9 desolate divine saber with you first. After I meet with my friend, you can give it to me. All right. Elder Situ is also worried that Qin Yan will give the 9 desolate divine saber to Princess Xianxia. Although he doesn't know what will happen if Princess Xianxia obtains the 9 desolate divine saber, because it is the ancestral teaching, he must follow it. As long as he knows, he must put an end to it. Otherwise, he will be the scapegoat in the future. Qin Yan can only return the 9 desolate divine saber to Elder Situ. I'll bring her here. Elder Situ said, Wait a moment. Heaven Creation Divine Palace is very close to here. After Elder Situ left, Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said, Xiao Fuyun, is that saber really reliable? You are actually willing to use such a big divine universe golden stone to exchange for such a broken thing. I still don't know how to repair it for the time being, but I have confidence that I can repair it. Qin Yan said, That saber is not simple. This time, Elder Situ arrived very quickly and brought Princess Xianxia over. Qin Yan and Princess Xianxia want to discuss some matters in secret and enter the secret room together. Elder Situ had nothing to worry about, because the divine blade of 9 wilderness was still in his hands. After entering the secret room, Princess Yi very anxiously said to Qin Yun, I have the whereabouts of the 9 desolate divine saber, it is in the hands of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. That saber is actually in their hands, it should have belonged to you. Why is it mine? Asked Qin Yun. My vague memory is like this. Anyway, that saber is very important to me. You must get it. Princess Yi put her hands on Qin Yun's shoulders and said in a deep voice, no matter what, you have to get it. Qin Yun considered for a moment and said, that saber is already mine. What? Show me. Princess Anya was very surprised. Not in my hands for the time being. Qin Yun looked at the door and then told Princess Anya what had happened. Hearing this, Princess Anya was relieved. Princess, what's going on with you? What is your relationship with the Heaven Creation Divine Palace? Qin Yun was very curious, are you under house arrest? More or less, in short, I want to stay in the Heaven Creation Divine Palace for a period of time. You should take advantage of this time to become stronger. When it's about time, I can immediately help you cultivate a powerful sun core. Princess Yi said. She didn't say anything about her relationship with the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, obviously she didn't want to tell Qin Yun. Qin Yun said, that saber is seriously damaged, do you know how to repair it? Princess Yi thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, I don't know for the time being, I will definitely know in the future. She doesn't have complete memory, so she just doesn't know for the time being. Qin Yun took out the bloodline heavenly pattern box and said, Princess, do you know this box? Princess Yi took a look and said in surprise, I know it, but, she quickly took it and looked at it. She tried very hard to remember something but she couldn't remember anything. Can you open it? Qin Yun asked. This is the bloodline heavenly pattern. The condition to open the box is to first have the same bloodline. Princess Yi looked very carefully and at the same time, she is also recalling. Apart from this condition, are there any other conditions? Qin Yun quickly asked. Princess Yi actually knows this box. She used to be the 9-son divine maiden and helped the 9-son royal family. She should know many secrets of the 9-son royal family. Qin Yun, you must keep this box well. I can't open it for the time being but I can tell you with certainty that my bloodline is the same as the bloodline heavenly pattern on this box. I have the first condition to open the box. As for how to open it, I don't know yet. Princess Yi said. This box is. Qin Yun said. Did the immortal desolate dragon emperor give it to you? Princess Yi guessed because Qin Yun said before that the immortal desolate dragon emperor would give him a dragon race treasure to thank him. Indeed. Qin Yun nodded and said, Princess, what exactly is inside this box? Very important thing. My memory is too vague, I don't know what it is for the time being. Princess Yi is also very anxious, she cursed in low voice, most of my missing memories are related to my life as the 9-son divine maiden, truly damnable. Legend has it that the 9-son divine maiden was transformed from the moon, some also said that she was born from the moon. Qin Yun said. It's more or less the same. In short, my birth is related to the moon. Princess Yi sighed and said, only by entering the immortal graveyard can I know the specific situation. Qin Yun saw Princess Yi and his harvest is not small. At least he knows that the box can be opened and the 9 desolate divine saber can be repaired. Princess, if the 9 desolate divine saber is repaired, do you want it? Qin Yun said. I will return it to you after I finish using it. When you find the 9-son divine spirit and the 9-yin divine spirit, I will only borrow them, I will never take yours. Princess Yi said, those 3 things are very important to me. Qin Yun nodded and said, I know. Oh that's right, you are under house arrest in the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. If you are not happy, I will take you away from the Heaven Creation City, how about it? No way. The Cloud Dragon Mountain Range will undergo great changes. The divine cosmos evil dragon will break the seal and lead a large group of powerful evil spirits and heavenly monsters to occupy the entire Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. Princess Yi shook her head and said, we have to stay in the Heaven Creation City and become stronger. The Heaven Creation City has a method to deal with evil spirits and heavenly monsters. We have to master this method. That's true. I'm just worried that you will be unhappy being under house arrest. Xianxia said with a smile. Princess Xianxia has been sealed for many years. It doesn't matter, I'm used to it. Princess Xianxia faintly sighed and then sternly warned, Xianxia, you must make good use of this time in the Heaven Creation City to improve yourself. If you want to save your parents, you must enter the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. At that time, you will face all kinds of powerful enemies. Got it. Xianxia nodded. Also, you must pay attention to yourself, don't fall into that kind of state. You are finished, everything is finished. Princess Xianxia is also very worried about Qin Yun. She placed her hands on his shoulders and her tone is very stern. Xianxia also seriously nodded. The two hurriedly finished talking and walked out of the secret room. Elder Situ is very cautious. After he sent Princess Xianxia back, he returned the 9 desolate divine saber to Qin Yun. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor chuckled and said, Elder Situ, they might be a couple. It's not like we can't let them meet in the future, right? Elder Situ said with a smile, if they meet in private in the future, that's their business. I don't know, it has nothing to do with me. His meaning is also very clear. If he knew, he would definitely stop it because this way, he wouldn't have any psychological burden. Under the circumstances where he doesn't know, Qin Yun and Princess Xianxia's meeting, even if it leads to any consequences, it has nothing to do with him. Qin Yun said, Elder Situ, Princess Xianxia just said that there will be a great change in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range, is that right? The people that our Heaven Creation City sent to investigate have sent back news that Divine Universe Evil Dragon is gathering a large number of evil ghost and heavenly monsters to form a super sect. Right inside the Evil Dragon City. Elder Situ sighed and said, next, there will be a fight. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor asked, who is Divine Universe Evil Dragon's target? Is it this Heaven Creation City? Elder Situ shook his head and said, no, his target is the Immortal Graveyard. There is something he is looking for inside. Qin Yun now knows that there are many things sealed in the Immortal Graveyard that are related to many people. For example, his 8 spirits and 9 spirits, Princess Xianxia's 8 spirits and 8 spirits, Xieqiru's broken god position and his father Qin Long's true body. In addition, there are also things that other people are looking for. The things left behind by the 9 Sun royal family are also very important. Elder Situ, how are you going to help Xiao Fuyun become stronger quickly? Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said, is it reliable? Don't harm him. Elder Situ looked at Qin Yun and said, little brother Qin, you are now a 2nd level Immortal Emperor, how strong do you want to become? Elder Situ looked at Qin Yun and said, little brother Qin, you are now a 2nd level Immortal Emperor. How strong do you want to become? Qin Yun said. In Heaven Creation City, there is a Heaven Creation Palace. In the Heaven Creation Palace, from 1st level Immortal Emperor to peak Immortal Emperor, most people only need 10 years. Elder Situ said. 10 years? Very fast. Will there be other problems, such as unstable foundation? Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said worriedly. Back then, Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor took a very long time to grow up. Because he is a dragon, he can be considered relatively fast. If he was a human, then the cultivation time needed would be even longer. To be able to reach the peak of 1st level Immortal Emperor in 10 years, this is extremely fast. Not fast, in the Heaven Creation Palace, this is very slow. Elder Situ said with a smile. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor laughed, keep bragging. I don't believe that most people would only need 10 years. 10 years is just like sleeping time for me. Without tens of thousands of years of accumulation, it would be difficult to become a truly powerful Immortal Emperor. The soul of the saber, alright, let me go in. Qin Yun said, will I have to suffer a lot? You don't have to suffer, you'll know when you go in. But I have to say in advance, the rules of the Heaven Creation Mansion are very strict, you can't mess around inside. Elder Situ had investigated Qin Yun and knew that Qin Yun was a troublemaker. Qin Yun nodded and said, I promise, I won't mess around. Elder Situ said, if you want to enter the Heaven Creation Mansion, you need to pass a series of tests. But because your situation is special, you can go in without taking the test. Of course, if you encounter any setbacks in the Heaven Creation Mansion in the future, or if you can't keep up, that's your own business. Xianxia felt that he was a genius and his comprehension was extremely high. He would definitely be able to keep up. He smiled confidently and said, I will definitely be fine. Oh right, after entering the Heaven Creation Mansion, there will be no need for additional expenses, right? No need. In the Heaven Creation Mansion, we will provide you with sufficient resources regularly. Elder Situ said. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor suddenly became curious and asked, Elder Situ, how many resources does the Heaven Creation Mansion give? Elder Situ smiled faintly and said, Saint Pill. Every day, there are 2 Saint Pills for strengthening the body and Saint Pills for strengthening the soul and spirit. Really? It's free? Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor's eyes widened. Can I go? I can give you a spot in the assessment, but you may not be able to pass. Elder Situ smiled and said, It's not that I'm belittling you. In fact, even the majority of people in Heaven Creation City can't pass the assessment. Xianxia curled his lips and said, Elder Situ, in your eyes, am I also unable to pass the assessment? Elder Situ nodded and said, Yes. You can't even complete half of the assessment, I'm very sure. Xianxia was very unconvinced and said, Then let me take the assessment. I won't allow you to do that. Otherwise, it will be a great blow to you. Elder Situ said, In short, after you enter the Heaven Creation Mansion, eat the Saint Pill they give you every day and refine it well. Don't worry about anything else. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor was also very unconvinced and said, Arrange it for me, I will take the assessment and I will show you. Elder Situ said, The disciples who can enter the Heaven Creating Mansion are all rare geniuses made by the heavens. Even so, they had to go through all kinds of training before they could pass the assessment. I don't believe that my old bones can't compare to those youngsters. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor was very competitive. After all, he was a dragon, a very proud dragon. Xianxia could only follow Elder Situ's instructions and enter Heaven City first. Elder Situ, where do the disciples of Heaven City come from? Xianxia asked. Divine Inscription Palace, Nine-Yang Divine Palace, Heaven Creation Divine Palace are the top geniuses of these 3 powers. Elder Situ said, In Heaven Creation City, you can also learn inscription. It seems that this Heaven Creation Mansion is really a good place. Xianxia said with a smile. If you hadn't given the Divine Universe Goldstone to us, you wouldn't have been able to enter at all. Furthermore, no one has ever been able to enter without passing the test. Elder Situ smiled and said, You should know that even if others pass the assessment and enter, they have to pay a huge price every year. This made Xianxia look forward to it even more. Elder Situ, how fast can one cultivate inside? Xianxia only wants to quickly become stronger and then deal with the Divine Universe Evil Dragon. First level Immortal Emperor, after 1 year, you will be a 9th level Immortal Emperor. That is the fastest. Basically, it takes more than a month to break through 1 level. Elder Situ said. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said in shock, Is this true? To cultivate so fast, could it be that there are saint-level experts in Heaven Creation City? Elder Situ chuckled and said, Of course there are. You can't imagine how powerful Heaven Creation City is. To advance from 1st level Immortal Emperor to 9th level in 1 year, this is the fastest cultivation speed of Heaven Creation Mansion. This made Xianxia secretly look forward to it. He hastily said with smile, Then. Quickly bring me there. Elder Situ nodded and said, Follow me. The Heaven Creating Mansion was not in the Heaven Creating Deity Palace, but in another place. Heaven Creation City is very spacious. It can accommodate a large number of buildings, mountains, and rivers, yet it doesn't feel crowded. Xianxia followed Elder Situ and arrived outside a villa. That is Heaven Creation Mansion. It doesn't look like there is anything special about it, but after you enter, you will be able to feel the atmosphere inside. Elder Situ said. Xianxia followed Elder Situ and entered the door. When he entered, Xianxia sensed that the 2 large men standing at the door have a very formidable power. That kind of power actually carried a faint divine power. It was very likely that the people in the Heaven Creating Mansion were all soul cultivators. Eating sacred pill and cultivating power with divine power aura? Xianxia said in shock, How is this done? Heaven Creation Mansion has a great formation that can release the energy of Divine Universe Golden Stone. Then, through a special method, the energy of Divine Universe Golden Stone seeped into the spring water. When cultivating, you can use the spring water to soak in it. Adding the sacred pill we provide, you can quickly absorb the Divine Universe power. Elder Situ said, and the spring water is also mixed with a special medicinal liquid. Xianxia absorbed the Divine Universe power and cultivated very quickly. However, he always felt that something was missing. This is mainly because he doesn't have enough understanding of Divine Universe Golden Stone. Elder Situ seems to have already informed the Heaven Creation Mansion. After he met with a middle-aged man, he took a token and handed it to Xianxia to bind it with blood. After Xianxia dripped his blood, he said in low voice, "Elder, who is in charge of Heaven Creation Mansion?" "Heaven Creation Mansion is under Xianxia's responsibility. This sage is very powerful, you must be respectful to him." Elder Situ warned, "I will take you to your residence now." In the eastern part of the villa, in a quiet garden, there are many independent small stone houses. Inside the small house, there is only a very closed secret room. This is the residence of the disciples of Heaven Creation Mansion. After Xianxia came in, he said, "When I came, I saw that these small stone houses are distributed very regularly. It seems that they are on the node of a great formation." Yes, there is a great formation operating under these small houses. When you cultivate, you will know the benefits. Elder Situ said, "You are now a disciple of Heaven Creation Mansion. If you are in Heaven Creation Mansion, once you hear the bell sound, you must immediately go to the place where the bell sound is coming from." Xianxia said, "That. What about the sacred pill?" "Tomorrow morning, 2 bottles will appear in the box hanging at your door. One bottle contains sacred pill and the other bottle contains Divine Universe spring water." Elder Situ said. "Someone sent it? How considerate." Xianxia said with smile. "No, it was sent through a teleportation formation. You can only open it with your identity jade token." Elder Situ walked out of the door and warned, "Little brother Qin, you must remember, don't cause trouble in Heaven Creation Mansion. If you want to cause trouble, do it after leaving Heaven Creation Mansion. At that time, it will be much more convenient for me to help you deal with it. Don't worry, as long as it is not some deep hatred, I won't act recklessly. Here, other people should be well behaved, right?" Xianxia said. "Their hands and feet are well behaved but their mouths are not." Elder Situ said. "If we bicker, I may not lose." Xianxia chuckled. "Bickering is nothing. Alright, I'll leave first." Elder Situ said, "If you have something to say, use this puppet bird to send me a message." Elder Situ gave Xianxia a flying bird. Xianxia said with a frown, "They can teleport me with sacred pill divine spring. Why can't they teleport?" It used to be possible but during this period of time, something suddenly happened. Only inside Heaven Creation Mansion still has the ability to teleport, other places can't teleport. Elder Situ said. Xianxia recalled that not long after he arrived at Divine Inscription Mountain, he couldn't teleport anymore. At first, Long Yuqing could use teleportation talisman but it didn't take long for it to fail. Elder Situ left and Xianxia went to look at the square box hanging at the door. Ling Yun'er said, "Xiao Yun, does this Heaven Creation Mansion control the operation of space?" "The entire Cloud Dragon Mountain range can't teleport, only inside Heaven Creation Mansion can. It must be the doing of Heaven Creation Mansion. I don't know, in short, this Heaven Creation Mansion has many secrets." Xianxia shook his head and entered the small stone house. He took out the broken 9 desolate divine saber. The 9 desolate divine saber was broken by the immortal desolate dragon emperor's palm. This can't be blamed on the immortal desolate dragon emperor because he thought that it was a very powerful saber. He never thought that it could be broken by a palm. Xianxia used Extinction Spirit Eye to look at the broken area. No runes? Or did I not discover it? Xianxia carefully observed the entire saber and did not find a single rune. He is puzzled and let Momo come out. When Momo came out, she could easily lift half of the saber and even played with it for a while. After all, this is the first time she has encountered something without weight. The little fairy played with the half of the saber hilt and seemed to be having a good time. It's very strange, this saber should be very powerful, how can it not have runes? Xianxia looked at the broken saber at the tip of the saber. He can confirm that the material of this saber is the same as the material of the box filled with Divine Universe golden stones. They are all materials of Nether Sun core. Ling Yin'er said, this saber uses even more materials. It's only because of some special reason that it became very weak. After playing with it for a while, Mo said in a tender and soft voice, Big brother, this saber doesn't have runes. It originally had runes, but those runes ran away. Runes ran away? How did they run away? Xianxia asked in shock. Heavenly runes. Heavenly runes can run away by themselves. Mo said, moreover, the runes that ran away took away most of the saber's energy. Even the energy of the saber's material itself was taken away. The energy inside the material can be taken away by runes? Xianxia found this somewhat unexpected. Of course they can. Runes are omnipotent. Mo said with smile, for example, this saber only has a shell left, it doesn't have soul, bones, flesh and blood. The soul is the rune of this saber. The soul has taken away the saber's bones, flesh and blood. An incomplete 9 desolate divine saber. Where is the other half? Xianxia said with frown. Honest Qin. After Mo's reminder, Xianxia recalled the mysterious bloodline heavenly pattern box and promptly took it out. Every time he takes out the box, he is very nervous. He is worried that the Heaven Creation Divine Palace will discover it. Because this box is very important to the entire 9 Sun royal family. It can be said that it is the capital left behind by the 9 Sun royal family. Although the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, 9 Sun Divine Palace and 9 Sun Divine Palace are not part of the 9 Sun royal family, they all have half of the 9 Sun royal family's bloodline. Are these two really related? Xianxia placed the bloodline heavenly pattern box together with the 9 desolate divine saber. Xianxia used some things to stick the two halves of the 9 desolate divine saber together and made it as complete as possible. Then he placed it next to the bloodline heavenly pattern box. He and Mo calmly looked at it. Not long after, the bloodline heavenly pattern box reacted, it suddenly flickered and slightly trembled. It looks like there is a heart beating inside, issuing a kind of thump 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 sound. With each beat, the box flickered with white light. There is a reaction. Mo, take this opportunity to look at the box and the saber. Xianxia said in pleasant surprise. Mo nodded and said, I am seriously looking. While the box is flickering with white light, it is overflowing with red energy mist. It is a kind of blood energy. The blood energy is being absorbed by the 9 desolate divine saber. After absorbing the blood energy, the 9 desolate divine saber also reacted, some faint runes appeared on its surface. It is repairing itself. Xianxia looked at the place where it was cut, the cracks there are healing. The cracks on the surface of the saber are also slowly healing. It will take a very long time to completely repair it. Mo said, the bloodline power inside the box cannot be released continuously. Xianxia thought of something and placed the 9 desolate divine saber and the box inside the box filled with divine universe golden stones. The box will continue to absorb divine universe power and it might be able to make the 9 desolate divine saber recover even faster. I wonder what use the 9 desolate divine saber has. Xianxia relaxed a lot seeing that the 9 desolate divine saber can be repaired. After Mo returned to the 9 Sun Divine Soul, Xianxia sat down and recalled what happened just now. He still did not know what the 9 Wilderness Divine Blade was used for. The Dark Knight Princess was definitely not looking for the 9 Wilderness Divine Blade for battle. There must be something special about the 9 Desolate Divine Saber. Back then, it was used by the 9 Sun Royal Race's clan emperor to conquer the 3,000 heavenly domains. I guess that the 9 Desolate Divine Saber can better release Nether Sun's power. Ling Yin'er said. Because the material used to refine the 9 Desolate Divine Saber came from the Nether Sun core. Let's talk about it after it's repaired. Xianxia said with a smile, using a Divine Universe golden stone to exchange for this saber is not considered a loss. It's only to you that it's not a loss. That Divine Universe golden stone isn't small. If you only have one, you definitely won't exchange it. Ling Yin'er said. Indeed. Xianxia said, it seems that in the eyes of Elder Situ, I should be an honest person. He must have felt that I was cheated. No wonder he gave me a spot to enter the Heaven Creation Mansion. Ling Yin'er said with a smile, Xiao Yun, if you can become very strong in the Heaven Creation Mansion, not only will you not lose, you will also earn. It's afternoon now, it's almost evening. Only tomorrow morning, the sacred pill and divine universe spring water will be delivered. Qin Yan can't wait to cultivate now. In the evening, a bell suddenly rang. As long as the disciples in the Heaven Creation Mansion heard the bell, they must immediately go to the direction of the bell. Qin Yan immediately left his small stone house and quickly went to the direction of the bell. In the Heaven Creation Mansion, there are several large bells. Each bell rang, representing the gathering of disciples for various reasons. After Qin Yan walked out of the small stone house, he also saw several disciples of the Heaven Creation Mansion. They are all young people and look very cold. Those young people are not very anxious. It can be seen that the bell is not because of any urgent matter. Not long after, Qin Yan arrived at a small square in the eastern part of the Heaven Creation Mansion. There are only 100 or so disciples here, not many. In front of the small square, there is a middle-aged man in white with a solemn expression, floating in the air. He has his hands behind his back, looking at the 100 or so disciples in the small square. Those disciples are under a lot of pressure from this middle-aged man. After Qin Yan arrived, the white-clothed middle-aged man stared at Qin Yan. The white-clothed middle-aged man's eyes have a very sharp and dignified look. Before Qin Yan stepped into the square, he already felt the middle-aged man's intimidating aura. I've gathered all of you here to welcome the new disciples. The middle-aged man looked at Qin Yan and said, Qin Yan, I am the general manager of the Heaven Creation Mansion. Elder Situ should have mentioned me to you, right? Qin Yan is somewhat surprised. The white-clothed middle-aged man is the very powerful Xianxia. Sage is just a title. Qin Yan doesn't know why the general manager of the Heaven Creation Mansion is called Xianxia, nor did he ask. He only heard from Elder Situ that Xianxia is very strong. And Elder Situ did mention Xianxia to me. Qin Yan nodded. The other disciples all looked at Qin Yan. A disciple asked doubtfully, Xianxia, why do we not know that a new disciple has entered the Heaven Creation Mansion? If someone is going to take the assessment, all the disciples in the Heaven Creation Mansion are qualified to watch the assessment process. Yeah, didn't he take the assessment? Xianxia, did he secretly take the assessment? It seems that our Heaven Creation Mansion has never conducted a secret assessment, right? Xianxia said, Qin Yan is exempted from the assessment to enter the Heaven Creation Mansion. This is allowed by the elders of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. The group of disciples suddenly burst into an uproar. They all looked at Qin Yan in shock. Entering the Heaven Creation Mansion without taking the assessment, this is unprecedented in history. This? Xianxia, who is this Qin Yan? Is he the illegitimate son of the palace master? How can he break the rules of the Heaven Creation Mansion? Someone said with dissatisfaction. Yeah, we worked so hard and risked our lives to get into the Heaven Creating Mansion. Why can he be exempted from the assessment? Xianxia, isn't our Heaven Creation Mansion very fair? How can this happen? Faced with the doubts and complaints of these disciples, Xianxia said expressionlessly, not only is he exempted from the assessment, he also doesn't need to pay any fees to the Heaven Creation Mansion. More than 100 disciples in the small square suddenly felt a stabbing pain in their hearts. Not to mention that he doesn't need to take the assessment, he doesn't even need to provide resources to the Heaven Creation Mansion. Xianxia said again, I know you are all very unhappy, but let me tell you, even if Qin Yan is a cripple, I have nothing to say about him being able to come to the Heaven Creation Mansion. I even feel that it is natural. All the disciples quieted down. Qin Yan also listened quietly. Xianxia paused, his sharp gaze swept across the crowd and said, because Qin Yan gave a very large divine universe golden stone to the Heaven Creation God Palace. That divine universe golden stone is very important to our entire Heaven Creation City. Qin Yan feels that this is very good. Now everyone knows that he gave the divine universe golden stone to the Heaven Creation God Palace. In the future, no one will remember him. When the disciples heard this news, they were startled and then looked at Qin Yan. Just now, when they looked at Qin Yan, their eyes were filled with jealousy and disgust. After all, everyone hates people who destroy fairness. But now, when they looked at Qin Yun, their eyes were filled with shock and doubt. Xianxia, is this true? He really gave the Heaven Creation God Palace a very large divine universe golden stone? How big is it? A disciple could not help but ask. I heard that it's as big as a thumb. Xianxia said. Qin Yun frowned because the divine universe golden stone he gave to Elder Situ is far from being that big. The group of disciples immediately exclaimed in surprise again and again. They looked at Qin Yun in disbelief and no longer had the hostility from before. A tall young man said with a smile, in that case, forget about him being a cripple, even if he was a dead person, we wouldn't mind if he could cultivate in the Heaven Creation Palace. The divine universe golden stone is very important to the entire Heaven Creation City. Qin Yun also never expected that a small divine universe golden stone would actually have such a great effect. Qin Yun, right? Brother, you've suffered a great loss. Such a large divine universe golden stone was only exchanged for the treatment of entering the Heaven Creation Palace? If it were me, I would make all the elders of the Heaven Creation God Palace marry their daughters to me, a young man said with an evil smile. If it were me, I would recognize the palace mistress as my godmother. I would also have her pass down the supreme divine technique to me. If I had such a large divine universe golden stone, I would become an elder of the Heaven Creation God Palace. It would be much better than coming to this broken place like the Heaven Creation Palace. Someone came over and patted Qin Yun's shoulder, sighed and said, Brother, you came from the immortal desolate, right? You don't understand the market, you've suffered a great loss. Those elders of the Heaven Creation God Palace are all old foxes, they eat people without spitting out the bones. It's fine, it's not bad to be able to enter the Heaven Creation Palace, someone comforted. Qin Yun is startled, he suddenly realized that he is truly an honest person, he actually did not ruthlessly demand an exorbitant price. He laughed dryly a few times and said, actually, the Heaven Creation God Palace also gave me a 9 desolate divine saber. That is a very powerful saber, it is the peerless divine saber that the 9-son royal family emperor used to conquer the 3,000 heavenly domains. This immediately caused a burst of laughter. Brother, from now on, you should change your name to Qin Honest. The glory of that broken saber has long passed, it is just those old foxes bragging all day long to deceive people. That's right, how could the 9 desolate divine saber be as divine as they boasted? If it was so awesome, would they have given it to you? Qin Honest, there is no regret pill to eat, restrain your grief and accept the vicissitudes of life. It's fine, it is unavoidable to be cheated once or twice in life. To you, this might not be a bad thing, it will make you remember it in your heart. A group of kind-hearted disciples are all comforting Qin Yun. Qin Yun is somewhat dumbfounded. He actually became an honest person. Furthermore, others even gave him the nickname Qin Honest. In the past, when he called himself an honest person, no one believed him. But now, he has been given such a nickname, causing him to not know whether to laugh or cry. Qin Honest, Elder Situ's daughter is also in the Heaven Creation Palace and she is also one of the 4 great heavenly daughters. Take her hand and take revenge from her, Someone laughed and said. Xianxia and Qin Yun learned that Elder Situ's children are in the Heaven Creation Palace and felt a lot more at ease. Because he was worried that the might of the Heaven Creation Palace was just bragging by Elder Situ. The fact that Elder Situ allowed his children to enter the Heaven Creation Palace means that the level of the Heaven Creation Palace is very good. Honest Qin, Elder Situ's son is very powerful. Don't believe those people's nonsense, they are all trying to harm you. A disciple can't stand it anymore and warned Qin Yun very seriously, in the Heaven Creation Palace, you must not randomly challenge others. If you lose, you will lose a lot of resources. Qin Yun said, if I lose, how many resources will I lose? Let's put it this way, in the Heaven Creation Palace, you can freely challenge other disciples. Challenges also have a reward and punishment mechanism. If you win, you will get double the amount of sacred pill every day for 3 months. If you lose, you won't get any sacred pill for 3 months. Someone replied. Honest Qin, where did you get your divine universe golden stone? How did you get such a big piece? A disciple asked curiously. I got it by chance. Qin Yun said, is divine universe golden stone really that important to Heaven Creation City? A fat man nodded and said, very important. Without Divine Universe Golden Stone, Heaven Creation City would not be able to maintain itself. Originally, Heaven Creation City was not lacking, but with the appearance of Divine Universe Evil Dragon, Heaven Creation City needs more Divine Universe Golden Stone to maintain the safety of Heaven Creation City. Xianxia said, Qin Yun, if you have any problems with cultivation, you can come to me at any time. I will definitely teach you everything I know. After everyone heard this, they all exclaimed in jealousy. Xianxia teaching everything he knew is equivalent to accepting a disciple. These disciples also know that Xianxia is doing this because he feels that Qin Yun suffered a great loss, so he wants to make up for it in this aspect. Many thanks Xianxia. Qin Yun immediately said gratefully. No need to be polite, this is what I should do. You should know that Qin Yun's contribution to Heaven Creation City is great. I hope you can help him more in the future. Xianxia said. Definitely, definitely, many disciples promptly nodded and said. Alright, this gathering will end here. All of you can go back. Xianxia waved his hand and then said to Qin Yun, follow me. Xianxia is flying in the air, so Qin Yun also flew up and followed behind him. The others formed groups and returned to their small stone houses while discussing the matter of honest Qin. Qin Yun followed behind Xianxia and asked curiously, Xianxia, why don't I see Elder Situ's children? Are those disciples all the disciples of the Heaven Creating sect? There are 3,000 disciples in Heaven Creating Mansion, and that's just a small portion of them. Most of the disciples will return to their families on normal days. Xianxia said. I see. Qin Yun also understood and nodded. Qin Yun, there are 10 strongest disciples in Heaven Creation Mansion. They are the 4 great heavenly daughters, the 4 great heavenly sons and the 2 saints. Xianxia said, Elder Situ's children are all heavenly sons and heavenly daughters. Xianxia, are you worried that I will fight them to the death? Asked Qin Yun with a smile. Yes. After all, you suffered a great loss. Even I feel that the Heaven Creation Divine Palace is a bully. Xianxia sighed and said, you have such a big Divine Universe Golden Stone, you shouldn't get such a small reward. Qin Yun doesn't know if Elder Situ is swindling him or not because he feels that obtaining the 9 Desolate Divine Saber is very worth it, not to mention cultivating in the Heaven Creation Mansion. Did I really suffer a great loss? Qin Yun said with a frown, that 9 Desolate Divine Saber is very worth it. Didn't you obtain the 9 Desolate Divine Saber? Whether it's worth it or not, you know it better than me, right? Xianxia shook his head and sighed, Elder Situ shouldn't have let you suffer such a great loss. I wonder if he feels guilty or not. Qin Yun now knows that the matter of the 9 Desolate Divine Saber being a broken saber is very famous in the entire Heaven Creation City. However, he and Princess Yi both feel that the 9 Desolate Divine Saber is very precious. Xianxia, thank you for fighting for me. Qin Yun said with a smile. It's nothing, I just can't stand it. Don't worry, if I see those elders of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, I will do my best to help you fight for more. Xianxia said. Qin Yun has already followed Xianxia and flew to the roof of a huge stone building. They entered the stone house from the entrance at the top. Xianxia, why do they call you Xianxia? Qin Yun asked. Although this Xianxia looks like a very strict and dignified middle-aged man, he is very easy to talk to. Because I have already surpassed the immortal Emperor realm and become a saint. I was once a disciple of the Heaven Creation Palace and I am the fastest disciple to become a saint. Xianxia said. Qin Yun followed Xianxia and arrived at a hall. He said in shock, since you have become a saint, shouldn't you go to the Sacred Desolate? As long as I don't leave the Heaven Creation City, I don't need to enter the Sacred Desolate. Xianxia smiled faintly, I am staying here of my own accord. Why? Is it not good to go to the Sacred Desolate? Qin Yun is very puzzled because if it were him, he would definitely go to the Sacred Desolate immediately. Because I want to stay here and guide the disciples of the Heaven Creation Palace. In fact, there are many saints left behind in the Heaven Creation City. Xianxia said, for example, the 2 saints of the Heaven Creation Palace are 2 young saints. The fact that the Heaven Creation Palace can nurture saints made Qin Yun feel a lot more at ease. Right now, Qin only wants to quickly become a 9th-stage immortal emperor and have enough strength to enter the immortal graveyard. Zhang Xingxian indicated for Qin to sit down. After Qin sat down, he looked around and asked, Zhang Xingxian, why did you bring me here? Zhang Xingxian said, Qin, I heard from Elder Situ that you are an inscription master. If you enter the Heaven Creation Palace, you will also have to learn inscription, right? Qin nodded and said, I want to learn those powerful Daoyan runes of yours. He has Daoyan runes in his hands, but there are only 9 of them in total. How to use those 9 Daoyan runes well, he needs to comprehend them himself. Back then, the relationship between the Heaven Creation City and the 9 Sun Royal family was very good. Therefore, the Daoyan runes in the Heaven Creation City are all related to the 9 basic Daoyan runes. Qin feels that if he were to learn those Daoyan runes here, coupled with the 9 basic Daoyan runes, he would be able to comprehend them even faster and master them even better. Are you an inscription master? Zhang Xingxian asked. Yes. Qin nodded. What level of inscription master are you? Zhang Xingxian doesn't know much about Qin because he has never come into contact with anyone from the Immortal Desolate. What level? I'm not sure. Qin shook his head. Although someone said that he is a heavenly inscription master, he doesn't dare to be sure. Zhang Xingxian took out a piece of animal skin and a writing brush. The brush's hairs are golden and the shaft is very heavy. Use the power of the blood soul and draw a rune on the beast skin. Try your best to draw it. Zhang Xingxian said, I will first determine what level of inscription master you are. This way, it will be easier for me to plan how to guide you in learning and mastering Daoyan runes. Ah? Zhang Xingxian, you are also an inscription master? Qin is somewhat astonished because he can't tell. Zhang Xingxian is not wearing an inscription robe. Furthermore, he is tall and mighty, he looks like a battle type. I am one of the few inscription do masters in the Heaven Creation Palace. Actually, most people would choose the Divine Inscription Palace to learn inscription. Zhang Xingxian said, since you are in the Heaven Creation Palace, I will teach you inscription in passing. Qin picked up the brush and said with a smile, Zhang Xingxian, how is your inscription level? This Heaven Creation Palace doesn't seem to have an atmosphere for learning inscription. Zhang Xingxian smiled slightly, my inscription level is ranked 10th in the entire Heaven Creation City. This isn't bad, right? Not first and not in the top 5, of course it's bad. Qin said with a smile. Zhang Xingxian only smiled and did not explain further. He only said, teaching you inscription is enough. Qin picked up the brush and after thinking for a moment, he decided to draw a flame star rune. He has the wildfire inscription spirit and the Star Lord inscription spirit. When drawing flame star runes, regardless of finesse or other aspects, he can display them extremely well. When he was drawing the flame star rune, the brush also released a ball of light to cover the beast's skin, preventing others from seeing through the dark lines. Not long after, the flame star rune was finished. After Qin put away the brush, Zhang Xingxian was somewhat surprised and said, you finished drawing? Here. Qin handed over the beast skin. Zhang Xingxian opened it and looked at it. At first, he frowned, then his face gradually revealed astonishment. Finally, he looked at Qin in shock and said, your level of inscription is not bad. What level of inscription master am I? Qin asked, is it based on finesse? The level of inscription master in Heaven City is not only as simple as finesse evaluation. There are also many comprehensive factors. For example, the strength of the blood soul power, the strength of mental power, and also the speed of drawing runes, the speed and finesse of drawing complex runes. Zhang Xingxian looked at the beast skin and said, in short, the process is rather complicated and needs to pass a series of tests. Qin said with a smile, then what level of inscription master am I? Zhang Xingxian thought very seriously and said, you can reach the level of heavenly inscription master. Of course, it's only little heavenly master. There's also great heavenly master and Wan Tian master. Qin nodded and asked, Zhang Xingxian. What about you? I am a saint inscription master. Zhang Xingxian smiled and said, although your level is extremely high, you are far inferior to me. Saint inscription master, Qin is also secretly astonished. This Xianxia is truly powerful. Not only is he a saint transformation expert, he is also a saint inscription master. Xianxia, I can also be considered an inscription do master. Can you teach me how to quickly draw multiple lines? Qin said. Oh? You are also an inscription do master. I can't tell. Zhang Xingxian is somewhat astonished. He said with a frown, Qin, are you really Qin honest? With your level, you shouldn't have been tricked by Elder Situ. Qin waved his hand and said with a smile, I don't know much about the value of Divine Universe Golden Stone. The morning's harvest. After Zhang Xingxian stored the runes drawn by Qin, he carefully thought about how to teach Qin. Qin, how many lines can you draw now? Zhang Xingxian asked. 2A. Qin said. 2A? This was only at the beginner level. There's no rush. The fact that you are able to become an inscription do master proves that you are talented. If you want to become stronger, it's only a matter of time. Zhang Xingxian said. But I want to draw runes on multiple paths even faster. If I were to fight, I would also use inscription do technique, wouldn't I? Qin said, drawing runes on 2 paths is too slow. Zhang Xingxian got up and paced back and forth a few times before saying, alright, I'll make a cultivation plan for you. Back then, I was just as impatient as you. The elders were not willing to teach me, saying that my foundation would not be firm. However, I figured out the trick myself. I'll pass it to you in a few days so that you can quickly grasp the technique of drawing multiple lines. Thank you, Zhang Xingxian. Qin immediately thanked him. You're welcome. Zhang Xingxian smiled and said, go back. Eat the saint pill tomorrow morning and soak your body in the divine space spring water. Get used to this cultivation method as soon as possible. When Qin walked out of Zhang Xingxian's stone house, it was already dark. On the way back, Qin was in an extremely good mood because he had met a very strong inscription master. If he were to learn from Zhang Xingxian for a period of time, he would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. At night, the whole Heaven City was talking about honest Qin. Many people in Heaven Creation City believe that Qin has been fooled by Elder Situ, and they also recognize the nickname Qin Honest. The immortal desolate dragon emperor also heard of this matter, and he began to tinker with the 9 dragons' heaven origin formation. Crimson Sun Dragon Mother said from the side, Little Dragon, you were there when the exchange happened. Why didn't you persuade Little Floating Cloud? Look at how badly he was tricked by those old foxes. They even gave him the nickname Honest Qin. Honest Qin, F***CK, those idiots have never been tricked by Honest Qin before. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor laughed, don't worry, Xiao Fuyun is smarter than us old fellows. How can it be so easy to trick him? Crimson Sun Dragon Mother was still worried, she shook her head and said, he was too anxious to become stronger, wanting to deal with the Divine Universe Evil Dragon, it is normal for him to be blinded. Don't worry, Little Floating Cloud is very interested in the 9 Desolate Divine Blade. If he says there's no problem, then there's no problem. Who knows, maybe the one who's going to lose out is the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said. On the other side, Peng Huxiong, Peng Hantao, Shiman Taigon, and Heartless Immortal Paragon were in the same courtyard. They had also heard about Honest Qin. Peng Hantao said very sadly, Big brother, oh big brother, why are you so careless? The Divine Universe Golden Stone that you painstakingly obtained was tricked away just like that. Shiman Taidan said, Uncle's Divine Universe Golden Stone is very big. He only exchanged it for a broken saber and entered the Heaven Creation Palace to cultivate. Peng. Yun Tian. Peng. Long Qin Qin Qin, He Yun He Tian, Yun Tian Qin. I've never heard of it, but I just heard from the Imperial Clan's clan kings that the 9 Desolate Divine Saber is still very powerful. Heartless Immortal Venerable said, Brat Qin is so capable, he definitely won't lose out. It's hard to say. If you always walk by the river, how can you not get your shoes wet? Peng Hantao is sure that Qin Yun has been cheated. He shook his head and sighed, Big brother thinks that Qin Yun is honest. To put it nicely, he is honest. To put it bluntly, he is a fool. Peng Huxiong shook his head and said, Heavenly Master Qin will not suffer such a big loss. There must be something we don't know about. Because everyone thinks that the Divine Universe Golden Stone Qin Yun handed over is as big as a fist. Of course, there are also rumors that it is as big as a human head. In short, the majority of people don't know how big the Divine Universe Golden Stone Qin Yun took out is. Heaven Creation God Palace did not clearly say how big it is. They let the rumor spread because it is beneficial to Heaven Creation God Palace. This will let everyone in Heaven Creation City know that their Heaven Creation God Palace has obtained a very big Divine Universe Golden Stone. It must be known that during this period of time, because of the appearance of Divine Universe Evil Dragon City, many people in Heaven Creation City are panicking. Now that they know that Heaven Creation God Palace picked up a very big Divine Universe Golden Stone, the panicking people in Heaven Creation City are very relieved. The Imperial Clan side is also a lot more at ease. Qin Yun is a member of their Imperial Clan. Previously, because Qin Yun was worried that he would cause trouble, he temporarily cut off his relationship with the Imperial Clan. Now that Qin Yun has thrown out the Divine Universe Golden Stone and given it to Heaven Creation God Palace, it means that he has thrown out the big trouble of the Calamity Stone. In the future, there will not be a large number of people from the Outer Heaven domain who will go find trouble with Qin Yun. Everyone feels that Qin Yun's method is quite witty. Even if he was tricked during the exchange and got a peerless broken saber. Late at night, Qin Yun is resting in the small stone house when someone suddenly knocked on the door. It's the middle of the night, who is it? Qin Yun shouted as he walked over. Little brother Qin, it's me, Elder Situ. Elder Situ said. Qin Yun promptly went to open the door and said with smile, Elder Situ, why are you here? Elder Situ's face is full of smile as he said, there are many rumors outside right now, saying that you suffered a big loss, saying that our Heaven Creation God Palace is very dark and so on. I hope you don't mind. It's fine, I am very satisfied with this deal. Qin Yun said. Really? Elder Situ said worriedly, I heard from Xianxia that there are disciples of Heaven Creation Palace who are instigating you to deal with my children. Don't listen to those guys blindly making a fuss. I don't have that kind of idea. I only have one goal in Heaven Creation Palace, and that is to become stronger. Qin Yun said very seriously. After you become stronger, you won't go find trouble with my children, right? Elder Situ is still somewhat worried. Elder Situ, is your daughter beautiful? Qin Yun suddenly asked. Of course she is. Elder Situ very proudly smiled and said, don't you know whose daughter she is? How about this? I will arrange for you to meet her, I will let her take care of you. Qin Yun laughed and said, if your daughter is very beautiful, she will definitely have many pursuers. How would I dare to provoke her? Oh right, you must not let her take care of me, I won't be able to handle it. I understand the principle of femme fatale very well. He has experienced this kind of thing many times. Little brother Qin, you are truly an honest person. Elder Situ chuckled and said, honest Qin, this nickname is really not wrong. Qin Yun speechlessly laughed and warned, don't let your daughter take care of me, her pursuers will bring me trouble. All right. Then I will let my son take care of you. There won't be any problem, right? Elder Situ said. No need. Qin Yun shook his head. How about this, I will discuss with the other elders and the higher-ups of Heaven Creation Palace and ask them to give you double the resources. Elder Situ said again. Qin Yun can see that Elder Situ is somewhat apologetic. That's fine. Qin Yun said with smile. Little brother Qin, don't worry. Our Heaven Creation Divine Palace really did not swindle you. We are honest with you. Elder Situ's face is filled with kind smile. I know. Qin Yun nodded. Then goodbye. Tomorrow morning, maybe you will have double the resources. Elder Situ chuckled and then left. After Qin Yun closed the door, he shook his head and sighed. He said, it seems that I really suffered a great loss. Elder Situ is truly an old fox who hides his strength. Wait until the 9 desolate divine saber is repaired, then we will know who suffered a great loss. Ling Yun'er said with smile, 9 desolate divine saber is refined from nether sun materials. Maybe your half-chest of divine universe golden stones was killed by 9 desolate divine saber. Qin Yun walked out of the small stone house and released the heaven-leaping shuttle. He entered the warehouse of the heaven-leaping shuttle and released the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Then he took out the chest and opened it. Just looking at it feels so good. Xianxia looked at the half-chest of divine universe golden stones, the 9 desolate divine saber inserted inside, as well as the bloodline heavenly rune box, and grinned. He finished looking at it, then put away the chest and walked out of the heaven-leaping shuttle. He returned to the small house and closed his eyes to rest, waiting for the arrival of morning. Dawn arrived. Xianxia walked out of the small stone house and looked at the stone chest hanging beside the door. He opened it with his identity jade tablet. After opening the chest, he saw 4 bottles. 2 of them are relatively small, they should be storing sacred pill. The other 2 are slightly bigger, they are storing divine universe spring water. It is indeed double, it seems like they really feel that they are treating me unfairly. Xianxia laughed in his heart and took away the bottles. Just as he took them off, he sensed someone behind him. After he turned around, he saw a man wearing gorgeous blue embroidered clothes. This man has sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, his bearing is extraordinary. His handsome face has a slight smile as he said, "Are you Xianxia?" "Yes." "Your distinguished self is?" Xianxia closed the chest and asked. "I am Situ Wusheng, Elder Situ's youngest son." The man cupped his hands towards Xianxia. Last night, Xianxia repeatedly warned Elder Situ not to arrange for his children to take care of him. "Did Elder Situ ask you to come?" Xianxia asked in low voice. "No, I came here on my own. My father was a bit unfair to you during the Divine Universe Golden Stone exchange. I feel guilty in my heart, so I came to apologize to you," Situ Wusheng said with an ashamed expression. "It's nothing, your father came last night, he told me to get double the resources." Xianxia said with smile, "I am very grateful to him." Situ Wusheng is startled, he suddenly feels that Qin Honest is indeed Qin Honest, he is too easy to send off. He promptly took out 2 bottles and handed them over to Xianxia. He said, "These are sacred pill and divine spring water, 10 days worth, take them." "This?" Xianxia is startled. "I am one of the 4 heavenly sons, I have a lot of resources, you don't need to worry." Situ Wusheng said with smile, "Xianxia, from now on you are my brother, whoever bullies you, just tell me, I guarantee that I will beat them until they look for their teeth on the ground." "Many thanks brother Situ." Situ Wusheng stuffed those things into Xianxia's bosom, Xianxia can only reluctantly accept them. "I have matters to attend to, I will take my leave first." "Oh that's right, don't tell others that I came." "Goodbye." Situ Wusheng hurriedly left. After Xianxia and Situ Wusheng said their goodbyes, just as he was about to enter the small house, he suddenly sensed someone approaching. He turned around and saw a very beautiful white-clothed woman. She lightly frowned and said with slight anger, "You bastard, why are you so stupid? Father and brother Jiao secretly colluded to make you feel that they are very good, to make you very grateful to them. You are Elder Situ's daughter?" Xianxia feels that he is about to harvest some sacred pill and divine spring water, his heart immediately feels very happy. Sage's teachings. Xianxia looked at the white-dressed woman's beautiful face and secretly looked forward to her coming over to deliver something. "I am Situ Xiaoai. Xianxia is honest, my father has indeed let you down." Situ Xiaoai walked over and took out 2 jade bottles and handed them over to Xianxia. Just as Xianxia expected, Situ Xiaoai indeed gave him a lot of resources. She is much more generous than Situ Wusheng, she actually gave him 20 days of sacred pills and divine spring. "So much, thank you." Xianxia received it and smiled gratefully, "You, your brother and your father are all good people. They all take care of me." "Didn't I just say it? It was my father who asked my brother to find you." "You were deceived by my brother." Situ Xiaoai said in a low voice, "Why can't you understand such a simple trick?" Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "I think you are all good people. If it wasn't for your father making a deal with me, I wouldn't have been able to stay in Heaven Creation City, let alone enter Heaven Creation Mansion. And this morning, you 2 brother and sister gave me so many things, I am very grateful to you." Situ Xiaoai is somewhat speechless, she sighed faintly, "As long as you are happy, people in this place are sinister, you have to be more careful. I heard that you have Sun's soul in your hands, don't give it to others so easily." Xianxia nodded. Then goodbye, I will often come to give you resources. I will let you quickly become stronger and step into the 9th level Immortal Emperor realm. Situ Xiaoai finished speaking and left in a hurry. Qin waved goodbye to Situ Xiaoai. After he could not see Situ Xiaoai, he entered the small stone house with a smile. Ling Yin'er said with a smile, "What a good girl." On the other hand, Situ Wushang and his father used all kinds of tricks. Qin entered the small stone house and placed the sacred pills into 2 jade bottles. There are a total of 2 types of sacred pills, one is a white pill for cultivating the soul and the other is a golden pill for cultivating the body. There are more than 60 sacred pills in total, I wonder how effective they are. Qin took out 2 pills and ate them. He said with a frown, "The taste is strange, there is no reaction for the time being." He quietly waited for the sacred pill's medicinal effect to kick in. A moment later, he suddenly felt his body becoming hot and his head swelling. "Not good, the medicinal effect is very strong," Qin said in alarm. "Quickly take out the divine space spring water to soak." Ling Yin'er said, "Didn't they say that they would soak in the divine space spring water at the same time?" Qin immediately took out a bath the size of a bed. Then, he took out many small bottles and poured out the divine space spring water inside. A bottle of divine space spring water was only enough for one person. Normally, one would place it in a large bucket and soak in it. Now, Qin took out a bath because he wanted to cultivate together. He greeted 9 Sun Divine Souls Shui Tianzi, Zi Qingqing and Long Tianji and asked them to come out. Qin had already jumped into the bathtub and soaked in the divine space spring water. The discomfort he felt gradually disappeared. After Shui Tianzi came out, she smiled, took off her clothes and jumped in. They were not naked either. They were clothed on the inside. "The water is a little cold," Zi Qingqing said in a low voice, "Little brat, I can't stand this cold water. How long do I have to soak in it? Cold? I don't think so." Qin looked at Shui Tianzi and Long Tianji. They crossed their arms and nodded. Moreover, they are somewhat shivering. If not for the water being very cold, Shui Tianzi would have already stuck to Qin's side. Qin touched Zi Qingqing's face. He can indeed feel that her delicate and soft face is very cold. "Ah, your hand is very warm. What's going on?" Zi Qingqing said in amazement. Qin promptly held Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi's hands and said, "Let's quickly cultivate together." Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi held Long Tianji's hands. After they operated Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, the medicinal power of the sacred pill inside Qin's body started flowing through their bodies. Not long after, the cold feeling on their bodies disappeared. "So comfortable." Shui Tianzi sighed in admiration. Her charming face is filled with a comfortable feeling, making her look even more tender and alluring, filled with dense charm. Zi Qingqing also felt a lot more relieved. She looked at Qin and asked, "What kind of cultivation method is this?" Qin simply explained the matter of the sacred pill and divine space spring water. He said with smile, "This can allow me to increase my cultivation even faster. We can break through very quickly. With the help of these women, Qin will be able to increase his cultivation even faster." "Xiao Yun, we made many talisman papers during this period of time. They are all made from sacred tier materials. I just don't know if they will be useful to you or not," Shui Tianzi said. "Of course they are useful," Qin said, "the talisman papers you made are very good. When I have time I will research a talisman to deal with evil spirits and heavenly demons. At that time, it will be useful." Shui Tianzi moved closer to Qin. Inside the warm spring water, she hugged Qin's waist with one hand and leaned on Qin's body. She said with charming smile, "This is even more comfortable." Water fairy, cultivate a bit more seriously," Zi Qingqing said with slight anger. Shui Tianzi playfully stuck out her tongue at Zi Qingqing and happily leaned on Qin's body. As long as their bodies touch each other, they will be able to cultivate together. After cultivating together for a few days, Qin also stepped into 3rd level Immortal Emperor realm. Little Heavenly Lion, Little Divine Hammer and Little Dragon are revolving around the Nether Sun. Every time they break through, the Nether Sun totems on their surface will increase. Xianxia's immortal emperor realm is constantly strengthening these three heavenly Tao powers. Heavenly Tao ferocious power, Heavenly Tao fire berserk power, Heavenly Tao arrogant power, these three powers are very mysterious. Xianxia cultivated them by accident. He can only use these three powers to fuse with the nether sun totems to strengthen himself. As for whether or not there are other uses, he has yet to unearth them. And in the immortal emperor realm, these three powers are constantly evolving and becoming stronger. Especially the nether sun totems on the surface, Xianxia is becoming more and more confused. If he did not have the nether sun, he would not be able to control these strange totem runes. My immortal emperor absolute yang power has become a lot stronger through these nether sun totems. When Xianxia fights, he directly uses the immortal emperor absolute yang power. Only the nether sun releases immortal emperor power. If he releases it through the three heavenly Tao powers, the immortal emperor absolute yang power will double. If the nether sun totems appear on the surface of his body, the power will be even stronger. Under normal circumstances, he can directly use the immortal emperor absolute yang power to deal with opponents of the same level. If he is not a match, he can only release the absolute yang power through the three heavenly Tao powers. If he is still not a match, he can only use the nether sun totems. Therefore, his power eruption has several stages. I broke through, let's rest for now. Xianxia sensed the absolute yang power after breaking through and said with smile. Zi Qingqing nodded. Shui Tianzi pestered Xianxia and kissed her. Xianxia smiled and kissed her cheek. Then he also kissed Zi Qingqing and Long Tianji and let them return to the Nine Sun Divine Soul. Xianxia put on his clothes, walked out of the small stone house and headed towards Xianxia's residence. In terms of cultivation, he didn't encounter any difficulties because it was very smooth during the joint cultivation. Coupled with his high comprehension, he didn't encounter too many obstacles. Inside Xianxia's large stone house, there is a very large hall, apparently it is used for fighting. Xianxia is now waiting for Xianxia in this hall. Xianxia is wearing a white rune robe and holding a book in his hand. I haven't seen you for a few days and you are already a level 3 immortal emperor? Xianxia sensed the aura of 3 immortal emperor power on Xianxia's body and said with smile, you must have been a level 2 immortal emperor for a long time, right? Xianxia only smiled. Actually, he is just broken through to level 2 immortal emperor. Life in Heaven Creation Mansion is quite peaceful. It seems like I just cultivate all day long. Xianxia said. That's not it. Sometimes, I need you to go out and deal with those evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Xianxia handed over a book to Xianxia and said, these are some inscription techniques that I have organized. There are some Tao evolution runes, inscription battle techniques and also a method to quickly grasp multiple runes. Thank you very much. Xianxia received the book and promptly expressed his thanks. No need to be polite. Your talent in inscription is very good. I heard from those people in the immortal desolate inscription world that your talent in inscription is extremely high. You even obtained their recognition. Xianxia said with smile, I also heard a lot about you. You are not as honest as the rumors say. Xianxia said with smile, the nickname Qin Honest was given to me by other people. Stabbing 2 evil sons, destroying 2 altars, causing the Outer Heaven Domain Alliance army to suffer great losses, this kind of person is called honest. Xianxia doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xianxia, are the evil spirits and heavenly monsters really that hard to deal with? Xianxia asked. Evil spirits and heavenly monsters are different. Ordinary heavenly monsters can be killed or even devoured as long as they can draw on the energy of divine cosmos golden stone. Xianxia said. The earth-drilling dog that Xianxia had dealt with before was just an ordinary powerful heavenly monster. In the eyes of many people, it was a very terrifying existence. However, it was killed by him in an instant. It was because he used a very strong divine universe metal stone power. Xianxia saw that Xianxia is pondering, he paused and said again, the formation of evil spirits and heavenly monsters is formed by absorbing evil divine cosmos power. Evil divine cosmos power is evolved from ordinary divine cosmos power. Therefore, the divine cosmos power released by ordinary divine cosmos golden stone can easily be devoured by evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Xianxia entered Creation Heaven City to master a secret technique to deal with evil spirits and heavenly monsters. This is very important to him. If he wants to run amok in Cloud Dragon Mountain Range, he must be able to quickly exterminate those evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Heaven Creation Divine Palace, Xianxia Divine Palace and Divine Inscription Palace should be researching effective methods to deal with evil spirits and heavenly monsters, right? Can you teach me? Xianxia asked. We have methods to deal with evil spirits and heavenly monsters, but they are not very effective. If those guys were really easy to deal with, there wouldn't be so many evil spirits and heavenly monsters in Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. We can only guarantee that Creation Heaven City won't be destroyed by Evil Dragon City. Xianxia said. Xianxia sighed and said, Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon should be the root of all evil spirits and heavenly monsters in Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. Can we really only seal this guy? Chapter 1866, Evil-Slaying Divine Talisman. Xianxia looked at the holy talisman in his hand and sensed the holy power flowing within the runes. The bright lines of the runes are flickering, but the dark lines inside are flowing. This talisman's dark lines are carved with Daoyan runes. How strong are the evil spirits and heavenly monsters can this evil-slaying divine talisman deal with? Will it be useful? Xianxia asked. This holy talisman can deal with 8th or 9th level immortal emperor realm evil spirits and heavenly monsters. If they can avoid it, this talisman will be wasted. You should have seen those evil spirits and heavenly monsters that turn into humans, right? Xianxia said. Xianxia nodded and said, those guys are the same as humans, they are very strong in all aspects, they can indeed avoid it, that's why those evil spirits and heavenly monsters are very difficult to deal with. There aren't many of these evil-slaying divine talismans, it's very difficult to make them. If you encounter a very powerful evil spirit and heavenly monster, don't get entangled in a fight, it's best to run away immediately. Xianxia said. What if it's a king-grade immortal talisman? Xianxia put away the evil-slaying divine talisman and said, the best evil-slaying immortal talisman should be able to deal with some 4th or 5th level immortal emperor realm evil spirits and heavenly monsters. It should be easy to make, right? Xianxia shook his head and said, no. Immortal Emperor power is not enough to kill evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Immortal Emperor power is also not enough to make those runes unleash even stronger power. Some talismans might need formidable holy power to be unleashed. Xianxia also plans to refine some immortal talismans because they are relatively easy to make. Also, the difficulty of making king-grade evil-slaying immortal talisman is about the same as making evil-slaying divine talisman. Xianxia said. I understand, so I won't consider king-grade immortal talisman. There shouldn't be many inscription masters who can make this kind of talisman, right? Xianxia said. Generally speaking, as long as one is a great inscription heavenly master, they can barely make it, but they need some assistance. Xianxia smiled and said, Xianxia, although you are only a little heavenly inscription master, I think you should be able to make it with your talent. I need Sacred Xian Silver Crystal's assistance. I can give it a try. Xianxia is also eager. Since you can make it, it doesn't matter if it's not powerful enough. It's enough to deal with evil spirits and heavenly monsters whose cultivation is similar to yours. Xianxia said. Xianxia took the booklet and left Xianxia's large stone house. He returned to his small stone house and seriously read the booklet, memorizing the contents. Very quickly, he finished reading the contents and handed it over to Momo to let her learn those Daoyan runes. Xianxia didn't impart many Daoyan runes to me, only a few. Xianxia said, maybe it's because some Daoyan runes can't be spread out, so they didn't give it to me. The Heaven Creation Divine Palace, the Xianxia Divine Palace and the Divine Inscription Palace must have grasped many good Daoyan runes. Most of them must not be spread out, they are all very precious. Ling Yun'er said with a smile, these few are not bad. At least it will give you some inspiration. You have 9 basic Daoyan runes, you can comprehend them and then develop even more Daoyan runes. Xianxia closed his eyes and recalled the contents of the evil-slaying divine talisman. The evil-slaying divine talisman is rather peculiar. Because the dark lines are Daoyan runes, when the talisman is used, it can transform into an X and then combined with some runes that can restrain evil spirits and heavenly monsters, It can cause great damage to evil spirits and heavenly monsters. If evil spirits and heavenly monsters can't dodge in time, they will be killed by the giant axe transformed from the evil-slaying divine talisman. Xiaoyun, you don't have to create an axe. Didn't you comprehend the star and moon sword rune? Ling Yan'er said with a smile, your star and moon sword rune is much more powerful than those pure axe Daoyan runes. The star and moon sword rune has 3 attributes, star, moon and sword. And Qin Yan has Star Lord, Moon Lady and Weapon King, these 3 inscription spirits. As for the dark lines inside the evil-slaying divine talisman, they are only pure axe Daoyan runes. They are far less powerful than the star and moon sword rune. The axe Daoyan rune is one of the core of the evil-slaying divine talisman. I can indeed replace it with the star and moon sword rune. Qin Yan smiled slightly and said, in addition to my overwhelming righteous power, combined with saint power, the power should be even stronger. The other key rune of the evil-slaying divine talisman is the evil-suppressing divine rune, which belongs to the bright rune section. In general, the evil-slaying divine talisman is not complicated. It is only composed of 2 kinds of runes. The reason why it is difficult is because the Daoyan rune section of the dark rune and the sacred rune section of the bright rune section are very difficult to carve. For the vast majority of inscription masters, to carve these 2 runes, not to mention it takes a long time, it is also very strenuous. In addition, if one doesn't have enough saint power, it is difficult to make a perfect sacred talisman. The Immortal Emperor realm is the transitional stage of immortal to sacred. In the Immortal Emperor realm, one begins to cultivate saint power, which is to transform immortal power into saint power and cultivate a sufficiently powerful sacred soul sacred body. Qin Yan is only at the 3rd level of the Immortal Emperor realm. Among his absolute yang power, immortal power accounts for the majority. There is also some saint power and a faint trace of divine power. Because he can often obtain the help of star gods, Qin Yan began cultivating divine power very early on. The cultivation technique he is currently cultivating also requires him to cultivate divine body. Among my absolute yang power, saint power is not too weak and there is also a faint trace of divine power. The blood-soul power condensed from the absolute yang power should be strong enough. Qin Yan took out the floating cloud divine needle and prepared to give it a try. Xiaoyun, it is better if you add enough saint power. This can make the sacred talisman even stronger. Ling Yan'er said. Qin Yan took out the pill transformation heavenly furnace and placed some sacred mysterious silver crystals inside. He can use the pill transformation heavenly furnace to refine sacred mysterious silver crystals into sacred mysterious gold crystals. Previously, he taught Zi Qingqing and others how to use the pill transformation heavenly furnace to refine sacred mysterious gold crystals. 100 portions of sacred mysterious silver crystals can only be refined into 1 portion of sacred mysterious gold crystal. The consumption is also relatively large. Qin Yan doesn't have many sacred mysterious silver crystals left, he still has about 10,000 genes left. He plans to go to the Divine Inscription Mountain to get some more after using them. Zi Qingqing and others used sacred mysterious gold crystals to make sacred talisman papers. The sacred mysterious gold crystal is a very small round bead, it is flickering with golden light. This is the first time Qin Yan is crafting evil-slaying sacred talisman. This is a process of fumbling around, so his speed is rather slow. If he mastered it, he would be able to carve it into the Gemini treasure mirror and then use the mirror to illuminate it, he would be able to quickly refine a lot. Evil-suppressing sacred rune is very good, it has very good effect against evil devil things. Qin Yan said. Mo came out and transmitted the evil-suppressing sacred rune into Qin Yan's memory through mental transmission. This way, Qin Yan can immediately master this rune. Otherwise, Qin Yan would need some time to completely memorize it. After Mo transmitted the evil-suppressing sacred rune to Qin Yan, she returned. Qin Yan used the floating cloud divine needle and released the needle spirit into the needle, allowing it to carve the dragon transformation rune. Xiaoyun, the runes produced by your divine king heavenly seal seem to be very powerful. Ling Yan'er suddenly said, do you want to give it a try? Qin Yan remembers that when the divine king heavenly seal was still the floating cloud heavenly seal, it could produce a very strong defensive power when it was imprinted on some things. Now that it is the divine king heavenly seal, Qin Yan has not tried what kind of effect it has. The Divine King Heavenly Seal is transformed from a divine position. Although it can be used as a weapon, he is worried about damaging this precious divine position, so he did not use it in battle. I will give it a try. Xianxia carved a dark rune on a light golden holy talisman paper. It is the Star and Moon Sword rune. The Star and Moon Sword rune is treated as a dark rune. It is hidden inside the holy talisman paper. No one can see what kind of rune it is. When Inscription Dome masters fight, he can quickly draw the Star and Moon Sword rune, let alone use the floating cloud divine needle. Of course, the Star and Moon Sword rune he is drawing now is even stronger because it is the Dragon Transformation rune. The Star and Moon Sword rune is completed very quickly. Next is the Evil Suppressing Sacred rune. The core of the Evil Suppressing Sacred rune is a dark rune and it needs to be closely fused with the Star and Moon Sword rune. The weapon rune used in the previous Evil Slaying Sacred Talisman was an axe. Although it has now become the Star and Moon Sword rune, Xianxia can still quickly find a very perfect fusion point. He can fuse the core of the Star and Moon Sword rune and the Evil Suppressing Sacred rune. This is his perception. With a little thought, he can fuse the core of two complex runes together. When he was carving runes, he absorbed a lot of sacred Xian gold crystals saint power and poured it into his blood spirit power. Of course, this kind of saint power is not strong enough. It is far inferior to the saint power of a sacred transformation expert like Xianxia. Xianxia also doesn't know how strong the evil slaying sacred talisman he made will be in the end. He still has to find evil spirits and heavenly monsters to test it out. After tossing and turning for 2 or 3 days, Xianxia finally finished the evil slaying sacred talisman. It went smoothly. Xianxia wiped his sweat, looked at the evil slaying sacred talisman in his hand and revealed a smile filled with a sense of accomplishment. Xiaoyun, you have to find evil spirits and heavenly monsters to test it out. Ling Yin'er said, go ask Xianxia if Heaven Creation City has caught evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Try using those evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Xianxia shook his head and said, even if they did, they wouldn't let me try. Evil spirits and heavenly monsters are very difficult to catch, they are very precious to them. Killing one is one less. Xianxia also said before that because of the appearance of Evil Dragon City, the originally leaderless evil spirits and heavenly monsters now have a common super strong boss. Therefore, those evil spirits and heavenly monsters are all gathered inside Evil Dragon City. Even if evil spirits and heavenly monsters go out, they are all wearing powerful equipment and go out in groups. It is very difficult to hunt them down. And inside Evil Dragon City, there are also Outer Heaven Domain Alliance Army, Alien Dragon Race and 9 Yang Palace people. That's true. We can only try again when we have the chance. Ling Yin'er said with smile. Xianxia walked out of the small stone house and took away the resources inside the box. Even if he doesn't take them out for a few days, they will still accumulate in the box. Just as he took away the bottles in the box outside the door, he sensed someone suddenly rushing over. He turned around and saw a beautiful woman wearing a snow-white dress. Her beautiful eyes have a trace of hidden bitterness as she said, Xianxia, why didn't you go to the assembly yesterday when the bell rang? The woman is Situ Xiaoai. Ah? I didn't hear it. Xianxia is somewhat surprised and said, Senior Sister Xiaoai, is it very important that the bell rang yesterday? Situ Xiaoai nodded and said, Heaven Creation Mansion's 4 great heavenly sons and 4 great heavenly daughters are going out to capture evil spirits and heavenly monsters for research. Oh. Xianxia said, this should have nothing to do with me, right? 1867 Chapter 1867 Monster Catching Operation. Xianxia wants to carve the runes of the Devil Slayer Divine Talisman into the Gemini Treasure Mirror. He doesn't want to do anything else. This. Who arranged it? Is it Xianxia? I'll go find him and ask him to cancel my spot. Xianxia said. It's not Xianxia's arrangement, I drew you. Situ Xiaoai bit her lips and snorted with hidden bitterness, you have to go with me. Although the process is dangerous, don't worry, I will protect you. Can I not go? Xianxia wants to go but now is not the time. No way. This is a mission given by Heaven Creation Palace's disciples. If you are absent this time or if my team doesn't do well, our entire team will be punished and won't have cultivation resources for 3 months. Situ Xiaoai said, I want to quickly transform into a saint, I don't want to lose so many resources. Xianxia spread his hands and said with smile, if I go, I will only be a burden to you. If I don't go, if you don't say, who will know? Xianxia said in low voice, Xianxia, you are now a famous person, everyone is watching you. If you are lazy and don't go, you will definitely be discovered. I gave a large piece of Divine Universe golden stone to Heaven Creation Divine Palace, can't you give me some privileges? Xianxia curled his lips and said, my cultivation is too low, I am not suitable to participate in this kind of operation. Everyone should know about it. How about this, you and I go find Zhang Xingxian, we will ask him. Xianxia also feels that it is not suitable for Xianxia to go out because it is too dangerous outside. Alright. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia and Xianxia went to Zhang Xingxian's large stone house together. On the road, it caused many people to make a ruckus. Because many disciples know that when Xianxia drew her own team member, she drew Xianxia. Everyone in Heaven Creation City knows that Xianxia was tricked by Elder Situ and suffered heavy losses. Now that Xianxia and Xianxia are walking together, it caused many busybodies to make a ruckus. Xianxia is walking on the road, her beautiful eyes are flickering with killing intent. Along the way, she is constantly grinding her jade teeth. Her appearance of gnashing her teeth and emitting killing intent is indeed very scary. Even people with big guts are scared to the point that they don't dare to speak. Xianxia was very calm as he followed behind Xianxia with a composed expression. Inside the hall of Zhang Xingxian's stone house, Xianxia and Xianxia are waiting for Zhang Xingxian. Not long after, Zhang Xingxian came out with two old men beside him. Greetings, Zhang Xingxian and the two Battle Palace elders. When Xianxia saw the elders come out, she quickly stood up and bowed. She was especially respectful towards the two Battle Palace elders. Xianxia did not bow because he doesn't recognize these two Battle Palace elders. Xiaoai, why did you come here? Zhang Xingxian looked at Xianxia and said, is it about going out to capture evil spirits and heavenly monsters? Junior brother Qin's cultivation is too low. He's not suitable to follow my team. Because his situation is special, can Zhang Xingxian allow him to not participate in this operation? Xiaoai said. The two Battle Palace elders were both wearing armor. They were tall and mighty. One of them, an old man with one eye, said coldly, how can this be? Since he entered the Heaven Creation Mansion, he must follow the rules of the Heaven Creation Mansion. The other old man with green eyes also said coldly, we allowed him to enter the Heaven Creation Mansion without taking the test and gave him double the resources. Is this not enough preferential treatment? Since he doesn't want to go out, then he should leave the Heaven Creation Mansion as soon as possible. The one-eyed old man looked at Xianxia and groaned, if you don't experience danger, how can you stimulate your potential in a dangerous situation? This is a cultivation method to become stronger. If you are afraid of death, you can't become strong. You must often fight and challenge the things you fear, only then can you become stronger. Even if you die, you must die in battle. The green-eyed old man's battle intent surged as he shouted. Xianxia now understands what the Battle Palace elders do. They are all battle maniacs. What they do is to ensure the battle strength of Heaven Creation City. Zhang Xingxian said, Xiaoai, Xianxia, you heard it. It's alright, you just need to be more careful when you go out this time. When the disciples of Heaven Creation Mansion face all kinds of difficulties, they need to solve them on their own. This is an opportunity to temper themselves. Xiaoai understands, I will sincerely follow your instructions. Xiaoai lowered her head and said, then left the hall. Xianxia also left. After walking out of Zhang Xingxian's large stone house, Xianxia asked, what do the Battle Palace elders do? Heaven Creation God Palace has 4 great battle palaces, all of them cultivate powerful warriors. The warriors in the Battle Palace are all very brave and good at fighting. Xiaoai said in low voice, Xianxia, come with me. You should at least know how to run away, right? If you encounter any danger, just run away and leave the rest to me. Xianxia doesn't want to go, but because he has something to do, he has no choice but to go now, so he can only follow. Alright. Xianxia nodded and asked, when are we leaving? Tomorrow, can you go tomorrow? Xiaoai said. Yes. Qinyan feels that there is still time, he said with smile, I will go back and prepare now. Situ AI saw that Qinyan is still smiling and said with slight annoyance, you don't seem to be afraid at all? See you tomorrow. Qinyan hurriedly returned. He returned to his small stone house, took out the Gemini treasure mirror and quickly carved the set of runes into it. In order to ensure an extremely high degree of finesse, he carved very seriously and spent more than half a day. Only late at night did he finish. After he finished, he took out a holy talisman paper, absorbed the saint power of the mysterious saint gold crystal and condensed it into blood soul power. Then he poured it into the Gemini treasure mirror. The Gemini treasure mirror released a ray of light that enveloped the holy talisman paper and imprinted the set of runes on it. Using the Gemini treasure mirror can make talismans very quickly, but there is a flaw: it consumes a lot of blood soul power. This is mainly because the runes inside the Gemini treasure mirror need to consume a lot of energy. Although the consumption is great, it can make evil slaying divine talismans in a short period of time. The sky is about to brighten. Qinyan made 2 evil slaying divine talismans and rested for a while. After resting enough, he took a bath and changed into a set of clean soft armor clothes. Let's go, he opened the door and walked out of the small stone house. Situ AI is waiting for him outside. Today, she has a long braid and is wearing light red skin-tight clothes. Although it looks like a skin-tight outfit, runes are flowing on the clothes. It is a set of clothes with extremely strong defensive power. It is made with very powerful Tao evolution runes. My attire is so ugly today, what's there to look at? Situ AI said in low voice, I looked good yesterday but you didn't pay attention to me. Situ AI saw Qinyan twice before. Qinyan did not look at her randomly, nor did he stare at her. This caused her to suspect that she is not beautiful enough to be unable to attract Qin Honest's attention. And today, she had no choice but to change into the battle attire that she doesn't like. This is also the battle attire that her father Elder Situ found someone to make for her. She feels that the clothes are very ugly, but the Qin Honest in front of her is entranced by them. These clothes are indeed a bit ugly. After Qinyan came back to his senses, he laughed and said, I am looking at the runes on your clothes, they are very powerful Tao evolution runes. In the past few days, Situ AI also heard that Qinyan came from Immortal Desolate and is an inscription master or something. However, many disciples of Heaven Creation Palace don't believe it. They only think that people from Immortal Desolate are bragging. In their eyes, how could an inscription master be so stupid as to be tricked by Elder Situ? Therefore, Situ AI also doesn't believe it. Let's go. Situ AI said in low voice, other teams have already set off, we should also hurry up. Senior Sister Xiao AI, how many people do we have in our team? What is their cultivation? Qinyan asked curiously. A total of 5 people. Apart from you, they are all 9th level Immortal Emperor. Now you are the only one in Heaven Creation Palace. We must go out now and quickly find the other 3. Oh, then let's go. Qinyan said. We only have 10 days, within 10 days, we must capture an evil ghost and heavenly monster. Situ AI said again, she is already running with quick steps. Qinyan is following behind her. Not long after, they left Heaven Creation Divine Palace. When Qinyan went out, he secretly released a small lightning dragon. It is Long Tianji's small lightning dragon. He released Long Tianji's small lightning dragon to look for the nearby inscription Divine Mountain. He wants the inscription Divine Mountain to follow him. If he encounters danger, he will bring Situ AI to hide inside the Divine Inscription Mountain. He has seen how powerful evil ghosts and heavenly monsters are. If they encounter very strong evil ghosts and heavenly monsters, forget about Situ AI, even sacred transformation experts might not be able to defeat them. It is already very difficult for Heartless Immortal to deal with ordinary heavenly monsters, let alone those even stronger evil ghosts and heavenly monsters. Of course, there are also some evil ghosts and heavenly monsters with ordinary strength. The group of evil ghosts and heavenly monsters that besieged Ji Shaosong before are not very strong. Senior Sister Xiao AI, there are only 8 teams in this operation? Each team has 5 people, that's only 40 people. Qinyan said. The reason why we 4 heavenly sons and 4 heavenly daughters have so many resources is because we have to participate in every operation and we have to take the lead. When there is an operation, we 8 heavenly sons and heavenly daughters will separately select team members. Those with good luck will not be selected, those with bad luck will be selected, like you. Situ Xiaoai said. Even if I am not in Heaven Creation Palace, I still have to participate if I am selected? Qin Yin said with frown, it is very harsh. As long as I don't die, I have to participate. Situ Xiaoai took out her jade token and said, I will now sense the other 3 team members, we will talk after we find them. After Situ Xiaoai brought Qin Yin into a mountain forest, she suddenly became very vigilant. Qin Yin did not expect that this beautiful and elegant woman is actually very proficient in this kind of dangerous operation. Senior Sister Xiaoai, have you killed evil ghosts and heavenly monsters? Qin Yin suddenly asked. I have killed a few. What about you? Have you seen evil ghosts and heavenly monsters? Situ Xiaoai is also very curious and said, I heard you hid in Heaven Creation City because you were afraid of being chased and killed, right? I have seen Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon. Qin Yin felt very sad when talking about this matter because he is still not sure about Qin Long's situation. No wonder. Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon must know that you have Divine Cosmos Golden Stone. Situ Xiaoai is somewhat amazed, she doesn't know about this matter. Within the mountain forest, a cool breeze is blowing gently. Situ Xiaoai suddenly stopped, a net suddenly fell in front of her, almost covering her, it is very thrilling. Traitor before Qin Yin could even react, Situ Xiaoai has already brought him high up into the sky. They are flying at a very fast speed and there are several powerful auras chasing after them. He didn't expect those evil spirits and heavenly monsters to know how to set a trap to catch people. It was like hunting in the wild, this time, they were going out to capture the evil spirits and monsters. They didn't expect the evil spirits and monsters to capture them as well. Senior Sister Xiaoai, I can fly, my speed is not slow. Qin Yin suddenly said. Situ Xiaoai ignored him and continued to increase her speed, flying through the air. Qin Yin looked behind him but he could not see any evil spirits or heavenly monsters. He could only sense a few auras coming from behind him. Situ Xiaoai's beautiful face was full of seriousness. She frowned slightly, holding the long sword in one hand and grabbing Qin Yin's wrist with the other. The powerful ninth heaven's immortal sovereign energy in her body was steady and vigorous, releasing it slowly but full of energy to increase her speed. Not only was she flying at high speed, but she was also preparing for battle. Qin Yin can now see that Situ Xiaoai is very experienced. Previously, Heaven City should have been hidden in the depths. Even if it was hidden, it would have to face evil spirits from time to time. The Heaven Creation Abode was a place to cultivate elite disciples in the Heaven Creation City. As one of the 4 great holy daughters of the Heaven Creation Abode, Situ Xiaoai's level in all aspects was indeed extremely high. Xiao Yun, this senior sister Xiaoai is really amazing. She seemed to be able to feel that there was a trap, so she didn't take a step forward, and then quickly reacted and took you out of the forest. Ling Yin'er said. Yes. Otherwise, we'll definitely fall into a fierce battle. Qin Yin praised Situ Xiaoai's prowess in his heart. If it were him, he might have been caught in that net. Evil spirits and heavenly monsters that had taken human form were indeed very difficult to deal with. Qin Yin felt that it was necessary for him to find Shiman Dazhuang and get him to impart the dermic formulation that allowed him to sense evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Back then, when the Divine Inscription Mountain came to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range, Shiman Dazhuang sensed the evil spirits and heavenly monsters the moment he went out. At that time, there were no evil spirits and heavenly monsters in the vicinity. Shiman Dazhuang's ability was also taught to him by Tian Daozi. Senior Sister Xiaoai, how did you know there was an ambush? Qin Yin asked. He felt that if he constantly released his powerful mental energy, he might be able to discover it. He just felt that the evil spirits and heavenly monsters wouldn't hide to ambush people, much less set up traps or anything like that. That was why he let his guard down after entering the forest. Situ Xiaoai did not reply. Instead, she continued flying for a while and slowly landed in a mountain forest. The trees in this mountain forest look like long spears, they are standing upright on the mountain and flat ground. Sensing those hunters is something that we must master. Situ Xiaoai said as she felt more at ease after coming to this forest. What dermic formulation is it? Can I learn it? Xianxia's research on the race was insufficient. Xiao Holy, Zhang Tian Xiao Yun. If I tell you now, I will, you. Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian. It yun to the Tao, it. Yun to the evil spirits and suddenly, he to the yun, to yun, Xiao Long Heaven. Situ Xiao Ai vigilantly looked all around and said in low voice, after the evil dragon city's divine cosmos evil dragon broke the seal, all the evil spirits and heavenly monsters united. Moreover, they also have a direction. They mainly want to target our heaven creation city or capture some humans outside. Xianxia said with frown, in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range, wouldn't other human sects become food for the evil spirits and heavenly monsters? Evil spirits and heavenly monsters love to eat people. Those evil spirits and heavenly monsters that have not transformed into human form rely on eating people to transform into human form. There are many big and small sects in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. If they were besieged by a large number of evil spirits and heavenly monsters, it would be very dangerous. I don't know. In short, Heaven Creation Divine Palace should send people to contact those sects and unite them as much as possible. Situ Xiao Ai took out a jade token, it is used to sense other companions. The team has a total of 5 people, Situ Xiao Ai now wants to find the other 3 members. Those 3 members left the Heaven Creation City earlier and are currently scouting outside. Since Situ Xiao Ai drew them as members, she must go find them. Situ Xiao Ai said, we need to quickly find the other 3 companions. With them together, it will be even safer. Flying in the air is faster, why aren't we flying? Xianxia followed behind Situ Xiao Ai. Flying fast will leave behind a lot of energy fluctuations, it will be easy to detect. Flying as little as possible can avoid being detected by evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Situ Xiao Ai also restrained her aura. Xianxia closed his eyes. He was unable to sense Situ Xiao Ai's presence. He could only smell the faint fragrance on her body. Unless he used a very strong mental power, he would not be able to sense that she was nearby. Of course, if he released the gravity domain, he would be able to sense it completely. Xianxia doesn't know if the divine inscription mountain could follow him. Situ Xiao Ai brought him flying quite far away just now. Situ Xiao Ai brought Xianxia and walked for more than 2 hours in this forest filled with giant trees like spears. Then she suddenly stopped. There's a situation. It's not evil spirits and heavenly monsters, someone is nearby. Situ Xiao Ai said in a low voice, I wonder if it's someone from Heaven City. Xianxia, hide first. Hide well. Why not run? Xianxia said, just fly in the air like before. There are a lot of people nearby. If we want to run, we won't be able to. We can only fight. Situ Xiao Ai urged, quickly hide. Xianxia used mysterious penetration divine ability and charged towards a large tree. The trees here have very large trunks, it would take more than 10 people to encircle them. Xianxia hid inside the large tree. Through the divine tree totem, he can temporarily fuse with the tree. His aura will be completely concealed by the tree. As long as it is not a very heaven-defying person, it will be very difficult to detect him hiding inside the tree. Situ Xiao Ai is very shocked to see that Xianxia can enter the large tree. She is also unable to sense Xianxia's aura. Just as Xianxia hid, some people flew over. He can see the situation outside from inside the large tree. There are 5 people flying over, 3 men. And 2 women. They are all wearing a kind of grayish-black battle armor, they are all dressed in battle attire. I didn't expect that we would actually meet one of the 4 great heavenly daughters, Situ Xiao Ai. The leader is a long-haired handsome man, his eyes flickered with blue light, he smiled devilishly. Lu Chuanyu? Situ Xiao Ai recognized the handsome long-haired man and said in shock, why didn't you return to Creation Heaven City all these years? We all thought you went missing. Beside Lu Chuanyu, a purple-haired fox charming woman leaned on Lu Chuanyu's body, gently caressed Lu Chuanyu's face and said with a hoarse voice, Lu Chuanyu is a disciple of our heaven-defying sect. When Xianxia heard the purple-haired fox charming woman speak in a man's voice, he is very sure that this woman is a man. The 2 women who came together with Lu Chuanyu seem to be men. Heaven-defying sect is still an ally of Evil Dragon City. Evil Dragon City is my Creation Heaven City's natural enemy. Lu Chuanyu, you are betraying Creation Heaven City. City Xiao AI angrily said and pointed her sword at Lu Chuanyu. Lu Chuanyu said with smile, City Xiao AI, Creation Heaven City is about to perish. My choice to join Heaven-defying sect was correct. Ha ha ha, you might not know but many people who you thought were missing actually joined Heaven-defying sect. Little sister, you also joined Heaven-defying sect, right? I will take good care of you. The purple-haired woman laughed sinisterly with a man's voice. The other red-haired woman's voice is extremely wretched, it is also a man's voice. She laughed and said, Little sister, we will take good care of you here and let you feel the love of our heaven-defying sect. City Xiao AI is very calm, she said coldly, Lu Chuanyu, how did you know I was here? You seem to have come here. Lu Chuanyu took out a jade token and said with smile, I sensed it through this. In Creation Heaven Mansion, if one's status is high enough, their identity jade token can sense other disciples. Because Qin Yin joined Creation Heaven Mansion without examination, he does not have this kind of real Creation Heaven Mansion identity jade token. The jade token in his hand is relatively ordinary. You traitor. City Xiao AI clenched her sword, her face is full of killing intent. Creation Heaven City has treated you well, why do you betray Creation Heaven City like this? Qin Yin can imagine that Lu Chuanyu must have brought many heaven-defying sect people to ambush other Creation Heaven Mansion disciples. City Xiao AI, your talent is good. Back then, you were also a goddess in my heart. You were unattainable to me. But now, you will soon become our plaything. Lu Chuanyu laughed sinisterly, it is too oppressive in Creation Heaven City. I can't use my powerful strength to play with arrogant women like you. That's why I joined Heaven-defying sect. Since joining Heaven-defying sect, I can do whatever I want, ha ha ha. City Xiao AI gritted her teeth, she wanted to escape but Qin Yin is still here. Senior sister Xiao AI, you run, don't worry about me. Qin Yin suddenly sent a sound transmission to City Xiao AI and said, those guys are not easy to deal with and there seems to be many Heaven-defying sect people nearby. City Xiao AI also used her mental power to send sound transmission to Qin Yin, you hide, don't come out. At this time, Lu Chuanyu and others all took out their weapons. City Xiao AI, I heard that Qin Yin entered Creation Heaven Mansion and was cheated by your father into taking away that big divine universe golden stone. Lu Chuanyu said. You are really well informed. City Xiao AI snorted. Creation Heaven City is not a monolithic block, there are many of our spies. Lu Chuanyu proudly smiled and said, as long as I capture you, your father will exchange that divine universe golden stone with me, right? Wishful thinking. Even if I die, I won't let you threaten my father. City Xiao AI said angrily. She also took out a talisman and prepared to fight. City Xiao AI, let me tell you, Qin Yin is not some Qin honest. He was tricked by your father, he will definitely retaliate. Lu Chuanyu chuckled and said, Qin Yin's father was killed by Lord Evil Dragon. Although his soul escaped, it is no different from death. Qin Yin will definitely think of a way to use the power of your Creation Heaven City to avenge his father. Honest man takes action. There is a dragon rune heavenly saber inside Qin Yin's 9 heavens dragon lion cannon. The 9 dragon heavenly origin formation inside is ready to fire. Xiao Yun, father's soul escaped. That's what that guy said. Ling Yin'er said, it seems like Princess Yi is right, father can be reborn with the help of the god position totem. That bastard divine universe evil dragon, I must kill him. Qin Yin tightly clenched the flute-like 9 heavens dragon lion cannon in his hand, his heart is filled with fury. As long as we enter the immortal graveyard and find father's true body, he will be reborn immediately. Ling Yin'er warned, before that, don't do anything stupid, don't be impulsive. Qin Yin looked at the situation outside and said in his heart, Yun'er, those guys should not be very strong. Only Lu Chuanyu's cultivation is the same as senior sister Xiao AI's. Indeed, although those 4 guys have very strong immortal emperor aura on their bodies, it is all fake. Ling Yin'er said, the aura of immortal emperor power on those 4 guys is fake, it is to scare people. City Xiao AI cannot see through the other 4's fake cultivation, mainly because she cannot see the immortal emperor power inside their bodies. Qin Yin used Extinction Spirit Eye to directly see the immortal emperor power flowing inside their bodies. Only 5 strands of immortal emperor force were circulating inside their bodies. The reason they could disguise themselves was due to the thick grayish-black armor they were wearing. Inside the thick battle armor, a large amount of 9th-level immortal emperor power is poured into it. After discovering this, Qin Yin sent voice transmission to Situ Xiao AI and said, "Senior Sister Xiao AI, other than Lu Chuanyu, the other guys are only 5th-level immortal emperor." Situ Xiao AI thought that Qin Yin would suddenly jump out because she knows that Qin Yin's father was killed. She secretly sympathized with him. "Situ Xiao AI, come with me, I promise to let you experience the greatest happiness in life." Lu Chuanyu laughed loudly and suddenly rushed towards Situ Xiao AI. Situ Xiao AI also threw out the talisman in her hand. "I am not afraid of this kind of broken talisman." Lu Chuanyu waved his hand, a big bag appeared and put the talisman inside. The talisman did not explode and was immediately suppressed. Situ Xiao AI's figure flickered, and she turned into a shadow, rushing toward the 2 androgynous people. She wanted to test if the others were really only at the 5th stage of the immortal emperor realm. Lu Chuanyu sneered, "I alone am enough to deal with you, your opponent is me." Situ Xiao AI, who was just about to rush over, had no choice but to dodge Lu Chuanyu's saber strike. She did not continue to rush over to the others. At this moment, Situ Xiao AI could confirm that the cultivation of those people was not high. If she only had to deal with Lu Chuanyu, the pressure would not be too great. "Senior Sister Xiao AI, finish the battle quickly, there are many heavenly monsters nearby," Qin Yin said again. Situ Xiao AI is also fighting with Lu Chuanyu. She is trying her best to stay away from Qin Yin's tree to avoid damaging it. The 4 people who came with Lu Chuanyu were watching the battle very seriously and followed behind Situ Xiao AI and Lu Chuanyu. Situ Xiao AI is getting farther and farther away from Qin Yin. As for Qin Yin, he cast his penetration divine ability and secretly followed them. He constantly moved between the tree trunks without being discovered. He is holding the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon in his hand, ready to attack at any time. Qin Yin can sense that Situ Xiao AI is a very responsible person, so he will not abandon her. In a spacious area ahead, Situ Xiao AI and Lu Chuanyu are fighting very fiercely. Saber Light and Sword Shadow, 2 formidable 9th-stage immortal emperor power collided and set off a storm. Qin Yin is hiding in a big tree beside the spacious area. He is also secretly amazed. Situ Xiao AI, who looks like a refined and elegant woman, is actually very fierce when fighting. Lu Chuanyu has been stabbed several times. Because he is wearing a thick armor, the swords can't directly injure his body, they can only shake him away. The 4 people watching from the side are constantly shouting and cheering for Lu Chuanyu. Situ Xiao AI is having a hard time fighting. Lu Chuanyu's armor is very strong. Her sword is not very good, it is not as strong as the armor. If this goes on, her weapon will be destroyed. Qin Yin feels that Situ Xiaoai can run away because among those few people, only Lu Chuanyu has genuine power. The others are just following Lu Chuanyu to scare people. "Big brother Lu, do you want us to take action?" a young man suddenly shouted. "If we take action, we will definitely be able to capture her." "No need, I can take care of her by myself. You guys just watch from the side." Lu Chuanyu said with very confident smile, "You guys just watch, I will immediately capture her alive." The purple-haired woman laughed loudly with a man's voice and said, "If you can't handle her, then we will take action." In short, this woman will not be able to escape today. These people are creating psychological pressure on Situ Xiao AI. They want her to feel that even if she wins against Lu Chuanyu, she will not be able to escape even if she grows wings. They are only bluffing. Qin Yin is in the vicinity of these people. He is thinking of a way to take down these 4 people in one go. Bastard of the heaven-defying sect. When Qin Yin heard the 3 words heaven-defying sect, he thought of Shui Yihui and Triple Radiance. Shui Yihui and Triple Radiance were tortured so painfully by the heaven-defying sect. He has always remembered this debt. Qin Yin took out the 4 life-sealing soul-devouring lock and suddenly flashed out. He gathered all the power in his body and used the suffering divine ability. The power of the suffering divine ability suddenly surged out and enveloped the 4 people. One must know that the suffering divine ability is a type of mental power attack. Qin Yin used the one thought imperial heaven art to activate his mental power, triggering the suffering divine ability and causing an even stronger mental attack. After being enveloped by the power of the suffering divine ability, the four people's minds were attacked and they felt endless pain all over their bodies. The powerful mental power not only caused them mental pain, it also affected their bodies. They were all 5th level immortal emperor realm and their cultivation was slightly higher than Xianxia's. The power of the suffering divine ability only lasted for a short period of time before they broke free. Just as they broke free from the restraints of the suffering divine ability, they suddenly felt something drilling into their heads and entering their bodies from their heads. It's the life-sealing soul-devouring lock. After the 4 life-sealing soul-devouring locks were released by Xianxia, they were like very flexible snakes, releasing a strange power. Through the heads, they drilled into the 4 people's bodies, then locked their bodies and began to devour their souls. The 4 people immediately fell to the ground and screamed miserably. That kind of scream sounded very creepy. Lu Chuanyu, who was fighting, saw the 4 people screaming and rolling on the ground, bleeding from their 7 orifices. He was so scared that his hair stood on end. It's the life-sealing soul-devouring lock. Lu Chuanyu shouted in shock, Situ Xiao AI, who is that guy? I didn't expect you to know someone from the heaven-defying sect. He actually has the life-sealing soul-devouring lock. The life-sealing soul-devouring lock was very precious even in the heaven-defying sect. Situ Xiao AI was very surprised. She didn't expect that Xianxia not only didn't run, but also followed the 4 people and used the life-sealing soul-devouring lock. The flute-shaped 9 heavens dragon lion cannon in Xianxia's hand suddenly pointed at Lu Chuanyu. An intense 9-colored light beam shot out. This is the light beam shot by the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation. Lu Chuanyu was shocked. The person who looks like a 3rd-stage immortal emperor is actually so powerful. After the 9-colored light beam approached him, it suddenly exploded and a scorching heat wave rushed out. The moment Lu Chuanyu was disturbed, Situ Xiao AI's long sword surged forward violently. The sword energy condensed into a huge wave and covered Lu Chuanyu's body as if it wanted to smash the earth. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy surged in all directions, emitting all kinds of sharp whistling sounds. It is like countless energy blades fell on Lu Chuanyu's body, cutting his handsome face beyond recognition. Boom! Situ Xiao AI slammed her palm down from the sky. Her palm energy condensed into a huge flame white lotus. After pressing Lu Chuanyu to the ground, it burst out a fierce flame. Let me! Xianxia shouted and released the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet to cover Lu Chuanyu. The transparent heaven and earth devil sealing goblet enveloped Lu Chuanyu. Lu Chuanyu frantically attacked inside. After being attacked, the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet absorbed Lu Chuanyu's energy and condensed it into berserk thunder and lightning, causing Lu Chuanyu to scream miserably. Xianxia took out the life-sealing soul-devouring lock from those 4 people and used mysterious penetration divine ability to send it into the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet to bind Lu Chuanyu. Lu Chuanyu shouted in despair, Xiao AI, quickly. Quickly stop him, don't let him use the life-sealing soul-devouring lock. Situ Xiao AI gasped for breath a few times. She really did not expect that honest Qin would have so many tricks up his sleeves. With just 2 or 3 moves, he reversed the situation and made Lu Chuanyu beg for mercy. Quickly go, evil ghosts and heavenly monsters are coming. Situ Xiao AI lightly yelled. Xianxia controlled the 9 heavens dragon lion cannon to kill those 4 people. Then he used the nether spirit sacred blade inside to absorb the remnant souls. Then he stored the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet and left with Situ Xiao AI. If a large group of powerful evil ghosts and heavenly monsters follow them, it will be very difficult to deal with them. Lu Chuanyu and those few people are not evil ghosts and heavenly monsters, they are just disciples of heaven-defying sect, so they are relatively easy to deal with. Situ Xiao AI brought Xianxia far away from the battlefield. The sky turned dark, Xianxia and Situ Xiao AI are resting in the mountain forest. They arrived at another area. The trees in this area look like huge mace with many sharp thorns. Xianxia took out the floating cloud pagoda and brought Situ Xiao AI inside. Situ Xiao AI sat on the soft chair Xianxia gave her. She looked all around and felt that this place is filled with security. Xianxia took out the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet and Lu Chuanyu let out a weak roar. For life sealing soul devouring. Lock have drilled into his body. Xianxia. Where did you get these life-sealing soul-devouring lock? City Xiao AI feels that she must get to know this honest Qin. I took them from the body of my inscription gate's disciple. Qin Yan said, Senior Sister Xiao AI, you should know that I have an inscription gate, right? Qin Yan's inscription gate Divine Mountain is very famous. This is what the inscription masters from the inscription world said. Qin Yan indeed told Elder Situ that his divine inscription mountain was destroyed. This is to let Elder Situ spread the news so that the divine inscription mountain won't be remembered. Situ Xiao AI didn't believe that Qin Yan could destroy the altar and defeat Xia Yang, but now she has no choice but to believe. Qin Yan. You are Qin Yan? Lu Chuanyu looked at Qin Yan and exclaimed, You. How can you be with Situ Xiao AI? Lu Chuanyu also heard of Qin Yan's methods. Heaven-defying sect, alliance army, mutated dragon race, demon immortal great emperor and other evil forces have joined forces. They know Qin Yan the best. When the divine cosmos evil dragon woke up, Qin Yan was at the scene and he even ran away. Therefore, heaven-defying sect's people also understood Qin Yan's situation very clearly from Ninyang Palace. Heaven Ni sect once destroyed Cloud Dragon Mountain Range inscription gate and used life-sealing soul-devouring lock on Shui Yihui and others. Later, life-sealing soul-devouring lock was taken away by Qin Yan. Therefore, Heaven Ni sect wants to capture Qin Yan. Yes, I am Qin Yan. Heaven Ni sect destroyed my inscription gate, I will make you pay 10 times the price. Qin Yan said coldly, Lu Chuanyu, I haven't used the life-sealing soul-devouring lock yet. If you don't want to be tortured by 4 life-sealing soul-devouring lock, you better cooperate with me. I will definitely cooperate with you. Lu Chuanyu quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Qin Yan. You really have no guts. Qin Yan said with sneer, I will ask and you will answer. I will tell you what I know. Lu Chuanyu has been in Heaven Ni sect for a few years, he is very clear about the power of life-sealing soul-devouring lock. He has 4 life-sealing soul-devouring lock on his body, if he is tortured, it will be extremely painful. How many people from Heaven Creation City joined Heaven Ni sect? Qin Yan asked, especially the disciples from Heaven Creation Palace, you must honestly tell us. After he finished asking, Situ Xiao AI also walked over, coldly looked at Lu Chuanyu and shouted, Lu Chuanyu, you must provide us with a list. In this matter, Situ Xiao AI is very cautious. She is also worried that Lu Chuanyu will frame others. After all, this kind of traitor can do anything. Lu Chuanyu trembled and hurriedly said more than 10 names, all of which were disciples of the Heaven Creation sect. After he finished speaking, Situ Xiao AI's expression turned solemn and gloomy. Is this true? Situ Xiao AI asked coldly. It's true. These people were still in the Heaven Creating Mansion. They were the ones who provided us with the information for your mission this time. We and many evil spirits and heavenly monsters have been dispatched to ambush and capture you. Lu Chuanyu's face is full of fear. He looked at Qin Yan and said, as long as I see those people, I can prove that they betrayed Heaven City. Situ Xiao AI looked at Qin Yan and said, can you bring him back and hand him over to Xianxia? Of course. Qin Yan said. Don't torture me. I will definitely cooperate with you. Lu Chuanyu pleaded as he looked at the wriggling chains on his body. Qin Yan waved his hand and kept the 3 life-sealing soul-devouring lock. He said, continue to answer my questions. Kneeling inside the Heaven and Earth Devil sealing goblet, Lu Chuanyu frantically nodded. What happened to my father Qin Long in the end? Qin Yan's expression is very cold, causing Lu Chuanyu to shiver. He died. I heard that his body exploded, then his soul attached to his god position totem and ran away. A large group of experts chased after him but none of them were able to catch him. Lu Chuanyu said with trembling voice, this was all done by Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon. Qin Yan felt a lot more relieved in his heart. As long as Qin Long's soul is still there is a possibility of rebirth. Why did Heaven Defying Sect release Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon? Qin Yan asked. There are more than half evil spirits and heavenly monsters inside Heaven Defying Sect. This is the idea of those evil spirits and heavenly monsters. They are also controlled by Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon. Lu Chuanyu said. A large number of evil spirits and heavenly monsters in Cloud Dragon Mountain Range were born because of Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon. Although half of heaven-defying sect is human, those evil spirits and heavenly monsters are even stronger. Do you know what Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon wants to do next? Xianxia asked again. Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon appearing at this time is definitely not a coincidence. He wants to find a place. He said that place has sealed his heart. Only by taking back his heart can he once again dominate the Nine Desolate. While speaking, Lu Chuanyu looked at the chains piercing his body from time to time. He is very worried that they will suddenly torture him. Where is that place? Xianxia has an answer in his heart. It is the immortal graveyard. I don't know. Lu Chuanyu shook his head and said, Outer Heaven Domain Alliance Army, Variant Dragon Race, Nine Sun Palace and Dark Royal Race, they are all searching for that place but they don't have a single clue. Situ Xiaoai said, we are also searching for that place, nobody knows where it is. We only know that it is in this Cloud Dragon Mountain range. Lu Chuanyu nodded and said, yes. Heaven-defying sect is cooperating with other major factions to search the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. They are looking for clues. Immortal Graveyard is indeed very mysterious. This made Xianxia feel even more relieved. At least Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon won't be able to find that place in a short period of time. Xianxia thought for a bit and asked again, does your heaven-defying sect know the weakness of evil spirits and heavenly monsters? Lu Chuanyu shook his head and said, heaven-defying sect doesn't know. Evil spirits and heavenly monsters are very difficult to deal with. Their body is very strong and they have very strong divine cosmos power. If we fight, we humans will be at a disadvantage. Xianxia nodded and asked, heaven-defying sect and those bastards from Immortal Desolate, they all know that I gave my divine universe golden stone to Heaven Creation Divine Palace? They all know. They are all scolding you. Saying you are very stupid. Lu Chuanyu secretly looked at Situ Xiaoai. His mind is also in chaos because Xianxia and Situ Xiaoai are together. Sun Altar, Evil Sun and Nine Sun Palaces Flying Island, where are they? Xianxia is very concerned about those altars. Lu Chuanyu and Situ Xiaoai are startled in their hearts. Xianxia is asking this, he must have some idea. They are all near heaven-defying sect, Evil Dragon City is also nearby. Sir, if you want to go, you must be careful, there are many powerful evil spirits and heavenly monsters inside Evil Dragon City. Lu Chuanyu said. Xianxia stored the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet, his expression is very solemn. Xianxia, don't act recklessly, wait until you are strong enough. Situ Xiaoai already knows that Xianxia is not honest at all, otherwise Lu Chuanyu would not have ended up like this. Indeed. I am too weak now. Otherwise I would not need to use so many tricks to deal with a bastard like Lu Chuanyu. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. You really don't know the value of that divine universe golden stone? Do you really not have any hatred towards my father? Situ Xiaoai said. Xianxia said with smile, I am very clear about the value of that divine universe golden stone. My mind is very clear. Situ Xiaoai sighed and said, you must have other transactions, just that you did not say it because it is confidential. Xianxia did not explain much, he only said with smile, Senior Sister Xiaoai, you won't ask for the resources you gave me, right? I won't. Situ Xiaoai said, if not for you, it would be very difficult for me to capture that guy. So long as I capture him, I will be able to catch all the traitors in Heaven Creation Palace. Xianxia said, oh that's right, do you know any of the names on that guy's list? Yes. The other 3 companions of our 5-man squad are among them. Situ Xiaoai angrily clenched her jade-like fists and said with light snort, if we go find them, we might fall into a trap. Let's quickly return to Heaven Creation City and inform Xianxia about this matter. Let him quickly gather the disciples back. Xianxia said. Situ Xiaoai nodded and said, let's rest well and go back immediately. Xianxia said, oh right, don't tell your father about the life-sealing soul-devouring lock. I don't want them to know that I have this thing. I want to keep it for myself. All right. This is yours to begin with. Situ Xiaoai nodded and said. Many thanks. Xianxia smiled slightly. You're welcome. Situ Xiaoai said with light smile. After resting, Xianxia and Situ Xiaoai began their journey back to Heaven Creation City. Xianxia also wants to capture a few evil spirits and heavenly monsters for research. He wants to see if the power of the evil-slaying divine talisman he refined is strong enough. Evil spirits and heavenly monsters are very cunning. They know that we are out to capture them. Those who come out must be very powerful, and they are all in groups. Xianxia ran through the forest and passed by a place where a great battle took place. She said, "Heaven Creation Mansion must have suffered great losses this time." When the sky was about to brighten, Xianxia took out her jade tablet and it is shining. There are disciples of Heaven Creation Mansion nearby. Xianxia said in low voice. She seemed to want to go over, but after thinking about it, she bit her lips and put away the jade tablet. She continued to rush back to Heaven Creation City. "Senior Sister Xiaoai, let's go over and take a look. What if they are in danger? We can save them if we can," Xianxia said. In fact, he wants to go over and see if the other party has caught any evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Xianxia previously captured heaven-defying sex evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Those evil spirits and heavenly monsters were not very strong, and they were tortured to death by the life-sealing soul-devouring lock. They were unable to test the power of the evil-slaying divine talisman. Alright. Xianxia also wants to help. After all, they are all disciples of Heaven Creation Mansion. However, she feels that returning to Heaven Creation City is also very important. Xianxia took Xianxia and rushed to the nearby location of the Heaven Creation Mansion's disciples. Not long after, they felt an extremely evil aura. Evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Xianxia took out her long sword and said in a low voice with a serious expression, "Xianxia, quickly hide." Xianxia pulled Xianxia and entered a huge tree together. After entering the giant tree, Xianxia is very surprised because the inside of the giant tree is emitting a faint white light that wrapped around them. This is the ability that Xianxia comprehended through the tree totem. Entering the inside of the tree is like entering a warm and bright embrace. After hiding in the tree, a few figures suddenly appeared in the forest. They are 4 dark-skinned men. They are holding bloody broadswords in one hand and heads in the other. Those heads are the heads of Heaven Creation Mansion's disciples. Divine Marrow Blood Chapter 1871, Divine Marrow Blood. The 4 evil spirits and heavenly monsters sensed that someone is here and immediately rushed over. Although Xianxia and Xianxia are hiding inside the tree and completely concealed their aura, the evil spirits and heavenly monsters' perception is very strong and they can sense that someone is still nearby. There must have been someone here just now. Moreover, there were 2 of them. It is impossible for these humans to run so fast. Even if they ran very fast, their aura must have been left behind. A big man swung his large saber to get rid of the blood on it. Xianxia and Xianxia inside the tree can see that these big men's mouths are full of blood. It is clear that they have eaten human flesh before and they even ate it raw. Facing such powerful evil spirits and heavenly monsters, the disciples of Heaven Creation Mansion can also fight one-on-one. A small team of Heaven Creation Mansion has 5 people, but now they have been killed by these 4 evil spirits and heavenly monsters. This is very unusual. What Xianxia finds it hard to understand is that these 5 evil spirits and heavenly monsters are not injured at all. It seems like they smoothly killed the 4 disciples of Heaven Creation Mansion and beheaded them. Senior Sister Xiaoai, are these evil spirits and heavenly monsters so strong? Most of the disciples of Heaven Creation Mansion are 9th level immortal emperors, right? How could they die so quickly? This is too weak. Xianxia is also very puzzled and sent voice transmission to Xianxia. I don't know, but I have a guess. They were betrayed. A small team has 5 people and there are only 4 here. Could it be that they were betrayed by the captain? Because of Lu Chuanyu's precedent, Xianxia has this kind of speculation. This is also very reasonable. If they were not betrayed, it would be impossible for 4 powerful disciples of Heaven Creation Mansion to be so easily beheaded. Do you know whose small team this is? Xianxia asked. Those heads are badly damaged, I can't tell. Xianxia shook her head. She is secretly glad that she brought Xianxia with her, otherwise she would have been killed by those traitors. If it was really done by the captain of the small team, then it means that the captain is one of the 4 heavenly daughters and 4 heavenly sons? Xianxia is somewhat amazed. He asked Situ Xiao AI through voice transmission, heavenly daughters and heavenly daughters, could they be traitors? Who's the biggest suspect? This is also the reason why Situ Xiao AI can't be sure that her guess is correct. The heavenly sons and daughters of Heaven Creation Mansion came from Heaven Creation Divine Palace, Divine Inscription Palace and Nine Yang Divine Palace. In Heaven Creation City, they all have extremely high status. With such a high position, it was impossible for him to be a traitor. Situ Xiao AI was silent. She felt fear in her heart. There was such a terrifying traitor in Heaven City. If she did not uncover him, the consequences would definitely be very serious. The 4 dark-skinned men were evil ghosts and heavenly monsters. They were very sure that someone was hiding nearby, so they did not leave. Instead, they searched carefully. Situ Xiao AI was alone, and there was no way she could win against 4 powerful evil spirits and heavenly monsters. As such, she could only hide. Half a day had passed, but the 4 wraiths had yet to leave. Instead, they took out some arms from their storage treasures and walked around while eating. Xianxia cursed inwardly. He thought he would be able to leave by nightfall. He never expected the 4 wraiths to still be there. These guys are really persistent. Xianxia sent voice transmission to Situ Xiao AI. The 2 of them are very close to each other inside the big tree. At first, Situ Xiao AI was not used to it. After all, she has never been in close contact with a man she is not very familiar with for so long. Evil ghosts and heavenly monsters are like this is their nature. When they are sure that there are people nearby, they will wait for a long time before leaving. Situ Xiao AI said. Previously, she was worried that she would be discovered, but after a period of time, she felt that it is very safe inside the big tree. The environment inside the big tree is also very good. It is a warm and luminous space. There is also a very fresh air flowing inside. Xianxia, what kind of technique is this? Can you teach me how to miraculously hide inside the big tree? Situ Xiao AI very much wants to master this technique. After she finished asking, she added, don't worry, I won't let you teach me for nothing. I have mastered a Dao technique, I can teach it to you. Dao technique is very difficult to learn. Xianxia shook his head. Your technique must also be very difficult to master, right? Exchanging Dao technique with me, you won't suffer a loss. Situ Xiao AI said. Dao technique doesn't need to be mastered. Generally speaking, mastering a Dao technique and mastering it will allow one to gain boundless benefits. Xianxia's Heavenly Might Dao technique is very suitable for him. Although he is not completely proficient in it, he can only comprehend the first few simple ones. However, it gave him very strong power. No, my technique to hide inside the big tree is very simple, I can let you learn it very easily. Xianxia said with smile. Alright, I have a way to let you master my Dao technique very quickly. Situ Xiao AI said, my Dao technique doesn't have much content, it is a kind of ability Dao technique. Ability Dao technique is a kind of Dao technique that has special ability. Some are suitable for battle, some are not. What kind of Dao technique is it? Xianxia suddenly became a bit interested. Just as Situ Xiao AI was about to reply, she heard a very familiar voice coming from outside. You guys, why are you still here? Someone suddenly spoke to those 4 evil ghosts and heavenly monsters. Xianxia and Situ Xiao AI also saw a handsome man with extraordinary bearing. He is wearing white armor and is flying over from the pitch-black forest. That man is Situ Wushang. Situ Xiao AI is immediately stunned. She did not expect that the captain of that small team is actually her brother Situ Wushang. Situ Wushang is one of the 4 heavenly sons, he is also elder Situ's son. He is actually a traitor of the Heaven Creation Mansion. Young Master Situ, we have been searching here for more than half a day, we still haven't found anyone hiding nearby, a large man said, who in your Heaven Creation Mansion is so powerful that they can hide so well? Situ Wushang said with frown, what's going on? Is there really someone nearby? Those large men immediately told Situ Wushang about how they sensed someone coming over. Situ Wushang looked all around and said, I will take out my jade token to sense it. Situ Xiao AI is still in a daze, her heart is filled with shock, anger and sadness. Her brother is actually this kind of person. He took out his jade token. Xianxia is very anxious, He promptly sent voice transmission to Situ Xiao AI, quickly give me your jade token, quickly. Situ Xiao AI returned to her senses and promptly took out her jade token and gave it to Qin Yun. Previously, the heaven-leaping shuttle inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul used several layers of space to separate the jade token so that it wouldn't be sensed. Heaven Creation Mansion's disciples can sense each other through their jade tokens. No Heaven Creation Mansion's disciples are nearby. Situ Wushang sensed with his jade token and said with smile, it must be your misconception or some soul or something. We have a special perception towards living people, we can sense them, it's definitely not a misconception. Two guys indeed appeared nearby and then suddenly disappeared, a large man said with certainty. Did you get 4 prey today and eat them all? Situ Wushang asked with smile. Young Master Situ, are you still not returning to Heaven Creation City? You should have seen Lord Evil Dragon today, right? The large man said, you go back first, we will continue to look for those 2 people, we must find them. Situ Wushang said, Lord Evil Dragon wants me to steal Divine Universe Golden Stones, this is going to be difficult. If it's done, what will Lord Evil Dragon give you? A large man asked curiously. Divine Universe Evil Dragon's Divine Essence Blood. Situ Wushang's eyes are immediately filled with fanaticism. Those 4 large men are also incomparably envious. If we can obtain Lord Evil Dragon's Divine Essence Blood, we can quickly cultivate a powerful divine body, a large man said with yearning. That's right, so no matter what, I have to steal the Divine Universe Golden Stone that Qin Yun gave to the Heaven Creation God Palace. Situ Wushang said with smile, I already have a way. I plan to capture my sister and use her to threaten my father to give me the Divine Universe Golden Stones. A large man said with smile, young Master Situ is truly brilliant. However, this will definitely be discovered. How will you stay in Heaven Creation City in the future? We need you to stay in Heaven Creation City. Situ Wushang laughed loudly and said, I don't need to appear. I only need you to cooperate and capture my sister. At that time, my father will only think that you did it and won't blame me. My sister also won't know about this matter. Qin Yun is now even more aware of the power of Calamity Stone. Although Elder Situ is only responsible for accepting his Divine Universe Golden Stones, he is now being targeted by many people. Even his son wants to harm him, he feels that if he did not follow Situ Xiao AI here, she would have been captured long ago and used to threaten Elder Situ to steal the Divine Universe Golden Stones. Qin Yun looked at Situ Xiao AI beside him. Her expression is slightly cold, it is clear that she is very angry but she is very calm, she is not unable to control her emotions. Qin Yun admires Situ Xiao AI's state of mind very much. He feels that if it were him, he would have already flipped out. For brothers, let's go. Don't look for anyone, no one is nearby. Situ Wushang said with mischievous smile, we will bring you to capture more Heaven Creation Palace disciples, don't waste time here. Those burly men hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement and left with Situ Wushang. After they left, Qin Yun waited for more than half an hour. Just as he was about to go out, he was pulled back by Situ Xiao AI. Situ Xiao AI shook her head and transmitted her voice to Qin Yun, they didn't go far. They must still be nearby. If we go out, they will definitely come back immediately. Qin Yun thought about it carefully and understood. Situ Wushang deliberately took away the 4 evil spirits and heavenly monsters, then hid nearby and waited for them to come out. Senior Sister Xiao AI, you are really calm. Even at this time, you can still think calmly. Qin Yun praised. I know my brother. This bastard, I won't let him off, it is impossible for Situ Xiao AI not to hate. Qin Yun said, this is not the way. Don't tell me we have to hide here for a long time? If those guys call for more helpers, it will be bad for us. Yes. So I plan to rush out and lure them away. Then you can return to Heaven Creation City to report. Situ Xiao AI said. Qin Yun faintly smiled, took out a few small lightning dragons and said, luring them away is easy, we can try this first. He released a few small lightning dragons and quickly leaped in several directions. Holy Talisman's power, Long Tianji used her special ability to condense small lightning dragons, it is a very mystical ability. Originally she condensed small spiders, after becoming stronger, she condensed small lightning dragons. These small lightning dragons are very fast as lightning. Their body is very light, they are mainly made of energy, they don't have any attack power. Because their speed is very fast, when they flew out, those 4 very strong evil ghosts and heavenly devils felt extremely apprehensive. Chase, we can't let these guys run away. They heard our words just now, we can't let them get out. Situ Wushang shouted. He really did not expect that there would be something hiding nearby. They didn't realize that it is a small lightning dragon the size of a snake, they only felt that it is very fast and must be very strong. Moreover, they can sense a thread of dragon aura. Although Long Tianji is a poison dragon spider, she cultivated in the Guanghan Palace and often stayed together with Long Qiafeng. Later she received pointers from Long Yuqing. Qin Yin carved dragon totem on her body and also used the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation to cultivate, so her dragon aura is very pure. The dragon aura released by the small lightning dragon she condensed makes people think that it is a dragon warrior. It might be an emperor race dragon warrior. An evil ghost and heavenly devil's loud shout arrived from distance, they have already run very far away. Situ Xiao Ai originally thought that she took the risk to lure those people away. She did not expect that the things Qin Yin released would have such great effect, they can truly lure away those evil ghosts and heavenly devils and Situ Wushang. These guys are very suspicious, otherwise they wouldn't have been so easy to deceive. Qin Yin said, Senior Sister Xiao Ai, can we go out now? I will go out first to make sure there is no problem, then you can come out. Situ Xiao Ai is also very cautious, she cannot let anything happen to Qin Yin. If not for Qin Yin today, she would not have known so many things. She is very grateful to Qin Yin in this regard. After Situ Xiao Ai was sent out by Qin Yin, she carefully flew around all around. She made sure that evil ghosts and heavenly devils and Situ Wushang have gone far away and let Qin Yin come out. We should quickly return to Heaven Creation City. Situ Xiao Ai brought Qin Yin along and very carefully ran through the forest. After a while, Long Tianji reported that 2 of those small lightning dragons have already died, the other 3 are still being chased. The 2 little lightning dragons had died because they were flying in the air and were accidentally killed by the evil spirits and heavenly monsters chasing after them. 2 evil spirits and heavenly monsters killed the small lightning dragon. Qin Yin said in low voice, Senior Sister Xiao Ai, I am worried that they will chase after us. Don't worry, if there are only 2, I can deal with them. Situ Xiao Ai said. No. Even if it's just 1, if we can't kill it quickly, the others and Situ Wushang will soon come over. Should we continue hiding? Asked Qin Yin. There are many evil spirits and heavenly monsters. If we hide in this area, it won't be long before a large number of evil spirits and heavenly monsters come to search for us. Situ Xiao Ai shook her head and said, we need to leave as soon as possible to be safe. If they were to face a large number of wraiths and heavenly monsters searching for them, it would be very difficult for Qin Yin and Situ Xiao Ai to snatch the tree away. If there were no traitors, this operation would have been very smooth, right? Qin Yin said. If our team members were complete, even if we encountered the same number of evil spirits and heavenly monsters, we would be able to quickly defeat them. Situ Xiao Ai said. Qin Yin wants to take out the heaven leaping shuttle, but while flying, there will be some remnant aura and the movement in the air is not small. The perception of the evil spirits and heavenly monsters in this area is very strong, they will surely discover it. Just as Qin Yin is thinking of a method, Situ Xiao Ai promptly said, Qin Yin, quickly hide. Evil spirits and heavenly monsters are coming. Are there many? Qin Yin cannot sense them. Just 1, I can deal with them. Situ Xiao Ai said. Alright, then quickly finish this battle. Qin Yin promptly drilled into a large tree. The perception of evil spirits and heavenly monsters is very dreadful, Qin Yin has now experienced it for himself. Along the way, Qin Yin and Situ Xiao Ai very carefully removed the remnant aura, but they were still tracked by evil spirits and heavenly monsters. The evil spirits and heavenly monsters that suddenly appeared are holding sabers with both hands like mad beasts. As they flew over, they created a burst of dreadful whistling sound. Just as Qin Yin hid inside the large tree, he saw the evil spirits and heavenly monsters appear above Situ Xiao Ai and chopped down with their sabers. The black large saber chopped down, the evil saber energy is devilish red, the imposing manner is very dreadful. The whistling saber wind surged with turbulent energy, causing the surrounding giant trees to sway. Xianxia reacted very quickly and blocked with her sword. The large saber landed on the thin and weak sword blade, producing a burst of glaring light. The energy wave immediately surged in all directions, digging up several layers of soil on the ground. Those giant trees are actually very sturdy, they were only uprooted by the wind and did not break. After the saber and sword collided in this forest, the formidable immortal emperor power burst out and blew away many giant trees. In a short while, a very spacious open space appeared. Bang bang bang, a large number of giant trees that were blown away fell to the ground, producing a burst of muffled sound. The tree that Xianxia was hiding in was also blown away. He is fine inside. You are a disciple of Heaven Creation Mansion. The dark-skinned large man sensed Xianxia's power and said in astonishment, "Why didn't young master Xianxia nearby? Evil spirits and heavenly monsters, die." Xianxia held her long sword and quickly stabbed and chopped. Sword light flickered, the sword energy released burst out with dense and cold immortal emperor power. The aura also contains weak saint power. Within the dusky darkness, the sword light illuminated a large area of the forest. Swift and fierce sword energy whistled, the powerful momentum is filled with wild might. The evil spirits and heavenly monsters are constantly being beaten back. The saber in his hand is also very strong, it has not been damaged even after fighting with Xianxia's sword for so long. You are a heavenly daughter, although the large man is an evil spirit and heavenly monster, he is very knowledgeable about Heaven Creation Mansion. Only a heavenly daughter and heavenly son level disciple of Heaven Creation Mansion can have such formidable power. You are not a heaven-defying sex evil spirit and heavenly monster. You are from Evil Dragon City. Xianxia said in cold voice while fighting. Evil Dragon City's evil spirits and heavenly monsters have been together with divine cosmic evil dragon for many years. They have absorbed a lot of overflowing energy from divine cosmic evil dragon's body. Therefore, they are stronger than heaven-defying sex evil spirits and heavenly monsters. The large man said with sneer, as expected of Heaven Creation Mansion's heavenly daughter, you look very delicious. I will definitely eat you. Ha ha ha. You are already at death's door and you still want to eat people? Xianxia's attack is very fierce. She is not even a bit afraid while facing the evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Instead, she is becoming more and more courageous, suppressing them to the point that they can only dodge and block. Xianxia is watching from distance and said with frown, "Senior sister Xiaoai is very strong, she will definitely win." However, that evil spirit and heavenly monster are also not simple. He knows that he is not senior sister Xiaoai's match, so he is defending with all his strength and waiting for his companions to arrive. This kind of thing is the most frightening thing in battle. Xianxia wants to end the battle quickly, but her opponent has seen through her intention and is defending with all his might. These evil spirits and heavenly monsters that have transformed into humans are indeed very difficult to deal with. Xianxia took out the evil slayer divine talisman and said, "This is what Zhang Xingxian gave me. If I want to end the battle quickly, I can only use this thing." He used mysterious penetration divine ability and suddenly rushed out. The large man's expression slightly changed because he sensed that someone is nearby. Because that person is hiding very well, he is unable to sense his exact location for a moment. Xianxia also discovered that Xianxia has come out. She did not expect that Xianxia would suddenly come out. This kind of situation is very dangerous. Senior sister Xiaoai, quickly dodge, I want to use the talisman. Xianxia hastily sent a sound transmission. Xianxia is astonished in her heart, she immediately flew backwards. Xianxia quickly threw out the evil slayer divine talisman in his hand. After the evil slayer divine talisman was thrown out, it flew towards the large man like a lightning bolt. After it arrived, it turned into a golden shining axe in the blink of an eye. The talisman turned into an axe, as if it has a mind of its own, it chopped towards the large man very quickly, accurately and ruthlessly. Boom, the axe is only an illusory image formed from energy. After it chopped down, it exploded with a very strong vibration. Evil slaying sage talisman. Xianxia recognized these talismans and felt quite shocked. These talismans were incredibly precious, and even heavenly sons and daughters like them would find it difficult to obtain one. After the burly man was hit by the evil-slaying holy talisman, the armor on his body cracked. The evil power that erupted was suppressed by the evil-slaying holy talisman. Xianxia witnessed the might of the evil-slaying divine talisman. After the man was struck by the evil-slaying divine talisman, he was immediately covered in wounds. The burly man was wearing a very thick armor, but he was still injured. If he did not have the defense of the armor, he would have been instantly killed. Xianxia looked at the injured and furious large man and felt shocked in his heart. At the same time, he saw Xianxia appear behind the large man and thrust her sword towards his head. Ah! The man's head was pierced through, but he did not die. He let out a deafening roar. Xianxia immediately took out the heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron and let it float in the air. When Xianxia saw this, she tacitly dodged. The heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron closed and sucked the burly man inside. Xianxia captured a very powerful heavenly monster alive. When Xianxia wanted to quickly leave with Xianxia, her expression suddenly changed. She immediately flew towards Xianxia. In an instant, Xianxia arrived at Xianxia's side and slashed down with her sword. At the same time she slashed, an evil blood light rushed out. An evil ghost heavenly monster transformed into a burly man and attacked Xianxia. Xianxia promptly rushed over and blocked the evil large saber with her sword. Xianxia promptly dodged. He still has lingering fear in his heart. He was almost hit by the saber. Heaven Creation Mansion's disciples, you are dead for sure. That large man also sensed that one of his companions has been captured and shouted angrily. The ones who will die are you devils. Xianxia knew that if this continued, other heavenly monsters would come one after another. Now, it will be very difficult for them to escape. Thief cry thief. Xianxia just wanted to kill off this burly man in front of her as soon as possible. Although her attacks were very ferocious, her opponent was the same as the burly man from before, defending himself to the death. He was trying to stall for time and wait for his companions to arrive. They also knew that it would be very dangerous for them to be alone. They were no match for the powerful disciples of Heaven Creation Abode in a one-on-one fight. I will create an opportunity for you, give it a try. Xianxia promptly transmitted her voice to Xianxia. Xianxia hid in the shadows as he held the two evil-slaying holy talismans in his hand. The evil-slaying holy talismans he refined were definitely inferior to the ones refined by Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was a sacred transformation stage expert. After a round of fierce attacks from Xianxia, her sword chi condensed into a giant sword and rushed towards the burly man. A black mist surged out of the burly man's body and wrapped around his body. He was pushed back by the huge sword formed from sword chi. At that moment, Xianxia threw out two evil-slaying sacred talismans. After the evil-slaying holy talisman flew out, it automatically turned into lightning. When it neared the burly man, it turned into two white long swords. It was a sword formed by the star and moon sword rune. What kind of talisman is this? Xianxia thought to herself when she saw the extraordinary might of the two swords. She was certain that it was not the evil-slaying sage talisman, because the evil-slaying sage talisman had transformed into an axe, and its holy power was very strong. The sword that Xianxia refined from the evil-slaying divine talisman contained the power of overwhelming righteousness. When it charged over, it immediately pierced through the burly man's black protective barrier. The two swords pierced into the man's eyes. Ah! That big man screamed miserably, the evil power in his body surged. Originally, the two swords were about to explode, but they were scattered by the evil power that burst out from the burly man, so they did not explode. Xianxia's attack is very timely. After Xianxia's two talismans took effect, in just half a blink, she appeared behind that large man, brandished her sword and beheaded that large man. Xianxia also rushed over and stored the corpse into the heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron. Let's go. Xianxia pulled Xianxia and flew into the sky. Wait. The 9 heavens dragon lion cannon in Xianxia's hand shot towards the ground. It was shot by a large amount of sacred oil and mysterious silver crystals. After it landed, the sacred flame roared like a wave and rushed in all directions. In this way, the aura of their battle just now was completely concealed. Xianxia of him. Of Xianxia. If Situ Wushang rushed over and discovered Xianxia's aura, he would be alerted and would not return to Heaven City. Situ Xiaoai also knows why Qin Yan is doing this. Although she wants to conceal her aura, her method is too slow and she doesn't have enough time. Qin of. Qin 2, Qin Xiao Qin. Tian Ayun of long, Qin of, the two. With, two. That said, he, as, Qin as. He. Before long, Situ Wushang and the other two evil spirits who had transformed into burly men appeared in the sky above the forest. They looked at the scorching sacred fire below with grave expressions. Who could it be? He can actually kill two of our companions. A big man said coldly, is he from Heaven City? This kind of sacred flame is rare even in Heaven Creation City. It is definitely not from Heaven Creation Mansion. Situ Wushang shook his head. His expression became even more grave. He said, even in Immortal Desolate, it would be difficult to produce such a powerful sacred flame. Could it be someone from Sacred Desolate? The sacred flame Qin Yan shot out was refined using a large amount of sacred oil inside the pill transformation heavenly furnace. Then he used it together with the 9 heavens dragon lion cannon. The flame is naturally very strong. Even in the Sacred Desolate, it is a very strong sacred flame. Situ Xiaoai brought Qin Yan back to Creation Heaven City. Along the way, she was silent. She didn't think much and didn't say much. She wanted to maintain the highest concentration and bring Qin Yan back to Creation Heaven City safely. Qin Yan is being held by Situ Xiaoai. He is thinking about his 2 evil-slaying sacred talismans. If they explode, the power will be pretty good. Qin Yan said in his heart, Yuner, do you think my evil-slaying sacred talisman can help me deal with 9th-level Immortal Emperor-level evil spirits and heavenly monsters? It can't. You have seen your sister Xiaoai's help. Otherwise, your evil-slaying sacred talisman would not be able to hit them. Even if you hit them, they can block or suppress them if they are on guard. Ling Yuner said. Qin Yan thought about it carefully and agreed. Your evil-slaying sacred talisman is not bad. It is not a problem to deal with evil spirits and heavenly monsters of the same level. Ling Yuner said again, evil spirits and heavenly monsters of the same level have no chance of winning against you. You are now a 3rd-level Immortal Emperor. With the evil-slaying sacred talisman, it is not a problem to deal with 4th or 5th-level Immortal Emperor evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Even if Qin Yan does not use the evil-slaying sacred talisman, he can rely on his equipment to kill evil spirits and heavenly monsters of the same level. If he is besieged, he can use the evil-slaying sacred talisman to reverse the situation. It seems that I should work hard to improve my cultivation. Although the evil-slaying sacred talisman is very useful, it requires a strong cultivation. Qin Yan said in his heart. He believes that if Situ Xiaoai has enough powerful evil-slaying sacred talisman, she can easily win against those 4 evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Even if you have a high cultivation, you should make more evil-slaying sacred talismans to protect yourself. If you are besieged, you can kill them all. Ling Yuner said. Qin Yan also felt the same way. A day passed, Situ Xiaoai and Qin Yan finally saw the magnificent Heaven Creation City. Seeing the Heaven Creation City in front of them, Situ Xiaoai remained vigilant and did not relax. It was not until they passed through the gate of the Heaven Creation City that Situ Xiaoai's expression relaxed a lot. However, her expression is still serious as she quickly ran towards the Heaven Creation Mansion with Qin Yan. After entering the gate of the Heaven Creation Mansion, the atmosphere is not right. What's going on? Qin Yan said with a frown. Many seniors have come here. It is the aura of grief and anger of those seniors. Situ Xiaoai said. The disciples who went out to take action have suffered heavy casualties. Those seniors knew about it and came over? Qin Yan said in a low voice. N. Situ Xiaoai nodded and said, let's go find Xianxia quickly. Fortunately, there are only a few dozen disciples who went out to take action this time. If there were more, the loss would be very serious. Qin Yan said, Senior Sister Xiaoai, your brother is not on the list given by Lu Chuanyu. That guy's list is not complete. On the way back, Situ Xiaoai is also thinking about this matter. She feels that many disciples of the Heaven Creation Mansion are very suspicious. Even the heavenly sons and daughters may have secretly joined the evil dragon city or the heaven-defying sect. Maybe some disciples entered the heaven-defying sect very early and then continued to lurk in the heaven creation mansion. In front of Xianxia's large stone house, a few old men walked out with faces full of grief and indignation. After those disciples died, the life pearls they left in the family would also shatter, so they all know that. This time, there are so many casualties, it is obviously very unusual. Xianxia and Situ Xiaoai arrived at the hall of Xianxia's large stone house. Xianxia's face is also filled with pain because he watched many outstanding disciples of the heaven creation mansion grow up. He is very sad that those disciples died. I am relieved that you can still come back. Xianxia saw Xianxia and Situ Xiaoai return and sighed softly. How could it be like this time? Dozens of disciples went out and so far, more than 20 have died. Xianxia, we know the reason. Situ Xiaoai lowered her voice. Let's go to a top-secret place. Xianxia saw that Situ Xiaoai's expression and voice are very serious. He nodded and said, "Follow me." Not long after, they arrived at a top-secret room of Xianxia's. There are traitors in the heaven creation mansion and there are many of them. Situ Xiaoai gnashed her teeth and said, "Even my brother. That bastard betrayed us." Xiaoai, you can't talk about this kind of thing without evidence. Xianxia is startled and said with frown, "It will cause a lot of trouble." Xianxia also guessed that there are traitors in the heaven creation mansion. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to know their movements and the whereabouts of the disciples of the heaven creation mansion. Situ Xiaoai looked at Qianyan. Qianyan released Lu Chuanyu. Lu Chuanyu. Xianxia is very surprised to see Lu Chuanyu. It's you. Lu Chuanyu still has the life-sealing soul-devouring lock on his body. After he came out, his whole body trembled and said, "Xianxia, I was wrong. I should not have betrayed the heaven creation mansion." Xianxia opened his eyes wide and looked at Qianyan and Situ Xiaoai. Qianyan began narrating what happened. First he talked about meeting Lu Chuanyu and the disciples of the heaven-defying sect, then he talked about Situ Wushang and the 4 evil spirits and heavenly monsters. After Xianxia finished listening, he still can't believe that Situ Wushang actually betrayed them for the divine essence blood. I didn't know Situ Wushang also betrayed us. This bastard, he actually talked to the divine universe evil dragon. Lu Chuanyu cursed in low voice. Qianyan released a wounded evil spirit and heavenly monster, the one who was not beheaded. He waved his hand and took out the life-sealing soul-devouring lock on Lu Chuanyu's body. Lu Chuanyu weakly fell to the ground, he was scared to death. The dark-skinned large man glared at Qianyan and Situ Xiaoai. Xianxia, this guy is with Situ Wushang. I can make him confess even more. Qianyan faintly smiled and inserted the 4 life-sealing soul-devouring lock into the large man's body. Qianyan secretly activated the life-sealing soul-devouring lock and the large man immediately screamed in madness. Lu Chuanyu almost vomited from the side because he is too scared. His body was previously pierced by the 4 life-sealing soul-devouring lock. Next, it was Xianxia who interrogated the large man. The large man is not afraid of death but he is very afraid of pain. He was tortured to the point that he spilled everything. Situ Wushang really betrayed them. Moreover, Situ Wushang went to the evil dragon city on his own and surrendered. The evil dragon city wanted Situ Wushang to obtain the divine universe golden stone, so they accepted him. In order to show his sincerity, Situ Wushang killed 4 of his small team's disciples and let the 4 large men eat them. After hearing the whole story, Xianxia is so angry that he tightly clenched his fists, saint power almost burst out from his body. Qianyan, Xiaoai, you 2 go rest. Leave the rest to us seniors. Xianxia said, "Oh that's right, don't beat the grass and alert the snake." Qianyan took back the life-sealing soul-devouring lock and told Xianxia not to tell anyone that he has these things. Xianxia locked up Lu Chuanyu and the large man, then brought Qianyan and Situ Xiaoai to the hall. Situ Wushang is actually sitting in the hall waiting for Xianxia. Heaven Creation City Counterattack Chapter 1874, Counterattack. Qianyan and Situ Xiaoai looked at each other in dismay. Situ Xiaoai was shocked at first, then her expression immediately turned cold and she shouted, "Big brother, what are you talking about? Qin Yan has made such a great contribution to the Heaven Creation God Palace, yet you still say that he is a traitor. She did not expose Situ Wushang on the spot because Zhang Xingxian said that this matter would be handed over to him. After all, this matter involves Elder Situ. When the time comes, it will be Zhang Xingxian who will contact Elder Situ to discuss this matter. Situ Wushang shouted, "Our Heaven Creation Mansion has suffered such heavy casualties during this operation, there must be a traitor. I am the only one in my team who is still alive. If I did not run fast, I would have been killed." Qin Yan really wanted to throw all the life-sealing soul-devouring lock on Situ Wushang. He is actually so shameless. Not to mention that Situ Wushang is a traitor, he is still shouting that Qin Yan is a traitor here. Wushang, Qin Yan has been with Xiaoai all along. How could he be a traitor? Zhang Xingxian walked over, patted Situ Wushang's shoulder and said, "The Heaven Creation Mansion has been sealed. For the next 2 days, all disciples can only enter and not leave. I will investigate clearly. I have thought about it, Qin Yan is the most likely traitor in the Heaven Creation Mansion. He made a deal with my father and suffered great losses, so he wants to take revenge on our Heaven Creation City." Situ Wushang pretended to be very angry, gnashing his teeth as he looked at Qin Yan. Because Situ Wushang went to Evil Dragon City, he knows that Qin Yan is not honest Qin, but a very cunning old fox. It must be known that a large number of Qin Yan's enemies have gathered in Evil Dragon City. Those enemies are all big shots and they all hate Qin Yan to the bone. A person who can make so many big shots hate him must be an extraordinary person, therefore, Situ Wushang decided to get rid of Qin Yan first. He saw that Qin Yan and his sister are very close, so he is worried that Qin Yan will destroy his plan. Situ Wushang wants to secretly capture his sister and use her to threaten his father to steal that very big Divine Universe golden stone. With an old fox like Qin Yan by Situ Xiaoai's side, Situ Wushang was rather apprehensive. "Wushang, you are too tired. Go and rest first." Zhang Xingxian sighed softly, "Everyone has been very sad during this period of time." "I can understand. Zhang Xingxian, you must capture Qin Yan, you must not let him leave Heaven Creation Mansion." Situ Wushang glared at him and said with resentment, "He killed our Heaven Creating Abode's disciple." Situ Xiaoai was so angry that she wanted to kill Situ Wushang immediately. Zhang Xingxian said, "Qin Yan, you will stay here with me for this period of time. You can't go anywhere. Let's investigate this matter first." "Yes." Qin Yan nodded. Zhang Xingxian waved his hand and arranged for an elder to take Qin Yan out of the hall. Situ Xiaoai looked at Qin Yan and said, "Qin Yan is still injured, I will go take a look at him." "Xiaoai, that guy is a bastard. As far as I know, he has many wives and concubines. Moreover, he is a very vicious rapist." Situ Wushang shouted. "Shut up." Situ Xiaoai couldn't bear it anymore and said angrily, "Qin Yan went out with me and in order to save me, he was almost killed. He is not the kind of person you say he is." Indeed, Situ Xiaoai had received Qin Yan's help outside. Zhang Xingxian frowned and said sternly, "Wushang, don't make trouble without reason. You can't talk nonsense without evidence." Situ Wushang snorted, turned around and left. Situ Xiaoai and Qin Yan followed the old man into a safe room. "Senior Sister Xiaoai, thank you for protecting me just now," Qin Yan said with smile. "You're welcome." Situ Xiaoai sighed and said, "I really didn't expect that bastard Situ Wushang to become like this. He wanted more, he wanted to become stronger, so he walked the evil path." Qin Yan patted her shoulder and said, "Fortunately, we discovered it early. And, otherwise I would have been sold by him." Situ Xiaoai thought about how she was betrayed by her brother. At the same time, she felt anger and sorrow. "Senior Sister Xiaoai, you said before that you wanted to exchange Dao technique with me. What kind of Dao technique is it?" Qin Yan still remembers this matter. "Qin Yan, are you really willing to exchange with me?" Situ Xiaoai asked in earnest. "If your Dao technique is not bad, of course I'm willing." Qin Yan said with smile, "Show it to me." Situ Xiaoai thought about it and seems like she is regretting. "Senior Sister Xiaoai, you can't be like this. You said before that you wanted to exchange." Qin Yan curled his lips and said, "I can truly let you quickly master the art of hiding inside the tree." Situ Xiaoai said, that Dao technique was passed on to me by someone else. If I want to pass it on to someone else, I must get that person's consent. I was too impulsive at that time and said that I wanted to exchange. Don't worry, that person should agree, but I still have to confirm it. Alright, you confirm it with that person, then we can talk. Qinyan said. Alright. Situ Xiaoai nodded and said, I'm sure I can pass it on to you and then show you the ability of that Dao technique. Situ Xiaoai left the room. She knows that Zhang Xingxian left Qinyan here because he is worried that Situ Wushang would cause trouble for Qinyan and cause a conflict. Qinyan sat on the bed, his heart itching. He curled his lips and said, this senior sister Xiaoai is really something, she is so tantalizing. Ling Yin'er said with smile, she is afraid that after displaying the ability of the Dao technique, she won't be able to pass it on to you. She is afraid that in order to obtain the Dao technique, you will attack her, for example, capture her. Even Situ Wushang betrayed her, she is very vigilant against everyone now, this is also very normal. Hearing Ling Yin'er's words, Qinyan can understand Situ Xiaoai's intention. Before, Situ Xiaoai only thought that Qinyan was an honest Qin. However, after going out with Qinyan, she realized that this honest Qin's ability is very dreadful. Therefore, she also maintained a certain level of vigilance against Qinyan. Xiaoyun, the evil-slaying divine talisman you made is very good. You have to make more. Ling Yin'er said, if there are more, it should be very useful. I will cultivate first and become stronger. Qinyan took out the gourd-shaped heaven-leaping shuttle. He entered the warehouse of the heaven-leaping shuttle, took out a large bath made of white jade and poured a lot of divine space spring water into it. Then he let Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, and Long Tianji come out and soak in the divine space spring water to cultivate together. The matter of dozens of Heaven Creation Mansion disciples going out and suffering heavy casualties spread throughout the entire Heaven Creation City, causing a lot of sensation. The disciples of Heaven Creation Mansion are all very strong. Even if they can't beat them, they can still escape. And now there are only a dozen or so disciples who can return. Although the sinister Situ Wushang can't leave the Heaven Creation Mansion, he can contact the outside world. In the past 2 days, he arranged people to spread rumors everywhere, saying that Qinyan betrayed the disciples of Heaven Creation Mansion and exposed their whereabouts, which led to heavy casualties. The entire city knows that Qinyan was scammed when trading with the Heaven Creation Divine Palace's Divine Universe Goldstone. If he betrayed the disciples of Heaven Creation Mansion to take revenge, it would indeed make sense. Inside a huge stone house of Heaven Creation Mansion, Zhang Xingxian, Elder Situ, and Situ Xiaoai are inside a top-secret room. Zhang Xingxian released Lu Chuanyu and the evil ghost and heavenly monster. Then, Situ Xiaoai began to tell Chu Feng about the traitors in detail. Elder Situ is sitting on a chair, looking at Lu Chuanyu and the evil ghost and heavenly monster. He is patiently listening, his expression is very calm. Even though he knows that Situ Wushang is a traitor, his expression does not change, he is very calm. Father, do you believe Situ Wushang or me? After Situ Xiaoai finished speaking, she slightly frowned because her father doesn't seem to be surprised at all. Elder Situ, what should we do with Situ Wushang next? Zhang Xingxian asked. Capture him and torture him. Situ Xiaoai's face is filled with anger as she shouted. Elder Situ shook his head and said, that bastard caused the disciples of Heaven Creation Mansion to suffer heavy casualties. If we just capture and kill him, will we really be able to vent our hatred? Zhang Xingxian nodded, if we just kill Situ Wushang like this, it is indeed a bit too easy on him. Father, what do you plan to do? Situ Xiaoai carefully thought about it and knew that her father wants to use Situ Wushang as much as possible to get revenge before he dies. Elder Situ sneered, that damn little bastard, he let me take the Divine Universe Goldstone for myself. He already has other thoughts. Zhang Xingxian shook his head and said, I really can't see it normally. He wants to quickly become a saint and go to Sacred Desolate. But he has been unable to break through, it can be said that he has fallen into evil. So he wants to use the Divine Universe Evil Dragon's Divine Essence blood to help him break through the bottleneck. Elder Situ said. Becoming a saint can indeed drive many people crazy. Zhang Xingxian sighed. Zhang Xingxian, pretend to arrange the next operation. Then leak it to Situ Wushang and say that we are going to send a lot of people, Elder Situ said. If he reports to the evil dragon city, then he will have taken the bait. This time, we will make the evil dragon city suffer heavy losses. Alright, let's properly discuss how to set up this trap. Xianxia nodded his head, looked at Situ Xiaoai and said, Xiaoai, go look for Qin Yun. I still have things to do, I won't look for him first, you guys talk. Situ Xiaoai asked, Xianxia, can I leave the Heaven Creation Palace? Disciples can leave the Heaven Creation Palace now. Xianxia said, but it's best if you don't leave the city. I want to take a trip back to the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Situ Xiaoai finished speaking and left the secret room. Situ Xiaoai walked out of the large stone house and saw Situ Wushang. Xiaoai, where are you going? Situ Wushang walked over and said with smile, did you see that traitor Qin Yun? Brother, I want to go back to the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. There will be an operation soon, I want to go back and get some equipment and saint talismans. Situ Xiaoai said. Situ Wushang seems to be pleasantly surprised, he promptly asked, is there really an operation? Reforged Mirror Situ Wushang wanted to show his sincerity to the evil dragon city. If he could make more people of Heaven Creation City die and become food for evil spirits and heavenly monsters, then he would be valued by the Divine Universe Evil Dragon. He also knew that it was very difficult to obtain the Divine Universe Golden Stone, and there was a great risk involved. If he could make a great contribution in advance, he might be able to obtain the Divine Universe Evil Dragon's Divine Essence blood earlier. Xiaoai, are you sure Heaven Creation Mansion is going to fight back? Situ Wushang asked. If it's true, then I have to start preparing. Anyway, we're going to fight the evil dragon city sooner or later. We can't go wrong preparing now. After Situ Xiaoai took a few steps, she turned to look at Situ Wushang and said, Brother, do you really think that Qin Yun is a traitor? Situ Wushang nodded and said, I'm very sure. Xiaoai, don't listen to that guy's flowery words. He suffered a great loss from the deal he made with his father, so he will definitely get it back from us. Look, he's starting to attack you now. Don't worry, I'll be on guard against him. Situ Xiaoai sighed. You may know a person for a long time, but you don't know his true nature. Exactly. You should know by now that there are many rumors of his deeds outside. This guy is very vicious. I heard that Heaven Creation Divine Palace, Divine Inscription Palace and Nine Yan Divine Palace have already exerted pressure on Heaven Creation Mansion to drive Qin Yun out of Heaven Creation City. Situ Wushang said. Really? Situ Xiaoai frowned. Why hasn't the Heaven Creation House taken action yet? It's all because of that Zhang Xingxian. I don't know what kind of medicine Zhang Xingxian ate, he actually refuses to chase Qin Yun out. Situ Wushang said angrily, just you wait, that bastard Qin Yun will die a miserable death sooner or later. Situ Wushang also left hurriedly, wanting to send a message. Situ Xiaoai is suddenly worried about Qin Yun. If the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, Nine Yan Divine Palace and Divine Inscription Palace join forces to put pressure on Zhang Xingxian, the pressure Zhang Xingxian is facing is very great. She looked at the huge stone house, hoping that Zhang Xingxian could make Qin Yun stay. Qin Yun is cultivating in Zhang Xingxian's territory, it is very safe. He is currently soaking in the divine space spring water with 3 beautiful women. How were those saint pills refined? The medicinal effect is very strong. At that moment, she was holding Qin Yun's hand. A surge of power flowed into her body through her palm. Who cares how he made it, as long as it's useful? Shui Tianzi is holding Qin Yun's waist with one hand and leaning on him. Her other hand is holding Long Tianji's hand. We have to break through quickly. Qin Yun said, the situation outside is very abnormal. Brat, is there still no news from Sister Kiru and the others? She had once traveled through the Cloud Dragon Mountain range with Qin Yun. Back then, Qin Yun had nearly been used as a sacrifice to die here. She still remembered this matter very clearly. Not yet, I don't know where they went. Qin Yun knew a general direction through the soul-chasing talisman and did not go over to search. The main reason was that he was weak and did not dare to run around the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. If he encountered a powerful evil spirit or heavenly monster, it would be very troublesome. Even the Divine Inscription Mountain would not be able to withstand it. Unless he had the cultivation of a ninth-stage immortal emperor, he wouldn't be afraid even if he encountered a divine universe evil dragon. Me and Xianxia are very strong. If we become ninth-stage immortal emperors, we will surely be able to help you retreat. Shui Tianzi said with charming smile. Qinyan kissed her forehead and said with smile, when the time comes, you can make even more holy talisman papers for me. If we truly want to wage war against the evil dragon city, we will need a lot of Devil Slayer divine talismans. That's simple. But can you make so many talismans by yourself? Zi Qingqing said. Qinyan still has the Gemini heavenly rune, he wants to refine another Gemini treasure mirror. With his current level of inscription, it is very easy for him to refine another Gemini treasure mirror. At that time, he will put the Gemini treasure mirror inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul for Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi to use. They will be able to make a lot of Devil Slayer divine talismans inside. Qin Yun is now faced with a difficult problem, the Devil Slayer divine talisman's holy power is not strong enough. So when dealing with powerful evil spirits and heavenly monsters, it is not strong enough. He also doesn't know whether or not he can solve this problem after becoming a 9th stage immortal emperor. Several days passed by, Qin Yun broke through and entered the 4th stage immortal emperor realm. This speed can already be considered very fast. Sacred Pill and Divine Space Spring Water, in addition to cultivating with Zi Qingqing and the others, he can be so fast. Qin Yun rubbed Zi Qingqing's face, kissed Long Tianji and Shui Tianzi's jade faces, then let them return to the 9 Sun Divine Soul. Next, he wants to refine the Gemini treasure mirror. Princess Anya is not here, I can only smelt holy tier materials. Qin Yun can only wait until he has the conditions to refine a better Gemini treasure mirror. Actually, the Gemini treasure mirror refined with holy tier materials is much more powerful than the one he is using now. 5 days have passed outside. Rumor that Qin Yun is a traitor is still spreading in Heaven City. Zhang Xingxian and Elder Situ stood up and guaranteed that Qin Yun is not a traitor, only then did the rumor die down. But there are still many people who are filled with doubt and talk about this matter from time to time. Especially some of the seniors of the 9 Yang Divine Palace, Divine Inscription Palace and Heaven Creation God Palace, they are all deeply worried about this. It must be said that Sidu Wushang spread rumors everywhere these past few days, the effect is very obvious, many people suspect that Qin Yun is a traitor. It took Qin Yun several days to finish refining the Gemini treasure mirror. He stayed in that secret room for nearly 10 days, Qin Yun arrived at the hall, someone immediately went to inform Zhang Xingxian. Zhang Xingxian very hastily rushed over. Zhang Xingxian, is there something urgent? Qin Yun is in a hurry to return to his small stone house to collect those resources. Qin Yun, tell me the truth. Do you have the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin formation? Zhang Xingxian placed his hands on Qin Yun's shoulder and asked very seriously. This. How do you know? Qin Yun asked, actually he also knows that he can't hide it for long. This matter starts from Immortal Desolate. According to the information I have, you once used the identity of a masked man and used Inscription Do technique to defeat the Alliance Army and alien dragon race's Inscription Do masters. Later on, the Alliance Army did not give you the Sun God Crystal, so you became angry and released the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin formation to attack. Zhang Xingxian looked at Qin Yun and said, is that so? Qin Yun nodded and said, that masked man is me. Where did this news come from? Zhang Xingxian let out a long sigh, his hands also left Qin Yun's shoulder. He walked back and forth a few steps and said, this is what the people from Heaven Defying Sect told us. They told us to be on guard against you, saying that you have the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin formation. Then what does Heaven City mean? Qin Yun said. This matter caused 9 Yang Divine Palace and Divine Inscription Palace to jump up and down. During this period of time, they often came to my place and clamored to see you. They want you to hand over the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin formation to them for research. Zhang Xingxian said, Qin Yun, if you give away the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin formation, it will be very difficult to get it back. Qin Yun's expression is relaxed, he sat down and said with a smile, the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin formation is not in my hands, I gave it to the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor. Let them ask for it from the Immortal Desolate Dragon race. Zhang Xingxian said in shock, really? You are actually willing to give such a precious thing to the immortal desolate dragon emperor? My father was killed by the divine universe evil dragon, and my relationship with the immortal desolate dragon emperor is pretty good. I had no one to rely on, so I found the immortal desolate dragon emperor. Qin Yan said. Xianxia felt a lot more at ease. He said with a smile, Qin Yan, what benefits did the immortal desolate dragon race give you to make you give the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation to them? I heard that the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation is very strong. The emperor clan's clan emperors came a few times to discuss this matter with you. The 9-dragon heavenly origin formation is very important to the imperial race, divine inscription palace and 9-yang divine palace. The heaven creation divine palace doesn't seem to care because they have it themselves. It's nothing, just a small thing. Qin Yan said with a smile. The immortal desolate dragon emperor gave Qin Yan half a chest of divine universe golden stones. It is not a small thing. If all the major powers knew that Qin Yan had half a chest of divine universe golden stones, they would definitely fight over it until their heads bled. Is the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation really in the hands of the immortal desolate dragon race? Zhang Xingxian said with a smile, if that's the case, then you don't have to worry about those guys coming to find you. Qin Yan said with a smile, let them go find the immortal desolate dragon emperor. Zhang Xingxian said with a bright smile, I've seen the immortal desolate dragon emperor before, he's not someone to be trifled with. At this moment, an old man came in and said in panic, Zhang Xingxian, that group of people are here again. They are the old inscription masters of the 9-yang divine palace and the divine inscription palace. Let them in. Zhang Xingxian faintly smiled. The 9-dragon heavenly origin formation is not in Qin Yan's hands, so there is nothing to worry about. Very quickly, more than 10 old men rushed in. As soon as they entered, they stared at Qin Yan. Qin Yan, take out your 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, an old man anxiously shouted. The 9-dragon heavenly origin formation doesn't belong to you and you can't control it. Hurry up and hand it over to us, another old man said coldly. The 9-dragon heavenly origin formation is very powerful. It will only be wasted in your hands. Hurry up and hand it over to us, an old man walked in front of Qin Yan. Qin Yan sat there very calmly. He is also somewhat angry in his heart, but he said with a smile, what if I don't give it to you? Don't tell me you want to snatch it? If you don't give it to me, then you will suffer, an old man anxiously said. I won't give it to you, I want to see what will happen to me. Qin Yan laughed loudly and said, you old fellows, I'm afraid you have never even seen the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation before, right? An old man stomped his feet and said, you little thing, what right do you have to possess the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation? That is a heaven-defying great formation, you are not worthy to possess it. Qin Yan found it somewhat funny. Not only did he possess it, he could also create it. He leisurely drank a mouthful of tea and said, all right, I am indeed not worthy to possess the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Actually, I have long since decided to hand over the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation to those experts to use. You still have some self-awareness. Hurry up and hand it over to us. The dozen old men immediately became extremely happy, their faces were filled with smiles. Hercules, the smiles on the faces of the dozen or so elders froze and their expressions became extremely unsightly. If the 9-dragons heavenly origin formation was given to the immortal desolate dragon emperor, wouldn't it be in the hands of the immortal desolate dragon race? The immortal desolate dragon race is not to be trifled with, especially the immortal desolate dragon emperor. They have all seen him before, his temper is very fierce. Even the imperial clan kings have to give the immortal desolate dragon emperor some face. It must be known that when the immortal desolate dragon emperor came to the heaven creation god palace, the big shots of the divine inscription palace, 9-yang divine palace and the heaven creation god palace all went to pay a visit to the immortal desolate dragon emperor. In the past few days, heaven creation city should know that I have the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation, right? This immortal desolate dragon emperor is really something. He clearly has it, but he didn't come out to help me block it. Qin Yan shook his head and smiled. Seniors, I have already given the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation to the immortal desolate dragon race. If you want to study it, go borrow it from the immortal desolate dragon emperor. Is this true? Don't play with us. An old man said, Qin Yun, although some time ago there were rumors of you being honest Qin, now we all know that you are not honest at all. Qin Yun spread out his hands and said, I am really an honest person. Otherwise, we would have already used the Divine Universe Golden Stone and the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation to do something big. Xianxia smiled and said, Everyone, my relationship with the immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor is not bad. Do you want me to invite him over? That's fine. An old man from the 9 Yan Divine Palace said, if Zhang Xingxian invites him over to confirm, that would be for the best. Zhang Xingxian sent someone to fly to the immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor. The dozen or so old men sat in the hall, gritting their teeth as they looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun gave the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation to the immortal Desolate Dragon race. This made them feel extremely pained. If the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation was still in Qin Yun's hands, they felt that with their ability, they would be able to force Qin Yun to hand it over. They are all people who bully the weak and fear the strong. They know that the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation is in the hands of the immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor, so none of them dare to fart. A moment later, a burly old man in armor strode into the hall. As soon as he entered, the domineering aura of a dragon immediately filled the hall. The group of elders hurriedly stood up. Zhang Xingxian walked over with a smile and said, Great Emperor Dragon, you should be aware of the matter, right? Sorry to trouble you. The immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor glanced at the elders and sneered. With a wave of his hand, 9 dragon mark heaven steels appeared and floated beside him, emitting 9-colored light. The aura of the 9 dragons heaven formation was ferocious and violent. After the immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor released the 9 dragons heaven origin formation, he activated the formation's power, causing the entire heaven creation palace to tremble slightly. Roar. As the 9 dragons heaven origin formation rotated, the roars of dragons rang out. The sound waves were accompanied by a domineering aura, like waves crashing in all directions. The dozen old men were so shocked that their faces turned pale. Qin Yun is also secretly alarmed. The immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor has been studying the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation during this period of time and has mastered it extremely well. One had to know that the immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor had once possessed the 9 dragons heavenly source formation, so he had been able to learn it quickly and display great power. Qin Yun felt ashamed of his inferiority because he did not use it as well as the immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor. The immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor is a dragon. He used to control the 9 dragons heaven origin formation for many years. Now that he has obtained the new 9 dragons heaven origin formation, its power is naturally not a problem. This is the 9 dragons heaven origin formation that Qin Yun gave me, the immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor snorted. Do you see it now? Gift, an old man said in shock. He said he sold it to you. The immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor laughed loudly, walked over and patted Qin Yun's shoulder. He said with a smile, This guy is with my granddaughter, he has to pay a price. Qin Yun secretly curled his lips. There is really nothing between him and Long Yuqing, but Long Yuqing took away his Yumei. If Yumei was here, she would be of great help to him. The dozen old men greedily looked at the 9 dragon mark heaven steels, as if they wanted to quickly see through everything. The immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor waved his hand and stored the 9 dragon mark heaven steels. He said, The 9 dragons heaven origin formation is in my hands, don't look for Qin Yun in the future. This Great Dragon Emperor, can you lend us the 9 dragons heaven origin formation for a few days? An old man mustered up his courage and said. Can this thing be borrowed? Only you can say that. The immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor laughed loudly and said, This is my dragon race's clan protection treasure, it will never be lent to outsiders. Those old men can only sigh in disappointment and leave. Zhang Xingxian also sent them out. The immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor snorted, These old fellows are really indulging in fantasy. If they want to borrow the 9 dragons heaven origin formation from me, why don't they ask to borrow my head? To the immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor, the 9 dragons heaven origin formation is as important as his head. Senior, during this period of time, did the dragon race warriors go out? Qin Yun asked. They went out to gather information, the immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said, We were not idle. What happened to you? How did you offend that bastard son of Elder Situ? What? Qin Yun said with frown. Zhang Xingxian said, Situ Wushang's people are spreading rumors everywhere, saying that you are a traitor. The immortal desolate dragon emperor snorted, if this guy was not Elder Situ's son, I would have already crushed him to death. Let him be. Qin Yan looked at Zhang Xingxian with some doubt. He thought that Situ Wushang had already been dealt with. Anyway, it's good that you are fine. If you have time, come find us old fellows to chat. I'll be going back first, the immortal desolate dragon emperor said with smile and then left Zhang Xingxian's large stone house. Zhang Xingxian said, Qin Yan, we are currently setting up a trap, so we have not dealt with Situ Wushang for the time being. Setting up a trap? Qin Yan said, does Elder Situ know that Situ Wushang is a traitor? Yes, he discussed with me to set up a trap. We want the evil dragon city to think that we have mobilized a large number of people, then we will ambush the evil ghost heavenly monsters. Zhang Xingxian said, this is a top-secret matter, I won't reveal the specifics. Qin Yan nodded and said, it's better if fewer people know about this kind of thing. He took out a talisman and handed it over to Zhang Xingxian. Zhang Xingxian took it and looked at it, then said in astonishment, this is the Evil Slayer Divine Talisman, but it was not made by me, nor is it the Evil Slayer Divine Talisman I am familiar with. I made it. Qin Yun said with smile, Zhang Xingxian, please give me some pointers. Follow me. Zhang Xingxian brought Qin Yun to a spacious underground stone room. He wants to test the power of the talisman here. Zhang Xingxian activated the holy talisman and sent it out. The Evil Slayer Divine Talisman flew out and transformed into a long sword that pierced forward. The holy power it erupted with is also not weak. The stone room's wall has a very strong barrier, so it was not pierced through. However, the sword still caused the ground to tremble. Zhang Xingxian released holy power to protect Qin Yun, preventing him from being affected. This talisman was refined by Qin Yun after he broke through, it is a bit stronger than before. Previously, his two Evil Slayer Divine Talismans pierced the eyes of an evil ghost heavenly monster, but because their power was too weak, they were suppressed by the evil ghost heavenly monster's formidable evil power, causing them to be unable to explode. Very good. You can make it so quickly, it really surprises me. Zhang Xingxian exclaimed in admiration, dealing with 5th or 6th level Immortal Emperor Realm evil ghosts and heavenly monsters is no problem. Qin Yan simply explained how he used it to attack the evil ghosts and heavenly monsters. Zhang Xingxian patted Qin Yan's shoulder and said with smile, it's very normal. The evil ghosts and heavenly monsters you attacked were all elites from the evil dragon city, their strength is at the level of heavenly sons and heavenly daughters. Under the situation where your cultivation is not high, the holy talismans you made are indeed unable to suppress them. He saw that Qin Yun is now at the 4th level Immortal Emperor realm and is even more astonished. Because in less than a month, Qin Yun broke through another level. If a 9th level Immortal Emperor used your holy talisman to attack, killing 2 or 3 powerful evil ghosts and heavenly monsters wouldn't be a problem. Zhang Xingxian said. Qin Yan also understands that his Evil Slayer Divine Talisman can only play a supporting role when facing powerful evil ghosts and heavenly monsters. Zhang Xingxian, did Senior Sister Xiao AI come to find me during this period of time? Qin Yan asked. He remembered that Situ Xiao AI said that she wanted to use Dao techniques to exchange with him. She didn't come. She participated in that top-secret operation to ambush Situ Wushang. Don't worry, she went with Elder Situ this time. My Heaven Creation Mansion's elders and Heaven Creation Divine Palace's powerful elders are all participating. Zhang Xingxian said. Qin Yan asked, Zhang Xingxian, can I leave the city now? Zhang Xingxian said with smile, of course you can. I'll arrange for someone to send you out, this way you won't be discovered. Qin Yan went to take away the resources he accumulated over the past 10 days. He only left the city when it was dark. Now no one is watching Qin Yun because everyone knows that his 9-dragon heavenly origin formation is in the hands of the immortal desolate dragon emperor. After leaving the city, Qin Yun immediately rushed towards the Divine Inscription Mountain. The Divine Inscription Mountain followed Qin Yun for a period of time. After Qin Yun returned to Heaven Creation City, the Divine Inscription Mountain was also near Heaven Creation City. Late at night, Qin Yun arrived at the Divine Inscription Mountain. The Divine Inscription Mountain is hidden deep underground. After Qin Yin returned, he wanted to learn that ability from Shimen Dazhuang. Shimen Dazhuang followed Tian Daozi and learned a very strange ability that allowed him to sense evil ghosts and heavenly monsters. Back then, Shimen Dazhuang didn't know what he wanted to learn it for. Only after he came to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range did he realize that it was used to save his life. "Boss, Qing Lian and I have created a complete Titan God totem," Shimen Dazhuang said with proud smile. "Next, we will fuse it into the divine inscription mountain." Mountain God laughed. "If nothing unexpected happens, I will be able to transform into Titan God, invincible." Ha ha ha. Little Black Donkey laughed and said, "When attacking become Titan God, when defending become Black Tortoise Great God, invincible, ha ha ha. After all, this is the divine inscription mountain, there are many inscription ghost geniuses hidden here. Little Black, Little White and the others haven't returned yet. I'm a bit worried about them," Qin Yin said. Black Mouse Baizé and the 3 dragons have been called away by a mysterious call. "Boss, there's a problem with the space here, I can't adapt well." Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor said with bitter smile, "I've tried my best. It's alright, I'll think of a way to solve it." Qin Yin waved his hand and said to Shimen Dazhuang, "Dazhuang, teach me that secret technique that can sense evil ghosts and heavenly monsters." "Boss, why did you learn it?" Shimen Dazhuang asked. Divine Space Silk Lock, Chapter 1877, Divine Space Silk Lock. Shimen Dazhuang very happily said, "Boss, it is very rare for you to ask me for guidance. Dazhuang, can you teach me?" Qin Yin said with a smile, "Did Heavenly Daozi restrict you from teaching others?" "Of course not, I will surely teach you. Let's begin now," Shimen Dazhuang said with mischievous smile. Qin Yin immediately learned this ability from Shimen Dazhuang. Shimen Dazhuang first simply explained the secret technique to Qin Yin. After Qin Yin finished listening, he is very amazed. Tian Daozi's secret technique is indeed very mystical, it can cultivate a special mental power. The principle behind this technique is that after cultivating special mental power, one can receive special energy fluctuation from evil spirit and heavenly monsters. Evil spirit and heavenly monsters are formed by absorbing evil divine space golden stone's power, that is why they have special energy fluctuation. One must know that divine space golden stone's fluctuation can penetrate several layers of space. When Qin Yin obtained that huge divine space golden stone from Immortal Desolate, it could be sensed by many distant heavenly domains. Next, Shimen Dazhuang very earnestly imparted the mnemonic chant to Qin Yin. Qin Yin's perception is very high, he learned very quickly and mastered it in just 3 days. Shimen Dazhuang exclaimed in admiration and said, "Boss, how can you learn things so quickly? No wonder Master said you are the enemy of Heavenly Dao." "Dazhuang, Tian Daozi's soul is still inside the Heavenly Law altar, what will happen to him in the future?" Qin Yin asked. "I don't know, it is very hard for him to die." Shimen Dazhuang said with smile, "He is now inside the Heavenly Law altar, he must be very depressed because he couldn't trap us. You and Qinglian must do your best to fuse Inscription Divine Mountain with Titan God Totem, I believe you will be able to do it." Qin Yin placed his hand on Shimen Dazhuang's shoulder and said with smile, "You are Inscription Gate's disciple, you must make our Inscription Gate stronger." "That's for sure, Shimen family doesn't want me anymore, Inscription Gate will be my home from now on." Shimen Dazhuang is also very ambitious, he said, "I will surely make Inscription Gate incomparably stronger." "Alright, I will be going out." More and more powerful evil spirits and heavenly monsters from Evil Dragon City are moving around. Inscription Divine Mountain, don't run around recklessly during this period of time, Qin Yin said. Immortal Mirror walked over and smiled, "Boss, I will continue to study the demonic mirror's formation base. I feel that if I work harder, I might be able to successfully adapt the magic mirror array base to the space of the Cloud Dragon Mountain range." Qin Yin laughed and said, "Alright, I wish you success, I am leaving." After greeting the mountain god and the others, he left the divine inscription mountain hidden deep underground. Arriving on the ground, Qin Yin took out some soul-chasing talismans. These soul-chasing talismans belonged to Baizé, Xiaoyuemei, and Xiaqiru. He also wanted to make sure that they were all fine. Yuemei and Yu Qing, those 2 girls, where did they go? Qin Yin wanted to go find them, but according to the light of the soul-chasing talisman, they are in a rather distant place. The light emitted by the soul-chasing talisman was relatively weak, which meant that it was very far away. If they were closer, the light would be even stronger. Xiaqiru's soul-chasing talisman is located quite far away. Although Baizhe and the others are also very far away, they are not as far as Xiaqiru. It's good that they are all fine. Qinyan stored the soul-chasing talismans and took out another soul-chasing talisman. This one is used to track Situ Xiao AI. Qinyan collected Situ Xiao AI's soul power before. It's not too far, I will go take a look. Qinyan took the soul-chasing talisman and went to find Situ Xiao AI. Zhang Xingxian and Elder Situ want to set up a trap. They want Situ Wusheng to lead a large number of evil dragon cities, evil spirits and heavenly monsters into a trap. Most likely, they will make a very large trap formation. After entering, they will activate the killing formation to attack. Qinyan held the soul-chasing talisman and very carefully ran through the forest. Because he learned the secret technique to sense evil spirits and heavenly monsters from Shimen Dazhuang, Qinyan doesn't need to worry about being sneak attacked by evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Formidable evil spirits and heavenly monsters have very strong concealment ability. Without a certain amount of experience, it is very difficult to discover evil spirits and heavenly monsters' concealment ability. Once they are ambushed, they will most likely not be able to escape. Moreover, evil spirits and heavenly monsters form groups to ambush their prey. Qinyan set out in the evening. The next morning, he arrived at the area where Situ Xiao AI is. Through the soul-chasing talisman, he can roughly judge that she is very close. After approaching, he slowed down, worried that there are traps nearby. This place is quite far from Evil Dragon City and Heaven Creation City. Qinyan rushed through the night to arrive. This is a relatively rare desolate place in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. There are no plants here. After Qinyan arrived, he saw many huge stones falling everywhere. Those stones are emitting hot air. The small ones are 10 or 20 meters high, the big ones are tens or hundreds of meters high. They are all steaming hot and scattered in this empty desolate place. These stones have very strong star power. It seems like they just appeared not long ago. Qinyan said in shock, could it be that a fierce battle broke out here? Maybe someone summoned stars. Generally speaking, it is a great formation that summons stars. Ling Yin'er promptly warned, Xiaoyun, there is a great trap formation here. Among them is a killing formation that summons stars to fall. Qinyan looked at the soul-chasing talisman in his hand and said with frown, could it be that I am in that great trap formation? Why is senior sister Xiao Ai also in the great formation? After he became invisible, he carefully walked forward. After a while, he suddenly felt a very dangerous feeling. There are evil spirits and heavenly monsters nearby. The secret technique he learned from Shimen Dazhuang has a very obvious effect. It allows him to sense many dangerous fluctuations nearby. There are at least 50 evil spirits and all of them are very strong. Qinyan said in shock, could it be that the trap set by Elder Situ and the others did not succeed? He became even more careful. If Elder Situ did not succeed, then it is very likely that Heaven Creation City's side suffered heavy casualties. After walking for a short while, Qinyan suddenly saw a faint black smoke floating in front of him. It's poisonous gas. Qinyan's expression changed when he saw the poisonous gas. Because in the area enveloped by the black smoke, the stones and soil turned black and some black poisonous water came out. It is very scary. The soil in front is black. Qinyan promptly took out the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon and urged the Nether Spirit Sacred Blade inside to collect the nearby remnant souls. I sensed that all the evil spirits and heavenly monsters are inside. Senior sister Xiao Ai is also inside. Could it be that they are poisoned? Qinyan is secretly shocked. He is somewhat worried about Situ Xiao Ai and hastily walked into the black soil. After entering, the dangerous feeling became more and more clear. Qinyan stepped on the black soil. When he stepped on it, a thick black liquid came out of the soil and a wave of blood smell assaulted his face. This poison must have come from Evil Dragon City. Qinyan immediately confirmed. The poisonous gas wrapped around him and wanted to enter his body. Qinyan only released a bit of absolute sun power to disperse the poisonous gas. He is not afraid of the poison at all. Because of the nether sun, Qinyan can cultivate a body that is impervious to poison. Qin Yun, who was invisible, floated up. He no longer stepped on the black poisonous blood soil because the feeling is very uncomfortable. It is as if he is stepping on many rotten corpses. As he walked, the corpses started bleeding and emitted a foul stench. There is a large group of people floating in front of him. They are releasing energy to form a light barrier to protect themselves. Moreover, they are releasing energy to expel the poison. These are people from Creation Heaven City. There are more than 100 of them and it seems like they are all poisoned. And in front of them is Evil Dragon City's camp. More than 50 of them are evil spirits and heavenly monsters. The other 50 are humans from Heaven Defying Sect, Alliance Army, and Nine Yang Palace. Evil Dragon City's evil spirits and heavenly monsters are not poisoned. However, their bodies are wrapped by a kind of golden thread. With a glance, it is clear that it is caused by Creation Heaven City. The golden thread released by Creation Heaven City is very powerful. Even a very strong 9th stage immortal emperor can't break free after being wrapped by it. They are constantly struggling. Qin Yun saw Situ Wushang, he is in Evil Dragon City's camp. Situ Xiao Ai and Elder Situ are in Creation Heaven City's camp. Their faces are somewhat black, their eyes are filled with anger as they looked at Situ Wushang and others. Qin Yun can see that Creation Heaven City's trap is to capture Evil Dragon City's people and evil spirits and heavenly monsters alive, and they almost succeeded. However, Evil Dragon City's side released a very powerful poison, causing Creation Heaven City's people to have no choice but to immediately expel the poison. Otherwise, if the poison is too deep, they will die. Everyone, don't struggle. That is the Divine Universe Silk Lock made by Creation Heaven Divine Palace. It is refined using Divine Universe power to refine some materials. It is very sturdy and the more you struggle, the tighter it gets. Situ Wushang said, we just need to wait quietly. Our reinforcements will arrive very soon. Situ Wushang, you bastard. Elder Situ cursed angrily. Old bastard, I really underestimated you. You actually discovered that I was a traitor. Situ Wushang said with sneer, but you also underestimated us. How can it be so easy to set up a trap to capture us? An evil spirit laughed strangely and said, our reinforcements will arrive soon. When the time comes, we can capture them. Situ Wushang, you were too careless this time. When the time comes, you must give that girl Situ Xiaoai to me. After Situ Xiaoai heard this, she furiously said, you bunch of demons, you will die very miserably. Situ Wushang laughed loudly and said, Xiaoai, the ones who are about to die are you. Don't worry, I will let Qin Yun accompany you as soon as possible. Qin Yun won't be caught so easily by a guy like you. Situ Xiaoai said coldly, he is very capable. A triangular-headed old man from the Alliance Army laughed and said, little girl, no matter how capable he is, he won't be able to save you. Situ Wushang chuckled and said, Xiaoai, you admire Qin Yun so much, call him loudly and see if he will appear. Even if he is nearby, he won't dare to appear. This guy is so cunning, seeing that this place is full of poison, would he dare to come? An old man from Heaven Defying Sect said with sneer. Qin Yun handed over the Divine Universe Golden Stone to the Heaven Creation God Palace, which proves that he is very afraid of death. He doesn't plan to avenge his father at all. How could he take the risk to save you? A determination to revenge. Situ Xiaoai was very angry, and said angrily, when we were in the Heaven Creation Mansion, I should have killed you. Ayaya, so you knew I was a traitor a long time ago? Unfortunately, you were too conceited. You wanted to use me to set up an ambush in the Evil Dragon City. You miscalculated and even lost so many people. Situ Wushang very happily laughed and said, our helpers in the vicinity will arrive soon. Situ Wushang, don't be too proud. You once framed Qin Yun as a traitor and even spread rumors in the city to slander him. He will not let you off. Situ Xiaoai said. Ha ha ha. Qin Yun is nothing. Besides, this coward wouldn't dare to look for me. Behind me is Evil Dragon City, Lord Evil Dragon is supporting me. Situ Wushang laughed loudly and yelled, Qin Yun. Qin Yun, where are you? Situ Xiaoai, this delicate beauty, is about to be ravaged, ha ha ha. The group of evil ghosts and heavenly monsters grinned and looked at Situ Xiaoai with extremely evil eyes. Sidu Wushang shouted with a smile, Qin Yun, hurry up and come out. Your senior sister Xiao Ai is looking forward to you saving her. Quickly come out and save the damsel in distress. Ha ha ha, I think you're a coward who doesn't even dare to come out. He was shouting, calling out to the nearby wraiths and heavenly monsters. Just as Sidu Wushang was laughing and shouting, a person suddenly appeared in front of him. Sidu Wushang's smile came to an abrupt halt as he stared dumbfoundedly at the handsome man in black. Qin Yan appeared in front of Sidu Wushang. Sidu Wushang's body was bound by the golden threads, so he couldn't do anything. Whether it is the people of Evil Dragon City or Heaven Creation City, when they saw Qin Yan suddenly appear, they are all shocked. The difference was that the people of the Evil Dragon City were filled with fear, while the people of Heaven Creation City were overjoyed. Qin Yan pointed 2 fingers at one of Sidu Wushang's eyes. With a smile on his face, he said, as you wish, I'm here. As he spoke, he concentrated all the power in his body into his 2 fingers. He wanted to display the 9 fingers of heaven extinguishing. Big brother Qin. Uncle Qin, please let me off. Sidu Wushang, who had been laughing a moment ago, had an ugly expression on his face as he pleaded loudly. He really did not expect that he would really call out Qin Yan. Qin Yan said coldly, you have Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon behind you, right? Today, I will kill his lackeys to show my determination to take revenge. Sidu Wushang suddenly shouted at his father, Father, quickly save me, don't let him kill me. No matter what, I'm still your son. Blood is thicker than water. You can't leave me in the lurch. A sharp whistle suddenly rang out, heaven severing 9 fingers, piercing the heavens. Qin Yan's trembling fingers shot out an incomparably powerful finger force that penetrated Sidu Wushang's eyes. Although Sidu Wushang's cultivation was higher than Qin Yan's, he was currently bound by the Divine Universe silk thread. He was unable to release the power in his body, so it was difficult for him to defend against Qin Yan's powerful finger force. The powerful finger force penetrated Sidu Wushang's head. Everyone can see that a large bloody hole appeared where Sidu Wushang's eyes used to be. The penetrating power of Qin Yan's finger is very strong. It only penetrated Sidu Wushang's eyes, it did not explode his head. Seeing Sidu Wushang rolling on the ground in pain, Evil Dragon City's evil spirits and heavenly monsters all shivered. Many people have only heard of Qin Yan, they have never seen him or seen his methods with their own eyes. Creation Heaven City's side is the same, they also know that honest Qin is not an honest person. Sidu Wushang is in incomparable pain, he held on the ground. His head is injured, he realized that death is right in front of him. You are Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon's subordinates, right? Qin Yan looked at an old man and said, you are from Heaven Defying Sect? Qin Yan. If you have something to say, we can talk it over. You can't do anything if you kill me, you won't get anything. Why don't you let me go, I'll give you some good stuff. Heaven Defying Sect's old man said with trembling voice. My Cloud Dragon Mountain Range's inscription gate was destroyed by Heaven Defying Sect. If I kill you, I can take revenge. Qin Yan chuckled, 2 fingers pointed at the old man and shot out a finger power. 2 fingers trembled, a deafening explosion sound, it is like a clap of thunder. Heaven extinction 9 fingers, heaven explosion. The finger power rushed over and landed on the old man's head, shattering it. After the head exploded, the fragments splattered on the faces of the Evil Dragon City's evil spirits and heavenly monsters, causing them to shiver. Because they can already see that this is their end, Sidu Wushang can only howl in pain on the ground. Even with his remaining eye, he saw the scene just now. Creation Heaven City's people are very happy, many of them are loudly cheering. Qin Yan walked towards the triangular-headed old man with a beaming smile and said, Outer Heaven Domain Alliance Army, we meet again. In the Immortal Desolate, you guys chased me until I was very tired. Qin Yan. Don't kill me, the triangular-headed old man wailed. If I don't kill you, how can I face your companion who died just now? Since you are all loyal to Divine Universe Evil Dragon, then you are one family. Qin Yan's 2 fingers pointed at the triangular-headed old man and said with smile, since we are one family, of course we have to be neat and tidy. Boom, with another exploding heaven finger, the triangular-headed old man's huge triangular-headed head exploded. More than 100 people from Evil Dragon City are scared out of their wits. Their faces are covered in fragments, all of them are trembling non-stop. Their current mood is as if they are on the execution ground, waiting for the arrival of the death penalty. Evil spirits and heavenly monsters are very precious, I can't just kill them like this. Xianxia took out the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and stuffed the tied-up evil spirits and heavenly monsters into the cauldron one by one. He said with smile, I want to use them for research. He feels that evil spirits and heavenly monsters must have a weakness, after all they are evil creatures. As long as he can find a way to deal with them, it will be very easy to deal with them. Divine Universe Evil Dragon can only be sealed, it is very difficult to kill. And if Xianxia wants to kill Divine Universe Evil Dragon, he must find out the reason why evil spirits and heavenly monsters are so hard to kill. He needs many living evil spirits and heavenly monsters too. Research. After killing a few typical examples, Xianxia did not use Heaven Explosion Finger, instead he used Floating Cloud Rod to kill the rest of the people from Nine Sun Palace, Alliance Army, and Heaven-defying sect. Then he took away their remnant souls. Situ Wushang is still on the ground, Xianxia kicked him and sent him flying in front of Elder Situ. He said with smile, Elder Situ, this is your son, it is not very good for me to kill him in front of you, so I will leave him to you. Elder Situ coldly looked at his son and said, Little brother Qin, you do it. I don't want to dirty my hands. Elder Situ has more than one son, he has lived for so long, he is very open-minded. Xianxia, let me do it. Situ Xiaoai yelled. Xianxia walked over, placed his hand on Situ Xiaoai's back and urged Nether Sun to suck out the poison from her body. After Situ Xiaoai's poison was detoxified, she took out a long sword and coldly looked at Situ Wushang. Xiaoai. Xiaoai. I know I was wrong, don't kill me, I am your brother. Situ Wushang cried loudly. If you capture me and give me to those evil spirits and heavenly monsters, you will no longer be my brother and you can no longer be considered a person. Situ Xiaoai furiously said and stabbed her sword. Hoo! Her sword stabbed forward, sword image is like a gust of wind, in an instant hundreds of swords flew over, smashing Situ Wushang's body into pieces. Xianxia is also secretly apprehensive, he feels that he needs to be on guard against this seemingly elegant and beautiful woman. When she is ruthless, she is much more savage than him. Next, Xianxia also detoxified the poison of Heaven Creation City's people one by one. Xianxia knows that Heaven Creation God Palace has many precious inheritances. If he has a good relationship with Heaven Creation God Palace, it will be very beneficial in the future. Little brother Qin, many thanks for saving me. Elder Situ sighed, his eyes are filled with a trace of guilt because he knows that he has treated Xianxia unfairly. He knows the value of Divine Universe Golden Stone and also knows that the 9 Desolate Divine Saber is a broken saber. If the 9 Desolate Divine Saber is very important to Heaven Creation God Palace, an elder like him would not be able to decide to exchange it. You're welcome, we are all in the same camp. Xianxia said with mischievous smile. Qin honest, Elder Situ swindled you, you aren't really planning to take revenge on him right, someone said with smile. During the transaction, both you and I are willing, there is no loss or loss. Xianxia said with smile. A middle-aged man patted Elder Situ's shoulder and said with smile, Elder Situ, luckily you have a good daughter, otherwise your head would have exploded by Qin honest. That's right, if not for Xiaoai being Qin honest's girlfriend, you old fox would have already exploded your dog head by Qin honest, an old man teased with smile. Situ Xiaoai lightly groaned and said, Don't talk nonsense, Xianxia and I are just senior sister and junior brother. Xiaoai, don't be shy. For honest Qin to suddenly appear, he must have sensed that you were in danger. This is called telepathic connection. Otherwise, how could he appear in such a timely manner? Someone said with laugh. It seems like we were saved this time because of the power of love, a middle-aged woman said with smile. Xianxia looked at Situ Xiaoai and spread out his hands. He is also very helpless. Let's quickly leave, if those guys' helpers really come, we will have to fight a great battle. Xianxia said. Yes, let's quickly leave. Elder Situ promptly said. After their poison was expelled by Xianxia, as long as they protect themselves and don't let the poison enter their body, they won't be poisoned again. Previously, they didn't expect that there would be such a powerful poison, that's why they were poisoned. After leaving the Black Land, Xianxia threw out sacred flame to burn the evil poison so that no one will be poisoned in the future. Qin honest, you captured more than 50 powerful evil spirits and heavenly monsters. You want to use them for research? On the way back, someone asked. N. You all should know that I am an inscription master, right? I want to research a very powerful talisman to deal with evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Xianxia said. Lion King's tomb. Xianxia already had the evil vanquishing divine talisman, but he felt that it was not powerful enough. Even among those at the same level, it would not be of much use if he encountered wraiths or heavenly monsters with stronger defenses. He wanted to research a talisman that could suppress the power of the evil divine universe. As long as he could strip the powerful evil divine universe power from the bodies of the evil spirits and monsters, it would be much easier to deal with them. He didn't know exactly how to do it, so he needed a large number of evil spirits and heavenly monsters for research. Xianxia said with a smile, Xianxia has already passed the evil-slaying divine talisman to me. But I don't think it's good enough. After Situ Xiaoai learned of this, she said in astonishment, Xianxia, you released 2 talismans that transformed into 2 swords. Were those talismans made by you? It's different from the evil-slaying sage talisman. I modified it based on the evil-slaying holy talisman, so it can also be considered as the evil-slaying holy talisman. Xianxia said with a smile, because I am not a sacred transformation stage expert, the power of the talismans I make is also very limited. Very good, it can pierce that guy's eyes. Situ Xiaoai thought that this talisman was given to Xianxia by Xianxia. The fact that Xianxia was able to create the evil-slaying divine talisman shocked the people of Creation Heaven City. Honest Qin, the evil-slaying holy talisman is one of the best talismans that can restrain evil spirits and heavenly monsters in our Heaven Creation City. An old woman said, you can make it so quickly, it's really amazing. If you step into the 9th tier of the Celestial Emperor realm, the evil-slaying sage talisman that you create will not be too weak. Granny, did you just say that this is one of them? Is there anything better? Xianxia asked immediately. The inscription masters of Heaven City were most familiar with the study of evil spirits and heavenly monsters. If he could look at the other talismans, he would be inspired. Yes, there is a more powerful talisman. We don't know what it's called, we've only seen it once. The old granny said, that's what our mistress uses, only she can make it. Elder Situ said, it was very dangerous that time. A very powerful evil spirits and heavenly monsters besieged us. The palace master's puppet avatar appeared and used a talisman to severely injure the powerful evil spirits and heavenly monsters and rescued us. Xianxia only knows that the palace master of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace is a woman. He never expected her to be a very powerful inscription master. Elder Situ, can you let me see your palace master? I want to consult her. Xianxia hastily asked. That's not a problem, but she might not have the time. Elder Situ sighed. The palace master has been in seclusion all these years, researching ways to deal with evil spirits and heavenly monsters. She won't come out unless it's an emergency. I wanted to find the palace master some time ago, but she is in seclusion. Situ Xiaoai sighed. Xianxia realized that the peculiar Dao technique Situ Xiaoai spoke about was passed down to her by the Heaven Creation Divine Palace's palace master. Situ Xiaoai wanted to find that palace master to confirm if she could pass it on to someone else. If that's the case, then forget it. Let's leave it to fate. Xianxia did not insist. In the evening, Xianxia and company returned to Heaven City safely. Xianxia captured many evil ghosts and heavenly monsters alive. The Heaven Creation Divine Palace's people did not ask him for them. After all, Xianxia deserved them. On the way back, Xianxia received many gifts, they are all sacred pill and divine space spring water. Xianxia and Situ Xiaoai returned to Heaven Creation Palace together. Situ Xiaoai is a heavenly daughter, her residence is not a small stone house, rather it is a very good residence. What made Xianxia amazed is that Situ Xiaoai's residence is not only very good environment, it is also on top of a great formation vein. The great formation vein transmits energy, so if one cultivates inside the house, one's cultivation can increase even faster. Senior Sister Xiaoai, your place is really good, it's much better than my broken stone house. Xianxia sat in the living room and praised. Then you can cultivate here from now on, you can improve even faster. City Xiaoai laughed lightly and said, Qin Yun, I am really grateful to you this time. If it weren't for you, we would all be finished. Moreover, I would have fallen into those guys' hands. If a beauty like Situ Xiaoai fell into the hands of evil people, her fate would be very miserable. Qin Yun said with smile, Senior Sister Xiaoai, you have also helped me a lot. Back then, you gave me a lot of resources, and when I went out, you also took care of me. We also helped each other. City Xiaoai nodded and said, I will go rest first, you can choose any room to rest. It will be better for you to cultivate here. Qin Yan also did not stand on ceremony and chose a room. Early next morning, Qin Yan went to find Xianxia. He wants to ask about the Palace Master of Heaven Creation Divine Palace, mainly because he wants to understand the talisman in the hands of the Palace Master. City Xiaoai went out early in the morning, it is unknown where she went. Qin Yan arrived at Zhang Xingxian's large stone house and waited for him in the living room. Not long after, Zhang Xingxian came out of the inner hall. There are two people following him. One of them is an old man with a head full of white hair, the other old man is wearing a black robe, he is actually Netherworld Great Emperor, and the other person is wearing white clothes, he is a one-armed man with a resolute and handsome face, he is precisely Xia Wufeng. Foster father, Boss Xia, why are you here? Qin Yan said in shock. They are here to find you. Zhang Xingxian said with smile. Brother Yun, I have something to talk to you about. Xia Wufeng smiled at Qin Yun and said. Zhang Xingxian also arranged a secret room for them to talk. Qin Yun knows that Xia Wufeng came with the Netherworld Great Emperor. Morong Darren, Huazhong and the others also came. In the secret room, Xia Wufeng looked at Qin Yun and said with smile, Second brother Morong is very worried that something happened to you. You actually turned into honest Qin. Qin Yan shook his head and smiled, sigh, it's all those fellows' random nicknames. Back then, the few of us almost died while training in this Cloud Dragon mountain range. Xia Wufeng recalled the past and sighed endlessly. He said with a sigh, now, we have once again returned to this place. That's right, we were so weak back then. We didn't even know the hidden dangers of this Cloud Dragon mountain range. Qin Yan said, although we are very strong now, the hidden dangers of the Cloud Dragon mountain range are still very terrifying to us. Xia Wufeng nodded and said, Brother Yun, back then, I obtained the Sword God inheritance from the Cloud Dragon mountain range. Boss Xia, why did you come to find me this time? Qin Yan asked, if it wasn't urgent, you and Foster Father wouldn't have come, right? Foster Father and I are going to a place. It's a very dangerous place. Xia Wufeng said with a serious expression. Where is it? In the Cloud Dragon mountain range? Qin Yan said with a frown, I want to go too. I'll go with Foster Father. Xia Wufeng placed his hand on Qin Yan's shoulder and said very solemnly, Brother Yun, Foster Father has already inherited the Nether God's divine position. The Nether God passed down his position to Foster Father in a very strange way. Qin Yan said in shock, the place you are going this time is related to the Nether God? Xia Wufeng nodded and said, yes. It's also related to me. Don't worry, we all have divine positions, so we won't die that easily. At most, we will only be trapped. Boss Xia, I remember that there are Nether Realm heavenly lions in the Cloud Dragon mountain range. After you meet them, you must be careful. Qin Yan suddenly recalled this matter. Foster Father said that there is a passage in the Cloud Dragon mountain range that leads to the 9 Nether Realm. Xia Wufeng said, we are going to that passage now, to a place in the 9 Nether Realm. Qin Yan nodded and said, alright, then you must be careful. Xia Wufeng said, if everything goes smoothly, we might have a great discovery in the 9 Nether Realm. It might be related to the Cloud Dragon mountain range. Alright, I wish you success. Qin Yan said. Xia Wufeng and Netherworld Great Emperor are not weak, they both have God inheritance. Moreover, traveling together will be relatively safe. Oh right, why don't your and Foster Father's God position totems overflow on your face? Qin Yan asked curiously. My God position totem appeared on my origin sword. Foster Father's God position totem is in his soul. Xia Wufeng laughed, God position totems are very strange, they don't necessarily appear on the surface of the body. Qin Yan and Xiao Wufeng left the secret room. Netherworld Great Emperor and Zhang Xingxian also chatted very happily outside. Finally, Qin Yan and Zhang Xingxian sent Xiao Wufeng and Netherworld Great Emperor off. Qin Yan is also very much looking forward to Xiao Wufeng and Netherworld Great Emperor's discovery in the Nine Nether Realm. Since it is related to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range, then it might also be related to the Immortal Graveyard. After Zhang Xingxian and Qin Yan returned to the hall, Zhang Xingxian said with smile, "Qin Yan, you saved Elder Situ and the others this time. This guy is very guilty, he is thinking of a way to compensate you." Qin Yan said with smile, "Tell him to give me that kind of talisman, the kind made by Heaven Creation Divine Palace's Palace Master." Zhang Xingxian said, "That kind of talisman is very precious. Even Palace Master would find it difficult to refine it. Elder Situ might not be able to get it. Of course, if he meets Palace Master and talks with her, he might be able to get it. After all, Palace Master is a reasonable person. Then when you meet Elder Situ, help me tell him that I want to research that kind of talisman." Qin Yan said. "I also want to research it. I once asked Palace Master about it but she didn't give it to me." Zhang Xingxian shook his head and said with smile. Qin Yan thought that he would be able to understand a lot from Zhang Xingxian. He did not expect that Zhang Xingxian would also never obtain that kind of talisman. Suddenly, a rather large white eagle puppet flew in. Zhang Xingxian raised his arm and let the white eagle puppet land on his arm. Then he took out a rolled-up paper from the white eagle puppet's body. After he took it off, he let the white eagle fly away and opened the paper. Looking at the content, Zhang Xingxian's expression gradually became grave. "Zhang Xingxian, what happened?" Qin Yan hastily asked. "Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon has taken human form. He is leading a large army towards a certain place." Zhang Xingxian said with frown. "What does this mean? Is he leading a large army to attack?" Qin Yan hastily said. "No, they are not coming to our side, they are going to another direction. They are very anxious." Zhang Xingxian shook his head and said, "Qin Yan, I want to take a trip to Heaven Creation Divine Palace." Zhang Xingxian, roughly where is Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon going? Qin Yan is worried that Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon wants to go to the Immortal Graveyard. Not evil. Back then, Qin Yan saw Nether Realm Heavenly Lions in the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. They were not very strong. Those 9 sealed Nether Realm Heavenly Lions? How strong are they? Since Qin Yan can summon Nether Realm Heavenly Lions, he knows a lot about them. He said doubtfully, "Nether Realm Heavenly Lions should be able to return to the 9 Nether Realm, how can they be sealed?" Zhang Xingxian said, "Even a powerful guy like Divine Universe Evil Dragon can be sealed, it is not strange that they can seal Nether Realm Heavenly Lions." Qin Yan shook his head and said, "It is very strange. Why are there very powerful Nether Realm Heavenly Lions in the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range? Who summoned these Nether Realm Heavenly Lions? Why are they sealed?" "Qin Yan, you seem to be very interested in this matter." Zhang Xingxian said, "I don't know much about those 9 Nether Realm Heavenly Lions. I only know that they joined hands with 9 Sun Royal family to besiege Divine Universe Evil Dragon." Qin Yan said in shock, "They actually joined hands to besiege Divine Universe Evil Dragon? Then why are they sealed?" "I want to go to the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Those elders must know about this matter. 9 Sun Divine Palace and Divine Inscription Palace must have received the news." Zhang Xingxian said. "All right." Qin Yan nodded and said with smile, "Zhang Xingxian, I can summon Nether Realm Heavenly Lions, so I am very interested in them. If I know more, I will definitely tell you." Zhang Xingxian said with smile. Qin Yan left Zhang Xingxian's large stone house and on the way back, he is thinking about the 9 Nether Realm Heavenly Lions. Xiao Wufeng and Netherworld Great Emperor came here to greet him and say that they are going to the 9 Nether Realm. There is a secret passage in the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range that leads to the 9 Nether Realm. Qin Yan suspects that the 9 Nether Realm Heavenly Lions came here through that passage. Ling Yin'er said with smile, "Xiao Yun, your Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron has 9 Heavenly Lion totems. I suspect that this cauldron is related to those 9 Nether Realm Heavenly Lions." The Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron was an extremely mysterious object. It could continuously grow, and it was famous in various great wastelands. When Qin smelted things, even if he burned a very powerful divine flame in the cauldron, it would not affect him at all. His heat resistance was extremely good. One had to know that the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon he refined was very hot. If it was like the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron that wasn't afraid of heat, he would be invincible. Qin returned to Situ Xiao Ai's residence and sat in the living room, pondering. Originally, he planned to learn about the holy talisman of the heaven-creating deity Palace Lord from Xianxia, but even Xianxia had never seen that kind of talisman. Xiaoyun, Xianxia might be able to meet the Palace Master when he enters the Heaven Creation Divine Palace this time. Ling Yin'er said. Divine Universe Evil Dragon going to Lion King's tomb should be a big matter. If we can alarm that Palace Master, Xianxia might be able to see her. Qin nodded. Situ Xiaoai returned. She was wearing a light purple dress, and her elegant and beautiful face had a slightly worried expression. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed as she sat down in the hall and lightly sighed. Senior Sister Xiaoai, what's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Qin asked. I'll go find my father and ask him to help me contact the Palace Master. I'm in a hurry to see the Palace Master. Situ Xiaoai shook her head, but my father refused. He is afraid that the Palace Master will be angry. What urgent matter do you have to find the Palace Master of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace? Qin said, I just went to find Xianxia. He said that if there is no urgent matter, he can't let the Palace Master come out of seclusion. Situ Xiaoai sat beside the table, propping up her jade-like cheeks. She lightly sighed and said, Didn't I say before that I would use a Dao technique to exchange with you? That Dao technique was passed down to me by the Palace Master. Senior Sister Xiaoai, your relationship with the Palace Master is really good. Qin said with smile, he already guessed it before. It's my good luck. Back then, Father and I went to respectfully welcome the Palace Master out of seclusion. After she saw me, she said that my talent is not bad. Then she talked with me alone, checked my body and passed down that Dao technique to me. Situ Xiaoai recalled this matter and her face revealed a happy and sweet smile. Senior Sister Xiaoai, what is the character of the Palace Master like? Xianxia said that she is very reasonable. Qin asked. It's hard to say. In short, when she speaks, she gives off a very powerful and dignified feeling. Furthermore, she is somewhat overbearing. Situ Xiaoai frowned as she recalled. Then, she said, reasonable? I don't think so because the elders of my Situ family all said that the Palace Master is rather stubborn. She is an old granny? Qin said, some disciples of the Heaven Creation Palace really want to recognize the Palace Master as their godmother. Situ Xiaoai giggled and said, if those disciples were standing in front of the Palace Master, they would definitely not say that. It would be more like to recognize her as an elder sister. The Palace Master is a great beauty. Of course, I have never seen her full appearance. She is wearing a veil but I can see that she is a great beauty. Senior Sister Xiaoai, Xianxia is rushing to the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Because a big matter has happened, the Palace Master is very likely to come out of seclusion. Qin suddenly said. He wants to quickly obtain Situ Xiaoai's special ability Dao technique. Really? What's the big matter? Situ Xiaoai is somewhat worried and said, if there is a big matter that alarms the Palace Master during this period of time, it will truly be a big matter. Qin said, it's related to the Lion King's tomb. Have you heard about the matter of the Lion King's tomb? Xianxia only said that there is a 9-headed heavenly lion sealed there. After Situ Xiaoai heard this, her small mouth slightly opened and she abruptly stood up. Her expression is incomparably shocked. What happened to the Lion King's tomb? Did the 9-headed heavenly lion run out? Situ Xiaoai hastily asked. Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon brought a large army to the Lion King's tomb. Qin saw Situ Xiaoai's reaction and felt very surprised. He asked, Senior Sister Xiaoai, is this a big matter? Of course it is, this is an extremely big matter. Situ Xiaoai very anxiously said. I heard that the 9-headed heavenly lion once attacked the Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon. Qin said again, Senior Sister Xiaoai, how much do you know about the Lion King's tomb? When I was a child, I heard my elders talk about it. When the nine-headed heavenly lion attacked the divine cosmos evil dragon, it gnawed on the divine cosmos evil dragon's flesh. That's why the nether realm heavenly lion was demonized and then turned into the divine cosmos evil dragon's subordinates. If the divine cosmos evil dragon releases the nine-headed heavenly lion, it will be very troublesome. Xianxia said. Xianxia opened his eyes wide. He is extremely alarmed in his heart. 9 formidable nether realm heavenly lions were demonized, that's why they were sealed. Now the divine cosmos evil dragon is also going to release his capable subordinates. If they succeed, the pressure on Heaven Creation City will be even greater. Maybe they can only hide and won't be able to fight against the divine cosmos evil dragon head-on. If the divine cosmos evil dragon controls the tyrant cloud dragon mountain range, it will be very disadvantageous to Xianxia. That mysterious immortal graveyard has the divine cosmos evil dragon's heart sealed, that is his final goal. Xianxia doesn't want to enter the immortal graveyard with the divine cosmos evil dragon, who knows what will happen at that time. Xianxia, I will immediately rush to the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. I might be able to meet the Palace Master. Xianxia said, then we can also find out what Heaven Creation City is going to do next. If we want to go out and block the divine cosmos evil dragon's army, our Heaven Creation Mansion will also have to take action. I will wait for your news here. Xianxia said. Xianxia very anxiously left. Xianxia arrived at a very large room and took out the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. He entered the warehouse inside the shuttle, first took out the 9 Dragon Rune Heavenly Sabers and formed the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation. Then he took out the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron. Inside the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron, there are several dozen formidable evil ghosts and heavenly monsters imprisoned inside. Xianxia released one of them into the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation. Although the evil ghosts and heavenly monsters are bound by the divine space silk shackles, Xianxia is very cautious. So after releasing them, he used the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation to suppress the evil divine space power inside their bodies. Xianxia used the Extinction Spirit Eye to observe the situation inside the evil ghosts and heavenly monsters. He can see a purple, red and black tricolored energy flowing inside their bodies. That purple, red and black tricolored energy is the evil divine space power? Xianxia said with frown, it seems like the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation can't completely suppress that kind of energy. He thought that the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation's power was the trump card to restrain the evil ghosts and heavenly monsters. It can be suppressed, but the speed is rather slow. During battle, the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation can't quickly take effect. Ling Yin'er said. If he were to fight against the formidable evil ghosts and heavenly monsters, the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation's speed would not have any advantage. During battle, it is very important to quickly suppress the enemy. The 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation is not good enough. The evil ghosts and heavenly monsters are unceasingly shouting and roaring at Xianxia. Although they are in human form, their crazed and angry roars are very frightening. This kind of roar and howl is like that of an evil beast. Why is the evil divine space power so easy to deal with? Xianxia took out a sharp tube and pierced it into the evil ghost and heavenly monster's body to extract the evil divine space power. The evil divine domain's power that was drawn out was extremely violent, and that pipe was about to burst. Xianxia can only use the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon to extract the evil divine space power and pour it into a pearl used to store energy. However, the pearl only stored a little bit of evil divine space power before cracking. This kind of power has very strong destructive power. Xianxia looked at the tyrannical purple, red and black tricolored energy and released overwhelming righteous power. White light flashed and enveloped the evil power of the divine cosmos. The evil divine space power is purple, red and black. After being enveloped by overwhelming righteous power, it didn't take long for it to come out. After the evil divine space power came out, only purple and red remained. The black has been purified. What is shocking is that after the overwhelming righteous power purified the black, the remaining purple and red divine space power became even stronger. Xianxia is very shocked. Could it be that the essence of this divine space power is not evil? Ling Yin'er exclaimed in admiration and said, Xiaoyun, it seems like we are going in the wrong direction. This kind of divine space power should not be evil. Only those guys who cultivate evil devil Dao, after obtaining this kind of divine space power, people feel that the divine space power is evil. In other words, the evil suppressing sacred rune inside the evil slayer divine talisman can only suppress the evil black part, it cannot suppress the truly formidable divine space power. Xianxia now understands why the evil slayer divine talisman is so difficult to use. Purple divine universe. Xianxia absorbed the purplish-red divine cosmos power and stored it in his nether Sunday. This divine cosmos power is the divine cosmos power after demonic transformation. Xianxia absorbed the divine cosmos power and did not feel anything wrong. It was just that it couldn't merge with the nether sun. Even nether sun is unable to dissolve this kind of divine space power. Xianxia is bewildered in his heart. That purplish-red energy is rampaging inside his nether sun, it is basically unable to completely fuse with it. It had to be known that the nether sun could dissolve many kinds of energy. Once it entered the nether sun, it would be dissolved and then devoured. But that purplish-red divine power was hard to dissolve. What happened? Xianxia worked very hard, he wanted to melt and refine the purplish-red divine cosmos power, but he was unable to succeed. This was the first time he had encountered such a troublesome energy. Even if the poison enters the nether sun, it will be refined into pure energy. Only this purplish-red divine cosmos power cannot. Yuner, have you found the reason? Xianxia asked, what is going on? This is the first time nether sun has encountered such a situation. Ling Yuner also knew that the power of the purplish-red divine cosmos was very strong, and she was also looking for the reason. After a while, Ling Yuner said, Little Yun, that is an even stronger divine power. Even stronger divine space force? How so? Asked Qin Yun. This is the stronger divine space power produced after the divine universe goldstones evolved. This kind of divine universe power is very difficult to absorb. Ling Yuner said, in short, if you want to absorb this kind of divine power, you must sacrifice evil power. Qin Yun was baffled when he heard that. He asked, sacrifice what? Why does this kind of divine power need to be sacrificed? Ling Yuner said, let's put it this way, this kind of purple-red divine space power needs to absorb a large amount of evil power in order to continue to grow stronger. Therefore, the purple-red divine space power can parasitize some evil spirits and continue to grow. This seems to be the same as the poisonous insects of the sun spirit race. Xianxia said in alarm. That's probably how it works. It was stored in the body of the nefarious devil to help the nefarious devil become stronger, allowing the nefarious devil to cultivate even stronger nefarious devil energy. And the power of the purple-red divine universe can absorb a large amount of evil power from the evil devil's body to grow. Ling Yuner explained, this kind of purple-red divine universe power has its own consciousness. Xianxia couldn't help but shiver. He looked at the evil spirits and heavenly monsters in the 9 dragons heavenly origin array and said in astonishment, I understand, the purplish-red divine cosmos power is equivalent to bestowing to these evil spirits and heavenly monsters. After obtaining the bestowed power, the evil spirits and heavenly monsters will become stronger and cultivate even stronger evil devil power and then sacrifice it to the divine cosmos power? Yes. For example, if you offer sacrifices to Sister Star God, once she becomes stronger, she will be able to provide you with even greater help. Ling Yuner said, when the power of the divine cosmos grows to a certain level and possesses extremely high intelligence, one can control a large number of powerful evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Xianxia took a deep breath. He now understood why the evil spirits and heavenly monsters were sealed in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. If there were more and more of these things, then all living beings would be parasitized by the purple-red divine universe power. My guess is that when the parasitism reaches a certain level, the purple-red divine universe power will devour the body of the evil spirits and heavenly monsters and evolve into another form. In other words, the purple-red divine universe power can transform into a human. Ling Yuner sighed again, this kind of energy is constantly evolving and becoming stronger. It's truly terrifying. In the natural world, all living things can constantly evolve through energy. For example, after absorbing energy for many years, flowers, plants, and trees can finally transform into humans and even grasp formidable power. And energy itself can also evolve. Xianxia controlled the mass of purplish-red divine universe power and made it float in his palm. He said with a frown, Why does this purplish-red divine universe power only like evil devil power? I don't know. In short, this kind of divine power is not evil, but it is evolving in the direction of true evil. Ling Yin'er said, Xiao Yun, you must think of a way to suppress this purple-red divine power. Yun'er, this divine cosmos power has intelligence, it means it has a soul. As long as we use a powerful mental power attack, can we erase this divine cosmos power's intelligence? Qin Yun said. Give it a try. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yun nodded and began to release a very powerful mental power. He used the Imperial Heaven technique to activate the Nether Moon's mental power, enveloping the purple-red divine universe energy in his palm. The purplish-red divine power suddenly trembled. Qin Yun said happily, it's effective. Just as his face was full of smiles, there was suddenly an explosive bang, and that ball of purple-red divine power exploded. Ah! Qin Yun let out a loud cry. His hair is in a mess from the explosion and his palm is bleeding. As for that purple-red divine power, it became a little smaller, but it didn't scatter. Motherfucker, this thing can counterattack. Qin Yun is extremely alarmed. It is also because this ball of divine power is too weak, otherwise the explosion just now would have been even more intense. It didn't work. Ling Yin'er said in shock, this ball of divine power can absorb your mental power and then counterattack. If this ball of energy had a spirit inside, I should have been able to kill it just now. Qin Yun found it hard to understand, his face is filled with confusion. He shook his head and said, it's very difficult to deal with this kind of energy. Xiao Yun, I feel that this kind of divine power has a common mother body. Ling Yin'er said, after a large amount of purple-red divine power is dispersed, it will eventually become stronger and then return to the mother body. Then the mother body will become very strong. When Qin Yun heard Ling Yin'er's words, he immediately became alarmed. He once read in an ancient book that there is a type of star that can give birth to a large number of small stars. Those small stars will wander around and devour the energy of other stars. The stars will wander around outside and after growing up, they will become large stars. Then many large stars will return to the mother body and the mother body will become very large and strong. Many large stars grow rapidly in this way. Therefore, some people also use this method. First, they cultivate many avatars, then after the avatars become very strong, they merge all the avatars into the main body and then the main body will become very strong. And the many martial arts and cultivation techniques learned by the avatars can also be quickly mastered by the main body. Where is the mother body? After Qin Yun asked, he immediately got the answer. The mother was most likely the divine cosmic evil dragon, or perhaps it was inside the divine cosmic evil dragon. The large number of evil spirits and heavenly monsters inside the Cloud Dragon mountain range were born due to the influence of the divine cosmos evil dragon. Incredible! Qin Yun looked at the evil spirits and heavenly monsters inside the Nine Dragon Heavenly Origin formation. It shouldn't be the divine cosmos evil dragon. I feel that even the divine cosmos evil dragon doesn't know about the existence of the mother body. The mother body is only residing inside the divine cosmos evil dragon's body. Once the divine cosmos evil dragon is strong enough, it will completely devour him. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yun recalled the immortal graveyard. The divine cosmos evil dragon's heart is sealed inside the immortal graveyard. We cannot let the divine cosmos evil dragon obtain it. Qin Yun yelled in alarm. The divine cosmos evil dragon is very hard to kill, so it can only be sealed. Back then, the group of people who sealed the divine cosmos evil dragon were still worried, so they dug out his heart and separated the real mother from the divine cosmos evil dragon. Ling Yin'er was also very shocked, our guess should be close to the mark. Qin Yun anxiously paced back and forth and said, the mother body of the purple-red divine cosmos power. I wonder if it can communicate with the outside world. Ling Yin'er said, it shouldn't be possible. Otherwise the divine cosmos evil dragon would definitely be able to find the immortal graveyard. We must think of a way to deal with it. We cannot let the divine cosmos power succeed. Qin Yun said. Xiao Yun, this matter is not something we can control anymore. Ling Yin'er sighed and said, back then, the Nine Sun royal family must have seen the danger and sealed it as soon as possible. So many years have passed, the seal can no longer be maintained. The nine-son royal family also did not expect that the purple-red divine cosmos power would be so tenacious and not extinguish for so long. Xianxia said. He just wanted to enter the immortal graveyard safely. If the divine cosmic evil dragon also entered, it might cause a huge mess and destroy everything inside. That would not be good. Next, Xianxia began experimenting with all kinds of things. He used all kinds of runes he mastered to suppress the purple-red divine cosmos power. He doesn't expect to refine it, he only hopes to suppress it and not let the purple-red divine cosmos power erupt with formidable power. If he can suppress the purple-red divine cosmos power while fighting against the evil ghosts and heavenly monsters, the strength of the evil ghosts and heavenly monsters will be reduced by more than half. The main reason why the evil ghosts and heavenly monsters are strong is because of the purple-red divine cosmos power. With the support of this power, the body of the evil ghosts and heavenly monsters becomes very strong and can recover very quickly. Xianxia tried for a few days but he cannot even suppress a small ball of purple-red divine cosmos power, let alone refine it. He tried all kinds of runes but none of them have any effect. The Evil Slayer Divine Talisman can only temporarily suppress the evil ghosts and heavenly monsters and then take the opportunity to kill them. However, after the evil ghosts and heavenly monsters die, the purple-red divine cosmos power will remain in the world and continue to look for a host to parasitize. This purple-red divine cosmos power is basically indestructible. Xianxia now knows that after killing the evil ghosts and heavenly monsters, it is impossible to completely eliminate the source of evil. Xiaoyun, the evil ghosts and heavenly monsters need to eat people to become stronger. This is equivalent to a living sacrifice. Ling Yin'er said. This purple-red divine cosmos power itself is not evil, rather it is developing in the most evil direction. The evil power is only its nourishment. After absorbing the evil power, it will still be purple-red divine cosmos power. Xianxia said with frown. After several days of research, he discovered that the purple-red divine cosmos power is very smart. It keeps a distance from the evil power so that it won't be purified by the supreme yang power. Xianxia used all kinds of methods to purify the evil power but he only purified the black evil power within the purple-red divine cosmos power. This purple-red divine cosmos power keeps a distance from the evil power and the evil power is also unable to fuse with it. In order to maintain this state, the purple-red divine cosmos power is willing to sacrifice most of its energy. Xianxia carefully thought about it and suddenly thought of something. Palace Master's response after Xianxia extracted the purple-red and black divine cosmos power, he used overwhelming righteous energy to purify the black evil power. The remaining purple-red divine cosmos power became even stronger. So long as the purple-red divine cosmos power fuses with the evil power and becomes one, it can be completely purified. Xianxia thought of a solution and became secretly excited. Exactly. The purple-red divine cosmos power only absorbs and refines the black evil power, it won't turn evil, otherwise it will be easily purified by the supreme yang energy. Ling Yin'er said excitedly. Xianxia took out the Gemini treasure mirror. The Gemini treasure mirror has the mysterious fusion heavenly rune. The rune can fuse all kinds of energy. He also thought of using the mysterious fusion heavenly rune to fuse with the purple-red divine cosmos power but thinking about the risk, he dispelled the idea. If there is a problem with the fusion, it will be very difficult to solve. Even in Heaven Creation City, there are not many people who have a deep understanding of evil ghosts and heavenly monsters. Xianxia previously thought that after entering Heaven Creation City, he would be able to master the method to deal with evil ghosts and heavenly monsters. But later he realized that the method used by Heaven Creation City to deal with evil ghosts and heavenly monsters is not very effective. Heaven Creation City's inscription masters have indeed researched some very strong saint talismans but the effect is not very good. Moreover, the difficulty of making these saint talismans is very high. However, Xianxia still obtained a lot of help. At least he can use the Devil Slayer Saint Talisman to deeply understand the energy composition of evil ghosts and heavenly monsters. Xianxia used the Gemini treasure mirror to illuminate the purple-red and black tricolored energy on his palm. After the red mysterious fusion heavenly rune power shined on the energy, Xianxia felt that his palm is somewhat hot. It's effective. Xianxia promptly retracted his hand, released Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet to cover the energy and continued to use the Gemini treasure mirror. Ling Yin'er said with smile, "Cool and elegant overbearing Sister Yi, her mysterious fusion heavenly rune is really useful. I haven't seen Sister Yi for a long time, I miss her." Xianxia said with smile. "I also miss her, she is very beautiful." Ling Yin'er pouted and said, "Yuelan must have been together with her, she must have eaten a lot of her tofu, I am so envious." Xianxia shook his head and smiled. Under the illumination of the mysterious fusion heavenly rune, the purple-red and black energies inside the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet gradually fused together. After the fusion, it turned dark red. Moreover, the mass of energy had become much stronger. Xianxia took a deep breath and sent in a very strong overwhelming righteous power. The white purifying energy entered the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet and weakened the evil crimson energy by a lot. "This won't do, my current cultivation is still not enough, the overwhelming righteous energy I can release is still too weak." Xianxia frowned and sighed, "I can't kill him in one strike." He could only continuously release the power of overwhelming righteousness in order to purify the fused evil divine space bit by bit. Now, he'd finally completely annihilated the stubborn power of the purplish-red divine universe. "Yunner, do you think I should absorb this purple-red divine space energy?" Xianxia said, "My heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron has many evil spirits and heavenly monsters. The life crystals in their bodies contain a lot of this kind of energy. If I just purify it like this, it would be too much of a pity." Ling Yunner is controlling Xianxia's nether Sunday. If Xianxia wants to absorb the purple-red divine space energy, it will eventually flow into the nether sun. Therefore, Xianxia must discuss with Ling Yunner. "We will absorb it bit by bit. If we find something wrong during the absorption process, we can also solve it." Ling Yunner said. "All right." Xianxia laughed and then extracted a very small amount of purple-red and black divine space energy from the body of the evil spirit and heavenly monster. He first used overwhelming righteous energy to purify the black energy, leaving behind pure purple-red divine space energy. After the evil spirit and heavenly monster entered the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron, Xianxia entered the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation. With the protection of the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation, if there is any problem, he can use the formation's power to assist. Ling Yunner controlled the nether sun to come out of her body. The nether sun is a very small black pearl. After coming out, it is surrounded by a small heavenly lion, a small divine hammer and a small golden dragon. The color of the dragon changes from time to time, it is not certain but it is currently golden. Xianxia released the strand of purplish-red divine cosmos power from his palm. Ling Yunner controlled the nether sun to devour the purple-red divine space energy. Xianxia took out the Gemini treasure mirror and shined it on the nether sun, letting it fuse with the purple-red divine space energy. Previously, although the purple-red divine space energy entered the nether sun, it was unable to fuse with it. But now, under the illumination of the mysterious fusion heavenly rune, the purple-red energy gradually fused with the nether sun. The process is very calm, there is no other reaction. "It is just a strand, I can't see any effect." Xianxia very curiously said, "I don't know what will happen after I absorb a large amount of it." "Xiaoyun, increase the amount bit by bit. Only after I am sure that there will be no negative effect can I absorb a large amount." Ling Yunner said. "All right." Xianxia extracted some purple-red and black energy again, this time it is a bit more than before. Like this, he increased it step by step, even if there is negative effect, it won't be too big. He tried this dozens of times to confirm that after refining the purple-red divine space energy, there will be no negative effect. Ling Yunner said in pleasant surprise, "This purple-red divine space energy is indeed very strong. It seems like it can allow people to cultivate very strong body. Xiaoyun, evil ghost and heavenly monster's body is so strong and their power is so ferocious, it is all thanks to the purple-red divine space energy." Xianxia has been researching inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle for more than 10 days. Because he and Ling Yunner are too engrossed, they didn't notice how fast time passed. "I will go out and take a look first, if there is no big situation, I will come back and continue cultivating." Xianxia also wants to know what will happen after he absorbs a large amount of purple-red divine space energy. He left the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and came outside. Senior Sister Xiao AI. Qin Yin shouted as soon as he came out. City Xiao AI came out of her room and said with some embarrassment, Qin Yin, Palace Master is not willing to pass the secret technique to you. Ah? Why? Qin Yin is disappointed and amazed as he asked. She said she doesn't want to pass it to you. City Xiao AI shook her head and said, Palace Master is like this, if she doesn't want to then she doesn't want to, she won't explain much. Qin Yin sighed and said, then forget it. Oh, that's right, did you tell her that I want to see her? She said she doesn't have time now, we'll talk about it later. Qin Yin, I will do my best to make her agree to pass the Dao technique to you. Situ Xiao AI said in low voice. Senior Sister Xiao AI, how about this, you directly pass it to me, don't wait for her to agree. Qin Yin said with smile. No way. I promised her that before I pass it to others, I will have to get her consent. Situ Xiao AI shook her head. Alright, then I will first pass on the method of hiding inside the tree to you. Qin Yin said with smile, this will be very useful for you. As for the Dao technique, you can owe it to me first. Situ Xiao AI is also a very principled person, she shook her head and said, I don't want it. I can't take advantage of you because I can't be sure that I can pass on the Dao technique to you. Then I will give you my technique. Qin Yin said with smile, that should be fine, right? That won't do. I can't take such a precious technique for free. Situ Xiao AI bit her lips and then revealed a smile, no matter what, I am very grateful to you. Alright, then we will have the opportunity to trade again. Qin Yin said, has Zhang Xingxian returned? No, Zhang Xingxian is still in the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Father and many elders have set out to investigate the situation. Situ Xiao AI said, if the situation is clear, I will also set out for the Lion King tomb. Qin Yin also knows that the matter of the Lion King tomb is very serious. If Divine Universe Evil Dragon finds back his 9 capable subordinates, it will be a great threat to Heaven Creation City. Senior Sister Xiao AI, did you talk to the Palace Master of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace about that talisman? Qin Yin asked. Although he has made a great discovery about the energy inside the evil ghost and heavenly monster, he has not made a good talisman yet. I did, she said that the method of that talisman rune can't be spread out. Moreover, that kind of talisman is very rare, she only has a few in her hands. She said that this is a special period, so she can't give it to others. Situ Xiao AI stuck out her tongue and said, Qin Yin, if Palace Master acts like this, will you hate her? How could I? Qin Yin said with smile, this is a pardonable matter. Oh, that's right, you caught so many evil ghost and heavenly monster, have you done any research on them? Situ Xiao AI asked. I have made a great discovery. Sooner or later, I will come up with an effective method to deal with evil ghost and heavenly monster. Qin Yin said with mischievous smile. I wish you success soon. I will take a trip to the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Situ Xiao AI spoke and took out many bottles and gave them to Qin Yin. Those are her resources, she has no use for them now. Qin Yin saved her before, so she is very grateful to Qin Yin. Thank you Senior Sister Xiao AI. Qin Yin said with smile. After Situ Xiao AI left, Qin Yin returned to his small stone house and took out the sacred pill and divine space spring water he accumulated in the last 10 days. Next, he will cultivate with all his might, moreover, he will also need to absorb a large amount of purple-red divine universe power. He plans to absorb the purple-red divine universe power together with the sacred pill and divine space spring water. Then he will cultivate together with Zi Qingqing and others. This way, his cultivation will break through even faster. Of course, he wants to figure out what kind of changes will occur when people absorb the purple-red divine universe power. Only then can he absorb a large amount of it and cultivate together. The matter of Divine Universe Evil Dragon leading an army to the Lion King tomb has spread throughout the entire Heaven Creation City. There are many rumors saying that a great war will break out between Heaven Creation City and Evil Dragon City, and the battlefield will most likely be in the Lion King tomb. If Heaven Creation City wants to stop Divine Universe Evil Dragon from releasing the 9 Nether Realm Heavenly Lions, they can only start a great war. If a great war breaks out, it means that people will die. Therefore, the atmosphere in Heaven Creation City is very depressing. After all, many people in the city don't want to fight. The people who will fight are the strongest. If they all die, Heaven Creation City will completely decline. Elder Sita led people to investigate for more than 10 days and finally returned. According to the information Elder Sidhu found, the Lion King tomb has not been broken. The seal of the Lion King tomb is very strong. Inside the huge Lion King tomb, there are 9 huge tomb palaces. It will take a lot of time to break them one by one. Divine Cosmos Sacred Pill Xianxia wants to go to the Lion King's tomb to take a look. After all, there are 9 very strong ancient nether realm heavenly lions there. He doesn't know if it is related to the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron, so he wants to confirm it. The Lion King's tomb is very dangerous. There are many evil spirits and heavenly monsters there, and my cultivation is too low. Xianxia knows that his strength is not enough. He can only see if he can quickly increase his cultivation. Xianxia returned to the secret room, entered the heaven leaping shuttle and took out the pill transformation heavenly furnace. I want to refine those sacred pills again. Xianxia took out many jade bottles and poured out more than 200 sacred pills. Situ Shao Ai gave him many resources before. Some of these saint elixirs cultivated the body, while others cultivated the soul. Should I integrate the purple-red divine space power? Ling Yin'er said, integrate the purple-red divine space power into the sacred pill and then soak in the divine space spring water to cultivate. The effect should be very good. Xianxia also planned to do so. He released the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, took out an evil spirit and heavenly monster from the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and sealed it inside the formation. That evil spirit and heavenly monster are tied up by the divine space silk shackles. Even if they have formidable power, they can't break free. Xianxia used mysterious penetration divine ability, let his hand pass through the divine space evil dragon and evil spirit and heavenly monster's flesh and took out a life crystal. The life crystal is pitch black, its core is purple-red. The purple-red divine space power inside the evil spirit and heavenly monster's life crystal is just a small purple-red glowing cyclone. And the evil power inside the evil spirit and heavenly monster is also very vigorous, condensing into a black life crystal. Just a cyclone can make the evil spirit and heavenly monster so strong. Xianxia sighed. If the evil spirit and heavenly monster did not have the purple-red divine space power and only had pure black evil power, then it would be very easy to deal with them. The evil slayer divine talisman can suppress this evil power and then kill the evil spirit and heavenly monster. However, the purple-red divine space power will quietly disperse in the air and flow to another place to give birth to new evil spirit and heavenly monster. The 9-dragon heavenly origin formation released 9 types of energy and suppressed the purple-red divine space power. It must be known that immortal emperor life crystals are very violent. If taken out directly, it can explode. The explosion of an immortal emperor life crystal was extremely powerful. Thus, in most cases, the only way to kill an immortal emperor was to destroy his soul or seal his body. After the soul of an immortal emperor was destroyed, the energy in the life crystal would quickly dissipate into the world and return to nature. Immortal emperor life crystals were extremely violent, let alone the life crystals of evil spirits and monsters. Therefore, Xianxia had to use the 9 dragons heavenly origin array to suppress it and prevent the life crystal from exploding. The black life crystal floated in the middle of the 9-dragon heavenly origin array. Xianxia wanted to purify the black evil energy, leaving only the purplish-red cyclone. He channeled his awe-inspiring righteousness into the 9 dragons heaven origin formation to strengthen it. The 9 dragons heaven origin formation released 9 rays of light into the life crystal. The life crystal vibrated slightly. After the black evil energy was purified, it turned into white energy and was absorbed by the 9 dragons sky formation. Before long, all that was left was a purplish-red cyclone, which was the most powerful energy source of the malevolent spirits and heavenly monsters. Xianxia controlled the purplish-red cyclone and placed it into the pill transformation heavenly furnace. There were already some saint pills inside the pill-melting heavenly furnace. As long as there is energy inside the pill-melting heavenly furnace, it can be used to suppress the energy into pills. Of course, the pill-melting heavenly furnace itself also consumes a lot of energy. Xianxia operated the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation, stimulated the energy inside the sun god crystal and poured it into the pill-melting heavenly furnace. The 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation cooperated with the pill-melting heavenly furnace. The effect is remarkable. The inside of the pill-melting heavenly furnace seems to be rolling. It is operating at a very fast speed. I wonder what kind of pill it can refine. Qinyan said. I am worried that after you eat it, there will be a very strong reaction. Ling Yaner said with some worry, after all, it is a pill formed from purplish-red divine universe power. The things refined by the pill-melting heavenly furnace are all evolved. For example, after the sacred mysterious silver crystal is refined by the pill-melting heavenly furnace, it can turn into sacred mysterious gold crystal. After the instant space immortal iron is refined, it can turn into instant space sacred iron. This is also the reason why the pill-melting heavenly furnace needs to consume a lot of energy. With my current body, I should be able to endure it. Qinyan said, even if I can't, I can use the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation to help. The 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation can make the energy of the divine universe golden stone and the sun god crystal become gentle. With the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation, one can quickly absorb the energy of the sun god crystal and the divine universe golden stone. This is one of the formidable aspects of the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation. For example, the people of the ancient era needed to sleep for a very long time to absorb the energy of the sun god crystal bit by bit. If they had the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation, they wouldn't need it. The progress of the pill-melting heavenly furnace is very smooth. After all, there is a large amount of energy supply, and with the assistance of the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation, the speed is extremely fast. This 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation and the pill-melting heavenly furnace are truly a match made in heaven. Qinyan laughed and opened the lid of the pill-melting heavenly furnace. There is a purplish-red pill inside. After he took it out, he can feel that the pill is restless and restless. The purplish-red divine universe power has fused with the body and soul refining sacred pills. Qinyan is also very much looking forward to the result. He took out a large round bathtub and poured in a large amount of divine space spring water. Then he took off his clothes and only wore shorts. The large bathtub is surrounded by 9 dragon rune heavenly sabers. The 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation is also ready to activate. Qinyan called out Xianxia, Shui Tianzi, and Long Tianji. They only took off their outer robes and sat next to the bathtub in thin, close-fitting clothes. Qinyan is not sure about the situation of the pill, so he doesn't dare to cultivate with them to avoid affecting them. Little husband, that purplish-red pill looks very dangerous. Do you really not need our help? Shui Tianzi's charming jade-like face is filled with worry. She asked with slight frown. Relax, I have the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation. Qinyan looked at her and said with smile, you guys watch from the side. If there is no problem, I will cultivate with you. Qinyan inhaled a mouthful of air and swallowed the purplish-red pill. After the pill entered Qinyan's body, it transformed into purplish-red energy and poured into the nether sun. Ling Yuner controlled the nether sun to revolve, sealing the purplish-red energy inside. Qinyan's body suddenly fiercely shivered. He tightly frowned. It seems like he is in great pain. Little brat. Xianxia yelled in alarm and promptly rushed over with Shui Tianzi. It's nothing, don't come over for now. Qinyan said anxiously. He let out a muffled groan and released the nether sun. The black nether sun revolved, the purplish-red energy lingered around it. The 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation released 9 colored light beams that landed on the nether sun and suppressed the berserk energy. Come in, let's begin cultivation. Qinyan promptly said. Long Tianji, Xianxia, and Shui Tianzi promptly stepped into the bathtub with their slender and beautiful jade-like legs. They arrived at Qinyan's side and began cultivating with him. The nether sun returned to Qinyan's body. The 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation released power and enveloped Qinyan. Qinyan took out the Gemini treasure mirror and shined the mysterious fusion heavenly rune power inside it on the nether sun. He wants to fuse the purplish-red divine universe power with the nether sun. After fusing, a burst of energy will flow into the bodies of Xianxia and others. Now, Xianxia and Shui Tianzi are not holding hands with Qinyan, instead they are holding hands on Qinyan's back. Very dreadful energy. My body is improving very quickly. Shui Tianzi said in pleasant surprise. This is a very special divine universe power. Yin said with smile, evil ghosts and heavenly monsters become stronger through this kind of divine universe power. Long Tianji said, Master, if you can cultivate a body as strong as evil ghosts and heavenly monsters, you won't need to be afraid of them. With the same cultivation, Yin can easily defeat evil ghosts and heavenly monsters in a one-on-one fight. However, evil ghosts and heavenly monsters mostly form groups. If one wants to defeat many evil ghosts and heavenly monsters, one must have formidable weapons, sacred talismans, and magic tools. Moreover, one's own strength must be sufficient. Yin had previously learned from Situ Shao AI that very few people could defeat 3 race and heavenly monsters with similar cultivation levels to themselves. Taking down 2 was already considered very strong. Seeing that Yin is fine, Shui Tianzi wrapped her arms around Yin's waist and began cultivating with her beloved husband. Soaking in the warm and comfortable spring water, Shui Tianzi feels very comfortable. Yin is already used to this charming and clingy water fairy being close to him. This pill's effect is very strong and the effect is very fast. In just one day, he completely refined the pill's energy. Not only has his cultivation broken through to 5th level Immortal Emperor, his body has also become very strong. The reason why Shui Tianzi, Zi Qingqing and Long Tianji's body has become even stronger is because their bodies were not very strong to begin with. Maybe I can cultivate a divine body very quickly. Yin clenched his fists in excitement. If he can cultivate a divine body, then when he becomes saint, his foundation will be very solid. His saint power will also become even stronger after being released by his formidable divine body. Little brother Xiaoyun, quickly kiss me. After they finished cultivating, Shui Tianzi hugged Yin and smiled charmingly. Yin kissed Shui Tianzi's jade face and caressed her charming and tender and beautiful face. Then Long Tianji, the spider spirit, gradually became more and more charming after following Shui Tianzi. However, she did not take the initiative like Shui Tianzi. In contrast, Long Tianji's aloof and loyal charm has a different kind of charm. After placing these 2 fairies into the 9-sun divine soul, Yin began rubbing Zi Qingqing's face. Sister Steamed Bun, your body has become stronger, the feeling of your face has become a lot better. Yin said with smile. Humph. Zi Qingqing lightly snorted and slapped away Yin's hand. Otherwise, who knows how long he would have to rub her face. After placing Zi Qingqing into the 9-sun divine soul, Yin began refining pills again. He wants to continue taking out life crystals of evil ghosts and heavenly monsters and place them into the pill transformation heavenly furnace to refine pills. Before departure, the heaven-defying sect destroyed the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range's inscription gate and tortured Shui Hui and the others for a long time. Some of the disciples of the inscription gate were also killed. Yin is infuriated when he thought of the many evil spirits and heavenly monsters in the heaven-defying sect. The evil spirits and heavenly monsters of the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range must have eaten the disciples of the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range's inscription gate. Yin now understands that there is no effective method to deal with evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Only by becoming stronger is the way of the king. With great power, all evil spirits and heavenly monsters are trash. The purple-red divine power is inside the evil spirits and heavenly monsters. In order to suppress the evil power, it can't be fully unleashed. And the purple-red divine power that I absorb doesn't need to suppress other powers. This means that I can completely absorb the purple-red divine power. After Yin ate the divine cosmos sacred pill and broke through, he could feel that his body had clearly strengthened. If he continued to cultivate, he was sure that his body would be comparable to those evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Having just broken through, he is full of energy. 5 strands of immortal emperor power flowed into every part of his body, causing him to feel as if all the power in his body is boiling. He is currently controlling the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation and cooperating with the pill transformation heavenly furnace to refine pills. Xiaoyun, do you want to cultivate with the divine cosmos power? Ling Yin'er said. If I combine it with the divine cosmos power, will it overlap? The divine cosmos power and the purple-red divine cosmos power seem to be the same kind. Yin said. That's right. The purple-red divine cosmos power is formed after the evolution of the divine cosmos power. Ling Yin'er said with a smile, then do you want to try using the pill transformation heavenly furnace to refine a few divine universe golden stones? Xianxia has half a chest of divine universe golden stones. If he took a few small ones and put them into the pill transformation heavenly furnace to refine, it would most likely promote the evolution of the divine universe golden stones. Let's talk about it when we have the chance in the future. Xianxia is also eager to make a move, but he feels that the risk is too great. He shook his head and said, if it really evolves, then the energy wave that erupts out will definitely be very strong. The eggshell might not be able to block it. Ling Yan'er said with a smile, I'm just saying it casually. This is indeed risky. If something unexpected happens, the pill transformation heavenly furnace will be destroyed. Indeed, if the Dan transformation heavenly furnace is broken, the loss will be great. Xianxia shook his head repeatedly when he thought of this. The pill-melting heavenly furnace belonged to an ancient young soul. If it was really broken, it would be difficult to refine a new one. Xianxia refined another divine universe sacred pill. After he was done, he waited for a while before letting the three of them out. He then entered the divine space spring water and began to cultivate like before. The divine space spring water had a special medicinal liquid that could neutralize the eruption of energy within the body. If the energy in one's body was too scorching, one could just soak in the divine space spring water and it would weaken. It would be like soaking in warm spring water and it would be very comfortable. Within Heaven Creation City, the upper echelons of Heaven Creation Divine Palace, Nine-Yan Divine Palace and Divine Inscription Palace are all secretly discussing about heading to the Lion King's tomb. The situation in the Lion King's tomb was very complicated. When Elder Situ went there, he only investigated the surroundings and did not approach. This was because the Lion King's tomb had already been occupied by the evil Dragon City's monsters. In a top-secret meeting room of the Heaven-Creating Deity Palace, a large group of old men surrounded a huge round table. Elder Situ, the situation there isn't clear enough. You guys handled things too carelessly, you didn't even clearly investigate the situation before coming back. An old man from the Divine Inscription Palace shook his head and said. How about your Divine Inscription Palace send people to investigate? Elder Situ said with smile, Elder Lu, I said before that the Lion King's tomb has already been occupied by Divine Universe Evil Dragon. If I get too close, I won't be able to come back. Zhang Xingxian said, the situation is very unfavorable for us because we are the attacking side and the evil Dragon City is the defending side. They went to the Lion King's tomb early, they must have occupied an advantageous position. Elder Situ said, since we have decided to fight, what we need to do now is to go back and gather our people. Then we will set off together. As for how and when to fight, let's go to that place first. An old granny from the Nine-Yan Divine Palace said with frown, this isn't too good, right? If we can clearly investigate the situation of the evil Dragon City, it will be of great help to us. An old man from the Divine Inscription Palace said with sneer, we know very little about the evil Dragon City, but the evil Dragon City knows us like the back of their hand. Elder Situ, your son betrayed our Heaven Creation City. Don't mention that guy. Elder Situ said unhappily. He's already dead. What's the point of talking about him? Also, can you guarantee that there is no traitor in your Divine Inscription Palace? The old granny from the Nine-Yan Divine Palace said, now is not the time to quarrel, we need to discuss how to act. Elder Situ said with smile, there is nothing to discuss. We will each bring our own people to the Lion King's tomb. If we see those bastards from the evil Dragon City, we will fight them. The old man from the Divine Inscription Palace said, I heard that Qin Yun gave the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation to the dragon race. Can we ask the people from Immortal Desolate to take action? Dragon race, Emperor race, Nether sect, Immortal Desolate Holy Palace, they are all factions from Immortal Desolate, they all agreed to take action. Everyone must remember, they are our allies, they are not our subordinates. So you must be a bit polite to them, don't treat them like subordinates. Elder Situ said. The other elders nodded in agreement. Knowing that Dragon Race is also participating, everyone relaxed a lot. Since it's like this, let's set off immediately, the old granny from the Nine-Yan Divine Palace said. Will your Heaven Creation Divine Palace's Palace Master go? The old man from the Divine Inscription Palace asked. Of course she will go. However, Palace Master needs to prepare, she will set off in a few days. If you can't wait, you can set off now. Elder Situ said, anyway, I won't wait for Palace Master. I will choose the people to fight and set off in 2 days. The old man from the Divine Inscription Palace said, My Divine Inscription Palace's palace master will also go. After he finished speaking, he looked at the old granny from the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Our Nine-Yang Divine Palace's palace master will naturally go. We will do our best to stop the Divine Universe evil dragon. The old granny from the Nine-Yang Divine Palace said in a grave voice, If those 9 nether realm heavenly lions come out, then our heaven creation city can only hide. Elder Situ shook his head and sighed, Where can we hide? Everyone became silent. Heaven creation city can't hide at all. Xianxia said, Everyone, you must have confidence. We have friends from Immortal Desolate to help us. Moreover, Heaven Creation God Palace exchanged Divine Universe golden stones from Xianxia. Our overall strength has also greatly increased. Thinking about the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation in Immortal Desolate, everyone relaxed a lot. The old man from the Divine Inscription Palace said, Xianxia, have you ever asked Xianxia where his 9 dragon heavenly origin formation came from? If he let the dragon race research it for us, then that would be great, we can create it. Elder Situ said with smile, Divine Inscription Palace, you should forget about it. Our palace master has researched the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation inside the Heaven Creation God Palace for so many years, yet he has not been able to create one. It is impossible to create a 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. Xianxia indeed did not ask Xianxia where the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation came from. He is also very curious in his heart. Because the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation is very difficult to create now, it is something passed down from ancient times. Disperse, I will go back and prepare. Elder Situ got up and left the secret room. Everyone else also left one after another. 2 days passed by. Today at noon, the various factions of Heaven Creation City gathered their experts and set off for the Lion King tomb. Early morning, Xianxia came out of the secret room. He is now a 6th stage immortal emperor. Situ Xiaoai is in the hall. She is wearing a set of grey armor. She is delicate and quiet. She looks very valiant and formidable looking. When she saw Xianxia come out, she promptly got up. We are preparing to go to the Lion King tomb. Situ Xiaoai said, then took out a few jade bottles and handed them over to Xianxia. So urgent? Xianxia thought that he would have to wait for a few more days. We must go to the Lion King tomb as soon as possible to stop the evil dragon city. Situ Xiaoai sighed and said, I wonder if I will be able to come back this time. Xianxia took out a stack of Devil Slayer sacred talismans and handed them over to Situ Xiaoai. This is sacred talisman? Situ Xiaoai took it and said in shock, so many. These sacred talismans were made by Shui Tianzi and Zi Qingqing. Xianxia now has 2 Gemini treasure mirrors. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi can make very good sacred talisman paper. Moreover, they are very proficient in using Gemini treasure mirror. The blood spirit power they release is also not weak. Together with the sacred power released by the sacred Xian golden crystal, they can make very good Devil Slayer sacred talisman. Take it to protect yourself, it should be of some use at critical moment. Xianxia said with smile. Xianxia, I met with the palace master again. I asked her to pass down that Dao technique to you. She said she can, but she has to meet you first. Situ Xiaoai said. Oh? That's pretty good. Xianxia said with smile, Senior Sister Xiaoai, when does Palace Master want to meet me? I don't know yet. In short, she said that she will find an opportunity to meet you. She said that she wants to check your body first before she can decide whether or not she can pass it to you, otherwise she will harm you. Situ Xiaoai said, Xianxia, Palace Master has her own reasons, she just didn't want to talk about it before. Xianxia said with smile, your Palace Master is truly a strange temperamental woman. Situ Xiaoai nodded and said, indeed. In short, I don't have much contact with her, I also don't know much about her. When are you leaving? I will quickly pass down the method of hiding inside the tree to you. Xianxia said. We will be leaving at noon, there won't be enough time. Situ Xiaoai shook her head, wait until you master that Dao technique first. Xianxia said with smile, there will be enough time. Senior Sister Xiaoai, don't refuse me, the method I will pass down to you will be of great help to you. Think about it, if you can survive, you will be able to kill more evil spirits and heavenly monsters. It will be of great benefit to the entire Heaven City to be able to kill more evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Will there really be enough time? It will be noon in 2 hours. Situ Xiaoai said with frown. She found it hard to believe that she can master the method of hiding inside a tree in such a short amount of time. Palace Master preaching Situ Xiaoai followed Qin Yun to a secret room. This is Situ Xiaoai's secret room. There is a very comfortable and soft bed. Senior Sister Xiaoai, lie down on the bed. Qin Yun said with some embarrassment. Take off the armor first, I want to carve totems on your body. Situ Xiaoai took off the armor on her upper body and said, where do you want to carve? I want to carve on your immortal martial spirit and body. Where do you want to carve on your body? Qin Yun said, anywhere is fine. Situ Xiaoai thought for a moment and said, on my thighs. After speaking, she took off the armor on her thighs, revealing her slender jade white legs. There is still time, I will carve one on each of my legs. Qin Yun said, I will carve tree totem. Qin Yun has divine tree totem, so he can carve world very quickly. Fortunately, he also has totem inscription spirit, so he can carve world very quickly. If only I had an inscription spirit related to flowers, plants, and trees. Qin Yun now only hopes that he can carve faster. Although he is very anxious, his carving process is very smooth. Situ Xiaoai also calmly looked at her slender and beautiful thighs and said in low voice, Qin Yun, you said you want to carve runes on immortal martial spirit? This seems to be something only soul-refining inscription masters can do. Qin Yun nodded and said, I am a soul-refining inscription master, don't worry, there won't be any problem. I have never had any problem. Palace Master is also a soul-refining inscription master. Situ Xiaoai said. Really? Are you sure she is? Qin Yun is pleasantly surprised, he said with smile, to be honest, I have never met a decent soul-refining inscription master, this makes me feel very lonely. Situ Xiaoai said with smile, really? Truth be told, she said she wants to probe your body and carve totems on your body. Back then when she probed my body, she secretly carved totems, I just didn't notice. You actually didn't notice? Qin Yun said in shock, it seems like her technique is very brilliant. Just by probing your body, she succeeded in branding inscription spirit on your body and immortal martial spirit. She only told me after I begged her to pass the Dao art to you. You need her to carve the runes before you can quickly grasp the Dao art. If I were to pass it to you directly, you would be in danger. After Situ Xiaoai finished speaking, she said with some worry, Qin Yun, Palace Master told me not to talk about this matter. I couldn't help but tell you about it just now. Qin Yun said with smile, don't worry, I am not a blabbermouth, I won't speak nonsense. Besides, there doesn't seem to be anything worth keeping secret about. Yes. Situ Xiaoai quickly said, Palace Master has a secret technique that allows people to quickly master Dao techniques. She doesn't want anyone to know. If that's the case, then she told you this secret because she trusts you a lot. Qin Yun said. But I leaked the secret. Situ Xiaoai said with guilty expression, Qin Yun, don't tell her that I told you so much. I won't speak nonsense. Qin Yun laughed, then overflowed with golden blood spirit power from his palm and gently caressed the tree totem on Situ Xiaoai's jade leg. He finished carving the divine tree totem on Situ Xiaoai's leg. Now he wants to fuse the divine tree totem into her body. Senior Sister Xiaoai, I am releasing blood spirit power from my palm. I am rubbing your legs back and forth to let your flesh and bones absorb the totem runes on the surface. I am not taking advantage of you. Qin Yun explained. Situ Xiaoai leisurely and charmingly smiled and said, Qin Yun, to be honest, I feel that you are a bit honest. Indeed, otherwise they wouldn't call me Qin Honest. Qin Yun said with smile. Situ Xiaoai lowered her head to look at Qin Yun and charmingly smiled, Qin Yun, tell me honestly, have you ever thought of retaliating against my father? Rest assured, absolutely not. Qin Yun said with grave expression, Senior Sister Xiaoai, don't tell me that you are always on guard against me? If I were on guard against you, I wouldn't have let you touch my thigh. Situ Xiaoai's fingers moved the fine black hair on her forehead and charmingly smiled, You will have to touch it for a long time. Xianxia laughed involuntarily and said, I told you, I am not touching your thigh. I am passing down that secret technique to you. You are touching my thigh. Xianxia pursed her lips and said with smile, is it good to touch? Not bad. Xianxia shook his head and said with smile, women's thighs are basically the same. Very soon, the totem on Xianxia's left thigh disappeared. Next, Xianxia continued carving totem runes on her other jade leg. Basically the same? Have you touched many women's thighs? It seems like Qin honest is a bit dishonest. Xianxia charmingly smiled and said. I was forced to touch it. Xianxia very earnestly said. I don't believe you. Xianxia teased Xianxia. Xianxia really did not expect that this usually cold, beautiful and quiet woman would actually like to tease people. Alright, I am dishonest. Xianxia said with smile. In order to not let Xianxia continue teasing him, Xianxia began explaining how to use tree totem to drill into a big tree. Xianxia can become one of the 4 great heavenly daughters, her perception is also not bad. 1 hour passed by, Xianxia finally finished carving the divine tree totem on Xianxia's beautiful jade legs. Next, he let Xianxia release her immortal martial spirit. Xianxia's immortal martial spirit is actually water martial spirit. What is even more amazing is that this water martial spirit is transforming into sword martial spirit. Senior sister Xiaoai, is your martial spirit evolving? Xianxia said in amazement, it can actually evolve like this. Most people hide their immortal martial spirit and don't let others know about it. I comprehended it. Xianxia said, I like to use sword, after many years of cultivation, my water martial spirit has also changed. Xianxia's martial spirit is like a sword made of water, floating in the air and releasing a faint sacred power. It is still transforming towards sacred martial spirit. Xianxia said, Senior sister Xiaoai, your martial spirit's water attribute and tree totem are complementary. Then what will happen? Xianxia doesn't understand these things. I don't know, your perception is pretty good, you should be able to comprehend your own cultivation path and make your water martial spirit and tree totem match well. Xianxia began carving the totem. What he is carving now is not the divine tree totem but the sacred sword totem. Xianxia originally had a sword totem and after Momo's evolution, the sword totem also evolved to sacred tier sword totem. He saw that Xianxia wants to cultivate sword and also saw that there is still time, so he carved the sword totem. Sacred sword totem and divine tree totem can help her cultivate sacred tier water sword martial spirit even faster. Ling Yan'er said with smile. Xianxia doesn't know that Xianxia is carving the sacred sword totem. She only feels that the totem gives her a very intimate feeling. Xianxia has the Tool King inscription spirit, so the sacred sword totem he carved is very high, it belongs to the first-rate kind. About an hour passed by, Xianxia finished carving the sacred sword totem and divine tree totem. After he finished, Xianxia said in amazement, Xianxia, is there a sword totem on my immortal martial spirit? You can see it? Xianxia faintly smiled. This is the sacred sword totem. Xianxia is very pleasantly surprised, she happily threw herself on Xianxia's body, her pair of slender jade legs wrapped around Xianxia's waist. Senior sister Xiaoai, please. Spare this honest man. Xianxia said with smile. Honest man, you don't even want to take advantage of others. Xianxia stuck out her fragrant tongue, got down from Xianxia's body and laughed with hidden bitterness. Xianxia said, we are about to set off, you must be careful. Xianxia put on her armor, her expression is somewhat heavy because this trip will start a war with the evil dragon city. Xianxia, I will definitely kill some evil dragon city's evil ghosts and heavenly monsters to avenge your father. Xianxia said with stern expression. After putting on the armor, she no longer has that kind of delicate and charming attitude from before. She now looks somewhat heroic and domineering. Thank you, senior sister Xiaoai. Xianxia nodded and said. Xiaoai bit her lips and looked at Xianxia. She suddenly leaned over and kissed Xianxia's cheek, then rushed out of the secret room with a red face. Xianxia touched his face, shook his head and smiled, I didn't do anything, she kissed me herself. Damned fake honest man, you should have chased after her, hugged her, and kissed her goodbye. Ling Yuner coquettishly scolded, you blockhead, why are you so stupid? Xianxia put away the floating cloud divine needle and said, I want to seize the time to cultivate and quickly break through to the 9th level immortal emperor realm. During this period of time, Xianxia has been cultivating in seclusion. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor and Immortal Desolate Sacred Master also know that this is what Xianxia told them. Xianxia's cultivation is not high, they also know this matter, so they did not come to find Xianxia to set off together. Inside the secret room, Xianxia took a deep breath, calmed his restless heart and began refining pills. He also wants to quickly go to the Lion King tomb, although none of the Lion King tomb has been opened, sooner or later Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon and others will be able to open it. Even Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon's seal can be opened, let alone the 9 heavenly lions. Inside the Heaven Creation City, there are still some sacred transformation experts. They can't leave the Heaven Creation City, otherwise they might be sucked away by the Sacred Desolate. With them overseeing the Heaven Creation City, those powerful 9th level immortal emperors can set off with peace of mind. Xianxia is one of the sacred transformation experts. The Heaven Creation City's main force has already set off for 5 days. The Heaven Creation Mansion's disciples are very important battle power. Therefore, the Heaven Creation Mansion has become deserted. Xianxia is walking back and forth in a plaza. He is also feeling uneasy, worried that the Heaven Creation City will suffer heavy casualties. As he was walking back and forth in the plaza, he suddenly felt a very strong aura and quickly looked towards the sky. In the blink of an eye, a white figure suddenly flashed over. A tall woman with a half veil and wearing a snow-white dress appeared in front of Xianxia. Palace Master. Xianxia said in shock, why are you here? Where is Xianxia? Bring me to see him. Although the woman's voice is soft, it is filled with power and overbearingness. Take me there first, I have an urgent matter to discuss with him, the Palace Master said. Yes. Xianxia's cultivation is not low, he is also a sacred transformation expert. However, he is very afraid of the Palace Master of Heavenly Creation Divine Palace. To be able to become the Palace Master of Heavenly Creation Divine Palace, his strength is indeed very strong. Xianxia brought the Palace Master of Heavenly Creation Divine Palace to Situ Xiaoai's residence. He knows that Xianxia is staying with Situ Xiaoai. Xianxia relied on the life crystals of evil ghosts and heavenly monsters to refine Divine Universe sacred pills. The effect is extremely good. After a few days of cultivation, he has successfully stepped into 9th level Immortal Emperor realm. I can't break through anymore. Xianxia felt that something is blocking him, preventing him from advancing any further. If you break through again, you will become a sacred transformation expert. At that time, you will have to go to Sacred Desolate. Ling Yuner said. Indeed. Xianxia nodded and walked out of the secret room. In the past few days, Zi Qingqing and the other 2 women have entered 9th level Immortal Emperor realm. Compared to the breakthrough in cultivation, their physical strength is the most obvious. Xianxia used more than 10 life crystals of evil ghosts and heavenly monsters and a large amount of sacred pills to soak in Divine Universe spring water. With the help of 9 dragon heavenly origin formation, he broke through so quickly. He is not in a hurry to become a sacred transformation expert because the most important thing now is to kill the Divine Universe evil dragon and enter the immortal graveyard. Xianxia is sitting in the secret room, looking at the little divine hammer, little heavenly lion and little dragon. He discovered that the Nether Sun totem on these 3 forms has become much more complicated. The Nether Sun totem can still continue to evolve? Xianxia is astonished. Previously, he thought that the Nether Sun totem had completely appeared. However, as his cultivation increased, new runes continuously appeared on the Nether Sun totem. Ling Yuner said with smile, Xiaoyun, your body should be very strong now, right? Close to divine body. Xianxia said, just a little bit more and I can cultivate divine body. I seem to be stuck at a bottleneck, I can't break through no matter what. Maybe after you become a sacred transformation expert, you can cultivate divine body. Ling Yuner said, don't worry, your growth is already very fast. Xianxia took a deep breath, stored the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation and put away the heaven leaping shuttle. He took a bath in the secret room to wash away the delicate fragrance on his body. For the past few days, he had spent all day with 3 fragrant beauties, and his body had 3 different fragrances. While he was bathing, he suddenly heard someone shouting outside. "Qin, come out quickly. I am the son of great elder Li of the Divine Inscription Palace, Li Gaochen. I have something to discuss with you." The tone of the person who shouted was not very good. Qin frowned. These guys want to find trouble with me? How can they still be so arrogant at such a time? After a quick shower, he changed into a set of blue brocade robes and went to the courtyard. There were several young people in the courtyard. As soon as Qin came out, he saw Li Gaochen. He was a head shorter than Qin. Although he was quite handsome, he was not as good as Qin. Be it in terms of physique or appearance, Li Gaochen was inferior to Qin. It was just that he was wearing a set of fiery red armor that made him look rather imposing. The others around him were also wearing armor. They were all dressed for battle. "Why are you looking for me?" Qin said with a frown. "Are you all disciples of the Creation Heaven Palace?" "Of course we are." Li Gaochen shouted. "Qin, a fellow with a low cultivation like you cannot go to the Lion King's tomb. You can only hide here." "Brother, what are you talking about? I've been cultivating for the past few days." Qin's tone also turned cold as he said, "Besides, what does it have to do with you whether I go to the Lion King's tomb or not?" Li Gaochen said with a sneer, "The situation at the Lion King's tomb is very critical. We need to go and help. Of course, we are not here to ask you to go with us. After all, with your current strength, going to the Lion King's tomb is just sending you to your death." Qin suddenly felt Xianxia's weak aura. As his cultivation increased, his perception also became stronger, especially in terms of mental strength, which had increased by quite a lot. However, he was still unable to open the 6th pearl of the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. "Then why are you looking for me?" Qin looked at Li Gaochen and snorted, "You should hurry to the Lion King's tomb. We came here to borrow your sun soul." Li Gaochen shouted, "Cut the crap, hurry up and hand it over." Qin was somewhat infuriated. He knew that these fellows did not come with good intentions. Xianxia and the palace master of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace were together. They were in the air in the distance and did not fly over. "Palace master, why aren't we going over?" Xianxia said in a low voice, "They seem to be about to fight. Let's go and stop them. Qin will suffer." "Those disciples of the Heaven Creation Palace are all from the Divine Inscription Palace, right? How strong are they?" The palace master of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace was very calm. "They are all very strong, 9th level Immortal Emperor realm." Xianxia said anxiously, "Let's hurry over. Qin is also at the 9th level of the Immortal Emperor realm. Let's see if he can defeat those fellows from the Divine Inscription Palace." The palace master of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace had a look of shock in her beautiful eyes. "Is this true? Qin seems to be only at the 5th level of the Immortal Emperor realm. It's only been a few days, how did he reach the 9th level?" Xianxia knew that Qin broke through very quickly, but this was too fast. It had only been a few days and he was already at the 9th level of the Immortal Emperor realm. This made him unable to believe it. Qin was also waiting for Xianxia to come over. However, Xianxia did not come over. He thought that Xianxia had met someone else on the way and was delayed. Li Gaochen said arrogantly, "Qin, with your current strength, the Sun Soul is just a waste in your hands. Hurry up and lend it to me. If I use your Sun Soul, my strength will definitely increase greatly. My Sun Soul is a dead Sun Soul, don't you know?" Qin snorted. He turned around and was about to enter the house when Li Gaochen blocked his path in a flash. "Even if it's a dead Sun Soul, I still want it." Li Gaochen opened his arms and blocked Qin. He shouted loudly, "If you don't give it to me, don't blame me for being impolite. The reason why the Sun Soul is dead in your hands is because you are not worthy of the Sun Soul and cannot obtain its approval." Qin was infuriated as he said coldly, "I won't give it to you. If you have the guts, try and touch me." Li Gaochen sneered, "You don't have the Divine Universe Golden Stone, you don't have the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin Formation. You're just a weakling. You can't scare me." As he spoke, Li Gaochun's large hand, which carried the power of 9 immortal emperors, slapped Qin Yan's shoulder. The power was very strong and his palm turned into a bear's paw. A burst of intense golden light burst out, as if it could tear off Qin Yan's shoulder and arm. Boom, Qin Yan's shoulder was struck and his body slightly crouched. Li Gaochun's tyrannical immortal emperor power also swept out like a violent gale. The few youths from the divine inscription palace at the side were all blown back by the gale. Brother Li's golden bear mountain splitting palm should be a saint-level martial art, right? It's really powerful. A young man exclaimed with a smile. I'm afraid the bones in Qin Yan's body have already been shattered into pieces. Another young man laughed. This untactful fellow deserves it. Qin Yan said expressionlessly, you were the one who made the first move. Then I won't be polite. Li Gaochun's face was filled with shock because he could feel that his palm strike just now could not do anything to Qin Yan. A young man beside him sneered, not polite? What else can a weak chicken like you do? Now is a special time. Even if we fight in the Creation Heaven Mansion, we can't do anything to us because we are preparing to go to the battlefield. Who dares to punish us? Qin Yan's expression was gloomy. He took a step forward and flashed behind Li Gaochun. He struck out with his palm. The power was like the collapse of the heavens, 9 styles of heavenly annihilation, heavenly quake. This was only casually executed by Qin Yan, but the aura was incomparably terrifying. Li Gaochun and the other young men were enveloped by the palm power and their faces immediately turned pale. They wanted to dodge but their bodies were incomparably heavy. Their bodies were pressed down by a powerful force that made them unable to move. Boom, the palm power exploded and the earth shattered. The ground of the entire courtyard suddenly collapsed and cracked open. Li Gaochun and the other young men's armors were torn apart. One could see that their skin and flesh were lacerated. It was as if they were pulled by a berserk power and were almost torn apart. With just one palm, these 9 powerful 9th-level immortal Emperor Realm youths were beaten black and blue. Their bodies sank into the collapsed soil as they screamed and wailed. Qin Yan took a deep breath. Just now, he restrained his power very much but it was still so terrifying. This is only 30% of his power. If he used his full power, these youths would have died a horrible death. He is now at the peak of the immortal Emperor Realm, Qin Yan, who possesses the Nether Sun and cultivates the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra. The absolute yang power he unleashed is incomparably terrifying. Coupled with his powerful body and the power of the purple-red divine universe, the power that erupted caused even him to be secretly shocked. Xianxia looked at the more than 10 meters sunken courtyard and was dumbstruck. He could not help but swallow his saliva and said in astonishment, is he really Qin Yan? How did he become so terrifying? Quickly go over, otherwise those guys will be killed, the palace master of the Creation Heaven Divine Palace said. Xianxia and the palace master quickly flew over. Qin Yan also gave Xianxia face, so he did not continue to attack. Li Gaochun and those youths screamed miserably as they crawled out of the courtyard. They shouted demon and dragged their heavily injured bodies to escape. Qin Yan's expression is indifferent. He looked at the direction Xianxia flew from and suddenly frowned. Because he saw someone beside Xianxia but he was unable to sense the existence of that person. It's a woman, could it be, the palace master of the Creation Heaven Divine Palace? Qin Yan stared at the direction Xianxia flew from. Xianxia and the palace master of the Creation Heaven Divine Palace quickly arrived in front of Qin Yan. Qin Yan stared at the palace master, he is extremely shocked. The palace master of the Creation Heaven Divine Palace only has half of her face covered by a veil. Qin Yan can see the upper half of her face and eyes. Although he can only see this, it is extremely familiar to him. This face is exactly the same as Bing Xing's. Her eyes are also the same. They are cold and beautiful. Her ice-cold beautiful eyes are filled with oppressive might. Qin Yan, this is the palace master of the Creation Heaven Divine Palace. Xianxia saw Qin Yan staring at the palace master and was worried that he would anger the palace master. Qin Yan knows that the person in front of him is not Bing Xing but the Dark Princess. This is what shocked him the most, the Dark Princess has the same appearance as Bing Xing. Only Xiaoqiru knows why this is the case. 9 Goddesses Qin Yan only knows that Princess Yi was placed under house arrest in the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. They have not contacted each other in the past few days. Xianxia. You can go back. I want to talk to Qinyan alone. Princess Yi said indifferently. Yes, Palace Master. Zhang Xingxian nodded and returned to his large stone house. Seeing Zhang Xingxian leave, Qinyan said in a low voice, Princess Yi, is that you? Princess Yi walked into the hall and closed the door with a wave of her hand. It's me. How did you become a 9th stage immortal emperor so quickly? You broke through so quickly, is there any problem? Qinyan confirmed that this is Princess Yi and said with a smile, don't worry, nothing will happen. If we are talking about breaking through quickly, you broke through even faster than me. After Princess Yi sat down gracefully, she looked around and said, Zhang Xingxian said that this is Xiaoai's residence. It seems like your relationship with Xiaoai is pretty good. Big sister princess, how did you become the palace master of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace? And so strong. Qinyan feels that it is inconceivable as he stared at Princess Yi's beautiful eyes. The god position totem on Princess Yi's face is also gone. If she takes off her veil, she will look exactly the same as Bing Xing, the palace master of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace has fused with me. Princess Yi said, I am her, she is me. Fusion? She is your avatar? Qinyan said in astonishment, otherwise, how could you fuse? Xiaqiru can fuse with Xianxia. After fusing, they will become even stronger, but they can also be separated. Xianxia is Xiaqiru's avatar, so they can separate and fuse. Princess Yi does not have an avatar, she told Qinyan with certainty. We are not in a relationship of avatar and main body. In short, the situation is rather special. Princess Yi said, let's put it this way, the palace master of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace looks exactly the same as me. Her soul can fuse with mine. Why is it like this? Qinyan thought of Bingxing. Princess Yi, the palace master of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, and Bingxing all look exactly the same. There are a total of 9 sun goddesses. I am one of them, and the palace master of Heaven Creation God Palace is also one of them, so we fused together. Princess Yi said. Why? Can't they not fuse? Qinyan is very alarmed. There are actually 9 sun divine maidens and they can even fuse together. He was secretly worried, he did not wish for Bingxing to fuse with Princess Dark Knight. I didn't want to. However, the palace lord of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace will not live for long, so she fused with me. Her character is similar to mine. After fusing, it will be beneficial to both of us. Princess Dark Knight said. Why can't I live long? I heard from Xiaoai that the palace mistress of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace is very beautiful, she should still have a very long lifespan. Qinyan felt a lot more at ease, at least Bingxing would not be forced to fuse with him. Princess Anya shook her head and said, although the physical body is very young and full of vitality, the soul has experienced vicissitudes of life. So it won't last long. The palace lord of the Heaven Creating Divine Palace had always been in the Heaven Creating City. His cultivation had not broken through. He could live for such a long time and still maintain a body full of vitality. The fleshly body could absorb all kinds of energy to maintain its youth, but it was difficult for the soul. If it did not break through, after many years, the soul would not be able to survive. Then are you Princess Anya or the palace master of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace? Qinyan said. All of them. We are one. Qinyan, don't hold any grudges against me. I am no different from the previous Princess Anya. I am still the Princess Anya that you are familiar with. Princess Anya took off her veil and a cold and beautiful face appeared. This holy and noble beauty is currently looking at Qinyan with a faint smile. Qinyan only feels that the person in front of him is very familiar but also a little strange. She is exactly the same as Bingxing, even her temperament is very similar. Furthermore, Princess Anya's voice is no longer as hoarse as before. Instead, it is a soft and sweet voice. When she speaks gently, it makes people feel very pleasant to hear and enjoy. However, at times, she also carries a kind of majesty and overbearing aura. After all, she is the palace master of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. She has experienced the vicissitudes of life and has been in charge of the powerful Heaven Creation Divine Palace for many years. In this regard, she is different from Bingxing. Qinyan's thoughts are in chaos. He is now certain that Bingxing is a 9-son divine maiden. There were actually as many as 9 9-son divine maidens. Qinyan, our agreement still needs to continue. Princess Anya leisurely smiled and said, right now, I am the palace master of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. I am very strong, and you have also stepped into the 9th level Immortal Emperor realm. If you and I join hands, we will definitely be able to achieve our goal. Oh right, the palace master of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace is a very powerful inscription master. Furthermore, he is also a soul-refining inscription master. Qinyan suddenly thought of this matter and said with a somewhat excited smile, Princess, have you mastered the inscription technique? Of course I have. Princess Anya said, Qinyan, when the opportunity is ripe, you must remember to help me create a 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Qinyan chuckled and said, Senior Sister Xiaoai said that you will pass down that mysterious Tao technique to me. Can we proceed now? The first time she mentioned it to me, I did not fuse with it. When I finished fusing with it, she came to find me again and even begged me. Princess Anya said. I wonder how she is doing in the Lion King's tomb. Qinyan took out a soul-chasing talisman. It is Situ Xiaoai's. The soul-chasing talisman is still very normal. It means that nothing unexpected has happened to Situ Xiaoai. Princess Anya said in a low voice, Qinyan, don't tell anyone about me. Don't let those fellows from the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, the Divine Inscription Palace and the 9-Yang Divine Palace know about my fusion. Princess, what is the attitude of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace's palace master towards you? Qinyan is very curious about this. She and I are both 9-son divine maiden, we naturally stand on the same side. Princess Anya said. Then, what about your memories? Have you completely recovered? Qinyan asked. Princess Anya's complete memories are very important. The memories of the Heaven Creation Palace Master are mainly related to the Heaven Creation City and inscription. He doesn't know much about the Immortal Graveyard and my matters. In short, when we met, I immediately felt that the other party is a 9-son divine maiden. Princess Anya stood up and walked towards Qinyan. She said, take me into the room and then take off my clothes. Qinyan is startled, he laughed dryly and said, Princess, what are you doing? I'm an honest person. A faint blush appeared on Princess Anya's cold face, which is as beautiful as Bingxing. She coldly snorted and said, then what do you think I'm going to do? Qinyan can only walk towards the room and said, do I really have to take off my clothes? Princess Anya said, just take off the clothes on your upper body. Don't you want to learn that Tao technique? Qinyan recalled what Situ Xiaoai said. Back then, when Situ Xiaoai learned that Tao technique, the Heaven Creation Palace Master secretly carved runes on the immortal martial spirit. Only then was she able to master that Tao technique. After Qinyan entered the room, he took off his clothes and sat on a chair. He said, Princess, how do we proceed? Sit still, don't reject me. I will carve runes on your body. When the time comes, you will be able to quickly master the Tao technique I passed on to you. Princess Anya said. Do I need to carve runes on the immortal martial spirit? Qinyan asked again. His immortal martial spirit is very special. It can be said that the Nether Sun is formed from his immortal martial spirit. No need. Princess Anya took out a light purple hairpin. That is the tool she used to carve runes. Suddenly, the power of blood soul appeared on her trembling hair. It is a kind of pale white light, very gentle and warm. Qinyan has carved runes and totems on many people, but this is the first time someone has carved runes on his body. Will you continue to stay in Heaven Creation City in the future? Qinyan asked. No, I will pass the position of Palace Master to other elders. I want to go to Sacred Desolate. Princess Anya said. Sacred Desolate? Qinyan said, I don't know what the situation is like there. I have been in charge of Heaven Creation City for so many years, so I can't go to Sacred Desolate. Otherwise, I would have become a god long ago. Becoming stronger has been my wish for many years. Princess Anya sighed and said, for many years, I have been in Heaven Creation City, but I have been yearning to travel to the vast myriad of worlds. Qinyan knows that this is the wish of the Heaven Creation Palace Master. Princess Anya and Heaven Creation Palace Master have indeed fused together. Moreover, it is a very perfect fusion. Their feelings are very harmonious and they will achieve their respective goals. Qin Yun, I remember you said that there is a woman in Guanghan Palace who looks very similar to me, right? Princess Anya asked. Although she is talking to Qin Yun, she is very serious about carving runes. Qin Yun nodded and said, it seems that she is also a nine-son divine maiden. Princess Anya said, do you know why there were nine nine-son divine maidens? I don't know. Are they all still alive? Qin Yun asked. 9 son divine maidens are born from 9 sons. Every son gives birth to one. Of course, they are not directly born from the sun, some are born from the stars and some are born from the moon. Princess Anya said. You were born from the moon? Qin Yun thought of Bingxing. An ice-cold star fell on the moon, that is how Bingxing entered the Guanghan Palace. I was born from the moon, Heaven Creation Palace Master was born from the stars. Princess Anya said, however, not every divine maiden of the 9 sons has a smooth birth. Some will die, while others will survive. You are the one who survived? Qin Yun said with smile, it seems that the birth of 9 son divine maiden is very rough and full of twists and turns. Me, Heaven Creation Palace Master and the woman you mentioned, other than the 3 of us, the whereabouts of the other divine maidens are unknown. Princess Anya said, and now, I have fused with Heaven Creation Palace Master, there are a total of 8 9 son divine maidens. Do you all look the same? Qin Yun said, if you all look the same, then it will be very easy to find. Heavenly Firm Dao Art Qin Yun thought that all 9 son divine maidens looked the same. He never expected that their appearances might be different. Then what are you going to do when you were created by the 9 son god? Qin Yun asked. Each has their own mission. Princess Anya said, Heaven Creation Palace Master's mission is to protect Heaven Creation City. And my mission back then was to help the 9 son royal family conquer the 3,000 heavenly domains. Qin Yun thought of Bingxing. Bingxing was born relatively late, it can be said that she is from this era. Princess, Guanghan Palace's Bingxing looks exactly like you. But as far as I know, Sister Bingxing is from this era. Qin Yun said, she was born in this era, what kind of mission would she have? Tell me about her situation. Princess Anya said, how many times has she reincarnated? Qin Yun told Princess Anya about Bingxing's situation. Bingxing was born from a star, she is called Fairy Star Spirit. After Princess Anya heard this, she said in astonishment, logically speaking, it shouldn't be, she has fallen behind for too long. She was born so many eras behind. Why is it like this? Qin Yun asked. Maybe she has been sealed. Princess Anya said with frown, I will only know after I see her. Big sister princess, you are not thinking of fusing with her, are you? Qin Yun said somewhat worriedly. Who is she to you? Princess Anya lightly snorted. Friend, very good friend. We kissed. Qin Yun said, she forcefully kissed me. Princess Anya snorted in displeasure. Her lily-white hand pinched Qin Yun's body and said in a cold voice, thinking of a woman who looks exactly like me being with you, I feel very uncomfortable. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, I already said, she took the initiative. Princess Anya pinched Qin Yun again and said with a light snort, don't say any more, don't think of me as her. I am the 9 son divine maiden, I once led the 9 son royal family to conquer 8 heavenly domains, I have also been in charge of Heaven Creation City for many years, I am sacred and inviolable. She didn't have the 9 son divine maiden's mission and inherited memories, so she didn't know how holy and noble she was. That's why she was tainted by you, you little ruffian. I said, she first. Before Qin Yun could finish, Princess Anya glared at him. He felt that the Princess Anya in front of him was somewhat different from Bingxing. Do you know what Dao technique I'm going to impart to you? Princess Anya did not continue talking about that matter. However, when she thought about how Qin Yun had kissed the 9 son divine maiden, she still felt very uncomfortable. I don't know. Qin Yun sighed. Senior sister Xiaoai didn't tell me. It's an ability Dao technique. It can make your body very hard. Princess Dark Knight said. How hard can it become? Qin Yun was alarmed. That depends on how strong you are. If you are strong enough, your body can be so hard that you are not afraid of divine weapons. Princess Anya said, this is called the Heavenly Strong Tao technique. Qin said with a smile, almost done? It sounds awesome. I can't wait to try it out. Soon. Princess Anya also likes to be together with Qin, because Qin is indeed very capable. One must know that Heaven Creation Palace Master has been unable to make a 9-dragon heavenly origin formation for so many years. However, Qin has made 2. She also knows that Qin's memory in this life is not long yet he has such achievements. Therefore, she admires Qin very much from the bottom of her heart. Especially after she fused with Heaven Creation Palace Master, she became even more aware of how difficult it is to make a 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Qin having a way to make it is a very heaven-defying existence. Qin, why is your body so strong? When Princess Anya was carving runes, she rubbed Qin's body. After carving runes on his body, she released blood spirit power from her palm and rubbed the surface of his skin. If the body was too strong, she would need to use a lot of strength to rub it, allowing the blood spirit power to better penetrate into the body. Princess Anya can feel that Qin's body is very strong, so she needs to release even more blood spirit power and rub it on Qin's body. I extracted the purple-red divine universe power from the evil ghost and heavenly monster's body and combined it with those sacred pills to refine the divine universe sacred pill. Qin simply explained the process. After Princess Anya finished listening, her jade face became slightly surprised. And said, you are actually using that kind of divine universe power to cultivate and there is no problem. What, you have been the Heaven Creation Palace Master for so many years, you must know a lot about evil ghost and heavenly monster, can't you? Qin said. Of course I can't, if I do that, wouldn't I become an evil ghost and heavenly monster? That kind of purple-red divine universe power can turn people into evil ghost and heavenly monster. Princess Anya looked at Qin with an incredulous expression and said, after eating that kind of pill, nothing really happened? Qin had no choice but to tell Princess Anya about his cultivation process and also talked about the matter of cultivation. Princess Anya frowned in thought and murmured, is it because I used the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation? I also tried using the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation but it didn't work. What the hell is going on? Qin thought for a moment and said with a smile, maybe I have righteous energy in my body, so I won't become an evil ghost and heavenly monster. Princess Anya gritted her teeth and said with a low snort, your body is too strong, I have no choice but to rub it hard. Just rub it as you like, it's not the first time I've been tormented by a woman like this. Qin said with a smile. When Shui Tianzi and Yu Shaoling were with him, they often took advantage of him like this. Princess Anya cursed in a low voice, you think I'm taking advantage of you, don't you? Of course not. Qin quickly explained and said, big sister princess, I didn't say that. Princess Anya snorted, when I pass the heavenly Tao technique to you, I will immediately go to the Lion King's tomb. If I don't go, something might happen. I am also in a hurry to go to the Lion King's tomb. I didn't expect that we would meet so coincidentally. Qin said with a smile, let's go together. Bring along the divine inscription mountain. Princess Anya said again. All right. Qin nodded. It's also because there's not enough time, otherwise I would have helped you cultivate a powerful sun core, allowing you to fully display the power of the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Princess Anya said, I have always remembered this matter. Princess, you are truly considerate. Qin said with a smile. Princess Anya rubbed Qin's body for an entire hour before the runes on his body were activated. Back then, when I imparted the Tao technique to Xiaoai, I only spent half an hour on her body. Princess Anya let out a light sigh. What? You on her body? Qin suddenly thought of a very beautiful scene. Don't think too much. Princess Anya grabbed Qin's waist and snorted lightly. Qin did not continue to think too much. He said with a smile, how can I use the heavenly Tao technique now? Princess Anya changed the chant and then explained it in a simple manner, allowing Qin to master the circulation of energy and use the heavenly Tao technique. Qin closed his eyes and began naturally. Not long after, he felt that his body was warm. Not bad, you mastered it very quickly and very well. Princess Anya suddenly took out a hammer and vigorously smashed it at Qin Yun's back. Clang, when the hammer fell on Qin Yun's body, it was as if it had hit a bell, making a loud sound. Qin Yun only felt his body slightly tremble, he did not feel anything else. Of course, his body was also hit forward and smashed through a wall. Alright, you have completely mastered the heavenly Tao technique. Princess Anya put away the hammer and said, "We can go on our way." After speaking, she took out a mask and put it on. "Princess, you are so beautiful, I feel very good when I look at you." "Don't wear a mask," Qin Yun said. "I am the Nine-Sun goddess, how can others casually look at my appearance?" Princess Anya coldly snorted and said. "But I did," Qin Yun said. "That's because I didn't treat you as an outsider. Of course, don't think that I am really familiar with you. We still have to keep our distance," Princess Anya said. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, "I heard that you have a very strong talisman that can kill a large number of evil spirits and heavenly monsters in one go, right?" "That was in the past, I can't make that kind of talisman now. Of course, in order to maintain a certain amount of deterrence, I claim that I still have it." Princess Anya took out a black robe and draped it over her body. "Let's go, we will leave the city first, find the divine inscription mountain and immediately go to the Lion King's tomb." Qin Yun walked out of the room, Princess Anya followed behind him. After Qin Yun walked out of the house and arrived at the collapsed courtyard, he saw a group of people flying over. There are more than a dozen old men and dozens of middle-aged men in that group. Among them, there are Li Gaochen and the others who were seriously injured. After they saw Qin Yun, they pointed at him and shouted angrily, "Qin Yun, you are dead today." At this time, Xianxia also arrived. He is not very worried because Heaven Creation Palace Master and Qin Yun are together. "What are you guys doing?" Xianxia said in a deep voice, "Divine Inscription Palace, you even sent out sacred transformation experts, could it be that you really want to snatch Qin Yun's sun soul? This is the Heaven Creation Palace, you are not allowed to act recklessly." After Li Gaochen and the others were injured, they naturally wanted to get back at them. Therefore, they went back to find the older generation. There were quite a few experts who remained in the Heaven City, especially those sacred transformation stage experts. The Divine Inscription Palace, the Nine-Yang Divine Palace and the Heaven Creation God Palace all have sacred transformation experts. With them overseeing the situation, they can be a great deterrent. "Qin Yun, you injured my son. Zhang Xingxian doesn't care about this matter but I definitely can't ignore it." An old man said coldly, "I'll give you two choices. Either hand over your son's soul or be crippled by me." That old man is great elderly of the Divine Inscription Palace. The masked Princess Anya stood behind Qin Yun. Her concealment ability is extremely strong. Qin Yun was unable to sense her existence before. Furthermore, she had fused with him, so great elderly did not recognize her as the palace master of the Heaven Creation God Palace. Princess Anya did not say anything. It can be seen that she wanted Qin Yun to settle this matter himself. Her meaning is also very obvious. She wants Qin Yun to do as he pleases. If anything happens, she will support him. From this, it can be seen that she has been unhappy with the Divine Inscription Palace for a long time. After Qin Yun activated the Nine-Sun Divine Hammer, it flickered with golden light and spewed out a scorching hot energy flame. Seeing the Nine-Sun Divine Hammer, everyone is shocked, especially the people from the Divine Inscription Palace, they all widened their greedy eyes. After Zhang Xingxian saw the Nine-Sun Divine Hammer, he exclaimed, "As expected of a sun's soul, its power is actually so powerful." Qin Yun is a bit surprised because this is the first time he activated the Nine-Sun Divine Hammer after becoming a ninth-stage Immortal Emperor. He never expected its power to be so strong. Of course, this is not the strongest form of the Nine-Sun Divine Hammer. The strongest form of the Nine-Sun Divine Hammer is the small Divine Hammer that revolves around the Nether Sun. That is the tool spirit of the Divine Hammer and it also has the Nether Sun totem. "Qin Yun, you said before that this is a dead sun's soul. How dare you lie to us?" Great elderly from the Divine Inscription Palace shouted angrily. "You selfish bastard, do you know the situation of the Lion King's tomb? Our Heaven Creation City is being suppressed by the evil Dragon City but you are not willing to lend us the Nine-Sun Divine Hammer. Li Gaochen pointed at Qin Yun and shouted with a sharp voice. The other people from the Divine Inscription Palace all accused Qin Yun of being selfish. Qin Yun said with a sneer, "Even if I want to lend my 9-sun divine hammer, why should I lend it to you? My relationship with Elder Situ is pretty good. If I want to lend it to him, I will lend it to him. 9-sun divine hammer is a type of sun soul and our Divine Inscription Palace understands sun soul the best. Even if you lend the 9-sun divine hammer to Elder Situ, he will not be able to unleash its strongest power." Great Elder Li shouted, "Qin Yun, quickly hand over the 9-sun divine hammer to us, otherwise you will be in for a treat, of course." Xianxia could not stand it any longer. He stood beside Qin Yun and said in a deep voice, "Great Elder Li, this is the Heaven Creation Palace, restrain yourself a bit. Xianxia, a youngster like you is not my match. Don't meddle in other people's business." Great Elder Li said with a sneer, "Qin Yun is clearly not worthy of this sun soul. It is most appropriate to hand it over to my Divine Inscription Palace. Let him give the sun soul to us and we will definitely be able to save Heaven City." Qin Yun took a step forward, tightly gripped the divine hammer and said, "I am not worthy of a sun soul? What makes you say that?" "Because you're a weakling." Li Gaochen shouted. "Li Gaochen, have you forgotten how you got your injuries?" Qin Yun said coldly, "The few of you were injured by me with a single move. You are not even comparable to a weak chicken like me. You are even more unworthy of possessing a sun soul. Yet, you still have the face to clamor here." The Divine Inscription Palace had called over a large group of seniors from Heaven Creation City. When the others learned that the Divine Inscription Palace wanted to borrow Qin Yun's sun soul, they knew that there would be a good show. Therefore, they all flew into the Heaven Creation Mansion. Everyone knew that the Divine Inscription Palace's intention of borrowing Qin Yun's sun soul was not to borrow, but to use attacking the evil dragon city as an excuse to find a legitimate reason to devour Qin Yun's sun soul. When they learned that Qin Yun had injured Li Gaochen, they were filled with suspicion because everyone knew that Qin Yun's cultivation level was not high. Although Li Gaochen and the rest were young 9th Heaven Immortal Emperors, they were not that weak. How could they be injured by Qin Yun in one move? "Qin Yun, you are only using the formation to plot against us." Li Gaochen knew that Qin Yun was very strong but he refused to admit it no matter what. He shouted, "Even if I am injured now, I am still not my match. If you have the guts, come and beat me up. If you are really that powerful, you will definitely be able to defeat me again, yes." Hearing Li Gaochen's words, everyone nodded their heads. Only this explanation was reasonable. "Li Gaochen, I'll beat you to death." Qin Yun shouted in a deep voice. He suddenly disappeared and charged towards Li Gaochen who was floating in the air. Li Gaochen was together with the group of seniors from the Divine Inscription Palace, so he was fearless. And now, Qin Yun suddenly rushed over. This caused the group of seniors from the Divine Inscription Palace to be extremely shocked. They immediately took action to block Qin Yun. Qin Yun's movement technique is very strange. He randomly flashed in the air, leaving behind many shadows, making it impossible for people to catch his whereabouts. Just as the group of seniors were searching for Qin Yun's traces, a white light took the opportunity to attack Li Gaochen. Qin Yun, who used the light transformation Sacred Pupil, transformed into a white light and arrived behind Li Gaochen in the blink of an eye. Boom! The 9-sun divine hammer smashed down, exploding with an intense and dazzling light. It is like the sun, making it impossible for people to look directly at it. Qin Yun's hammer strike is also very ordinary but its power is very terrifying. The impact that burst out caused Li Gaochen's body to explode. Li Gaochen was originally going to be sent flying but his heavily injured body did not fly far before it was intercepted by his father. Seeing this scene, everyone is incomparably shocked. Qin Yun really made his move and his strength is really strong. With a single hammer strike, Li Gaochen was on the verge of death. He made a move in the Heaven Creation Palace of Heaven City and injured Li Gaochen in front of the Great Elder of the Divine Inscription Palace. By doing this, it is clear that he wants to shed all pretense of cordiality. Everyone felt that Qin Yun would not be able to leave Heaven City. Chen. Great Elder Li hugged the bloody Li Gaochen and hurriedly injected his power to stabilize his injuries. Then, he handed it over to the other elders beside him. After Qin Yun finished hitting the hammer, he quickly dodged to avoid being besieged. Zhang Xingxian is also stunned. Qin Yan was too fast just now, so fast that he was unable to react. He looked at Princess Anya, who was at the side. Princess Anya is on Qin Yan's side. She is now the palace master of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. When Zhang Xingxian saw Princess Anya calmly watching, he felt very puzzled. Qin Yan, you are courting death. Great Elderly never expected that Qin Yan would really dare to make a move. Furthermore, his strength is so terrifying. Everyone thought that it was the power of the Sun Soul that allowed Qin Yan to easily cripple a 9th-stage immortal emperor. When Qin Yan used the 9th Sun Divine Hammer to fight and unleashed a very strong power, many people mistakenly thought that it was the power of the Sun Soul. In fact, it was because Qin Yan's own strength was strong enough to cause the Sun Soul to erupt with even stronger power. You don't understand the Sun Soul at all. The reason why I have a Sun Soul is because the Sun Soul chose me and acknowledged me. Qin Yan said coldly, even if I give the Sun Soul to you, you will not be able to control it because you are not worthy. The Heaven Creation Divine Palace understood this point very well. Therefore, Elder Situ had said that they were not interested in Qin Yan's Sun Soul. I will kill you. Great Elderly took out an axe that flickered with blue light and charged at Qin Yan. Everyone immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. The Sacred Transformation Realm expert of the Divine Inscription Palace actually made his move. In that instant, everyone believed that Qin Yan would undoubtedly die. So what if you are a Sacred Transformation Realm expert? Qin Yan shouted coldly. The divine hammer in his hand suddenly became very large. The handle of the hammer was 2 meters long and the head of the hammer was like a large water jar. This was a small divine hammer that he had transformed from the heavenly Tao flame into and infused into the 9th Sun Divine Hammer. Absolute yang power surged out from his nether Sunday. The most powerful thing about the 9th Sun Divine Hammer was that it could increase the user's power by several times without affecting the user in the slightest. Qin Yan easily brandished the 9th Sun Divine Hammer with both hands and met Great Elderly's gigantic axe. The moment the hammer and axe collided, a loud rumbling sound was heard. The sound was accompanied by a violent shockwave that shook the heavens and earth. A violent wind howled and rushed in all directions. Zhang Xingxian also released a wave of saint power to protect the earth so that it wouldn't be torn apart. After the intense light that erupted from the collision disappeared, everyone looked up into the sky, searching for the figures of Qin Yan and Great Elderly. After they clashed, they were both sent flying. What was shocking was that Qin Yan seemed to be completely fine. The mighty 9th Sun Divine Hammer in his hand was still flickering with intense light. As for Great Elderly, his white hair was fluttering in the wind and his expression was extremely unsightly. The huge blue battle axe in his hand had actually shattered. That blue battle axe was a saint-tier weapon, yet it was destroyed just like that. What was even more unbelievable was that blood flowed from the corner of Great Elderly's mouth. The arm that was holding the blue battle axe had also split open. It was torn apart by the berserk power. Everyone was dumbstruck. Great Elderly was a Sacred Transformation Realm expert, yet he was injured by a young man. Is the Sun Soul really that terrifying? Someone said in shock. Impossible, right? No matter how strong the Sun Soul is, it's only a divine weapon. If a person who uses a divine weapon is not strong enough, it's impossible for him to defeat a Sacred Transformation Realm expert. An old man exclaimed, it seems like Qin Yan's strength is very strong. The 9th Sun Divine Hammer in Qin Yan's hand also suddenly shrank and dimmed, as if it had fallen asleep. At this moment, everyone believed that the 9th Sun Divine Hammer was sleeping, but Qin Yan had forcefully awakened it. Qin Yan, how did you become so strong? Great Elderly still did not believe it and cried out in alarm. When he saw his son, Li Gaochen, being injured, he really thought that Qin Yan's power came from the 9th Sun Divine Hammer. I've always been that strong. It's just that you all thought I was weak. Qin Yan said coldly, do you still want to fight? Even without the 9th Sun Divine Hammer, I will still beat you up. Great Elderly gritted his teeth and snorted angrily, why wouldn't I dare? No matter what, I will borrow your Sun Soul today. Qin Yan's expression was solemn as he prepared for battle. His opponent was a Sacred Transformation Realm expert, so he was still rather nervous. Great Elderly, Qin Yan's Sun Soul has already been lent to me. Princess Anya's cold voice suddenly rang out, accompanied by a vast and mighty aura that enveloped the entire Heaven Creation Palace. When Great Elderly heard this voice, he immediately trembled. His eyes widened as he looked at the masked Princess Xianxia. He remembered that this masked person had come out with Xianxia before. At that time, he did not know who that person was, but now that he heard the voice, he knew that it was the Palace Master of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. The Heaven Creation Palace Master is actually together with Xianxia. Heaven Creation Palace Master. Is this true? Great Elderly felt the terrifying might and his voice softened a bit. Everyone present was dumbstruck. The Heaven Creation Palace Master, who rarely appeared, was actually in the Heaven Creation Palace and was even together with Xianxia. His son's soul has already fallen asleep. He needs the core crystal mother to awaken for a short period of time. Princess Xianxia said coldly, "Do you have the core crystal mother?" As a sacred transformation realm expert, he naturally knew about the matter of the core crystal mother. Great Elderly's face was ashen, and his facial muscles were trembling. It was obvious how angry he was at this moment. His son was seriously injured and unconscious. He was at a disadvantage when he fought with Xianxia just now. Now, he was ridiculed by the princess of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Everyone is somewhat shocked. The princess of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace actually lectured the Great Elderly of the Divine Inscription Palace in public. This is not giving him any face at all. Although Great Elderly was a sacred transformation stage expert, he did not dare to be presumptuous in front of the Heaven Creation Palace Master. The Heaven Creation Palace Master was not a sacred transformation stage ranker, but her strength was very strong. This was something that everyone knew. In the Heaven Creation City, the Heaven Creation God Palace was the strongest. It was said that the Palace Lord of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace was from the era of the Nine Sons royal family. He had lived for so long but still hadn't become a sage. He wanted to stay in the Heaven Creation City. In terms of seniority, Heaven Creation Palace Master was the oldest in Heaven Creation City. Palace Master, hurry up and head to the Lion King's tomb. Leave this place to me. Xianxia smiled slightly, although I am young, my strength is above that of Great Elderly. Great Elderly gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He really wanted to fight with Xianxia. Today, this Great Elderly was suppressing a bellyful of anger, but he had nowhere to vent it, because whether it was Xianxia or the Heaven Creation Palace Master, they were both people he could not afford to offend. Heaven Creation Palace Lord, I hope you can lead Heaven Creation City to defeat the evil Dragon City. This old man will take his leave. Elderly snorted and rushed towards the city gate. Xianxia frowned. He's leaving the city? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Great Elderly's farewell was actually to head to the sacred wasteland. As long as they left the city, the sacred transformation stage experts would enter the sacred wasteland. Take care, I won't send you off. The Heaven Creating Palace Lord shouted. Grand Elderly also did not have the face to stay. After all, what he did today was indeed too excessive. He forced Xianxia to hand over the son's soul but was caught red-handed by the Heaven Creation Palace Master. In fact, in the Heaven Creation City, there were rumors that the Heaven Creation Palace Master would soon die. Everyone knew that the soul of the Heaven Creation Palace Master had not broken through for many years. Although his body was well maintained, if he did not break through, his soul would decay and dissipate sooner or later. Great Elderly also thought so, but when he saw the Heaven Creation Palace Master just now, he felt that the soul fluctuation of the Heaven Creation Palace Master was full of vitality. This was mainly the reason why the original Heaven Creating Palace Lord merged with Princess Xianxia. Xianxia, I'll leave this place to you. Princess Xianxia said. Yes, Palace Master, please rest assured. Xianxia nodded. Princess Xianxia suddenly soared up and flew towards the city gate. Xianxia also flew out with her. Xianxia watched them leave and felt somewhat puzzled. Because he can see that the Heaven Creation Palace Master is taking care of Xianxia. Xianxia followed Princess Xianxia and left Creation Heaven City. After arriving outside, he sensed a strong spatial fluctuation, as well as a fluctuation of saint power. That old fellow went to the sacred wasteland. Princess Dark Knight said. Why does this kind of guy keep staying in Heaven City? Qin curled his lips and said, the reason why Xianxia stayed in Heaven City and didn't go to Sacred Desolate is to lead the young disciples. A barbaric old fellow like him definitely has bad intentions staying in Heaven City. He wants to wait for the Heaven Creation Divine Palace to decline, then control it and master the 9-dragon Heavenly Origin Formation. Princess Xianxia said, Heaven City's 9-dragon Heavenly Origin Formation has been watched by the Divine Inscription Palace for a long time. They have requested many times to let them enter the formation to study it. Qin took out the soul-chasing talisman. After determining the location of the Divine Inscription Mountain, he flew over with Princess Xianxia. Then did you agree to their request? Qin asked. No, we didn't even let them see it. Princess Xianxia said, those guys from the Divine Inscription Palace have bad intentions. The 9-Yang Divine Palace has been swindled by them several times. Princess, if you don't stay in Heaven City in the future, will there be any problem with Heaven City? Qin asked. If Evil Dragon City and Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon are finished, then Heaven City can be disbanded. Princess Xianxia said, Heaven City has always been here to keep an eye on Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon. Qin wished he could kill Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon. After becoming stronger, he is very confident. He said, if we join hands, we will definitely be able to kill Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon. Princess Xianxia shook her head and said, we might not succeed, sealing Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon is enough. If we want to kill Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon, we will have to pay a great price. Not long after, Qin arrived inside the Divine Inscription Mountain with Princess Xianxia. As soon as he returned, Shimen Dazhuang and Shimen Qinglian ran over. Old uncle, we have successfully fused the Divine Inscription Mountain with Titan God Totem. Shimen Dazhuang said with mischievous smile. Old Mountain, quickly tell uncle, how is the result? Shimen Qinglian said with charming smile, then glanced at the masked Princess Xianxia. Although Princess Xianxia is wearing a mask, Shimen Qinglian knows that she is a great beauty. She likes beautiful women, so her eyes frequently glanced at Princess Xianxia's tall and slender body. Mountain God sat on a rock and said with smile, Boss, I can make the Divine Inscription Mountain turn into a very strong Titan God. Do you want me to demonstrate it for you? No need, I will change it when I need it. Qin said with smile, then looked at Yi Shaosong. During this period of time, Yi Shaosong learned many runes from Xiaohua and others. Shaosong, what about Elder Shui and others? Qin asked. Third Elder and 3 seniors are in seclusion, they are beginning to repair their bodies. Yi Shaosong said with smile, Old Xiao is truly awesome, he can make them cultivate broken bodies. During this period of time, Yi Shaosong also understood the situation of the Divine Inscription Gate. Although they don't have many members, each and every one of them are very powerful. Old Mountain, we are preparing to set off. Next, we will prepare to fight against Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon. Qin's tone is somewhat heavy as he said, this battle will be very dangerous. Little Black Donkey said with smile, Boss, no need to worry about the Divine Inscription Mountain. With my great god Xianwu totem, that bullshit Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon is not our match. Princess Xianxia told the mountain god the approximate location of the Lion King tomb and then left the Divine Inscription Mountain with Qin. They must quickly go to the Lion King tomb. Qin flew in the air and took out a talisman. He handed it to Princess Xianxia and said, this is my soul-chasing talisman. If we get separated, you can use this talisman to find me. After Princess Xianxia received it, she said, I heard from Xianxia that the evil-slaying divine talisman you refined is pretty good. Can I take a look? Qin took out a evil-slaying divine talisman and handed it to her. Princess Xianxia suddenly stopped in the air and looked at the evil-slaying divine talisman. She sensed the energy inside and said with frown, it is indeed very powerful. But it doesn't seem like you refined it? The blood soul power is not yours. It was refined by Sister Steamed Bun and the others. Qin said. Princess Xianxia once helped Qin refine materials together with Zi Qingqing and the others. She also knows that there are several beautiful women inside Qin's storage magic tool. The evil-slaying divine talisman that Qin took out was refined by Zi Qingqing and the others when they became 9th-stage immortal emperors. Therefore, its power is not weak. When dealing with evil-slaying divine talisman, it can suppress the evil power inside the body of evil-slaying divine talisman. As for the weapon transformed from the holy talisman, because it has powerful holy power, it can break through the body of evil slaying divine talisman the moment it explodes. As long as it is accurate, the evil slaying divine talisman will most likely be killed. How many do you have? Princess Xianxia asked. Xianxia took out more than 10 and handed them to her. Is it enough? Princess Xianxia said in surprise, is it easy to make this kind of talisman? It's quite easy for me. Xianxia smiled, Princess, you are now a very powerful inscription saint master. You gave us 9 Daoyan runes before, you won't take them back, right? Don't worry, I also have those 9 Daoyan runes. Princess Xianxia put away the dozen or so evil-slaying divine talisman and said, if there's a chance, we can discuss it. Xianxia was still thinking about how to rope in Princess Xianxia and let them watch the furnace fire. After all, her heavenly fire divine fan is very suitable to strengthen the furnace fire. But now, Princess Xianxia has fused with the heaven creation divine palace. With a shake of her body, she has become a saint inscription master. Xianxia only feels that it is becoming more and more difficult to let Princess Xianxia watch the furnace fire. Princess Xianxia and Xianxia continued flying towards the Lion King's tomb. Princess, you should be very familiar with the Lion King's tomb, right? Xianxia asked, what's going on with those 9 Netherrealm heavenly lions? I heard that because they ate the divine universe evil dragon's flesh, they also turned into evil-slaying divine ghosts, right? No. Those 9 Netherrealm heavenly lions also ate the evil divine universe golden stone. Princess Xianxia sighed and said, back then, the evil divine universe golden stone harmed many people. That so-called evil divine universe golden stone should be the purple-red divine universe golden stone, right? Xianxia said. Princess Xianxia nodded and said, it's the purple-red divine universe power that you absorbed. Actually, this is not the evil divine universe golden stone. It's just that creatures that absorb this kind of divine universe power will become very evil. Then why? Xianxia said with a frown, I don't think this kind of situation has happened to me. The purple-red divine universe power is a very strong kind of energy. It is evolved from a normal divine universe golden stone. After absorbing this kind of divine universe power, all kinds of formidable power within one's body will be quickly excavated. Princess Xianxia, who was flying in front, looked at Xianxia, who was behind her. Then she said, and the power of the evil side will also be excavated. Princess Xianxia remembers that Xianxia's body is hiding a very violent evil devil power. Last time, when Xianxia found out that something happened to his father, that kind of evil and formidable power almost caused Xianxia to collapse. Therefore, Princess Xianxia feels that it is even more strange. Xianxia's body is clearly suppressing a very strong evil power, but it has not been released by the purple-red divine universe power. When Xianxia thought about it carefully, he couldn't help but shudder. It was simply too dangerous for him to absorb the purple-red divine universe's power. Ling Yun'er said, Xiaoyun, don't be afraid, with the Nether Sun's suppression, as long as you don't lose control, others won't be able to release the Nether Devil power inside the Nether Sun. The strongest power inside the Nether Sun is that kind of demonic power. This was something Xianxia had had since he was very young. It had always been hidden deep within his body and soul. Later, when he obtained the Nether Sun, that mysterious evil power also entered the depths of the Nether Sun and was suppressed. It was only when he had a mental breakdown that the terrifying evil force would erupt. Xianxia said with a smile, Princess, this is nothing strange. It can only mean that I am a very pure person. Ha ha ha, what's the matter with the terrible evil power in your body? The Dark Knight Princess snorted, and the beauties you bring with you. Are you the only one who is pure? Do you really think I will believe that you are honest, Qin? Xianxia curled his lips. He really wished that Xiao Yuan was here to smack Princess Xianxia's butt. Only Xiao Yuan would dare to spank her. Xianxia did not dare. While flying, Xianxia took out the soul-chasing talismans that belonged to Xiaqiru and Xiao Yuan. Xiaqiru and Xiao Yuan are together, far away from him. Whose soul-chasing talisman? Princess Xianxia asked. Yuan. I miss Yuan very much. Xianxia said. Where is she? Princess Xianxia asked. Yuan came to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range, why didn't she enter Heaven City? Princess Xianxia had once been with Xiao Yuan. Although she was often taken advantage of by Xiao Yuan, she was not angry. I don't know. Qin shook his head. Xiaofeng also came? Princess Anya asked. She's still in the Guanghan Palace. Qin said, not many people from the Guanghan Palace came this time. When Long Xiaofeng was in the Dragon Matter, she often stayed with Princess Anya. Qin took out Xiao Yuemei and Long Youqing's soul-chasing talismans and said in amazement, these two girls are not far from us. They are in that direction. Could they also be in the Lion King's tomb? Princess Anya said. I wonder what these two girls have been doing in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range for the past few days. Qin suddenly sped up and said, we need to hurry to the Lion King's tomb. Princess Anya knows that Qin is worried about Xiao Yuemei and Long Youqing. In the Dragon Matter, Princess Anya was often together with Long Youqing. She also has feelings for Long Youqing. In her eyes, Long Youqing is a rare good sister. Knowing how terrifying the Lion King's tomb is, Princess Anyi is as anxious as Qin. She wants to head to the Lion King's tomb as soon as possible. 2 days later, Qin and Princess Anya approached the Lion King's tomb. As Qin flew in the sky, he could see a layer of haze shrouding the area in front of him from afar. Evil aura surged to the sky. Qin, is your core crystal mother full of energy? Princess Dark Knight asked. I asked Sister Steamed Bun and the others to help me save up. Qin nodded. Unless it's absolutely necessary, it's best not to use the Sun Soul. Use other weapons first. Princess Dark Knight said, Sun Soul weapons should only be used at critical moments. Princess, the 9 Desolate Divine Blade, Qin did not finish asking. Princess Anya interrupted him, I will temporarily leave the 9 Desolate Divine Blade with you. Wait until we enter the Immortal Graveyard. My memory is not complete, don't act recklessly for now. Aside from the 9 Desolate Divine Blade, there is also a mysterious bloodline heavenly rune box. Qin took out the floating cloud rod and tightly held it in his hand. As they approached, he sensed a tyrannical energy wave rushing over. A great battle broke out in front, I don't know if it is over or not. Qin took out Situ Xiao Ai's soul-chasing talisman, it is still reacting. I will go find Elder Situ and the others first. Princess Anya said, follow me. Qin wanted to go find Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor and the others, but after thinking about it, he decided to follow Princess Anya to find Elder Situ. Very soon, they entered the area shrouded in evil energy. Qin is high up in the sky and saw 2 huge black celestial bodies in front of him, they are hidden in black clouds. Damn it, Tu Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang actually appeared here. Qin cursed in low voice. Not only Xiaoyang, 9 Sun Palace and those altars might also come. Princess Anya snorted, this is not strange, after all, this is a very powerful energy that can help break the seal of the Lion King tomb. From the sky, Qin also saw a very large city on the ground. That large city is filled with black gas and condensed into a black heavenly lion head. Inside this large tomb city, there are 9 very large tomb palaces. 9 powerful nether-realm heavenly lions are sealed inside these tomb palaces. 2 Xiaoyang are floating above the heavenly lion tomb city, protecting it from being breached. Long ago, Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon brought people to occupy the heavenly lion tomb city. Although they have occupied it for a very long time, they have been unable to break the 9 tomb palaces. The seal is still there. They can't even break a single tomb palace. Princess Anya said. Qin said, a great battle also broke out here, there are dragon races' dragon power fluctuations. It seems like dragon race's strength is not weak, they can fight against Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon. Right now Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon is not in peak condition, otherwise we wouldn't be able to resist him. Princess Anya looked towards the southeast direction of the Heavenly Lion Tomb City and said, let's go, we will go over there. Qin took out Situ Xiao Ai's soul-chasing talisman, Situ Xiao Ai is in that direction. And Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor's aura is coming from another direction. Heavenly Lion Tomb City's situation is rather complicated, all kinds of tyrannical energy are everywhere. Divine Inscription Mountain is still behind, it won't take long for them to arrive. Qin feels that with Divine Inscription Mountain's current strength, they will definitely be able to resist Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon for a while. Qin and Princess Anya, who were in the air, flew over and saw a huge black city suddenly emerging from the thick black clouds. This is heaven-defying sect? Princess Anya promptly pulled Qin Yun to prevent him from flying forward. I thought it was Nine Sun Palace. Qin Yun tightly gripped the floating cloud rod and snorted, heaven-defying sect's territory is really big. In the sky above Heavenly Lion Tomb City, not to mention the two evil suns, there is actually a huge flying city patrolling. The city was flying slowly, and it was hidden in the thick clouds without a sound. Fortunately, Qin Yun and Princess Anya discovered it early, so they didn't bump into it. At this moment, Qin Yun suddenly sensed a familiar aura. It's Elder Situ's. Heaven-defying sect bastard, you group of watchdogs, if you have the guts, come out and fight with us. Elder Situ is on the ground, he used his formidable immortal emperor power to roar. Heaven-defying sect's city is flying here and there. Because there is a powerful barrier, it is very difficult to break through. And the city has gathered a powerful force, it can activate a powerful killing formation to deal with the people attacking the city. It is not easy for Elder Situ and the others to attack the city. If they want to charge into the Lion King's tomb, they must destroy the defense outside. Weaklings of Creation Heaven City, you want to fight against Lord Evil Dragon with just this little bit of ability? Lord Evil Dragon is currently breaking the barrier sealing the Heavenly Lion, so he didn't come out to deal with weak things like you, otherwise you would have already died. Heaven-defying sect's people responded, the one who spoke is an old man. Heaven-defying sect bastard, you are as timid as a mouse. If you bastards were not holed up in the Heavenly Lion tomb, we would have annihilated you long ago. Elder Situ shouted, don't forget, you were beaten up by us and had to flee in a sorry state before. When Qin Yun flew over, he also sensed the aura of the dark royal race people. What puzzled him is that the immortal desolate Great Emperor and the devil immortal Great Emperor did not participate in the battle. The Alliance Army, the Variant Dragon race and the Sun Spirit race are participating in the battle. The reason why the evil forces from the Immortal Desolate want to follow Divine Universe Evil Dragon is also because Divine Universe Evil Dragon is the most likely to find the Immortal Graveyard. A voice came out from the huge flying city of the heaven-defying sect again. It is still that old man. He laughed loudly and said, we are just too lazy to fight with you. You all saw it too, the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation released by the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor was unable to do anything to us. I heard that the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation was given by Qin Yun. Ha ha ha. Qin Yun's trash is really not that good. Qin Yun tightly gripped the floating cloud rod, his heart is already filled with anger. The heaven-defying sect is the great enemy of the inscription gate. He is very clear how Shui Hui and Triple Radiance were tortured by the heaven-defying sect. Now, the heaven-defying sect is right in front of him. Qin Yun looked at the huge and sturdy flying city in front of him, his expression gradually became gloomy. He took out the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon. Qin Yun, you want to make a move? Princess Xianxia asked in a low voice. Go down and tell Elder Situ to prepare for a great battle. I want to break through this city. Qin Yun's expression is gloomy as he said, I want to settle this with the heaven-defying sect. Princess Xianxia nodded and said, all right, then be careful. Qin Yun increased the size of the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon by a bit. He took out a relatively large cannonball. That cannonball is made from a very large star energy source. After being refined by the Dan Transformation Heavenly Furnace, it also absorbed a lot of holy oil and divine universe power. The 9-dragon heavenly origin formation inside the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon also began to accumulate power. Qin Yun is currently activating the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation to absorb a large amount of star energy. The 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon slightly trembled, the condensed energy is becoming stronger and stronger. That kind of energy secretly surged and actually swept up a gust of wind, blowing away the thick black clouds in the sky. In just a moment, the sky above the Lion King's tomb became very clear and one could see the boundless blue sky. The heaven-defying sect's huge black city also appeared in the sky. At this moment, the people inside the heaven-defying sect all sensed that there is a very powerful energy surging in the dark. Who is being presumptuous? An angry shout came from within the huge flying city, you are not from Heaven Creation City? They don't have such an expert. Who are you? Qin Yun asked in a deep voice. I am the sect master of the inscription gate. Xianxia said coldly, heaven-defying sect, today is your doomsday. When the people of Ni sect learned that Xianxia was outside and was condensing strong energy, they were somewhat worried. Don't be afraid of that guy. It's just that the thing in his hand is more powerful. His cultivation is not high. As long as we are sure that no one is lying in ambush outside, we will go out and kill him. Heaven-defying sect's patriarch shouted. He was also trying to appease the people. Tian, the flying city where the Ni sect was located, had a very strong defensive bounded domain. Elder Situ and his group of people had attacked it before, but they failed to break it. Institute therefore, the headmaster of Tian Ni sect was very confident that he could resist Xianxia's attack. Division Elder 2 and the others are looking at the huge flying city in the sky from far away. They all saw Xianxia. Qin, the 9 heavens dragon lion cannon in Yan's hand, was releasing a very intense light. Even in broad daylight, it was still very dazzling. Division Elder 2 looked at the sky in astonishment. Xianxia's cultivation is not very high, but now he suddenly appeared here. Why is Xianxia here? Situ Xiao Ai said with frown, Father, we should quickly go and help him. When Elder Situ and the others were ready to take action, Princess Anya suddenly flew over. Palace Master! Elder Situ exclaimed. Everyone get ready. When Xianxia breaks through the flying city, we will rush over to deal with the heaven-defying sect. Division 2 Xiaoai said anxiously, what about Xianxia? Is he all right there by himself? Princess Anyi said, he will be fine. We need to pay attention to the other guys who will come to support us. The desolate dragon race and the imperial clans were in other places. Some were dealing with the Alliance army, while others were dealing with the mutated dragon race or the Nine-Yang Palace. In short, there were all sorts of chaotic battles in the vicinity of the Heaven Lion graveyard. Situ Xiao Ai whispered, Palatial Master, did you come with Xianxia? Princess Xi took out a long sword and nodded, yes. He is now a 9th stage immortal emperor. Even if a sacred transformation stage expert were to make a move, he would be able to resist for a period of time. The people of Heaven City knew Xianxia better. They found it hard to believe that Xianxia was a 9th Heaven immortal emperor. They don't be Elder Situ, because when Xianxia first came to Heaven Creation City, he was the one who received him. At that time, Xianxia's cultivation was not high. Such as not long after, Xianxia had become a 9th Heaven immortal emperor. He's not even afraid of sacred transformation stage experts? An elder of the Heaven Creation God Palace said in shock. Great elderly of the Divine Inscription Palace wanted to snatch his son's soul and was injured by him. What do you think? Princess Anyi looked at the sky and said, Xianxia is preparing to attack. Let's see if he can break through the defense of that flying city. The great elderly of the Inscription Palace, a sacred transformation stage expert, was actually injured by Xianxia. Elder Situ was dumbstruck and also a little afraid. He said in a low voice, Palace Master, about the matter of the Divine Universe Golden Rock. I took advantage of him a little. I hope you can help me say a few words or make up for his losses. Don't worry, he doesn't care about it. Princess Dark Knight said. Really? Elder Situ heaved a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Situ Xiao Ai and secretly rejoiced that his daughter had a good relationship with Xianxia. Princess Anya knew that Elder Situ gave the 9 Desolate Divine Saber to Xianxia. Xianxia obtained the 9 Desolation Divine Saber, he made a killing. She also knew that the Divine Universe Golden Rock that Xianxia gave to the Heaven Creation God Palace was a relatively small one, not that big one. Situ Xiao Ai is very worried that Xianxia would take revenge on her father. After seeing the Palace Master guarantee this matter, she felt a lot more at ease. Xianxia floated in the sky, activating the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation to accumulate energy for the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon. The surging storm blew away the thick black mist. Lion, the sky above the King's Tomb City is very clear. Everyone in the Heaven Creation City is looking at Xianxia, who is beside the Heaven-defying sect Flying City. Xianxia looks very small in front of the Heaven-defying sect Flying City, but the energy fluctuation he is accumulating is extremely terrifying. And the people on the ground are all very apprehensive after sensing that kind of energy. It's about time. Xianxia's 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon has accumulated enough energy. Of course, this is not the limit of the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon. it is only the limit that Qin Yun can control. 9. The star cannonball inside the heavenly dragon lion cannon has already been prepared. The star cannonball itself is a very strong energy. Coupled with the berserk energy of the 9 heavens dragon lion cannon, the cannonball has even more penetrating power. Qin Yun gritted his teeth and looked at the gate of the heaven-defying sect Flying City in front of him. Flying City has already released a very strong protective cover. 9. The heavenly dragon lion cannon let out an angry roar, just like the dragon and lion roar when fighting for supremacy. The cannonball shot out like a beam of light towards the gate of the Flying City. Everyone held their breath and stared at the strong beam of light that shot out. In the blink of an eye, it hit the barrier outside the Flying City. When the beam of light penetrated the barrier, everyone let out a burst of cheers. Then, there was a huge boom sound. What is shocking is that the beam of light actually penetrated the gate of the Flying City and hit the relatively central area of the Flying City. Then, there is a burst of explosion. The black Flying City of the Ni sect suddenly burst into flames. All kinds of screams came from inside. The Flying City of the heaven-defying sect was breached and seriously damaged. Qin Yun's attack is so amazing. The people of the Heaven Creation City originally did not believe that Qin Yun could destroy 2 altars and kill 2 evil sons, but now they have to believe it. The defense of the Flying City of the heaven-defying sect is very terrifying. Elder Situ and the others attacked it for a long time, but they could not break it. Qin Wenyan arrived, he only shot out a cannon. Not only did it break the protective cover, but it also broke the gate. The inside of the city was even more chaotic because of the violent energy. Qin Yun, we must catch him and eat him. The headmaster of the heaven-defying sect let out an extremely angry roar. A wave of evil power suddenly rushed out. The headmaster of the heaven-defying sect is a very strong evil ghost and heavenly monster. In the heaven-defying sect, there are a lot of evil ghosts and heavenly monsters. They are extremely angry and rushed out. Elder Situ and the others quickly flew into the sky to fight the heaven-defying sect. Qin Yun put away the 9 heavenly dragon lion cannon. He is also very surprised because the defense of the Flying City is much stronger than he imagined. He thought that his cannon would be able to smash the Flying City into pieces. He did not expect that it only penetrated the gate and exploded inside. When the cannonball passed through the barrier, most of its energy was consumed. So after entering the city, its power was greatly reduced, so it was unable to destroy the entire Flying City. However, the barrier is also temporarily ineffective because of the impact. Ling Yin'er said. Yun took out the floating cloud rod and used the light transformation sacred pupil. His body instantly turned into a white light and flashed to a higher altitude. At the same time, he also avoided the group of evil ghosts and heavenly monsters that rushed towards him. The barrier of the Flying City is temporarily ineffective. Qin Yun wants to take this opportunity to destroy the entire Flying City. Bastards of the heaven-defying sect, you are so cruel to Elder Shui and the others. I will make you pay a painful price. The end of the floating cloud rod in Qin Yun's hand suddenly became very long, like a huge pillar that can support the sky. At this time, everyone also saw the huge floating cloud rod in the sky, fiercely chopping down from the sky above the Flying City. Quickly stop him. The headmaster of the heaven-defying sect roared and rushed towards Qin Yun with a group of powerful elders. Princess Xianxia, Elder Situ, and other experts of Heaven Creation City immediately went to block the group of experts of the heaven-defying sect. Boom! The huge floating cloud rod fiercely fell in the middle of the black giant city. Tremor at the same time, the black flying city was smashed into 2 halves from the middle by the giant rod. The incomparably sturdy flying city of the heaven-defying sect was actually destroyed by Qin Yun in a few moves. The broken flying city, the internal formation was seriously damaged and could not maintain the flying city's flight. The 2 halves of the flying city quickly fell to the ground and were smashed into pieces. The group of people of the heaven-defying sect and the evil ghosts and heavenly monsters immediately wailed and let out angry and loud cries. Their powerful and sturdy fortress was destroyed just like that, and it was destroyed by one person. Heaven-defying sect, you once destroyed my inscription gate and used torture on my disciples. Today, I destroyed your heaven-defying sect, how do you feel? Qin Yan's cold and imposing voice made the headmaster of the heaven-defying sect even more angry. Qin Yan, I will chop you alive and eat you. The headmaster of the heaven-defying sect roared ferociously. He is fighting with Princess Anya. Dark Princess Anya is the palace master of the Heaven Creation God Palace. She is very strong. She can fight with the headmaster of the heaven-defying sect and several powerful elders with ease. Chop me into pieces? Qin Yan sneered, his body rushed over like a light and summoned the Nether Soul Sacred Blade. He quickly and ruthlessly slashed at the headmaster of the heaven-defying sect. That headmaster was fighting with Princess Anya. Feeling Qin Yan rushing over, he was alarmed and took out a black long rod to block Qin Yan's slash. Qin Wenyan's saber fell, a vast vibration, deep and angry roar shook the surrounding people to the point that they felt uncomfortable. Princess, leave this guy to me. Qin Yan said. Princess Anya was secretly alarmed. She did not expect that Qin Yan, who has become a 9th-stage immortal emperor, would have such amazing power. The power of the 9-style annihilation can only be reflected at a higher realm. This is what Xianxia said. Qin Yan's saber just now was the 9-style annihilation, Heaven Quake. After the long rod in the hands of the headmaster of the heaven-defying sect was slashed by the saber, it was full of cracks. Even his arm was split open. This caused the other evil spirits and heavenly monsters to be shocked. Their headmaster is a very strong evil spirit and heavenly monster, but he was actually suppressed by a human. Qin Yan's second saber slashed out violently. When the saber slashed out, the aura became even more violent. A saber shadow flashed out and the saber shadow turned into thousands of lightning. The thunderous saber shadow shrouded down, although the powerful body of the heaven-defying sect's headmaster was protected by the evil shield, it was instantly destroyed and his body was full of saber scars. Qin Yan had been looking for a way to fight against the evil ghosts and monsters, but now he didn't need to look for it because he could absorb the power of the purple-red divine universe and have the same power as the evil ghosts and monsters. This was the most effective way to fight against the evil ghosts and monsters. During the battle, Qin Yan could feel that his strength was stronger than those evil spirits and heavenly monsters. The heaven-defying sect leader in front of him was a very strong evil ghost and monster. When he fought with Qin Yan, he found that the purple-red divine universe power in his body couldn't resist Qin Yan's attack at all. His powerful body seemed very fragile in front of Qin Yan's power. The reason why the evil ghosts and monsters ran amok in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range was mainly because they could absorb the purple-red divine universe power and cultivate a very powerful body. Surprised, right? Qin Yan smiled coldly and suddenly flashed behind the heaven-defying sect leader. When the big saber slashed down, a very strong spiritual wave rippled out. The special ability of the Nether Soul Sacred Blade was to release a very strong spiritual attack. The heaven-defying sect leader originally wanted to dodge, but after the spiritual attack, his eyes suddenly became blurred. Bastard! The heaven-defying sect leader roared and could only use all the power in his body to block the saber. The saber wind whistled and the heaven and earth shook, another move of the heaven. Annihilation 9 style, Heaven Tremble. The heaven-defying sect leader's shoulder was slanted and his arm was chopped off along with more than half of his shoulder. Black blood gushed out. The people who were fighting in other places were amazed when they saw the heaven-defying sect leader being suppressed by Qin Yan and having his arm cut off. The people of Heaven Creation City were very curious how Qin Yan suddenly became so strong. The people of heaven-defying sect and the evil ghosts and monsters were shocked to see their boss injured. Some of the heaven-defying sect disciples suddenly fled quietly. The flying city of heaven-defying sect was smashed and the sect leader was being suppressed by others. The people of Heaven Creation City were very fierce and even those powerful evil ghosts and monsters couldn't resist. If this continued, the heaven-defying sect wouldn't be able to get any advantage. Therefore, many disciples saw that the situation was not good and ran away. In their opinion, it was more important to save their lives. The heaven-defying sect leader was very clear that he was not Qin Yan's opponent. He was already injured and one of his arms was cut off. If this continued, he would be killed by Qin Yan sooner or later. Therefore, Tian Nisec's patriarch also had to escape. It's your turn to taste the power of the life-sealing soul-devouring lock. Qin Yan released supergravity and enveloped a large area. The heaven-defying sect patriarch, who had just escaped, felt that his body suddenly floated uncontrollably. It was Xianxia's gravity domain. In Xianxia's gravity domain, the heaven-defying sect master's body suddenly became weightless, so his body floated uncontrollably. The injured heaven-defying sect patriarch kept moving his hands and feet and screamed loudly. He thought he could escape, but he found that he had greatly underestimated Xianxia's strength. Xianxia had several ways to make the heaven-defying sect patriarch stay. A few life-sealing soul-devouring chains suddenly flew out and entered the heaven-defying sect patriarch's body. Ah! That blood-curdling scream seemed to come from enduring incomparable pain. Just hearing it would make one's hair stand on end. Everyone looked at Xianxia from time to time. At this moment, they also realized that Xianxia had placed the life-sealing soul-devouring lock into heaven-defying sect's body. This life-sealing soul-devouring lock was originally used by heaven-defying sect to deal with others. Now, heaven-defying sect patriarch actually tasted this kind of pain. Spare me. Ah! Heaven-defying sect patriarch constantly screamed. Spare you? How is this possible? Xianxia sneered, took out a tool and sealed the heaven-defying sect patriarch in that spatial magic tool. Heaven-defying sect had tortured Shui Hui and Triple Radiance for so long, Xianxia would not let him off so easily. Xianxia held the Nether Soul Sacred Blade and rushed into the chaotic battlefield. He specifically looked for those powerful evil spirits and heavenly monsters to kill. Princess Anya was the same. She was also very good at dealing with evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Basically, she could kill a very strong evil spirit and heavenly monster in a few moves. In the sky, Xianxia flew back and forth. His speed was very fast. Wherever he went, evil spirits and heavenly monsters would be blown up. Their body fragments would explode everywhere. Xianxia's Nether Soul Sacred Blade was infused with the Heavenly Tao's ferocious power. Every saber strike was filled with the absolute yang power, making people deeply feel the ruthlessness of the heavenly might. Just this kind of aura was enough to scare many people. Normally, the evil spirits and heavenly monsters that people feared, the evil spirits and heavenly monsters that were hard to kill, were cut into pieces in front of Xianxia in just a few saber strikes. The evil spirits and heavenly monsters that were cut into pieces are still considered good. Some of the evil spirits and heavenly monsters were directly crushed by countless saber energy after being hit by the thunderburst saber. Heaven-defying sect's disciples, whether they are humans or evil spirits and heavenly monsters, all of them are filled with incomparable fear towards Xianxia. Heaven-defying sect bastards, don't even think of running. Xianxia shouted coldly and let Long Tianji come out. After Long Tianji came out, she released a large number of small lightning dragons. She and Xianxia cultivated together and also absorbed the purple-red divine universe's power to break through. The small lightning dragons she released are also very strong. Under Long Tianji's control, those small lightning dragons flew out like a large net. After locking onto the heaven-defying sect's disciples, they flew over and wrapped around them. Many of the heaven-defying sect's disciples were fleeing, but after being locked onto by the small lightning dragons, they couldn't run so fast. Heaven Creation City's people are all focused on killing the heaven-defying sect's humans. The evil spirits and heavenly monsters that are difficult to kill are handed over to Xianxia, Princess Anya, and Elder Sidhu. Suddenly, a 10-meter-tall armored man appeared. After this armored man appeared, many people panicked and thought that he is the helper of heaven-defying sect. However, as soon as the armored man appeared, he grabbed an evil spirit and heavenly monster and directly tore it into two halves. Heaven Creation City's people are all shocked to see this kind of power. The evil spirits and heavenly monsters' bodies are very tough, but in front of the armored man, they are as fragile as a piece of paper. The most terrifying thing is that when the armored man stretched out his hand, his palm seems to have a suction force that can suck in the evil spirits and heavenly monsters. The evil spirits and heavenly monsters that were caught were either crushed to pieces or torn into several pieces. Xianxia is also very apprehensive when he saw the armored man's power. The armored man is transformed from the divine inscription mountain. It is the Titan totem created by Shiman Qinglian and Shiman Dazhuang. The divine inscription mountain has now transformed into the Titan totem. Its strength is unparalleled. What is inconceivable is that such a big guy can actually fly in the air nimbly, and his battle power is also frighteningly high. Xianxia, is that thing the divine inscription mountain? Princess Anya said in surprise. Yes. Xianxia said, I will leave this place to you. His nether soul sacred blade has absorbed many remnant souls and the divine inscription mountain will also absorb them. Where are you going? Princess Anya asked after stabbing an evil spirit and heavenly monster into a beehive. Attack Xiaoyang. Xianxia looked at the huge tomb city not far away and said, before going to the heavenly lion tomb city, I want to get rid of the two Xiaoyangs. In the sky above the heavenly lion tomb city, there are two huge Xiaoyangs floating. The two Xiaoyangs are currently pouring energy into the heavenly lion tomb city to help break the seal of the 9 tomb palaces. Therefore, Xianxia must quickly get rid of these two Xiaoyangs. Pa. Divine Inscription Mountain transformed into the Titan Totem, as if he is swatting a mosquito. He clasped his hands together and smashed an evil spirit and heavenly monster into minced meat. This scene caused the scalp of the people of Heaven Creation City to go numb. They don't know the origin of this armored man, they only know that he is here to deal with the heaven-defying sect. The evil spirits and heavenly monsters that are very difficult to kill in the eyes of many people are like mosquitoes in the eyes of the Titan Totem. If they are smacked, they will die without a doubt. Xianxia, what is that thing? Is it yours? Elder Situ shouted from the distance, it won't attack us, right? That is the transformation of my divine inscription mountain, it won't attack you. I will leave this place to you, I will go deal with the Xiaoyang, see you later. Xianxia finished speaking and flew towards a huge Xiaoyang in the distance. Elder Situ looked at the agile and huge armored man and sucked in a breath of cold air. He has now experienced the power of the inscription gate and knows that this Qin honest is not easy to bully. The divine inscription mountain is controlled by the mountain god, he is a member of the inscription gate. When he found out that Shui Hui and Triple Radiance were abused by the heaven-defying sect, he was very angry in his heart. Therefore, as long as the heaven-defying sect's evil spirits and heavenly monsters are caught by the armored man, they will either be crushed, torn or smashed into minced meat. Princess Yi followed Xianxia and said, this divine inscription mountain seems to be stronger than you, it's really scary. Xianxia laughed, that's what they did, I also didn't know that the divine inscription mountain would become so scary. When he flew towards a Xiaoyang, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura nearby. It's the immortal desolate sacred master and the others. Xianxia frowned, they are also fighting? There is no fighting near the Xiaoyang. However, after Xianxia went over, he sensed the very strong aura of the immortal desolate sacred master. Below. Princess Yi shouted. The immortal desolate sacred master and the 4 heavenly kings are on the ground, in addition to them, there is also Heartless Immortal Venerable. After Xianxia landed, he shouted, Senior Heartless, what are you doing here? Immortal desolate sacred master, Heartless Immortal Venerable and 4 heavenly kings are all standing on a platform below in a daze, unable to move. Don't come down, it's a great formation. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master shouted, it was created by those damned Xiaoyang race bastards, be careful. There is a very large octagonal battle stage below. When Xianxia landed, he also discovered that it is a formation. It's the Dark Royal race's 8 evil bodies securing formation. Princess Yi said, leave it to me. After speaking, she dived down and rushed towards one of the corners. Princess Yi understands the Dark Royal race very well, and now that she has inherited the memories of the Heaven Creation Palace Master, she is an inscription saint master. Breaking formations is not difficult for her. Want to break the formation? No way, someone suddenly shouted coldly. Dark Dragon King should be the commander of the Dark Royal race's group of dragon warriors. His dragon head is rather special, it has 2 bull horns and they are blood red. Dark Dragon King, I didn't expect you to become Divine Universe Evil Dragon's lackey. You have half of 9 Sun Royal race's bloodline in your body, yet you shamelessly become dogs. Princess Anya said with sneer, Divine Universe Evil Dragon was sealed by 9 Sun Royal race back then, yet you became his dogs. Shut up. Dark Dragon King roared and hacked at Princess Anya with his saber. Xianxia suddenly dodged and used the floating cloud rod to block the saber. Dark Dragon King's black dragon head saber landed on the floating cloud rod and was shaken by a very violent power, issuing a loud buzzing sound. Dark Dragon King tightly held the saber hilt, his body trembled and the saber almost flew out of his hand. Just now, Qin secretly used vibration power and poured it into the floating cloud rod. Therefore, the vibration power is very fierce. You are Qin? Dark Dragon King saw Qin and cried out in alarm, "How can you be so strong?" "Fine, both of you can die." Qin said to Princess Anya, "Princess, you go break the formation, leave this guy to me. He looks much weaker than heaven-defying sex sect master." "Arrogant, heaven-defying sex sect master is indeed much stronger than me, but with your weak human body, you are not my match." Dark Dragon King doesn't seem to know that heaven-defying sex sect master has been captured. He only knows that heaven-defying sex flying city has been destroyed and a very fierce battle has erupted there. Princess Anya has already gone to break the formation while Qin and Dark Dragon King are fighting. Dark Dragon King's strength is indeed weaker than heaven-defying sex sect master, so Princess Anya is not worried about Qin. "Qin, you just came from heaven-defying sex battlefield, right? You must have been beaten very badly over there." Dark Dragon King laughed loudly and said, "Heaven-defying sex sect master's strength, did he scare you?" Qin is fighting Dark Dragon King with the floating cloud rod. It seems like he is being suppressed by the Dark Royal race. He is trying to increase the distance so that Princess Anya won't be able to break the formation. Otherwise, if he fought at close range, the explosive power would affect Princess Anya breaking the formation. The heaven-defying sex sect master is very strong, but he has already been captured by me like a dead dog. Qin sneered. "A weak human like you only knows how to brag all day long." The Dark Dragon King laughed heartily and said, "If you were that powerful, you would have taken me down long ago." Qin looked behind him. He was already far away from Princess Anya and the array. The floating cloud staff was suddenly filled with the ferocity of the heavenly Tao. The ferocious power of the heavenly Tao transformed into a little heavenly lion. Under Qin's control, the heavenly lion's power can restrain these dragons. "I will take you down immediately, you idiot." Qin roared and smashed with his rod. After the floating cloud staff condensed the ferocious absolute yang energy, it suddenly erupted. It wasn't just the floating cloud staff that was about to explode with the absolute yang energy, there was also the 9 forms of sky annihilations, sky quake. At first, the Dark Dragon King only thought that Qin's attack was weak. But the moment he used his saber to counterattack, he suddenly discovered that Qin's rod was extremely terrifying. Boom, the power erupted, the saber in the Dark Dragon King's hand was directly broken and his shoulder was hit by the rod. Ah, the Dark Dragon King let out a roar filled with fear. The moment his shoulder was hit, his entire arm was forcibly torn apart by the extremely terrifying power. The Dark Dragon King's body is very strong, but his arm was separated from his body by the rod. This kind of terrifying power caused the Dark Dragon King to feel deep fear. "I already said that you are weaker than the heaven-defying sex sect master. That guy can resist for a while." After Qin finished speaking, he released super gravity and pressed down on the escaping Dark Dragon King. The panic-stricken Dark Dragon King fell to the ground under the pressure. Qin swooped down and smashed the Dark Dragon King's head with his rod, directly smashing it into pieces. The Dark Dragon King of the Dark Royal race is equivalent to the clan king of an imperial race. He was killed just like that. After Qin collected the remnant soul power, he arrived at Princess Anya's side. Although he is fighting in the distance, Heartless Immortal Venerable and Immortal Desolate Sacred Master also saw what happened to Qin. This kind of power caused them to be incomparably shocked. "Little brother, you are too awesome," one of the 4 great heavenly kings, Imperial Beast Heavenly King, Qin's big brother Pig, said in shock. Qin said with smile, "Big brother Pig, long time no see." "Indeed long time no see, but your legend has always been circulating in my ears." Imperial Beast Heavenly King said with smile, "That Dark Dragon King died so miserably, I can't see it up close, what a pity." Qin looked at Immortal Desolate Sacred Master and said, "I am going to attack Xianxia, are you interested?" "Of course I am interested. After we get rid of this formation, we will go kill those 2 Xianxias." Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said with chuckle. He only agreed to go together because he saw how strong Qin is. Princess Anya very quickly broke the 8 evil body securing formation and flew towards the 2 Xianxias. After they got close, they sensed that the two Xiaoyangs are constantly transferring energy to the Heavenly Lion Tomb City. Xianxia's evil dragon has already transformed into human form and is currently breaking the formation inside the city. Xiaoyang came from Divine Desolate. The energy inside is very strong. This kind of energy can indeed break the seal of the 9 tomb palaces. Inside the Heavenly Lion Tomb City, there are 9 sealed Nether Realm Heavenly Lions. They are the strongest subordinates of Xianxia's evil dragon. They are much stronger than heaven-defying sect master and the others. Dragon race and Imperial race are fighting the Alliance army and 9 Sun Palace. Princess Xianxia said, "They are over there." Xianxia saw a flying island south of the Heavenly Lion Tomb City. It is the island where 9 Sun Palace was built. Xiaoyuemei commanded the inscription Divine Mountain to do it once before. "For heavenly kings, go and help. This will help them reduce some pressure." Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said. Heartless Immortal Venerable said, "Those evil spirits and heavenly monsters are very difficult to deal with. I will also go." Xianxia nodded, "Be careful." Now, only Immortal Desolate Sacred Master, Xianxia and Princess Xianxia are flying towards Xiaoyang. If Xianxia wants to attack Xiaoyang, he will need someone to protect him. Xiaoyang is the key to breaking the 9 tomb palaces. If Xiaoyang is attacked, he will surely be protected. We have to quickly get rid of those 2 Xiaoyangs. If the 9-headed Heavenly Lion comes out, the situation will be reversed. Princess Xianxia said, "The guys protecting the 2 Xiaoyangs must be very strong." Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said, "Don't worry, we can definitely deal with them." Immortal Desolate Sacred Master is very strong. After all, he is a sacred transformation expert. While going over, Xianxia asked Ling Yan'er to control the Nether Sun and release a kind of energy to conceal his aura. Now that they are very close to Xiaoyang, Xianxia looked at the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon in his storage space. It has not cooled down yet, so he cannot use it now. "Have you thought about how to get rid of Xiaoyang?" Immortal Desolate Sacred Master asked anxiously. "There are so many guys protecting the 2 Xiaoyangs, moreover they are all evil spirits and heavenly monsters. It seems like they are from Evil Dragon City." Princess Xianxia is also waiting for Xianxia to take action. Xianxia placed the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon into the floating cloud staff space and controlled the 9 Dragon Rune Heavenly Sabers to operate inside the floating cloud staff. He wants to borrow the power of the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation, and this time, he wants to use the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation to activate the power of the Divine Universe. Xiaoyang is too strong, moreover, he is protected by many evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Xianxia wants to make sure that he can kill 1 Xiaoyang at a time. If he can't succeed in one move, then it will be a waste to try again. Moreover, Princess Xianxia and Immortal Desolate Sacred Master will also have to protect Xianxia. "Get ready," Xianxia said in low voice. "When I make my move, you guys just need to protect me." "Master Qin, are you really confident that you can defeat that Xiaoyang?" Immortal Desolate Sacred Master looked at the huge black ball in front of him. They are currently floating in the sky. The huge black ball in front of them is a huge monster. In comparison, they are as small as grains of sand. Xianxia said, "Definitely, you just watch." The 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation is operating very quickly, releasing the Divine Universe power. Xianxia controlled the Divine Universe power inside and infused it into the floating cloud staff. Suddenly, a very strong fluctuation of Divine Universe power rushed out. Releasing the Divine Universe power will definitely cause this fluctuation. This kind of fluctuation could travel a very long distance. Begin. Xianxia suddenly felt that when he controls this powerful Divine Universe power, it is very easy. He suspects that it is because he cultivated the purple-red Divine Universe power. The floating cloud staff in his hand suddenly became very big. What surprised him is that the floating cloud staff actually turned into the shape of a saber. It can be seen that this is the influence of the 9 Dragon Rune Heavenly Sabers. Xiaoyang is black. A huge golden saber suddenly appeared near Xiaoyang. It immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the Heavenly Lion Tomb City. Seeing the saber and feeling the fluctuation of the Divine Universe power, everyone is very shocked. Some people know that Xianxia is there, but they are not sure that it was Xianxia who did it. Roar! Suddenly, Divine Universe Evil Dragon's furious roar came from the Heavenly Lion Tomb City. "Xianxia is here, quickly stop him." The 9-dragon heavenly origin formation combined with the floating cloud staff transformed into a golden saber, suddenly released an even stronger divine universe power and fiercely hacked down. Rumble, a heaven and earth shaking power rushed out in all directions. Xiaoyang was cut in half. The cut Xiaoyang released a powerful energy wave. It is as if the heaven and earth is being engulfed by a violent energy wave. Violent gale, violent thunder, they are all covering the heaven and earth, they are all roaring crazily. The moment Xiaoyang exploded, it is as if the heaven and earth are being destroyed. Qin Yun, just you wait. Divine Universe Evil Dragon knows that it is Qin Yun who did it, he furiously roared. Qin Yun has destroyed another Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang is very strong. This is something everyone knows. However, they were beaten down by Qin Yun again and again. Qin Yun is like Xiaoyang's nemesis. He always has a way to kill Xiaoyang. Suddenly a large group of people flew out of the Lion King Tomb City. They are all 2 to 3 meters tall and have dark skin. These are evil ghosts and heavenly monsters. Qin Yun has seen similar evil ghosts and heavenly monsters before. The ones with Situ Wusheng are also like this, but they are much smaller. The hundreds of evil ghosts and heavenly monsters that flew out are very big and their weapons seem to be made out of bones. They are all bone spurs. Be careful of those bone spurs. Elder Situ suddenly shouted, those bone spurs are transformed from divine cosmos evil dragon's bones. If you are stabbed, you will turn into evil ghosts and heavenly monsters. These hundreds of evil ghosts and heavenly monsters have very dreadful bone spurs. They are all elite subordinates of divine cosmos evil dragon. The earth suddenly trembled, and a huge black city came crashing over. Evil Dragon City is coming. Evil Dragon City is a mobile city. There are many powerful evil ghosts and heavenly monsters inside. The battle over at 9 Sun Palace is very intense. Outer Heaven Domain Alliance Army is also fighting very desperately because they have common interests with Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon. Princess Anya said, Qin Yun, leave this place to us. Our Heaven Creation City has experience in dealing with Evil Dragon City's evil ghosts and heavenly monsters. Quickly stop Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon, don't let him break open the 9 tomb palaces. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said, quickly kill that Xiaoyang. There is still Xiaoyang who is constantly sending energy to Heavenly Lion Tomb City. Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon has not come out yet, he is clearly in a hurry to break open the 9 tomb palaces. Once the tomb palaces are broken open, he will have 9 extremely strong subordinates. Hundreds of evil ghosts and heavenly monsters flew out of Heavenly Lion Tomb City, their complexion turned sinister and they began roaring. Heaven-defying sect has already been destroyed, now Heaven Creation City's people have gathered to deal with the evil ghost and heavenly monster army. War broke out again, this time it is even more intense, the sky and ground are filled with chaotic battles. Qin Yun hid within the chaotic battle and flew towards Xiaoyang. As he flew over, he suddenly sensed someone approaching. Yuma. Qin Yun recognized Xiao Yume's aura and lightly yelled. Xiao Yume has arrived, it seems like she arrived very early. She was wearing a black battle outfit and holding a red saber in her hand. She suddenly appeared beside Qin Yun and flew towards Xiaoyang together with him. Brother! Xiao Yume shouted, are you going to kill that Xiaoyang? N. Qin Yun nodded and said, I want to stop Divine Universe Evil Dragon from breaking open the 9 tomb palaces. If the 9-headed Elysian lion comes out, it will be dangerous. Xiao Yume whispered, brother, if I told you not to destroy that Xiaoyang, would you listen to me? Qin Yun frowned and said, why? Tell me the reason. He was still flying towards Xiaoyang, trying to get close to destroy it. If that 9-headed heavenly lion runs out, you can use the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron to take it away. It can make your Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron even stronger. Xiao Yume said. Yume, is this true? This isn't a joke. Qin Yun asked earnestly. If it is really as Xiao Yume said, this is an opportunity for the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron. It's true. Xiao Yume said with certainty, brother, do you know where I went with you, Qin? Where did you go? Qin Yun somewhat anxiously said, quickly explain this matter, I want to make a decision as soon as possible. Xiao Yume said, Yu Qing brought me there, she said that she wanted to find a dragon called Cloud Dragon. We found that dragon told us about it. Cloud Dragon? What kind of dragon is that? Qin Yan asked in amazement. Cloud transformed, it doesn't have any battle power but it knows many things related to dragons. Yu Qing is a heavenly dragon god, so she can sense the existence of Cloud Dragon. Xiao Yuemei said. Qin Yan is looking at Xia Yang, he is hesitating whether or not he should destroy it. Yuemei, what if I can't take away that 9-headed heavenly lion? Qin Yan is very conflicted as he asked. It doesn't matter even if you can't take it away. That 9-headed heavenly lion is the same as Divine Universe Evil Dragon, its heart is sealed. Therefore, it is not as strong as legend says. Let Divine Universe Evil Dragon break open the tomb palaces, then you take away the 9-headed heavenly lion and then kill that Xia Yang. Qin Yan knows that Divine Universe Evil Dragon's heart is sealed in a different place. Therefore, Divine Universe Evil Dragon also wants to go to the immortal graveyard. The 9-headed heavenly lion was very strong in the past, although its body is sealed, its heart is still sealed. Alright, I will listen to you. Qin Yan finally made his decision and asked, where is Yu Qing? She is with Dragon Race. Xiao Yuemei said with charming smile, brother, I want to return to Inscription Divine Mountain. I did not expect that during the time when my big sister was not here, Inscription Divine Mountain would become so strong. Go back and instruct Old Mountain to help Heaven Creation City deal with those evil ghosts and heavenly monsters. Those evil ghosts and heavenly monsters are very difficult to deal with. Qin Yan said. Xiao Yuemei said with mischievous smile, old brother, me and Yu Qing killed many evil ghosts and heavenly monsters on the way to find Cloud Dragon. Qin Yan suddenly discovered that Xiao Yuemei's cultivation is not low, her cultivation is also very fast. How did you do it? Qin Yan asked. At this time, 3 evil ghosts and heavenly monsters rushed over, they are more than 3 meters tall. A small mirror suddenly appeared in Xiao Yuemei's hand. She held the handle of the mirror and pointed it at the 3 evil ghosts and heavenly monsters, then shot out 3 white light beams. After being illuminated by the light beams, the evil ghosts and heavenly monsters suddenly stopped in the air and began trembling unceasingly. It seems like they are very afraid of the light beams released by Xiao Yuemei's mirror. Qin Yan is startled, then rushed over with the floating cloud rod in his hand and smashed the 3 evil ghosts and heavenly monsters into pieces. While attacking, he discovered that the energy inside the evil ghosts and heavenly monsters has been suppressed. Qin Yan is endlessly pleasantly surprised. He returned to Xiao Yuemei's side, pinched her charming and soft face and said with smile, awesome my Yuemei. How did you do it? My mirror recorded a special martial spirit. When I encountered evil ghosts and heavenly monsters, my mirror reacted and told me that I can use that martial spirit's power to deal with evil ghosts and heavenly monsters. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, I will immediately return to the Inscription Divine Mountain and use that martial spirit to increase the power of the Inscription Divine Mountain. Xiao Yuemei's mirror is very heaven-defying, it can record many kinds of spirit bodies, martial spirits, inscription spirit, heavenly rune martial spirit, divine ability martial spirit, they can be quickly used when needed. Xiao Yuemei ran away and disappeared without a trace. Qin Yan now realized that his worry about Xiao Yuemei was unnecessary. If the evil ghosts and heavenly monsters run into Xiao Yuemei and Long Yu Qing, they will surely be abused to the point that they will doubt their life. The Inscription Divine Mountain has transformed into an armored man, Hercules. He is flying around in the sky, specialized in dealing with those huge evil ghosts and heavenly monsters. Some evil ghosts and heavenly monsters can transform into huge beasts and fly in the sky, their power is also very formidable. Hercules' power is very great, he can use his formidable power to increase his speed. After Xiao Yuemei returned to the Inscription Divine Mountain, Hercules fiercely jumped into the sky and rushed towards a huge eagle. This huge eagle flew out from the evil dragon city. Hercules directly rushed over and created a hole in the eagle's body. Then he entered the eagle's body and randomly attacked it, tearing it to pieces from the inside. In this chaotic battlefield, Hercules is the most eye-catching one. Because those huge evil ghosts and heavenly monsters that cause people to tremble with fear can't even withstand a single blow from Hercules, they are torn to pieces in 2 or 3 moves. Hercules is more than 10 meters tall while Shinyu Evil Dragon's elite subordinates are only 3 meters tall. Therefore, if they are caught by Hercules, they will be torn to pieces. After Xiao Yuemei joined in, Hercules' eyes shot out two white light beams. It is released by Xiaoyueme's small mirror martial spirit. After being illuminated by the white light beams, all the evil ghosts and heavenly monsters tremble from head to toe and their battle power sharply drop. At this time, Hercules rushed over. As if he is swatting mosquitoes, he vigorously clapped his palms together and turned those 3-meter tall elite subordinates into mincemeat. Forget about the evil dragon city's evil ghosts and heavenly monsters, even heaven creation city's people are scared witless by Hercules. Xinyu evil dragon's elite subordinates are all very strong, their bodies are very tough, but now they are like mosquitoes, turned into mincemeat by Hercules' slap. Within the Divine Rune Mountain, Shimen Dazhuang, Little Black Donkey and others are roasting dragon meat while looking outside through the space inside the mountain. Every time they kill an evil ghost or heavenly monster, they loudly shout. How about we attack the evil dragon city? Xiaoyueme said with smile. Alright, let's charge in and do it. Little Black Donkey excitedly yelled, Big sister, my black tortoise great formation has not been activated yet, there is no place to use it. Once we enter the evil dragon city, I will be able to activate the black tortoise great formation. Xiaohua said with smile, let's call boss. More than half of the evil dragon city's people have run out, let's go destroy the evil dragon city. Alright. Xiaoyueme shot out two light beams through Hercules' eyes towards Qin Yun and sent him spiritual sound transmission. Brother, we are preparing to attack the evil dragon city. Are you coming? Xiaoyueme asked. Alright, let's attack together. Qin Yun immediately rushed towards the huge black city. Back then, it was because of the sudden appearance of this city that Qin Long was killed. Qin Yun has long since wanted to destroy this evil dragon city. Ling Yun'er said, Xiao Yun, evil dragon city has existed for so long, moreover it can produce so many powerful evil ghosts and heavenly monsters, there must be an energy source inside. Could it be that purple-red divine cosmos power? Qin Yun suddenly became excited and said, this city has been leaking out a lot of purple-red divine cosmos power for many years, maybe there is an energy source inside. Let's go in and take a look. Ling Yun'er said. Evil Dragon City's gate is tightly shut, it is protected by a very powerful barrier. Wanting to rush in from the sky is not easy. Divine Rune Mountain transformed into Hercules very bravely and ferociously rushed towards the gate. As Hercules rushed over, his body erupted with very formidable power. Hercules' totem also appeared on his body. Qin Yun thought that he would have to expend a lot of effort to open the door. He never expected that Hercules would charge straight in. The gate was sent flying into the city and landed on the bodies of a large group of evil spirits and heavenly monsters. The group of evil spirits and heavenly monsters were all very strong. They immediately blasted the door into the sky. Suddenly, a large group of wraiths and heavenly monsters roared and charged at the Hercules. Hundreds and thousands of humanoid evil spirits and heavenly monsters, each 2 to 3 meters tall, pounced on the gigantic Hercules and launched a ferocious attack. The Hercules looked like he was being bitten by many mad dogs. He kept swinging his arms and legs, flinging away the evil spirits and heavenly monsters that were pouncing on him. Qin Yun was suddenly very worried. He was afraid that the Divine Inscription Mountain would not be able to withstand it. However, when he saw the Black Tortoise array being activated, he felt much more at ease. The Hercules god's body seemed to be enveloped by an illusory image of a black tortoise. The evil spirits and heavenly monsters that flew over were sent flying by a very powerful force when they collided with the illusory image. The Black Tortoise Great Formation has been activated. Hercules has a strong enough defense. Ling Yun'er said with smile, Xiao Yun, quickly enter the city and find the energy source of the evil dragon city. The evil dragon city had only been sealed for many years, but the evil ghosts and heavenly monsters within the city were able to survive. Furthermore, the entire city had a very strong barrier, which meant that there must be a very powerful energy source within the city. Xiaoyueme is inside Great Strength God's body, she can use that special white light to make evil ghosts and heavenly monsters feel fear. Even if Great Strength God faces a large number of evil ghosts and heavenly monsters, it can still deal with them. Furthermore, there are many offensive formations and tools inside the Divine Inscription Mountain. If Hercules can't withstand it, he can turn back into the Divine Inscription Mountain and activate those killing formations. He can also exterminate many evil spirits and heavenly monsters. After the evil dragon city was breached, a large number of wraiths and monsters saw the tall Hercules enter and focused their attention on him. Xianxia bid farewell to Xiaoyue and then entered the depths of the evil dragon city. The divine universe evil dragon was not an evil dragon city. This was a good opportunity. I wonder if the divine cosmos evil dragon will be able to break through those 9 tomb palaces. Xianxia is still somewhat worried. Although he wasn't afraid of the divine cosmic evil dragon now, he didn't want to face the divine cosmic evil dragon for now because he wanted to smoothly raid the divine cosmic evil dragon's lair. It was dark inside the evil dragon city. A thin layer of black fog covered the sky, blocking the strong sunlight. Due to Vigor's entrance, there were all sorts of violent auras. Xianxia, who was invisible, was relatively safe. Although the city was dark, Xianxia could sense the presence of the evil spirits and heavenly monsters after entering. This was mainly because he had learned that secret technique from Shimen Dazhuang, which allowed him to sense evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Most of the wraiths and monsters in the city were rushing towards the Hercules. However, Xianxia sensed that several powerful evil spirits and heavenly monsters' auras did not move. Could that be the place where the energy source is hidden? Xianxia was alarmed as he carefully flew towards the motionless auras. Not long after, he arrived at the foot of a hill. The cave on the hill wasn't very big, only about 2 meters tall. It didn't look like it was suitable for those huge evil spirits and heavenly monsters to enter. There are several auras at the foot of the hill. Xianxia closed his eyes and sensed carefully. He confirmed that there are 3 very strong evil spirits and heavenly monsters at the foot of the hill. Many evil spirits and heavenly monsters are rushing towards the city gate, only the 3 evil spirits and heavenly monsters at the foot of the hill are not moving. It can be seen that they are guarding something. Xiaoyun, you must be careful. Ling Yin'er suddenly said, those 3 evil spirits and heavenly monsters are not simple. If they are truly guarding this city's energy source, then they must be very strong. They can stay beside the energy source all day long and also absorb energy to cultivate. It is impossible for them not to be strong. How strong are they? Xianxia firmly held the floating cloud staff after entering the cave. Even if they are not as strong as Divine Cosmic Evil Dragon, they should be more or less the same. Since Divine Cosmic Evil Dragon can leave the Evil Dragon City without worry, he must be very confident in the 3 evil spirits and heavenly monsters guarding this place. Ling Yin'er said. Xianxia nodded, then proceeded forward even more cautiously. He also doesn't want to alarm those 3 evil spirits and heavenly monsters. At the end of the cave, there is an underground cave. If he wants to explore further, he can only enter that underground cave. Xianxia controlled his body to float in the air and slowly dropped down from the underground cave. The cave looks very deep, it is unknown what is down there. The more Xianxia goes down, the more he can sense those 3 very strong aura fluctuations. Ever since he became a 9th stage immortal emperor, he has never been afraid of those evil spirits and heavenly monsters. But now that he is approaching those 3 evil spirits and heavenly monsters, he feels a bit scared in his heart. Those 3 evil spirits and heavenly monsters are very strong. After approaching, Xianxia realized that Ling Yin'er had underestimated the strength of the 3 evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Ling Yin'er said that those 3 evil spirits and heavenly monsters are about the same strength as Evil Domain Evil Dragon. But now it seems that if the 3 of them join hands, they will be even more dreadful than Divine Cosmic Evil Dragon. Yin'er, do you want to continue? Xianxia asked Ling Yin'er in his heart. He is now floating in the cave and not continuing to descend. It is also because he knows that the evil spirits and heavenly monsters below are very strong. He doesn't want to continue because he knows nothing about the situation below. If there is a barrier below, it will be very dangerous if you directly go down. Ling Yin'er thought for a moment and said, Xiaoyun, it would be better to release a strand of soul and go down to investigate. Alright. Xianxia used one thought Imperial Heaven Art and released a strand of soul into the depths of the cave. He closed his eyes and can see the situation below through that strand of soul. This kind of technique can only be used at close range. If the soul is too far away from him, it will be very difficult to control and he won't be able to receive clear information. Not long after, that strand of soul entered below and made a great discovery. Below the cave is a very spacious underground plaza. In the middle of the plaza, there is a half-meter tall purple-red light ball. And beside the purple-red light ball, there are 3 bald old men covered in evil aura sitting on the ground. Those 3 bald old men are wearing black clothes, their eyes are closed and they are absorbing the purple-red light ball's energy. Xianxia is very certain that the purple-red light ball is the purple-red divine cosmos power. Is that the energy source of this city? Xianxia is pleasantly surprised. Just now, his strand of soul probed and found that there is no barrier below. Xiaoyun, those 3 bald old men don't seem to have noticed your approach. Ling Yin'er said. Could it be related to my cultivation of the purple-red divine cosmos power? Xianxia laughed in his heart and said, if I disguise myself as an evil ghost or heavenly monster, I might really be able to get away. Suddenly, that strand of soul saw an astonishing scene. The ground of the underground plaza suddenly emitted a large amount of purple-red light. The purple-red light turned into purple-red mist and was absorbed by the purple-red light ball. When Xianxia saw this scene, he immediately realized what is going on. After the evil ghosts and heavenly monsters in the city died, the purple-red divine cosmos power within their bodies would suddenly dissipate, and on the ground of the underground plaza, there must be a very special formation that can absorb the purple-red divine cosmos power. Xianxia observed for a while and discovered that the purple-red light ball did not grow bigger after absorbing a large amount of purple-red divine cosmos power. There is no change at all. I've retrieved a large amount of purple-red divine space power but there isn't any change. This purple-red divine space power is simply not much for that ball of energy. Ling Yin'er said, Xiaoyun, you must get that thing. Even if Ling Yin'er did not say anything, Xianxia would still get his hands on it. After he cultivated the purple-red divine cosmos power, he discovered that this kind of divine cosmos power is even more suitable for him to cultivate. Although he directly absorbed the divine cosmos golden stone's energy before, it greatly improved his body but compared to the purple-red divine cosmos power, it is far inferior. Xianxia slowly landed on the plaza's ground, then lightly floated towards the 3 bald old men. When Xianxia is about 20 meters away from the 3 bald old men, he suddenly stopped. That was because the 3 bald old men had suddenly opened their eyes. That trash Shin Cosmos evil dragon can't even guard the gate. We overestimated him back then, one bald old man said in cold voice. Xianxia is extremely apprehensive, these 3 old men have discovered him. Moreover, they dare to say that Shin Cosmos evil dragon is trash, his heart is secretly thumping, he did not expect that these 3 bald old men would have such high position. The 3 old men look exactly the same, their appearance is very ordinary, their sharp eyes are filled with coldness. They know that Xianxia is here but they did not immediately attack. You can sneak in, you are quite capable. One bald old man looked at Xianxia's position. Xianxia is currently concealing himself, moreover he is doing his best to conceal his aura but he was still discovered. You also absorbed a lot of divine cosmos purple energy. It made us think that you are an evil ghost or heavenly monster. One bald old man's eyes suddenly turned cold as he looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's heart immediately jumped, he can now sense that these 3 bald old men are very strong. Who are you people? Xianxia coldly asked. We are guardians. Guardians of divine cosmos purple crystal. One old man suddenly stood up, looked at Xianxia and coldly said, you absorbed the divine cosmos purple energy but did not protect the divine cosmos purple crystal, you will die. Xianxia suspects that the divine cosmos purple crystal is the source of the large number of evil ghosts and heavenly monsters, it might be the mother of the purple-red divine cosmos power. The reason why he can't confirm that it is the mother is because the divine cosmos evil dragon's heart might also have some divine cosmos purple crystal. Guardian? Xianxia tightly grasped the floating cloud staff and coldly snorted, I don't care who you are. Divine cosmos evil dragon killed my father, today I will destroy everything here and take revenge for him. You don't know what's good for you. A bald old man suddenly charged at Xianxia. As he was charging over, he suddenly disappeared and then appeared behind Xianxia. He punched Xianxia's back. In that instant, Xianxia used the heavenly firmament Dao art to toughen his body. Xianxia now knows how powerful the heavenly strong Dao technique is. After being punched, he only flew forward, he did not feel any pain at all. You have some skill, the bald old man is very surprised. He thought that he could punch through Xianxia's body. Xianxia's body is originally very strong. As a 9th-level immortal emperor, coupled with the nether sun inside his body, after using the heavenly strong Dao technique, his defense is naturally very strong. Third brother, can you do it? If you can't do it, just say it, don't try to be brave, the bald old man sitting beside the divine universe amethyst said with sneer. You guys sit there and don't move, I will definitely take care of him. The third brother is very unhappy, he once again rushed at Xianxia. After Xianxia blocked the punch, he has a certain understanding of the bald old man's strength. Seeing the bald old man rushing at him again, he promptly dodged. He took exquisite steps, his body is like a phantom, flashing back and forth in the plaza. The bald old man's attack speed is also very fast, he can actually keep up with Xianxia's pace. Every time Xianxia dodged to another position, the bald old man would immediately attack again. Xianxia can only dodge even faster. Just like this, Xianxia and the old man flew back and forth in the underground plaza, constantly dodging, and the old man also attacked one after another. At first, the old man could not even touch Xianxia's clothes, but later on, he gradually became familiar with Xianxia's pace and could touch Xianxia's clothes. If this continues, he will catch up to Xianxia sooner or later. Xiao Yun, find an opportunity and kill this old man. The other two old men have not attacked yet, they just don't know how strong you are. If the three of them join hands, you have no chance of winning. Ling Yin'er said, kill the one who is fighting you one-on-one, the remaining two will be easy to deal with. The reason why Ling Yin'er said it is easy to deal with is because the divine inscription mountain transformed into great strength God is outside. If they really can't beat them, they can ask great strength God to help. Xianxia can feel that every time the old man attacked, he would be able to touch his clothes. If this continues, he will be hit. Yun'er, begin. Xianxia shouted in his heart. After the old man attacked, Ling Yun'er suddenly released supergravity. The supergravity was extremely fierce. It suddenly pressed down and landed on the bald old man's body, causing him to kneel on the ground with a loud bang. The old man's knees landed on the plaza's tiles, directly smashing those thick and sturdy tiles, his knees also sinking into the tiles. The floating cloud staff in Xianxia's hand also ferociously fell down. Little Divine Hammer, Little Heavenly Lion and Little Divine Dragon released their energy at the same time, releasing 3 different nether sun totems. Boom, the floating cloud staff landed on the old man's bald head. A fierce and arrogant power accompanied by an intense flame burst out, enveloping the old man's body and directly turning him into ashes. The underground plaza also shook violently. Xianxia used Heaven Extermination 9 styles Heaven Shaking, the vibration power spread all around, causing the entire evil dragon city to shake. The bald old man was dead. The 2 bald elders sitting beside the purplish-red blob of light immediately widened their eyes at Xianxia. Their pupils constricted slightly. When Xianxia saw the 2 elders coming over, he immediately released the 9 dragon rune heavenly sabers. The dragon-marking heavenly blade flew over and surrounded the purplish-red ball of light. The 9 dragon heavenly origin formation suddenly opened. This 9 dragon heavenly origin formation not only has stars as its energy source, it also has divine universe golden stone. Now the divine universe golden stone's power has been released through the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation and created a very formidable ceiling formation that enveloped the 2 old men inside. This is 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. Who are you? The bald old man can no longer remain calm, he cried out in fear and unceasingly attacked the barrier. They were very disdainful towards Xianxia before because even divine universe evil dragon is nothing in their eyes. But now they are filled with endless fear. Xianxia can see that they are very afraid of the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. I am Xianxia. Xianxia sneered, then walked over to control the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation and released berserk power. The 9 dragon heavenly origin formation can seal, release defensive barrier, it also has killing formation ability. It is a very versatile super great formation. After sealing the 2 old men, the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation turned into a killing formation. Following Xianxia's control, the dragon head on the saber hilt unceasingly rushed out divine universe power, transformed into angry lightning dragons and attacked the 2 old men. It seems like you guys are not that awesome, Xianxia said with laugh. You are dead. We are protectors. If you kill us, you will die miserably, that old man furiously said. What exactly are protectors? Xianxia said with frown. We are not only protectors of divine universe amethyst, we are also protectors of heavenly Tao. Everything we do is to maintain the balance of heavenly Tao, that bald old man furiously roared. The other bald old man loudly shouted, living beings under heavenly Tao are too strong, they are damaging heavenly Tao's might, they are defying heavenly Tao, we have to create even stronger things to resist them. And you killed us protectors, you will suffer heavenly punishment. I am not afraid, you can all go to hell. Xianxia recalled how his father was killed, he coldly shouted and controlled the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation to release even stronger power. The energy released by the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation is becoming stronger and stronger. The two old men are covered with cuts and bruises, they are lying on the ground and twitching. The heavenly Tao you are protecting did not save you. Xianxia said with sneer. You will suffer retribution. Just you wait, you will die miserably under heavenly punishment, that bald old man sinisterly yelled. I am asking you, how can we kill divine universe evil dragon? Xianxia looked at the purple-red light ball and said, is there only one divine universe amethyst? If you want to kill divine universe evil dragon, you must destroy his heart. But his heart is indestructible, you cannot kill him. Divine universe evil dragon is a heavenly punishment divine beast we created, specially used to deal with enemies of heavenly Tao like you, he is unkillable. Xianxia is startled, this is the first time he heard about heavenly punishment divine beast and he is not unfamiliar with enemies of heavenly Tao. Tian Daozi often said that he is the enemy of heavenly Tao. And Princess Anya is also one of them. Xianxia suddenly suspects that there is a very strong and mysterious faction that is using the banner of heavenly Tao to create chaos everywhere, creating panic, causing people to fear heavenly Tao. Divine universe evil dragon is unkillable? Don't worry, I will get rid of him. Xianxia said with sneer, whether divine universe evil dragon is dead or not is uncertain, but you are all dead. Xianxia controlled the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation to erupt and thoroughly exterminate those two old men. After those 3 bald old men were killed, their purple-red divine universe power returned to the purple-red light ball. There is a divine universe amethyst inside the purple-red light ball, it is now surrounded by the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. I should be able to seal it. Xianxia controlled the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation and released its power to seal the purple-red light ball. Not long after, the light ball gradually disappeared and a thumb-sized purple crystal appeared. This is divine universe amethyst? Xianxia exclaimed in admiration in his heart, after divine universe goldstone evolved, it turned into divine universe amethyst? Such a small crystal can create so many powerful evil spirits and heavenly monsters? Xianxia entered the formation, took out a chest and placed the divine universe amethyst inside. The chest has half a chest of divine universe goldstone and 9 desolate divine saber. Originally there was a very mysterious bloodline heavenly pattern box, but that box has fused with the 9 desolate divine saber and is restoring it. The 9 desolate divine saber is also absorbing the divine universe power to restore itself. The things inside this chest are all very precious. Xianxia stored away the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation and the chest and quickly left the underground plaza. After he came to the surface, he discovered that the city has already turned into ruins. The most dreadful thing is that the sky is shrouded by a very strong evil dragon power. When Xianxia came out of the city, he saw a large number of evil spirits and heavenly monsters whose bodies have been destroyed. Divine universe evil dragon must know that his lair has been destroyed. It seems like he is very angry now. Ling Yuner said. Xianxia groaned, this guy caused my father's death, I will definitely kill him. The sky is shrouded by divine universe evil dragon's furious evil dragon power. Previously, divine universe evil dragon has been fighting a large number of evil spirits and heavenly monsters at the city gate. Those evil spirits and heavenly monsters cannot defeat divine universe evil dragon, they have been killed in a short while. Divine universe evil dragon is also smashing things inside the city. On the way out of the city, Xianxia saw many large hand and footprints, they are all filled with black flesh and blood. Many evil spirits and heavenly monsters have been trampled to death or slapped to death by divine universe evil dragon. Even Xianxia feels that divine universe evil dragon's power is very dreadful. If he faces off against Divine Universe Evil Dragon, he might be able to put up a fight. Old Shan, we are leaving the city. Qin Yun yelled. The Evil Dragon City's barrier has been completely destroyed. Qin Yun flew to the sky and punched down, sending down a frantic earthquake divine ability power. Boom boom boom, after several trembling sounds, the entire Evil Dragon City has collapsed. Those remnant souls have already been absorbed by the great formation inside the Divine Rune Mountain to be used as sacrifice to the Star God. Evil Dragon City has been destroyed. Alliance Army, Variant Dragon Race, Dark Royal Race, these evil forces are all secretly terrified. They all know that it was done by Qin Yun. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master, Elder Situ, and the others all thought that Qin Yun wanted to kill Xianxia. They did not expect that he would destroy the Evil Dragon City. Although they are very puzzled as to why Qin Yun did not destroy Xianxia, they did not ask. Because the destruction of the Evil Dragon City means the death of a large number of evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Qin Yun is now flying towards the Nine Yang Palace's flying island. Immortal Desolate Dragon Race and the others are fighting against Nine Yang Palace's people. Majority of Nine Yang Palace's people came from the Sun Altars, as well as the group of people who were driven out by Nine Yang Divine Palace. Since they joined the Evil Dragon City, they are also the enemies of Immortal Desolate Dragon Race and Imperial Race. While Qin Yun is rushing over, he is also paying attention to Heavenly Lion Tomb City's situation. As long as the 9 tomb palaces are opened, he will immediately go over and take away the 9-headed Heavenly Lion. Those Sun Altars are not here, what a pity. Qin Yun has already arrived above the flying island, he is looking down at Nine Yang Palace. This is the second time the Divine Inscription Mountain has attacked the flying island. Last time, it was the same for the Divine Inscription Mountain. It pierced a hole in the flying island. Now, the Divine Inscription Mountain that has transformed into Hercules blasted through the flying island and arrived at the Nine Yang Palace, intimidating a large group of people from the Nine Yang Palace. What is this? Hurry up and destroy this thing. When an old man from the Nine Yang Palace saw the Hercules, he shouted angrily and leaped over with a long saber in his hand. The old man from the Nine Yang Palace was very powerful. He was an elder-level figure. The long saber in his hand slashed towards Hercules' head. The saber chi that shot out was as sharp as a thorn, and the chi wave surged. Hercules waved his palm and caught the Nine Yang Palace elder who had jumped over. After the old man was grabbed by the Titan God's palm, he couldn't move at all. Waves of violent immortal emperor energy surged out of his body, trying to break free. Ah! The old man from the Nine Yang Palace suddenly screamed. His flesh and bones were crushed by the God of Strength's palm. He was in excruciating pain. When the other people from the Nine Yang Palace saw this scene, they felt a chill run down their spines. Bang! God Hercules threw the old man on the ground and stomped down with great force, causing the entire flying island to tremble. Hercules' strength was simply terrifying to the extreme. When Qin Yun saw this from afar, he exclaimed once again. When the people from the Imperial Clan and Immortal Desolate Dragon Race who were attacking the Nine Yang Palace saw that the Hercules who had suddenly appeared had such a powerful fighting strength, they were delighted and at the same time secretly shocked. They all knew that it was something Qin Yun had brought over. Nine Yang Palace, you sealed me in the Heavenly Tao altar back then. You didn't expect me to escape, right? Qin Yun looked at an elder from the Nine Yang Palace. The elder was one of the people who had been chased out by the Nine Yang Divine Palace. Qin Yun, you little bastard, the old man cursed angrily. He used his hands to draw runes in 8 directions and instantly drew a very strong offensive rune. The rune suddenly flashed and wrapped around Qin Yun's body. Qin Yun never expected his opponent to be an inscription dome master. After his body was wrapped by the runes, he realized that it was a chain with lightning and it was even a Dao Yen rune. Qin Yun's body was tightly bound, making it difficult for him to struggle free. Fortunately, he used heavenly strong Dao technique to make his body very sturdy. The chain runes tried to tighten but failed. Die. The old man from the Nine Yang Palace quickly used runes to carve out a mountain that pressed down on Qin Yun. Qin Yun snorted and unleashed the floating immortal rune ability, allowing his body to quickly swim and avoid the mountain that was pressing down on him. His body suddenly swelled up, Nether Sun Totem appeared on the surface of his body, very strong absolute yang power burst out and shattered the chain runes binding his body. It was a chaotic battle on the flying island. As long as the divine mountain of inscriptions turned into Hercules, as long as it grabbed someone, it would immediately tear them to pieces and beat them to death. This kind of extremely brutal power scared many people from the Nine-Yang Palace into fleeing. As for Qin Yun and the elders' battle, it made the group of experts exclaim repeatedly. Not long ago, Qin Yun was sealed in the Heavenly Law Altar. Not long after he came to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range, he became so powerful that he could fight against a 9th-level immortal emperor. Although the old man fighting against Qin Yun was driven out by the Nine-Yang Divine Palace, his strength is still very strong. Otherwise, they would not have made the imperial race treat them with such respect. But now, that old man is being chased by Qin Yun. The old man also wanted to run but he couldn't. Qin Yun released supergravity and chased after him. After being enveloped by gravity, one's body became very heavy and their speed became much slower. The old man also used all his strength to resist the supergravity to be able to move faster. He doesn't dare to continue fighting with Qin Yun because in his eyes, Qin Yun is an incomparably powerful evil ghost and heavenly monster. Among the same level, evil ghost and heavenly monster are much stronger than humans. If they don't have other methods to deal with evil ghost and heavenly monster, it would be very difficult to defeat them. Nine-Yang Palace, not only did you seal me, you even joined forces with Evil Dragon City and Heaven-defying sect to deal with me. Qin Yun said with sneer, you won't be able to escape. While Qin Yun is chasing, he used his lightning lock sacred pupil to release lightning. He used the lightning to transform into chains and tied up the old man. Then, he used his light transformation sacred pupil to transform his body into a ray of light as he chased after the old man. Boom, after Qin Yun rushed over, he vigorously smashed down with his rod. Heaven Extermination 9 style, heaven shaking, explosive vibration accompanied by ferocious flame shot out from the floating cloud rod. The rod smashed the old man's body into smithereens and scattered. And that vibration wave is ferocious and arrogant. The scorching hot air turned into a shockwave and attacked the flying island, causing it to shatter into pieces. Previously, the Nine-Yang Palace was suppressed by the immortal desolate dragon race. But after Qin Yun and the Divine Inscription Mountain joined in, they immediately collapsed. Although only a portion of Imperial race and immortal desolate dragon race attacked the Nine-Yang Palace, their strength is still very strong. Even if Qin Yun and great strength didn't come, they would still be able to take down the Nine-Yang Palace. Now, they immediately rushed towards the Alliance army and the variant dragon race. Qin Yun rushed towards the Heavenly Lion Tomb City. When he went over, he discovered a berserk dragon might coming over from that direction. It's not Divine Universe Evil Dragon, it seems like it's the variant dragon race. Qin Yun frowned as he looked at the Heavenly Lion Tomb City. The variant dragon race is also a very strong faction. Their leader is Lang Chong, he has dragon and wolf bloodline in his body. When Qin Yun rushed over, great strength God followed behind him. Lang Chong did not participate in the chaotic battle, instead he brought a small number of elite warriors to guard this place. The floating cloud rod in Qin Yun's hand suddenly trembled, it is condensing energy, preparing to attack. Lang Chong is holding a very strange scimitar. He can sense a very powerful guy rushing over, this kind of aura is somewhat familiar to him. Qin Yun's flying speed is very fast, Lang Chong also saw that person. Qin Yun! Lang Chong cried out in alarm. He also knows that Qin Yun participated in this battle, he even destroyed Evil Dragon City and Xianxia. The flying island in the distance was destroyed, it is very clear that it was Qin Yun's doing, and what made Lang Chong most apprehensive is that the rod in Qin Yun's hand is releasing a power aura, it is somewhat similar to the Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin formation. Lang Chong and others all know that Qin Yun gave the Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin formation to the immortal desolate dragon race. But now that Qin Yun still has the Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin formation's power, it means that Qin Yun has more than one Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin formation in his hands. Hello Master Qin, goodbye Master Qin. Lang Chong shouted and immediately ran away with his people. His voice is still echoing all around but his figure has already disappeared. Xinyan looked at the direction Lang Chong escaped in. He wanted to chase after him, but he sensed that there is a situation in the tomb city. Lang Chong ran very fast. Xinyan only paid a bit of attention to the situation in the tomb city and didn't know where Lang Chong ran to. This guy's ability to escape is pretty good. Xinyan lightly groaned. When Xinyan's cultivation was not high, he could use the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation to fight against extremely strong 9th-stage immortal emperors, let alone now. Lang Chong is very afraid of the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. After confirming that Xinyan has the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, he immediately ran away. Xiao Yun, there is a situation in the tomb city. Ling Yun'er suddenly shouted. A mass of black gas suddenly rushed out of the tomb city. The mass of black gas shot into the sky from the tomb city and smashed towards Xinyan like a meteor. Sensing that aura, Xinyan is shocked in his heart. That is Devil Immortal Great Emperor. Xinyan is horrified in his heart. How can this guy be so strong? He even has a very strong dragon power on his body. Ling Yun'er anxiously said, he must have obtained the Divine Universe Evil Dragon's divine essence blood. Hercules suddenly flew over, jumped into the sky and punched the black gas. Boom, the black ball of air exploded, and Hercules was sent flying. Hercules was sent flying for several thousand meters. When he landed on the ground, the earth suddenly split open and a huge beast rushed out, opened its mouth and swallowed Hercules. Old Mountain. Xinyan shouted in alarm. The huge beast that came out from the ground is a huge toad covered in black dragon scales. This toad's 4 limbs are dragon claws. It also has a dragon tail full of sharp blades. Although this black toad dragon swallowed Hercules, it did not feel good. It could only spit out Hercules. Xinyan saw Hercules come out and felt a lot more relieved. Then he looked at the black gas that exploded. That place is now covered in black fog. Hoo! A burst of gale blew and the black fog dispersed in all directions. Xinyan saw an old man wearing a black robe floating inside the dispersed black fog. The old man's face has many wrinkles, but he has a head full of black hair. His body is tall and sturdy. His legs are wrapped in black dragon scales and his feet have turned into dragon claws. Devil Immortal Great Emperor, no matter what, you are still a great emperor of the immortal desolate. You are actually willing to become the Divine Universe Evil Dragon's lackey. Xinyan said with sneer. Devil Immortal Great Emperor is carrying a large golden saber on his shoulder. He laughed sinisterly a few times and said, Immortal King Fu Yun. Xinyan. You have been very powerful in your 2 lives. If I can kill you in your past life, it means that you are destined to be killed by me in this life. Devil Immortal Great Emperor, I was only an immortal king in my past life. Being killed by a great emperor like you is a very normal thing. Xinyan chuckled and said, I never believe in fate. Oh, that's right, what about the immortal desolate great emperor? Let him come out, I will take care of you all together. Devil Immortal Great Emperor suddenly laughed wildly and said, I fought with that guy for a long time before he was willing to let me come out to kill you. Whether it is me or him, killing you is as easy as flipping a hand. You actually dare to boast shamelessly that you want to take care of us together, truly arrogant. Although I don't have the memories of my past life, I roughly know that it was you 2 who joined hands to kill me. Therefore, I hope that you 2 can join hands to deal with me again, so that I can kill you 2 in one go. The floating cloud staff in Xinyan's hand is also surging with aura. Xinyan, you helped that woman seize my 9-sun world extermination scripture. I wonder if you have learned it or not. Of course, regardless of whether you have learned it or not, I will let you experience how strong my 9-sun world extermination scripture is. Devil Immortal Great Emperor laughed wildly, his body erupted with a power filled with destructive aura. While Devil Immortal Great Emperor is filled with confidence, he is also secretly amazed by Xinyan's strength. The last time he saw Xinyan, Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon just came out of Evil Dragon City and Xinyan had no choice but to flee in a sorry state. And at that time, Xinyan's strength was very weak, his cultivation was also not as high as it is now. Not much time has passed and Xinyan's strength has become so strong. He killed Xiaoyang again and even destroyed Evil Dragon City. Xinyan looked at Devil Immortal Great Emperor and can feel the incomparably evil dragon power inside the sturdy old man's body. Divine Cosmos. Evil Dragon's divine essence blood can actually make people suddenly become so strong. Qin thought that after becoming a ninth-stage immortal emperor and absorbing divine cosmos purple energy to cultivate a powerful body, he would be able to easily crush all other ninth-stage immortal emperors. However, Devil Immortal Great Emperor is very strong. Qin only sensed his aura and felt a great pressure. It is not easy to deal with. Devil Immortal Great Emperor looked at Great Strength God who is not far away. Great Strength God is fighting a huge dragon toad. The battle is also very intense. That thing is yours, right? Devil Immortal Great Emperor said with sneer, I have to say, you still have some strength. So today, I must eliminate you and eliminate all future troubles. As his voice fell, Devil Immortal Great Emperor's immortal emperor power accompanied by a valiant dragon power suddenly burst out and enveloped Qin, forming a domain. Qin's body trembled, released supergravity, released his own gravity domain. Two domains collided, two violent energies collided, a large area of the surrounding soil suddenly cracked and fiercely shook. The soil on the ground is like a surging wave, undulating up and down, releasing wave after wave of air waves. Qin and Devil Immortal Great Emperor are separated by tens of meters. Both of them are holding powerful weapons and looking at each other. The powerful domains released by both sides overlapped. It means that two kinds of Berserk Immortal Emperor power are colliding. The people watching from the distance are extremely alarmed. That guy is Devil Immortal Great Emperor. Imperial Beast Heavenly King said with frown, Brother Yin finally fought with this guy again. How did Devil Immortal Great Emperor become so strong? When I saw him before, he was not that strong. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor flew over and said worriedly, Can Fuyun Kid kill him? The battle around the Tomb City also gradually came to an end. The evil forces were all defeated and could not gather together at all. For now, the Righteous Alliance had the upper hand in this battle. Everyone is now watching the battle between Qin and the Devil Immortal Great Emperor from afar. Elder Situ said, Devil Immortal Great Emperor obtained Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon's Divine Essence blood. That's something a lot of people want. Princess Yi looked at the battle on Qin's side and whispered, Everyone, be careful. The Divine Universe Evil Dragon is about to attack. Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon had brought many powerful subordinates into the Tomb City. The dragon toad that fought Hercules was very strong. One had to know that many ninth-level immortal emperors were as weak as clay figurines in front of the Hercules god. However, the dragon toad was able to fight Hercules for so long without being injured. Princess Anya's perception was very strong. As soon as she reminded everyone, the ground suddenly cracked, and many human-like monsters emerged. These monsters' bodies are bulging with dark red muscles, their heads are very small, they don't have eyes. They only have a mouth that can spit out 2 to 3 meter long tongues. Everyone be careful, these are Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon's Dragonlouse heavenly monsters, they have very strong devouring ability and love to suck blood. Elder Sita loudly yelled, If you get entangled by their tongues, you must quickly cut them off. Qin and the Devil Immortal Great Emperor's domains collided, neither side is willing to back down. If they back down, it means they will have to fight inside each other's domain, they will be completely suppressed. Therefore, they were now competing in the power of their domains. Those Dragonlouse heavenly monsters that suddenly appeared are very dreadful, they are worthy of being Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon's creatures. Not only are they very fast, their bodies are also very tough and flexible. Even if a sharp weapon hacked on their body, it would only send them flying, it would not be able to penetrate their body. If one is not careful, they would be hit by their tongues. These tongues are like flying arrows, they can suddenly spit out and easily penetrate human body. If one's armor is not strong enough, once the body is penetrated, they will be sucked dry and shriveled. All of you must die. Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon's furious voice suddenly came out from the Tomb City. The Xianxia in the sky is still continuously sending energy, the speed is also becoming faster and faster. Qin gritted his teeth and looked at the Devil Immortal Great Emperor. The Xianxia is releasing more and more energy, it means that Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon is about to break open the 9 tomb palaces. Before that, he must kill the Devil Immortal Great Emperor before him, only then can he take away the 9-headed heavenly lion. Qin, it hasn't been long since you reincarnated, yet you already have this kind of power, it is truly not easy. You are truly a rare peerless genius. Devil Immortal Great Emperor gritted his teeth and said with sinister sneer, but today, you will die in my hands, this is your fate. Bullshit fate. Xianxia lightly groaned and said. Devil Immortal Great Emperor's domain is a destruction domain. This kind of destruction power is constantly destroying his supergravity. If this goes on, no matter how much supergravity Xianxia releases, it will be destroyed by the Devil Immortal Great Emperor's strange destruction power. Xiao Yun, this guy is using the 9-Sun World Extermination scripture, it can destroy everything. Ling Yan'er said, we have to finish this quickly, we can't let him brew this kind of destruction power to its peak. Xianxia can now see that Devil Immortal Great Emperor needs a period of time to brew the 9-Sun World Extermination scripture, only then can the destruction power continue to increase. Devil Immortal Great Emperor, the one who will die today is you. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and suddenly released a very strong mental power wave. He used the One Thought Imperial Heaven Art to unleash the suffering divine ability power. After Devil Immortal Great Emperor was attacked, he let out a muffled roar. It can be seen that after he was attacked, he was in great pain but he endured it. You can't beat me. Devil Immortal Great Emperor roared in anger, black energy surged out of his body and turned into a huge black skull. Xianxia is horrified and promptly controlled the nether moon to enter the nether sun and moon shine together. This move is Xianxia's secret skill, he rarely uses it because it can easily expose the nether sun, but right now he can't care so much because the Devil Immortal Great Emperor is going all out. As soon as sun and moon shine together appeared, Xianxia's nether sun and nether moon seemed to fuse together and his body flickered with intense golden light. Xianxia's whole body was instantly covered by a large number of nether sun totems and his soul was protected by the nether moon totems. 9-Style Heavenly Extermination, Setting Sun. The floating cloud staff in Xianxia's hand suddenly grew longer and crazily absorbed the power of sun and moon shine together in Xianxia's body. In a short moment, the floating cloud staff finished accumulating power and smashed forward. The staff flickered with light. When it smashed down, it is like the setting sun, bringing with it an extremely strong impact light wave. The black skull released by Devil Immortal Great Emperor rushed towards Xianxia like a huge black star, but it was smashed by the floating cloud staff that flickered with gold and silver light. Rumble, the shaking sound is heaven shaking and earth shattering. The black skull that was smashed burst out a large number of black stones. A storm filled with thick black gas, accompanied by a large number of black stones, swept in all directions. Xianxia looked at the black skull that exploded and sensed the dreadful destructive power. He is even more astonished in his heart. The skull released by Devil Immortal Great Emperor is truly like a huge star, it turned into a large number of hard stones. And those stones are all formed from evil power. If one's body was hit, they would definitely be seriously injured by the explosion of the stones. The people fighting in the distance felt the dreadful destructive power of the Devil Immortal Great Emperor and exclaimed in admiration again and again. Xianxia and the Devil Immortal Great Emperor did not engage in a battle of domains because continuing would not be beneficial to either of them. Die. The Devil Immortal Great Emperor's body merged with a violent black astral wind and suddenly appeared beside Xianxia. The golden saber in the Devil Immortal Great Emperor's hand chopped down and landed on Xianxia's shoulder. Xianxia is unable to sense the whereabouts of the Devil Immortal Great Emperor. After all, the Devil Immortal Great Emperor has fused with the astral wind. Fortunately, his defense is extremely strong. He used the Heavenly Tenacious Tao technique, Heavenly Might Tyrant Body's protective barrier and a layer of body protecting dragon handle to forcefully withstand this terrifying saber strike. It must be known that when the saber struck Xianxia's shoulder, a terrifying energy burst out. After penetrating the ground, it created a crater that is hundreds of meters wide. Destructive astral wind and thunder and lightning exploded in all directions. Every move of the Devil Immortal Great Emperor is as terrifying as if it could destroy the world. Xianxia has now experienced the power of the 9-Sun World Extermination scripture. The Devil Immortal Great Emperor is equally astonished. Xianxia's defense is actually so strong and dreadful. After taking a saber strike from him, it seems like nothing happened to him. After Xianxia's shoulder was struck by the saber, he swept out with the long rod in his hand. The vast and mighty heavenly might is ferocious and arrogant, accompanied by the power of sun and moon splendor. The power of the sun can cause stinging pain to the body and the power of the moon can attack the soul. At the same time, Xianxia activated a variety of cultivation techniques and gathered a terrifying power. Through the floating cloud rod, it swept across the waist of the devil immortal great emperor and exploded with a burst of intense light. The dazzling light enveloped the heaven and earth in an instant, purifying the surrounding black astral wind. And those evil dragon louse heavenly monsters on the ground, after being illuminated by the light, let out a series of painful hisses. The devil immortal great emperor roared in pain. His body was sent flying and crashed into the tall and thick walls of the tomb city. Xianxia took a deep breath. Because the staff strike was too rushed, its power was only this much. If he had enough time to condense even more power, he might have been able to kill the devil immortal great emperor. The people who were dealing with the dragon louse heavenly monsters in the distance were enveloped by the intense light from the staff strike. They could feel that the multicolored light came along with the vibration. Xianxia's vibration power is very terrifying. It can release an extremely strong penetrating power through vibration. Xianxia flew towards the devil immortal great emperor. The floating cloud staff in his hand is gathering power and at the same time activating the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation inside. This time, he must borrow the power of the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation to completely kill the devil immortal great emperor. Just now when he attacked, because he was in a hurry, he did not have time to use the power of the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Otherwise, the devil immortal great emperor would not be as simple as just vomiting blood. When the devil immortal great emperor saw Xianxia charging over aggressively, he gritted his teeth and roared angrily. His body erupted with destructive dragon power and attacked Xianxia again. You will definitely die in my hands, the devil immortal great emperor roared in anger. Walala, suddenly, a very strong life force appeared from all directions. This kind of dense and tenacious life force makes people feel as if they are surrounded by all kinds of verdant trees. Xianxia activated the divine tree totem in his body and condensed many powerful tree vines and roots. The tree vines and roots turned into claws and suddenly grabbed the devil immortal great emperor. Damned thing, destroy for me! The devil immortal great emperor's body burst out a burst of blood-colored destructive flame, burning the tree claw. And Xianxia already flew over, holding the long staff with both hands. He smashed it down at the devil immortal great emperor. When the floating cloud staff fell, the shadow of the dragon rune heavenly saber suddenly appeared and the formidable power of the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation surged out. The nether soul sacred blade's special ability to attack the soul also appeared. Xianxia was holding a long staff but it suddenly turned into a large saber. This saber strike is filled with endless berserk might. It is as if the heavens are displaying their berserk might. This kind of power is especially terrifying. This is the 4th style of heavenly annihilation. Heavenly madness. The devil immortal great emperor felt despair in his heart and loudly roared. The blood-red flames he released became even more ferocious. Die. Xianxia's attack collided with the protective barrier released by the devil immortal great emperor. Heaven and earth are immediately shaken by the vast and mighty power of heavenly madness. The group of dragon lice heavenly monsters on the ground are all blown away. The devil immortal great emperor screamed miserably, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Everyone could not help but look in the direction of the battle between Xianxia and the devil immortal great emperor. They saw that the devil immortal great emperor's body has been split into two but he is still alive. Just you wait. The two halves of the devil immortal great emperor's body suddenly turned into black smoke and flew back to the tomb city. Xianxia promptly took out the 9 heavens dragon lion cannon and fired a holy flame cannonball at the black smoke. Ah! Devil immortal great emperor screamed again. Don't even think about running. Xianxia rushed over and threw out 2 life-sealing soul-devouring lock. This life-sealing soul-devouring lock was just taken from the heaven-defying sect patriarch. It was extremely effective against injured and weak people. The devil immortal great emperor's body was incinerated. Now that he was entangled by the life-sealing soul-devouring lock, his screams became even more intense. Devil, I must destroy you today. Xianxia did not dare to leave the devil immortal great emperor alive to slowly torture him. Devil immortal great emperor had once cursed Jiao Feng in the past. He was also worried that devil immortal great emperor would release another curse before his death. After putting away the floating cloud staff, he released the power of the nether sun and nether moon into his arms, and then patted the demon immortal great emperor in front of him. 2 huge black handprints appeared, and they came together as if they were swatting mosquitoes. This is a cultivation technique created by Xianxia himself. It is also derived from the sun and moon splendor together. It is to transform the power of the nether sun and nether moon into a huge handprint and collide with each other, triggering the sun and moon splendor together. After the two huge black handprints collided, golden light flashed and radiated in all directions. The dazzling multicolored light is very beautiful. The body and soul of the devil immortal great emperor were completely destroyed along with the radiating multicolored light. The devil immortal great emperor is finally dead. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly as he looked at the dissipating devil immortal great emperor. Back then, the devil immortal great emperor destroyed the Guanghan palace, hunted him down and plotted against his foster father. Now, he has finally taken revenge. There is one more. Xianxia looked at the tomb city. There is also the immortal desolate great emperor. Although the immortal desolate great emperor has always been a righteous force in the immortal desolate, he is extremely vicious. Otherwise, he would not have colluded with the devil immortal great emperor. The immortal desolate great emperor must be inside the city. Maybe he also obtained the divine essence blood. Ling Yuner said, Xiaoyun, that guy is definitely very strong. He is in no way weaker than the devil immortal great emperor. Xianxia looked at the entrance of the tomb city and then looked at the huge Xiaoyang in the sky. He is now waiting for the nine-headed heavenly lion to come out. Xiao Yuemei said that once the nine-headed heavenly lion comes out, he can use the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron to take it away and make the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron even stronger. He believed what Xiao Yuemei said, that's why he did not destroy the Xiaoyang. Princess Anya suddenly flew to Qin Yun's side and asked, Qin Yun, what are you waiting for? Quickly kill that Xiaoyang. No, I want to wait for the nine-headed heavenly lion to come out. Qin Yun said. What? Are you crazy? Princess Anya shouted in shock, once the heavenly lion comes out, everything we have done today will be in vain. It won't happen. Qin Yun shook his head and said, you will know in a moment, I will go help first. Qin Yun rushed towards Great Strength God. The dragon toad has been beaten black and blue by Great Strength God. Princess Anya somewhat angrily groaned, she can only follow Qin Yun and ask for the reason. Yuemei said that there is a cloud dragon in the Cloud Dragon mountain range, is that right? Qin Yun asked Princess Anya through sound transmission. He is holding the floating cloud staff and attacking the dragon toad. Indeed. There is indeed a very ancient cloud dragon in the Cloud Dragon mountain range. That guy is immortal and knows many things. I have seen him several times. Princess Anya doubtfully said, what is the relationship between you waiting for the nine-headed heavenly lion and the cloud dragon? My heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron can take away the nine-headed heavenly lion, this is what the cloud dragon said. Do you think it is reliable? Divine Cosmos evil dragon is very difficult to kill, you should be clearer than me on this point, right? Qin Yun said. If we could kill it back then, there would not be these trivial matters now. It is not that Divine Cosmos evil dragon is very difficult to kill, it is actually impossible to kill. We can only seal it for a very long time and use time to kill it. Princess Anya said. I think that if the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron takes away the nine-headed heavenly lion and after it evolves, it might be able to kill the Divine Cosmos evil dragon. Qin Yun just fought with the devil immortal great emperor and sensed how dreadful the Divine Cosmos evil dragon is. The Divine Cosmos evil dragon only gave the devil immortal great emperor some divine essence blood and it allowed the devil immortal great emperor to become so powerful. If not for him chasing after the devil immortal great emperor in time, he would have returned to his peak state very soon. It must be known that when Qin Yun attacked the devil immortal great emperor before, even a sacred transformation expert would be beaten half to death. However, the devil immortal great emperor always survived. This is mainly because he absorbed the divine essence blood. If it is what the cloud dragon said, then it can be believed. Princess Anya can only believe Qin Yun. Suddenly, a burst of wild laughter came out from the tomb city. This is the wild laughter of the Divine Cosmos evil dragon. At the same time, a burst of heavenly lion's furious roar burst out. The nine-headed heavenly lion came out of the tomb palace. The people outside the tomb city immediately panicked. The nine-nether realm heavenly lion is coming out. Everyone, quickly retreat, Elder Situ shouted with grave expression. We couldn't stop the Divine Cosmos evil dragon, we failed. Nine Yang Divine Palace's old man sighed in despair. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor sensed the nine dreadful heavenly lion's power and his expression became grave. He already released the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation and prepared to fight at any time. The tomb city suddenly shook violently. Boom, a burst of energy wave rushed out and broke through the city wall. In the blink of an eye, the incomparably sturdy tomb city has been shattered into ruins. Roar, a berserk dragon roar shook out, a black light shot out from the tomb city, the divine cosmos evil dragon transformed into its original form. It is a huge black dragon covered in rotten flesh. The divine cosmos evil dragon with rotten body is the weakest. Even if the divine cosmos evil dragon is very weak, it is still very strong. The huge black dragon is floating in the sky and covering the sun. It is revolving around the huge evil Sunday. Everyone looked at the divine cosmos evil dragon's body and secretly felt fear in their hearts. Everyone can see that the divine cosmos evil dragon's body has no dragon scales, moreover the flesh inside is rotten to the point that one can even see the dragon bones. But they are still scared by the power and might of the divine cosmos evil dragon. Xianxia, you destroyed my dragon city, I will use your life as sacrifice to my dragon city, the divine cosmos evil dragon furiously roared. Roar roar roar, the 9 heavenly lions suddenly jumped out of the ruins. The 9 heavenly lions are like 9 huge mountains, their entire body is pitch black, their eyes are emitting red light, their teeth are also blood red, they look like blood red crystals. The appearance of these 9 mighty nether realm heavenly lions caused everyone around the tomb city to let out a burst of cry of fear. Come. The divine cosmos evil dragon opened its huge mouth and released a very strong suction force towards the 9 heavenly lions. Everyone immediately cried out in shock, the divine cosmos evil dragon wants to eat the 9 heavenly lions. They all prepared to fight the nether realm heavenly lions, but they never expected that the divine cosmos evil dragon would not release them to fight but to eat them. Princess Xianxia yelled in fear, the divine cosmos evil dragon wants to eat the heavenly lions to repair its damaged body. The 9 heavenly lions' body is very intact, it has been preserved much better than the divine cosmos evil dragon's body. Don't let the divine cosmos evil dragon succeed. Immortal desolate dragon emperor yelled. Leave it to me. Xianxia rushed out. After the 9 heavenly lions came out, they were suppressed by the power released by the evil sun, causing them to be unable to move. Divine cosmos evil dragon, you want to eat us? One of the nether realm heavenly lions furiously roared, we fought everywhere for you back then, fought against 9 sun royal race and were sealed for so many years, you are ungrateful. You 9 idiots, if it wasn't for you not being strong enough back then, we wouldn't have lost. 9 sun royal race is already dead, I only need to eat you all to recover 50% of my power back then, enough to dominate the 9 desolate. The divine cosmos evil dragon laughed loudly and said, just obediently eat me. The divine cosmos evil dragon's huge mouth is big enough to swallow all the nether realm heavenly lions. Divine cosmos evil dragon, you bastard, the group of heavenly lions immediately became furious, they roared and resisted. They just came out of the seal, their bodies are still very weak. Moreover, they are facing the divine cosmos evil dragon and are suppressed by the power released by the evil sun. They are completely powerless to resist. End of chapter 1900. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.